gods and Buddhas turn out to be me. Traversing the world of supernatural tales, I behold the myriad deities that I, in the painting titled Zhong Kuei Chegu 2, I devour 3 million malevolent spirits daily, and even Yen Wang bows before me. In Wang Lingguan, Zhenwu, Lingguan, my 3 eyes perceive the affairs of the world, and with a single whip, I awaken the souls of mortals. In Gong Jianglong 2, my patched robe obscures the heavens and shrouds the moon, while my wine gourd encompasses the universe. Zhenwu Dang Mo2, Nezha Nao Hai 2, Erlang Zhong Zhanyao 2, Guanyin Dashi Wuliang Gong 2, dragons traverse waters, fox spirits venerate the moon, mountain lords host. Feasts and bones are cast aside. Immortal practitioners, spirits of the underworld, yin-yang masters, and Taoist celestial masters. Time flows in reverse, and the world transforms. As Zhong Zhuyang glances back, he realizes that the divine beings are indeed himself. Chapter 1. Zhong Kuei Che Gu Tuesday. In Qingzhou of the Great Qian, Yunhe County, under the golden glow of the setting sun, the water surface shimmers with a delicate golden hue, while the willow trees sway like wisps of smoke. The passing townsfolk cannot help but cast furtive glances at a certain spot, shaking their heads in either pity or skepticism. Beneath the trees sits a young fortune-teller, clad in a simple blue robe, albeit with several patches, yet impeccably clean, his countenance handsome and scholarly. Interpreting yin and yang, discerning the 5 elements, observing the sun and moon in my palm, measuring feng shui, surveying the world, drawing the universe from my sleeve. The banners flutter in the breeze, contrasting sharply with the lack of clientele at his stall. Nevertheless, Zhang Zhuyang remains unperturbed, leaning against the willow tree with his eyes closed, while a radiant image glimmers in his mind. In the picture, a majestic figure with a fierce countenance and a flowing beard dons an official robe, a precious sword at his waist, eyes like bronze bells, grasping a malevolent spirit in a consuming gesture, exuding an aura of menace and authority. Beside the image, 10 ancient seals radiate golden light. The blessed and guardian celestial master Zhong Kuei. Gazing upon the Zhong Kuei Chegu 2, Zhong Jiang sighs softly, for he is not of this world, but has traversed from earth that in his past life. He was a university student, and just before graduation, he received the devastating news of his grandfather's passing. While sorting through his grandfather's belongings, he discovered a purple Taoist robe and a Taoist certificate hidden beneath an old sandalwood box. Realizing that his grandfather, who had served as a barefoot doctor for decades in a rural village, was in fact a genuine Taoist priest. Beneath the box lay an art book titled Zhen Ling Wei Yi 2. Zhang Zhuyang had previously searched online and found that the renowned Taoist Tao Hong Jing from the southern dynasties had authored a work titled Zhen Ling Wei Yi 2, which ranked Taoist immortals. It was entirely different from what his grandfather left behind. The book left by his grandfather contained numerous images of deities, scarce in text, encompassing not only Taoism, but also widely revered Buddhist figures, such as the dragon. Subduing Arhat and Guanyin Bodhisattva, Zhang Jiang, an avid artist, found the depictions of these deities exquisite and thus treasured them, spending his days studying and replicating them. Unfortunately, he dozed off, and upon awakening, he found himself in this world, inhabiting the body of a person who shared his name. The original owner of this body had a tragic tale, being an orphan raised by a blind fortune-teller named Lin. Tragically, not long ago, Lin had been killed by a wild beast while out on business, and even now, one of his arms remains unaccounted for. The original owner was devastated, and coupled with a frail constitution, he succumbed to his grief, thus allowing Zhang Zhuyang to seize his place. Upon arriving in this new reality, he was compelled to inherit Lin's profession, striving to earn a living. Yet his youth rendered him an unappealing prospect for clients, despite bearing the title of Lin's disciple. If Lin truly possessed any skill, how could he fail to foresee his own demise? His master was nothing but a charlatan, and his disciple was no better. A gnawing hunger clawed at Zhang Zhuyang's stomach. Intensifying like a grinding wheel, he had been diligently attempting to unravel the secrets of the images, yet progress eluded him, and the hunger gnawed ever more fiercely, resurfacing even after a meal. What could be the source of this insatiable hunger? A chill wind swept through. A waft of fragrant aroma drifted past, intensifying Zhang Zhuyang's hunger. Alas, upon opening his eyes, he discovered not food, but a stunningly beautiful woman. Draped in a long red and white gown, she stood poised, her hair cascading freely in a breeze, still damp as though freshly washed. Her ink-black eyes fixed intently upon Zhang Zhuyang, and for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable chill despite being scrutinized by such a beauty. Divination, palmistry, fortune-telling, dream interpretation. I am proficient in all. My lady, why not give it a try? If I am incorrect, you owe me nothing. The woman remained silent, her head slowly turning to regard the inscriptions upon the banner, her demeanor becoming somewhat rigid. Although she appeared somewhat daft, Zhong did not mind, for she was the first potential client of the day. Money was all that mattered. If you find it difficult to speak, allow me to divine through characters. What say you? Zhong gestured to the ink and brush upon the table like a tea last. The woman moved, reaching for the brush and slowly inscribing the character Yong upon the white paper. Zhong was instantly drenched in cold sweat, for he did not recognize this character. Normally eloquent and articulate, he now faced the greatest challenge of his fortune-telling career, momentarily doubting whether this woman was deliberately trying to provoke him. Calm down, calm down. Zhong took a deep breath, his mind racing as he studied the character. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he focused intently, scrutinizing the character from various angles, and finally shook his head with a sigh. Alas, this is quite ominous. Gazing into her unyielding eyes, he continued, "My lady, observe, this character portends great misfortune in any divination." The twin flames atop signify candles. The structure in the middle implies a coffin, and the wooden component at the bottom could refer to a casket. This is a dire omen, steeped in death's aura. One must be cautious, for it may lead to a fatality. As he spoke, Zhong keenly observed her expression. Divination is but a game of words, and this woman appeared no easy mark. Thus he needed to instill fear first, and when she grew anxious, he would present a solution, thereby coaxing her to part with more coins. Yet to his astonishment, the woman neither grew anxious nor angry. Instead, she nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction surfacing in her inky black eyes. "You truly possess some skill." Her voice, when she finally spoke, was not displeasing, but rather melodious and soft. Yet, whether it was a figment of his imagination, her voice seemed to carry a subtle rasp, faint as though grains of sand were lodged in her throat. "I wish to inquire about Liu Yaoxing. Where is he?" Upon uttering this name, her emotions shifted for the first time, her enunciation deliberate. "Liu Yaoxing?" Zhong paused. Though he knew not who this person was, he maintained a composed smile, saying, "Ah, my lady, it seems your inquiry was not truly about divination, but rather a test of my abilities." He extended his hand. "However, business is business. I kindly request that you compensate me for the divination performed. Only that which is earned is truly one's own. Who could predict if he might falter next? How much? You may decide." The woman hesitated, then reached into her bosom, producing a pouch that she emptied onto the table. A single black candy rolled to Zhong's side, and he instinctively picked it up, a frown crossing his face, feeling as though he had been deceived. "What do you mean by giving me a single candy? This is truly insulting." Zhong's words trailed off as a strange fragrance emanated from the candy, and in the next moment, the gnawing hunger in his belly surged like a tidal wave, causing him to swallow repeatedly, his gaze fixated on the candy. After so many days, he had finally encountered true sustenance. His fingers, clutching the candy, slowly inched toward his lips, the hunger gradually clouding his senses. However, in the next moment, a haunting voice echoed. "Liu Yaoxing, where are you?" The woman's tone grew increasingly heavy, as if she could no longer suppress the profound resentment within her, emitting a growl akin to that of a wild beast. Zhong instinctively lifted his gaze, and the sight before him rendered him breathless, his hair standing on end, a chill surging through him, causing even his calves to tremble. He beheld the woman, her left eye having transformed into a hollow void, as though someone had brutally carved it out with a knife, black blood continuously oozing forth. Her once alluring visage was now entirely engulfed in a sinister aura, her features grotesquely contorted, water streaming down her form, reminiscent of a water ghost recently drowned, her hair entangled with decaying aquatic plants and mud. "You took my eye, so you must tell me, Liu Yaoxing. Where exactly is he?" The woman advanced slowly, her remaining right eye flickering, reflecting Zhong's ashen face. "What the hell?" Zhong suddenly comprehended that the woman who had come to seek his fortune was no mere mortal, but a ghost. What he had nearly consumed was not a sweet bean, but the ghost's eye. Zhong, as if shocked by electricity, discarded the eye he held and turned to flee, yet the ghost was swifter than his movements, her hair, akin to aquatic weeds, swirling around him like dark tendrils, the frigid chill rendering his body stiff and unable to resist, as if he had fallen into icy waters in winter. "Where is Liu Yaoxing?" The ghost continued to press, but Zhong felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. He had intended to fabricate a random place name, yet his frozen body could not even manage to utter a simple word. "You must at least allow me to speak." Just as despair gripped his heart, a sudden warmth surged from his chest, followed by the ghost letting out a piercing scream, vanishing in an instant. Xiao Jiao. Zhong jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. He surveyed his surroundings. The sunset lingered, the water rippling gently, as though everything that had just transpired was merely a dream. A stout woman shook him awake, expressing concern. "Xiao Jiao, You were dozing against a willow tree, trembling all over, and I called you for ages before you woke up. You haven't been possessed, have you? After a pause, the woman gazed at the river, whispering, you should refrain from setting up stall here. People have drowned in the Xiaoyan River. Zhong thanked her. He had grown up in Yunxian and was familiar with many locals. This woman was Aunt Wang, who slaughtered pigs at the West Street corner. Despite being a woman, she was quite adept at her work. Noticing his pale complexion, Aunt Wang sighed gently, then retrieved a piece of pork the size of a fist from her basket on the ground. Don't be shy, even though it's a scrap, it still tastes delicious. With that, she left with her basket, and warmth blossomed in Zhong's heart. He turned to gaze at the Xiaoyan River, reassured that it had all been but a dream. Yet, why did something in his chest still radiate warmth? Zhong reached into his pocket, and, upon focusing, his pupils constricted. It was a yellow talisman, folded into a triangular shape and strung with a red cord, now hanging at his chest. This was a birthday gift from Lin Xiazi, which the original owner had worn close to his heart, but now the bottom bore scorch marks, as if it had been set aflame. With trembling hands, Zhong unfurled the talisman, barely able to discern a character written in vermilion ink. Legend has it that when a person dies, they become a ghost, and when a ghost dies, they become a. Thus, some talismans for exorcising spirits bear this character to instill fear. In the ghostly entities that in certain regions, there even exists a custom of burying the bricks when constructing houses to ward off evil. Just now, it wasn't a dream. A surge of dread coursed through Zhong's heart, and suddenly, he seemed to recall something, proceeding carefully to search the grass along the riverbank. Moments later, he parted a patch of grass and discovered a pitch-black eyeball, its vertical pupils still faintly moving. A growl emanated from his stomach, a startling wave of hunger washing over him. Zhong stared at the eyeball, and though he should have been terrified, he couldn't help but swallow. Zhong devouring ghosts. Devouring ghosts. An astonishing hypothesis suddenly surfaced in his mind. Could the ability depicted in the image of Zhong be? The mere thought of it made him feel slightly nauseous, yet accompanying there were tremors of excitement. Chapter 2. The First Taste of Evil Ghosts. The setting sun dipped into the waters, twilight approaching. Zhong hurried home, no one aware of the terrifying object he harbored, a ghost's eye. As he walked, he could even feel the eyeball's movement and the chilling aura it emanated. Ge. A sweet, melodic voice called out, snapping Zhong back to reality. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the county's steamed bun shop. In front of the shop stood a girl of about 7 or 8, her features delicate and charming, donning an apron, her face dusted with flour, radiating a sunny smile. She held several steamed buns wrapped in clean oil paper, offering them to Zhong. Ge, why did you take so long to close up today? The buns almost got cold. There are only these left. If it weren't for my father hiding them away, Oldie would have nearly bought them all. Hearing this, the man silently kneading dough looked up, revealing a simple and kind smile, gesturing with his fingers and uttering muffled sounds. The girl acted as a translator, grinning. Ge, my father says you should eat them while they're warm. They'll harden if they cool down. Zhong accepted the buns, bowing in gratitude to Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang was deaf and mute, earning a living by selling steamed buns, unable to communicate with others, relying on his daughter, Ali, as his voice. Their steamed buns were soft and sweet, quite popular. Following Lin Xiazi's death, Uncle Jiang had delivered buns to him for 7 consecutive days. The reason was simple. When Uncle Jiang first arrived in Yunxian, his money was stolen, and he and Ali faced hunger and cold. Lin Xiazi had shared a bowl of porridge with him. At Lin Xiazi's funeral, they were left with nothing. Even the coffin's cost was covered by Uncle Jiang. Though he could not speak, he prepared warm buns daily, silently waiting for Zhong to return from his stall. Zhong understood that he was expressing comfort and encouragement in his own way. Under normal circumstances, he would have paused for a longer conversation, but today, after accepting the buns, he bowed in thanks and turned to head home. At that moment, Uncle Zhong's nose twitched slightly, as if catching a whiff of something, his expression showing surprise as he gestured animatedly. Zhong felt somewhat at a loss. Zhuge, my father says you should avoid going out these days. A thought struck Zhong. Why? The character need indeed possess the ability to ward off spirits, suggesting that Lin Xiazi was not a fraud, but had genuine skills. Might Uncle Jiang, who had been close to Lin Xiazi, know something as well? Uncle Jiang gestured hesitantly. Father says he doesn't know. It's just a feeling. Zhong could only nod in response, and then turn to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Ali tilted her head, curiosity gleaming in her bright eyes as she murmured, why does Zhuge seem so strange today? As evening descended, Zhong finally returned home. Though it was a home in name only, consisting of a dilapidated courtyard with 2 earthen huts, it was evident that Lin Xiazi had lived in great poverty. Yet for Zhong, In this strange and eerie world, this little courtyard was the only place that provided him with a sense of security. Upon returning, he first consumed the steamed buns, the hunger finally abating. Yet Zhong was aware that this feeling would soon return, but before that, he could finally confront the ghostly eye with a calm demeanor. The eye contained almost no sclera, its pitch-black surface marred by a slender vertical white pupil, which rotated slightly in the palm of Zhong's hand, as if assessing its surroundings. Zhong hesitated for quite some time, yet still lacked the courage to consume it. After all, as a normal person, who would willingly ingest the eyes of a ghost? It raises the question, shouldn't ghosts be incorporeal? How could they possess a tangible form? After much contemplation, he resolved to search Lin Xiaoji's room first. Although he had previously rummaged through it upon his arrival, his focus then had solely been on finding money. Now, he sought talismans and magical artifacts. Who could say whether that female ghost was truly dead? Even if she were, who could guarantee that other malevolent entities would not linger? The talisman he possessed had already been used once and bore charred marks. Thus it might no longer be effective. He had to find alternative protective artifacts. As night gradually descended, Zhong, lamp in hand, pushed open Lin Xiaoji's door, sweeping away the dust that had settled. It had been many days since he last entered this room. The room's decor was exceedingly simple, featuring a wrought tan chair, a wooden bed, and a table adorned with chipped teacups. However, one particular spot drew his attention. On the eastern wall, a hole had been chiseled out, resembling an altar in a temple. Yet instead of a deity, it housed a spirit tablet of my late father, Su Hashan. How peculiar. Why would Lin Xiaoji's father bear the surname Su? Was this truly his father's spirit tablet? A chill crept over Zhong. Previously, he would have brushed such feelings aside, but after the encounter with the female ghost, the mere sight of a spirit tablet sent shivers down his spine. This was also why he had avoided this room. Who, in their right mind, would display a spirit tablet within their home? Taking a deep breath, Zhong steadied his racing heart and thoroughly searched the room. To his disappointment, it was as empty as his pockets. It seemed that Lin Xiaoji had intentionally taken all the magical artifacts with him during his last outing. Breathing heavily, Zhong sat on the bed, feeling somewhat disheartened. Had he truly found nothing left behind? At that moment, his gaze fell upon the spirit tablet opposite the bed, and a thought struck him. What sane person would place a spirit tablet in their bedroom, directly facing the bed, as if fearing they might not see it upon waking? A glimmer of suspicion crossed Zhong's eyes. He stepped closer, bowed thrice before the tablet, and then reached out to touch it. The surface was cold and hard. When he attempted to lift it, he found it utterly immovable, as if it were nailed in place. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy. Turning to the left, the spirit tablet emitted a distinct sound. The altar on the wall rotated backward, revealing a pitch-black iron box. A secret chamber indeed. Suppressing his excitement, Zhong cautiously brought the iron box down. It bore a rusted copper lock, slick to the touch, likely due to the dampness. Without a key, Zhong did not lose heart. He found a stone in the courtyard and began to smash the copper lock with it. After some time, the rusted lock, unable to withstand the blows, shattered into several pieces. Slowly, he opened the box, revealing its contents. The first thing that caught his eye was 3 yellow talismans, inscribed with the character for protection in cinnabar, neatly arranged within that a glimmer of joy sparked in Zhong's eyes as he grasped the 3 protective talismans. At that moment, the anxiety that had long weighed on him finally lifted, replaced by a grounding sense of security. Lin Xiaoji had indeed left behind valuable items. He then retrieved a 2-foot-long willow branch, seemingly coated with a special wax, glimmering like ancient bronze. Despite the thick layer of dust on the box, the leaves of the willow branch remained vibrant and green. In various folklore, willow branches are said to ward off evil, capable of striking down malevolent spirits. This branch was remarkably resilient, resembling a whip. Zhong waved it through the air, producing a sharp cracking sound. What a treasure! An overwhelming sense of gratitude for Lin Xiaoji surged within him. This man was undoubtedly a true master. It was a pity he had passed away so soon, or else Zhong could have benefited immensely from his wisdom. The box also contained one final item, a thin yellow booklet. Zhong's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that Lin the Master had not only left him protective artifacts, but also methods for cultivation? His experiences of traversing realms and encountering the female ghost led him to believe that cultivation must indeed exist in this world reminiscent of ancient China. Perhaps there truly were immortal beings, with aspirations of soaring through the skies alongside celestial beings and embracing the moon for eternity. Which descendant of Huaxia has not harbored similar fantasies? Zhong, heart aflame with anticipation, opened the booklet, only to be met with a profound sense of disappointment. Year 7 of Taiping, month of Shen, day of Jiazi, hour of Hai. Master Chui of Haifeng County invited me to his residence for a ritual A mere handful of silver. How miserly. Don't forget to exorcise the evil for the widow in Qinjia village tomorrow. Year 7 of Taiping, month of Shen, day of Icho, hour of Z. The widow's skin is so tender. Her voice is enticing. Exorcising evil feels like soliciting. If I weren't so old, I would have taken her for myself. Damn, I can't sleep tonight, thinking of women. Remember to perform the ritual in Xiling village tomorrow. As he read these words, the lofty image of Lin Xiaoji that had just been established in Zhong Zhiyang's mind crumbled instantaneously. In a moment of clarity, he understood why Lin Xiaoji had hidden this diary so meticulously. It seemed that Lin Xiaoji's greatest concern before his demise was not having the chance to burn this diary. Wait, something felt amiss. Zhong Zhiyang suddenly realized a critical point. Since he was blind, how could he write a diary? Did he possess some form of divine sight or inner vision? Moreover, why did he append a sentence about his tasks for the following day at the end of each entry? As Zhong Zhiyang perused the diary, he noticed that each entry concluded with a somewhat awkwardly phrased reminder of tasks for the next day, as if he feared forgetting them. Could it be that Lin Xiaoji suffered from forgetfulness? He continued to flip through the pages, finding repetitive content laden with crude language, until, nearing the end, a shift finally occurred. Damn, that thing's power is growing stronger. I can barely control it. Zhong Zhiyang's expression hardened. This page contained only this single, hurriedly scrawled line, indicating Lin Xiaoji's intense urgency at that moment. He pressed on. Damn, I vomited blood 3 times today. I must seek out Liu Yaoxing. I refuse to die in this godforsaken place. Liu Yaoxing. Zhong Zhiyang's gaze sharpened. There was that name again, along with the thing referenced in the diary. Could it refer to the female ghost in the Shaoyan River? He flipped further, only to find the last page torn out, with clear signs of having been ripped away. Closing the booklet, Zhong Zhiyang frowned slightly. It seemed Lin Xiaoji concealed many secrets, yet what was it to him? A haunted county, a mysterious blind fortune teller who met a tragic end, leaving behind a name laden with clues. Wasn't this the opening to a horror film? He resolved to keep his distance. Zhong Zhiyang was determined. He merely wished to live an honest life, and if he could cultivate, that would be splendid. If not, he would settle for being a feudal lord, marrying dozens of concubines, fathering numerous children, and when they grew up, marrying dozens more. Such perilous affairs were something he would avoid at all costs. Suddenly, a familiar sensation of hunger surged within him. The pangs of hunger crashed over him, as if the few buns he had consumed earlier had been digested completely. His stomach twisted painfully, producing rumbling sounds akin to the wails of starving ghosts. Under such extreme hunger, Zhong Zhiyang's sense of smell seemed heightened. He could distinctly detect the aroma of food emanating from within his grasp, tantalizing his very soul. At last, hunger triumphed over reason. Zhong Zhiyang retrieved the ghost's eye, slowly parting his lips, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he saw a flicker of what appeared to be panic in the cold pupils. Yet none of that mattered anymore, for he made a swallowing motion, reminiscent of the image of Zhong Kuei subduing a malevolent spirit in his mind. In that instant, the two figures seemed to merge into one. Chapter 3. The Midnight Knock of the Ghost. The ghost eye enters the belly. A profound sense of satisfaction enveloped Zhong Zhiyang instantaneously. Akin to savoring ice in the sweltering summer, every pore of his body relishing an unparalleled sense of comfort. Most significantly, the deep-seated hunger that had gnawed at him to the core was finally satiated. His abdomen reverberated with a thunderous sound, and the image of Zhong Kuei devouring ghosts in his mind glimmered with brilliance. The figure of Zhong Kuei in the painting seemed to come alive, emanating a formidable aura. The ghost eye was an object of extreme energy. For an ordinary person, consuming it would be akin to ingesting arsenic. Yet, after Zhong Zhiyang consumed it, not only did he feel no adverse effects, but his dantian felt like a blazing furnace, digesting and breaking down the power of the ghost eye, subsequently nourishing his limbs and circulating through his meridians. Despite this being his inaugural experience of consuming a ghost, Zhong Zhiyang felt an astonishing familiarity, as if he had indulged in it countless times before. The act of devouring ghosts had almost become an instinct etched into his very bloodline. In this moment, he finally comprehended the secret behind the Zhong Kuei devouring ghosts in his sea of consciousness. Zhong Kuei, originally a jinshi from the Tang dynasty, was a man of peculiar appearance, upright and incorruptible. He topped the imperial examination but was dismissed due to his looks and, in a fit of rage, crashed into the Golden Hall, sacrificing his life for righteousness. During the Tianbao era, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang fell ill with a spleen disease that proved resistant to treatment. One night, he dreamt of a magnificent giant capturing and consuming malevolent spirits, identifying himself as Zhong Kuei, a specialist in devouring evil ghosts. Upon waking, the emperor found himself cured, and thus bestowed upon Zhong Kuei the title of the Divine Protector of Homes, which has since reverberated through the ages. The image of Zhong devouring ghosts in Zhang Zhuyang's mind endowed him with an almost instinctual ability to consume ghosts. Perhaps this was also the innate divine ability of the celestial master Zhong. Thus, he often felt insatiably hungry, even after a hearty meal. For upon acquiring the ability to devour ghosts, his true sustenance was no longer the grains of the mortal realm, but rather the malevolent spirits. As he felt the continuous surge of power from his dantian, Zhang Zhuyang was overwhelmed with excitement. This divine ability was indeed extraordinary. If he continued to consume evil spirits, could he ascend to immortality without the need for cultivation? However, in the next moment, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Plop! Zhang Zhuyang felt as if he had plunged into an icy river, with wailing spirits echoing in his ears, and a torrent of negative emotions began to flood his mind. Anger, pain, struggle, resentment, and hatred. His body sank deeper, and the surroundings grew increasingly dark. In the frigid waters, he vaguely perceived a white shadow, resembling a bridge. In the next instant, darkness engulfed him entirely. With a gasp, Zhang Zhuyang abruptly opened his eyes, breathless and drenched in sweat. He was still in his home, and there was not even a water jar in sight. Was that merely the memory of the female ghost? Zhang Zhuyang began to grasp something. The ability to devour ghosts was not without its imperfections. He would bear the grievances of the spirits and witness vivid memories from their past lives. At this moment, he remained shaken. Just by consuming a single eye, he had nearly been overwhelmed by those dark emotions. Had he consumed the entire female ghost, he might have faced utter obliteration. His intuition warned him that if he could not withstand the onslaught of grievances, his fate could be dire. It seemed this ability to devour ghosts was a double-edged sword for him. Nevertheless, Zhang Zhuyang could also understand that wielding divine powers in the form of a mortal body would inevitably come at a price. For Zhong, such grievances were like specks of dust, but for Zhang Zhuyang, they loomed like a mountain. In summary, despite the perilous nature of his initial experience, the outcome was remarkably gratifying. Zhang Zhuyang felt invigorated, his physique much more robust, with well-defined muscle lines on his arms, and his abdominal muscles subtly discernible. He had transformed from a frail and sickly figure into a vigorous young man. Moreover, the most thrilling aspect for Zhang Zhuyang was the faint, almost ethereal flow of warmth within him, moving in accordance with his will, as if it were an extension of his own being. Could this be the legendary spiritual energy or magical power? He sensed that this thread of warmth had instigated a fundamental metamorphosis within him, elevating him beyond merely being a physically strong individual. Yet, the true nature of this transformation remained to be thoroughly explored. Having achieved significant gains today, Zhang Zhuyang wore a smile of joy, while outside the window, darkness enveloped the surroundings. It seemed he had merely consumed a ghost's eye, yet time had slipped away unnoticed. Lying in bed, clutching a talisman and a willow branch, he found himself unafraid of the surrounding darkness, merely too exhilarated to fall asleep. Zhang Zhuyang decided to delve into the mysterious warmth within him, and before long, he faded into a hazy slumber. However, it was not long before he was awoken by a persistent knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Zhuyang donned his clothes and opened the door, only to find the world outside shrouded in darkness. The night seemed to deepen, with even the moon obscured by clouds. Yet, he discovered that he could see relatively clearly in the dark, no need for a lamp. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with the only sound being the insistent knocking. Devoid of cicada chirps or dog barks, something felt amiss. The knocking continued unabated. Who is it? Zhang Zhuyang called out. The knocking abruptly ceased, followed by a somewhat familiar voice. It's me, Aunt Wang. Zhang Zhuyang felt a jolt in his heart. It was Aunt Wang, the pork seller from the county, who had left the pork she brought him on the kitchen counter. But why was Aunt Wang knocking at his door in the dead of night? Xiaojiao, please open the door. Save my husband, he's possessed. Zhang Zhuyang approached the door, ready to open it, but hesitated and asked, Aunt Wang, how much is a pound of pork? The person outside seemed to fall into silence. Zhang Zhuyang's hair stood on end, and he tightened his grip on the willow branch. If it were truly Aunt Wang, she would not be ignorant of the price of a pound of pork. He recalled reading tales of the supernatural, which mentioned that some malevolent spirits, unable to harm individuals from within their homes, would disguise themselves as familiar people and knock at the door, urging the person to come outside before seeking to inflict harm. Was he encountering such a spirit today? Fortunately, in the next moment, the voice outside resumed. A pound of pork is 8 coins, right? I'm telling you. Xiaojiao, please open the door. If you wait any longer, my husband will be in grave danger. I'm begging you. Aunt Wang's voice was filled with urgency, her composure clearly unraveling. Zhang Zhuyang hesitated for a moment, recalling her care and assistance earlier by the river. He sighed softly and opened the door. In the night, Aunt Wang was carrying a man on her back, her face glistening with sweat, panting heavily. Her expression one of distress. Her home was at the eastern end of the county, a fair distance away, suggesting that in her desperation, she had carried her husband all the way here. Zhang Zhuyang's gaze sharpened. In the dim light, the man on her back slowly revealed a charming smile. his palm mimicking the gesture of plucking a flower. Yet this towering figure, a full 7 feet tall, emitted a voice as shrill as a woman asks, "Do my eyes taste good?" Chapter 4. Whipping the Evil Ghost, Exorcising the Demonic. It was that female ghost. Zhang Zhuyang's body stiffened, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the willow branch, staring intently at the man on Aunt Wang's back, his voice low and steady. "Aunt, are you certain that the person you're carrying is your husband? Perhaps due to the ability to devour ghosts, or perhaps the 3 talismans in his possession." Zhang Zhuyang, while still feeling some fear, was much more composed than before. He even recalled the delightful taste of the ghost eye, swallowing reflexively. "Xiaojiu, I know he is not right, but I had no choice but to come to you for help," Aunt Wang admitted, her voice trembling as she recounted the events. It turned out that after returning home from the market today, she found her husband unconscious on the bed, drenched in cold sweat despite the summer heat, resembling Zhang Zhuyang when he had fallen asleep by the Shaoyin River. However, unlike before, her husband did not awaken no matter how she called to him. Later, she sought the help of the county doctor, and after consuming several bowls of herbal concoctions, her husband finally showed some signs of improvement. However, to her astonishment, she discovered him one night seated before a bronze mirror, applying rouge with an elegance that left her feeling inadequate. At that moment, Wang Auntie realized her husband had fallen under a malevolent influence, and in all of Yuna County, only Lin Xiazi had the knowledge to address such matters. Though Lin Xiazi had passed away, he left behind a disciple, Zhang Zhuyang. Despite the rumors circulating in the county that Lin Xiazi was merely a charlatan and that Zhang Zhuyang, being young, lacked skill, to the desperate Wang Auntie, he was undoubtedly a final lifeline. "Where's Lu Yaoxing?" The man shrieked, his voice sharp as blood began to flow from his left eye, his expression filled with bitterness. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zhuyang forced himself to remain composed. He swiftly entered Lin Xiazi's chamber and retrieved a rattan chair, instructing Wang Auntie to place him upon it. "Wang Auntie, hold him down," Zhang Zhuyang commanded. Perhaps his calm demeanor instilled confidence in Wang Auntie, as she promptly followed his directions. Using her strong hands to restrain her husband, Wang Auntie, robust and accustomed to butchering pigs, possessed strength far exceeding that of the average man. Yet even she struggled to keep him subdued. "Where's Lu Yaoxing? Where's Lu Yaoxing?" The man's voice escalated to a piercing shriek, each cry reverberating painfully in the air. With Zhang Zhuyang hesitating to divulge the desired information, the man became increasingly frantic, his voice growing shriller, shaking the very windows around them. "Tell me, Lu Yaoxing is in your mother's womb." Zhang Zhuyang's anger surged forth, and with a fierce shout, he struck the man with a willow branch. The man emitted a harrowing scream, and though the willow branch struck him through clothing, a wisp of black smoke rose from the impact, appearing most peculiar. Indeed, it was effective. Zhang Zhuyang felt a surge of confidence, continuing to wield the willow branch mercilessly, producing sharp cracks. "I don't even know Lu Yaoxing. If I did, I would have told you long ago. Lu Yaoxing is not my father. Why would I hide him?" After delivering 20 lashes, Zhang Zhuyang felt exhilarated, while the man on the chair wailed in agony, his face contorted in pain. "Get out of his body," Zhang Zhuyang shouted, delivering another strike. However, the man twisted his mouth into a grotesque smile, blood pooling on his teeth. "You can't save him unless you tell me where Lu Yaoxing is." He spoke, his words slurred. Zhang Zhuyang suddenly realized the malevolent spirit was compelling the man to bite off his own tongue. In a moment of urgency, he instinctively channeled the warmth from his dantian into the willow branch, which suddenly glimmered with a faint, ethereal light. "Begone!" Zhang Zhuyang swung with all his might. And this time the willow branch not only emitted black smoke upon contact, but also left a searing red mark. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream. And then his body, which had been thrashing violently, fell still, slumping into the rattan chair. A chilling wind swept through, causing the windows to rattle, and the temperature around them plummeted. Zhang Zhuyang witnessed a female figure emerge from within the man, drenched and with long hair swirling about. Her left eye hollow and her right eye glinting with cold malice, yet she recoiled in fear from the willow branch. "Wang Auntie, did you see her?" Zhang Zhuyang inquired. Wang Auntie, preoccupied with her husband's condition, looked up but was perplexed. "See what?" Zhang Zhuyang realized that the man's ability to see clearly in the dark must have been altered after consuming the ghostly eye. "You cannot save him unless you tell me where Lu Yaoxing is." The ghostly woman's voice echoed softly, but Wang Auntie was unresponsive, unable to hear her. Zhang Zhuyang raised the willow branch, staring at the ghost, and declared firmly, "Leave my home." The ghost's gaze turned more venomous, but recalling the power of the recent strike, she hesitated before drifting away, her figure gradually vanishing into the inky darkness. Zhang Zhuyang exhaled deeply, only then realizing that his back was drenched in cold sweat. "Xiaojiu, why isn't my husband awakened? He seems to be breathless." Wang Auntie's panicked voice broke through. Zhang Zhuyang checked under the man's nose and confirmed that his breath was indeed faint. Connecting this with the ghost's words before her departure, Zhang Zhuyang understood that although she had been driven away, she still left behind a lingering influence. "Xiaojiu, you are capable. I plead with you. Save my husband. Wang auntie, her eyes brimming with tears, suddenly knelt before Zhong, beseeching him. Having experienced the recent events, she now recognized that the young man, whom the county labeled a fraud, was, in fact, a true practitioner of extraordinary abilities, and only he could save her husband's life. Zhong sighed softly and helped her to her feet. I will do my best. He headed to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of water, then retrieved a talisman. Initially intending to light it with a candle, an idea struck him. He infused the warmth from within him into the talisman. Since this warmth augmented the willow branch's efficacy, perhaps it would also enhance the talisman. In the next moment, a flame flickered to life in the darkness, the crimson fire illuminating Zhong's excited eyes. The talisman ignited on its own, transforming into ash that fell into the bowl of water. Wang auntie, quickly make him drink this, Zhong commanded. He recalled tales from his previous life of a mystical healer known as a shaman, who utilized fire to ignite talismans, mixing the ashes into water to ward off evil and cure ailments. This notion had inspired him. Wang auntie pried her husband's mouth open and forced the mixture down his throat. Initially, the man showed no reaction, but after a few breaths, his body began to tremble violently, and he suddenly vomited. The foul contents fell to the ground, filling the air with a noxious stench. Zhong stepped back, observing what emerged, a collection of dead fish, rotten shrimp, and strands of murky black hair. In the moonlit courtyard, the incessant chirping of cicadas resumed after the ghost's departure, occasionally accompanied by the distant barks of farm dogs, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and depth. After expelling the foul matter, the man regained his senses. And under Zhong's inquiry, he gradually recounted his ordeal. He had delivered pork to the county's tavern that day and encountered a woman dressed in red and white on his way home, her appearance vaguely familiar, prompting him to approach her. To his shock, she had seized him, relentlessly demanding to know Lu Yaoxing's whereabouts. When he claimed ignorance, he subsequently lost consciousness. As he recounted the incident, the man appeared visibly shaken, his complexion pale. Where did you encounter that woman? Zhong asked. On the Whitestone Bridge over Shaoyuna. He replied. You mentioned she looked somewhat familiar. Do you know her? Upon hearing this question, a flicker of hesitation crossed the man's eyes, as if he were reluctant to speak the name. Wang auntie shot him a fierce glare and exclaimed, You heartless wretch. If it weren't for Xiaoju saving you just now, you'd be dead by now. Speak up. If you dare withhold a single word, I shall break your legs. Upon realizing that her husband was unharmed, Aunt Wang reverted to her formidable demeanor, startling the man into honesty as he confessed. She seems to be Yunyang. Upon hearing this name, Aunt Wang's expression shifted dramatically, as if recalling some terrifying memory. So it is her. Xiaojiu. Do you remember when I warned you not to set up your stall by the Xiaoyan River? Zhong nodded, replying, You mentioned that someone had drowned there. Could it be Yunyang? Aunt Wang glanced around and lowered her voice. You were quite young back then and may not recall, but several years ago, the Xiaoyan River claimed more than one life, and it caused quite a stir. The first to drown was Yunyang, a famous tofu seller in the county. For reasons unknown, she suddenly found herself with child, and the identity of the father remained a mystery, leading to much gossip behind her back. After a pause, Aunt Wang sighed. In truth, Yunyang was a pitiable soul. She neither stole nor cheated, relying solely on her own hands to raise her child, far superior to many men who squandered their lives on gambling and drinking. Unfortunately, when her daughter was 6 years old, she inexplicably went missing, reportedly abducted by a stranger. Overcome with despair, Yunyang took her own life by jumping into the river. Zhong, perplexed, asked, Then why did others drown afterward? Aunt Wang whispered. Perhaps Yunyang's spirit was restless due to her lost child. During that period, many who traveled the night would fall into the river and drown, including several skilled swimmers. Isn't that strange? Eventually, the county magistrate summoned several experts to perform rituals, and only then did the drownings cease. By the way, your master, Lin the Blind, was among those who participated in the rituals. After hearing Aunt Wang's account of Yunyang, Zhong discovered a point of confusion. If the ghost was indeed Yunyang, her greatest desire after death should have been to find her daughter. Why, then, was she so fixated on Lu Yaoxing? Could Lu Yaoxing be connected to her daughter's disappearance? Aunt Wang, who is Lu Yaoxing? Do you recognize that name? Zhong inquired casually, not expecting much. But Aunt Wang responded, Of course, I know him. He was the wealthiest man in our county back in the day, a philanthropist who often funded road and bridge construction. The Baisher Bridge over the Xiaoyan River was built with his money. As his business flourished, our small county could no longer contain him, and he moved away. Some say he went to Shuzhou, while others claim he moved to Yangzhou. The exact location is unclear. Zhong felt a stirring in his heart at the mention of Baisher Bridge. His fortune-telling stall was not far from that bridge, and Aunt Wang's husband had encountered misfortune there. Furthermore, when he consumed the ghost's eye, he had vaguely glimpsed a white bridge. Baisher Bridge must harbor some untold secret. He resolved to avoid that area in the future. Zhong chose not to send Aunt Wang and her husband away immediately. It was late at night. And who knew if the female ghost lingered nearby? If they had just been rescued here and returned only to be possessed again, it would waste that precious talisman. Thus, he held a willow branch and carried talismans, keeping watch with Aunt Wang and her husband throughout the night, until dawn broke and he felt at ease. Aunt Wang, upon your return, hang this portrait in your home. Light an incense stick every evening and recite the name of the revered deity Zhong 3 times to ward off evil and protect your household. Before departing, noticing Aunt Wang's hesitance, Zhang Jiuyang sensed her concern and personally drew a portrait of Zhong for her. As the deity is known for blessing homes, this image should suffice to deter malevolent spirits. Aunt Wang received it as a precious gift. After the events of the previous night, her trust in Zhang Jiuyang was unwavering, and she regarded his words as gospel. Xiaojiu, thank you immensely. I only have this much money on me. Please take it for now. Once my husband has recovered, I will prepare a fine pig for you, offering you some good meat. She rummaged through her belongings and presented him with 4 taels of silver and several copper coins. Feeling somewhat guilty for the modest sum, however, Zhang Jiuyang understood that this was a considerable amount, equivalent to nearly 2 months of living expenses for a small family. Moreover, pork prices had risen to 8 coins per pound. Before he could refuse, Aunt Wang insisted on placing the money in his hands, showering him with gratitude before helping her husband away. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Jiuyang felt an inexplicable sentiment. Unlike the sympathy he felt yesterday, today Aunt Wang regarded him with respect and gratitude, filling him with a subtle sense of accomplishment and joy from aiding others, an experience he had never encountered while deceiving people for money at his stall. Perhaps being a genuine Taoist is not such a bad idea. He shook his head, temporarily dismissing that thought. Being a Taoist in this world might be perilous. As the sun began to rise, a vibrant energy enveloped him. Perhaps due to the warmth coursing through him, Zhang Jiuyang, despite having not slept all night, felt invigorated and alert. Suddenly inspired, he sat cross-legged on a piece of blue stone in the courtyard, closed his eyes, and clenched his fists, relaxing his entire being. He gently tapped his teeth 36 times, then crossed his hands over his neck, using his second finger to press against his middle finger, massaging the Fengqi and Yuzhen acupoints at the back of his head 24 times. Once his mouth watered, he swallowed in 3 portions. This set of movements, known as the 8 sections of silk brocade, differs from the widely known standing version. This variant is performed seated and is referred to as the Zhongli 8 sections of silk brocade, said to be passed down by Zhongli Quan, one of the 8 immortals. In his previous life, as a premature infant with frail health, he often fell ill. His grandfather taught him this set of exercises when he was 6, and practicing it each morning as the sun rose gradually strengthened him, leading to a significant reduction in illness, eventually allowing him to join the basketball team at school. Regrettably, he abandoned the Zhongli 8 sections during high school due to academic pressures and dormitory living. Now, in this foreign world, witnessing the sunrise ignited a spark within him, and he effortlessly resumed his practice without hesitation. After completing 6 rounds, Zhang Jiuyang felt completely immersed in the experience, his limbs and bones warm, as if soaking in a hot spring, immensely comfortable. Whether it was an illusion or not, he sensed that practicing the Zhongli 8 sections in this world yielded remarkably effective results. Opening his eyes, he exhaled deeply, feeling a clarity of mind and a sense of overall well-being. Even the residual warmth from last night, which had nearly dissipated, was now fully restored and even slightly amplified. Chapter 6. Divine Energy from Incense. Zhang Jiuyang chose not to set up his stall today, granting himself a day of respite. He strolled through the county streets, observing the bustling townsfolk, the vendors peddling their wares, and the clusters of fresh horse and cow dung on the ground. The laughter of children, the vibrant chirping of cicadas, and the shouts of merchants intertwined to create a surreal atmosphere, instilling in him a sense of unreality. It felt as though everything he had experienced last night was merely a dream. Ghosts and misfortunes seemed entirely out of place in this lively little county. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself standing before the steamed bun shop. From afar, he spotted the young chef, Ali, waving at him with a sweet smile, her voice ringing like a bell. "Jigu, are you not setting up today?" Zhang Jiuyang hurried over, and Ali had already handed him 2 wrapped buns, her dimples deepening as she smiled. At around 7 or 8 years of age, she would likely be in elementary school in the modern world. With her exquisitely charming appearance, she would probably be spoiled like a little princess by her parents. However, in this world, she had already begun to shoulder family responsibilities. "I'm not setting up today. I'm taking a break. Good morning, Uncle Jiang." Zhang Jiuyang ruffled her hair and smiled at Uncle Jiang. Jiang Shu displayed a hearty smile. Yet his gaze towards Zhang Jiuyang underwent a subtle transformation, as if he had discerned a profound change in the young man overnight. Noticing the absence of customers for the steamed buns, Zhang Jiuyang decided to linger a while longer. He glanced around, feeling at a loss for a place to sit, when he spotted Ali bouncing over with her small chair. "Brother Jiu, may I ask you for a favor?" she inquired. Zhang Jiuyang took a seat and smiled at the quirky little girl. "Do tell. What is it?" Ali clenched her small hands nervously and stammered, "Brother Jiu, could you teach me how to read?" Upon seeing the surprise in Zhang Zhuyang's eyes, Ali's head drooped, her small hands rubbing against her worn apron. Regretting her seemingly unreasonable request, her father had often told her that helping others should not come with expectations of reward. All right, Zhang Zhuyang's clear voice rang out, causing the little girl to lift her head in astonishment. She hadn't anticipated that it would be such an easy matter. But could you tell me why you wish to learn to read? Without a moment's hesitation, Ali replied, I've heard it said that reading can lead to great wealth. And then, she stole a glance at her father, and although she knew he could not hear her, she lowered her voice. Then, I could find a skilled doctor to help my father regain his hearing and speech. Zhang Zhuyang's heart stirred, and he asked, Did Uncle Zhong used to be able to hear and speak? Uncle Zhong was undoubtedly no ordinary man. Both his earlier request for Zhang Zhuyang to stay indoors and the peculiar look he had given him just moments ago suggested that he had uncovered something significant. This extraordinary perceptiveness piqued Zhang Zhuyang's curiosity. Ali nodded, explaining that her father had once been a normal man, but had become deaf and mute due to a severe illness. This led her to believe that finding a capable doctor could restore her father's health. Gazing into her hopeful eyes, Zhang Zhuyang ultimately could not bring himself to tell her that, in this world, the path of learning was perhaps not open to women. He picked up a twig and inscribed 3 characters in the dirt, Jiang Yoli. The writing was elegant and graceful, embodying both strength and gentleness. Brother Jiao, your writing is truly beautiful. Ali exclaimed, This is your name. Practice these 3 characters first. Her eyes brimmed with admiration as she eagerly took the twig and began to mimic the strokes, albeit with a crookedness that only emphasized her earnestness. Zhang Zhuyang smiled, discreetly placing a couple of silver coins in the pocket of her apron before turning to leave with 2 steamed buns in hand. Under the golden sunlight, the little girl diligently practiced her name on the ground, while Uncle Zhong paused his work, leaning against the doorway with a gentle smile as he watched his daughter. In the dappled shadows of the trees, the scene was reminiscent of a beautiful painting. Zhang Zhuyang sighed softly. He would no longer pursue Uncle Zhong's secrets, for he did not wish to disturb this happiness. After dining at a tavern in the county town, he visited a bookstore and purchased numerous volumes, primarily focusing on history, astronomy, and geography. He yearned to understand this world more thoroughly, and books were undoubtedly the finest means to do so. In the evening, he sat quietly at home, reading by candlelight. This nation was named Deqian, which had flourished for 600 years since its founding by Taizu following the Zhuo rebellion. Passing through 12 generations of rulers, it had once enjoyed great prosperity but had also faced turmoil, and now it seemed to be in decline, rife with disorder. Although the current emperor had designated his reign as Taiping, the true peace was a matter of public sentiment. The 7th year of Taiping had arrived in the height of summer. Deqian occupied the fertile lands of Jiuzhou, with agriculture as its foundation, and Zhang Zhuyang resided in Qingzhou. If Deqian were likened to a sick tiger occupying a rich territory, then the northern Liao was like a famished wolf drooling at the prospect. Had it not been for the formidable Tian Shan mountain range, the cavalry of the nomadic peoples would have ravaged the central plains long ago. To the west lay Yongzhou, demarcating the 16 kingdoms of the western regions, among which the growing kingdom of Jialun, with its national religion being esoteric Buddhism, was poised to unify the region. The south was home to the mysterious Shawandaishan, shrouded in miasma, where even the bravest soldiers would succumb to illness, rendering Deqian's knowledge of southern lands minimal and evoking fear. Meanwhile, the east was bordered by the vast expanse of the Eastern Sea, whose depths remained a mystery. Legend spoke of a celestial island named Panglai hidden within, home to immortals cultivating elixirs of life. But throughout history, emperors who attempted to send men to sea in search of these elixirs had invariably met with failure. Zhang Zhuyang closed the book, observing that this indeed resembled a place akin to ancient China. However, despite his extensive reading, he found no references to cultivation or demons. Even mentions of immortals and elixirs served as cautionary tales, warning against the pursuit of such ephemeral desires. Yet, after his encounter with the female ghost, he was convinced that this world was far from simple. If such a formidable ghost could exist in a small Yuna county, it was implausible that other demons did not roam within the vast land of Deqian. Only one explanation remained. An unseen hand was deliberately suppressing the dissemination of such knowledge. Was it the government? As Zhang Zhuyang pondered this, the image of Zhong Kuei in his mind quivered slightly, and in a moment of clarity, he felt he could almost hear a familiar voice. Blessings for the home. The Holy Monarch and Celestial Master Zhong Kuei. Blessings for the home. The Holy Monarch and Celestial Master Zhong Kuei. Blessings for the home. The Holy Monarch and Celestial Master Zhong Kuei. This is Aunt Wang's voice, isn't it? Just as Zhang Zhuyang was becoming somewhat dazed, he noticed a wisp of blue smoke slowly drifting into the painting. In the next instant, the previously monochrome ink painting of Zhong Kuei suddenly gained a touch of color, and the entire image radiated a newfound vitality. With a sudden start, Zhang Zhuyang opened his eyes wide, filled with brilliance. It seemed he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Chapter 7. Pork. 7 days later, Zhang Zhuyang sat cross-legged on a slab of green stone, basking in the morning sun. After concluding his practice of the Zhongli 8 sections of Jin, he opened his eyes, his pupils distinctly black and white, increasingly bright and spirited. The warm flow within him gradually expanded, strengthening his physique. After each session of training, he could feel subtle changes in his body. Though minor, they were consistent and accumulating. During this period, he had heard Aunt Wang's prayers each night. The image of Zhong Kuei in his mind had grown increasingly vibrant as it absorbed wisps of incense, with colors gradually spreading. Unfortunately, due to the scarcity of incense, the painting had yet to reveal more of its mysteries. However, Zhang Jiang possessed a premonition that once it absorbed sufficient incense, he would unveil the true secret of the painting. In the meantime, he had attempted to offer incense to Zhong Kuei himself, but to no avail. Hiring others to do so was equally ineffective. It seemed that only the sincere offerings of devoted individuals could be genuinely accepted by the divine. Thus, to hasten the revelation of the painting's secret, he needed to promote Zhong Kuei's divine influence and cultivate faith. So, Zhang Jiang resolved to reopen his fortune-telling stall today. He deliberately chose a location far from Baisha Bridge. And as soon as he set up his equipment, people began to approach. "Little Gio, can you tell me how my fortune looks?" An elderly man with white hair inquired. Zhang Jiang observed the tremor in the man's hands and the deep wrinkles etched into his face, and he couldn't help but offer comfort. "Sir, judging by your palm lines, your fortune is still on the horizon." The old man handed him a few copper coins and left with a cheerful demeanor. Before long, others began to line up for readings, a stark contrast to the previous lack of interest. "Little Gio, Aunt Wang told us about you. You truly have a gift. You even cured her husband's affliction. Please, can you tell me if I will marry this year? In addition to myself, I wish to acquire an amulet to ward off malevolent spirits, as I have been feeling an unsettling chill lately." It was only then that Zhang Jiang realized that Aunt Wang had been promoting him in the county over the past few days. She sold meat in the market, known for her generous and righteous nature, earning considerable respect. Furthermore, the notion of exorcising evil spirits is quite thrilling, and thus her reputation had quietly spread throughout the county. Now, who doesn't he know that Lin Xianzi has taken on a highly talented disciple, surpassing his own mastery? By the end of the day, Zhang Jiang was exhausted and parched, yet he had made significant gains. The money was secondary. He ensured that each person who came to seek his fortune was gifted a portrait of Zhong Kuei, though he wondered if they would adhere to the ritual of offering incense as instructed. Perhaps it would also be beneficial to promote the stories of Zhong Kuei capturing demons or marrying off his sister. If these tales circulate among the common folk, they would naturally begin to offer incense and prayers for protection without any need for his promotion. However, this matter requires careful planning and cannot be rushed. As Zhang Jiang prepared to return home, he felt increasingly integrated into this quaint little county with its genuine customs. The specters of female ghosts had receded, and he simply wished to lead a good life. "Xiaojiu, do not leave just yet." A familiar voice called out, and upon turning, he saw Aunt Wang standing in the shade of a tree, holding a sizable piece of succulent pork. "Xiaojiu, as I mentioned before, I have brought you some fine meat." Pausing for a moment, a smile spread across her round face as she emphasized, "This is the best pork, specially slaughtered for you. Please accept it." The meat was beautifully marbled and glistening, as if it had been freshly butchered. "Aunt, I really cannot," he replied. "You've already given me enough." "You must accept it," Aunt Wang insisted, her jovial demeanor suddenly fading. Her dark eyes fixed on him, each word pronounced with intent. Zhang Jiang furrowed his brow. He was not fond of such commanding tones, but recognizing her good intentions, he acquiesced and took the meat. Aunt Wang's smile returned as she remarked, "It's warm, and the meat spoils easily in this heat. Remember to eat it upon returning home." With that, she turned to leave, walking with a noticeable limp. "Aunt, what happened to your leg?" Aunt Wang paused, glancing back slightly, and replied with a smile, "It's nothing, just got nudged by a pig while I was butchering." Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Jiang frowned slightly as he looked down at the pork in his hands, the pale yellow fat exuding a rather nauseating odor. As night fell, Zhang Jiang chose not to return home, but instead headed to the eastern edge of the county, a more secluded area with fewer residents, where Aunt Wang resided. From a distance, he could see 2 red lanterns hanging by her door, their faint glow flickering in the night. He knocked, but no one answered. Gently pushing the door, it creaked open, revealing that it was unlocked. A wave of bloodiness assaulted his senses. This was not surprising, as Aunt Wang made a living by slaughtering pigs, and it was expected to encounter such odors. However, it was peculiar that despite her many pigs, there was not a single sound from them. An eerie silence enveloping the place. A large wolf dog lay languidly on the ground, named Zhong. Aunt Wang often fed it pork and bones, and it was robust and formidable. Yet, even as Zhang Jiang approached, it remained silent. Upon touching it, Zhang Jiang's gaze sharpened. The dog had a large gash in its belly, its entrails conspicuously missing. In its mouth, it clutched a piece of flesh intermingled with scraps of clothing. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jiang pressed on. Passing the pig pen, he was met with an even more gruesome sight. Entrails were strewn about, blood splattered everywhere. and even the newborn piglets had been slaughtered. Suddenly, the sound of a cleaver chopping meat emanated from the main room, slow and methodical. Through the dim candlelight, a plump figure cast a shadow on the paper window. Zhong tightened his grip on the willow branch, slowing his pace as he approached. Peering through a small hole in the window, he cautiously glanced inside, and the first sight that met his eyes was Aunt Wang, her face splattered with blood. The cutting board covered in minced meat, and beside it lay a human hand. A wave of nausea washed over him, yet even more repulsive was what followed. Aunt Wang lifted her trousers, revealing a leg missing a chunk of flesh, and then, with a cleaver, sliced off another piece, her demeanor disturbingly calm, as if the bleeding limb were not her own. There was no doubt that Aunt Wang had been possessed by that female ghost, and her husband was likely already lost. Had that portrait of Zhong failed to subdue the malevolent spirit? Zhong quickly found the answer. The portrait of Zhong hung on the wall, now reduced to half, soaked in a dark red stain. According to folklore, a woman's menstrual blood is considered an unclean substance that can render talismans or consecrated idols ineffective. Consequently, some extreme Taoist practitioners would even procure women's menstrual cloths to create magical artifacts. Zhong comprehended that the female ghost had seized the opportunity to possess Aunt Wang while she was out, subsequently defiling the portrait with her menstrual blood, ultimately achieving her nefarious ends. The meat Aunt Wang had brought him today undoubtedly belonged to her husband. You cannot save him unless you tell me where Lu Yaoxing is. Zhong recalled the ghost's threatening words from that night, a surge of anger igniting within him. The ghost had offered him meat merely to mock and flaunt her power, suggesting that the very person he sought to protect had been slain by her. And now she would toy with him by making him consume his flesh. Perhaps tomorrow, she would inquire about the taste. Zhong clenched the willow branch, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Damn it, I will consume you. Just then, his stomach growled in hunger. Chapter 8. Possession. Just a moment. It will be ready shortly. Aunt Wang's voice, now thin and shrill, drifted from her back to Zhong, sounding entirely different from her usual self. Suddenly, she turned to face him with a sinister smile, her cleaver pausing mid-air as their eyes locked. Do not rush, little Taoist. I will prepare a meal for you shortly. A chill swept through the air, flinging the doors and windows wide open, revealing a figure holding a willow branch, with lowered eyes. He slowly raised his head, and in his stark black and white pupils lay an unspeakable coldness. Faced with such an eerie scene, Zhong felt no fear like before. Instead, a profound rage surged within him. In a fleeting moment, echoes of Aunt Wang's nightly prayers returned to him. May the venerable Tian Shi Zhong bless and protect my household. For I offer my sincere incense, granting peace and safety. At that moment, the portrait of Zhong in his mind trembled slightly, the fierce visage of the deity, with its panther-like eyes and iron countenance, seemed to radiate fury, and the sword at his waist emitted a faint hum. In this instant, Zhong stood resolute, undeterred by the ferocious female ghost. Instead, he was filled with righteous indignation, his stomach growling thunderously, yearning to consume her in a ritualistic manner. The intensity of his spirit momentarily stymied the ghost, who sensed that the little Taoist gazed at her as though she were mere sustenance. With this thought, a sharp pain throbbed in her left eye. With a decisive step forward, Zhong boldly initiated an offensive against the ghost, his movements agile as a cheetah, far surpassing an ordinary person's speed. Having consumed the ghost's eye, his physique had undergone considerable enhancement, and coupled with his diligent practice of the Zhongli Bajuanjin, he had become remarkably strong, comparable to a sprinter in his past life. As he closed in on Aunt Wang, he raised the willow branch and struck down fiercely. However, the female ghost was equally fierce, raising her cleaver to slash at Zhong. Crack! The willow branch struck Aunt Wang first, fueled by the internal heat coursing through him. The talisman left by Lin Xianzi was unleashed with full force, shimmering with a radiant glow. Aunt Wang let out a shriek. A deep crimson mark engraved upon her body, wisps of black smoke rising as if seared by a red-hot iron. To Zhong's astonishment, after enduring the lash, the female ghost had not departed from Aunt Wang's body. The kitchen knife came at him with a vicious angle, aimed directly at his neck, seemingly intent on severing his head. Fortunately, Zhong reacted swiftly, instinctively retreating a step just in time to narrowly evade the blade, feeling the cold steel graze his skin, causing goosebumps to rise. Had it not been for the enhancement of his physique during this time, his throat would surely have been slit. Before Zhong could strike again, Aunt Wang's corpulent form exhibited an unexpected agility as she charged towards him. The two were propelled backward simultaneously. Zhong was the one who was struck, while Aunt Wang was propelled by the force of the ghost. With a loud crash, he was sent flying several feet, colliding with the wall. Thankfully, his robust physique spared him from severe injury, and he quickly scrambled to his feet, rushing towards Aunt Wang, only to find her head had struck the corner of the table, blood gushing forth. Her eyes regained clarity, yet they were filled with a profound silence and despair. Although the female ghost occupied her body, it did not obscure her consciousness. forcing Aunt Wang to witness the horrific act of murdering her husband and dismembering him into a meat paste. This torment had utterly shattered her will. Upon seeing Zhang Zhuyang, her lips trembled slightly as she struggled to utter a single word: escape. Zhang Zhuyang's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging in his arms. And he suddenly turned to the corner where a pale woman clad in blood-red garments, her long hair damp, stood. There seemed to be flames flickering within his pupils. You must be Yunyang. What transgression did Aunt Wang and the others commit to warrant such a fate? In the past, when you were maligned, Aunt Wang defended you. Even if you seek vengeance, why must you indiscriminately slaughter the innocent? The ghost offered no reply, her gaze fixed upon him with an overwhelming malice. Initially, Zhang Zhuyang had harbored a modicum of sympathy for her plight, but it was now evident that she was entirely consumed by resentment, rendering any dialogue impossible. I indeed know where Lu Yaoxing is. Would you like to know? Zhang Zhuyang turned and slowly approached her. Upon hearing this, the ghost's vengeful gaze finally wavered. A chilling voice escaping her lips. Where's Lu Yaoxing? He is in. Zhang Zhuyang halted a few steps before the ghost, fingers hidden beneath his sleeves gripping a yellow talisman. This was his final talisman. Just as the ghost was entirely captivated by his words, Zhang Zhuyang's eyes flickered. A surge of heat coursing into the talisman, igniting it in an instant. With a swift motion, a flurry of talisman ash drifted towards the ghost, resembling black snowflakes. However, while snow is cold, this ash was searing hot. In an instant, the ghost let out a harrowing scream, her body and face burned with countless bloody holes, resembling a swarm of ants feasting. She attempted to flee, but was surrounded by the talisman ash, unable to escape. Now, Zhang Zhuyang's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he channeled all remaining heat within him into the willow branch, striking fiercely at the ghost. Crack! Surprisingly, the ghost reached out and grasped the willow branch. A hissing sound erupted as thick black smoke billowed, her palm turning charred like coal, yet she bizarrely ceased her screams, fixing Zhang Zhuyang with a cold, vengeful gaze. You deceive me. You too shall perish. To Zhang Zhuyang's disbelief, the willow branch left by Lin Xiaozi snapped with a sharp crack, its vibrant green leaves rapidly wilting to a dull yellow. This is bad. She has grown stronger since that night. A chill gripped Zhang Zhuyang's heart, enveloped in a sense of impending doom. At this moment, he was devoid of talismans for protection, his ghost-repelling artifacts lost, and the heat within him was nearly exhausted. 10 deaths, no life. This is dire. Perhaps he could still contend using his ghost-eating powers. A fierce determination ignited in Zhang Zhuyang's eyes as he opened his mouth wide, lunging at the ghost as a famished wolf might at its prey, ready to fight to the death. Though he feared death and shunned trouble, when cornered, he possessed a tenacity for survival. The ferocity and ruthlessness hidden deep within him surged forth in this uncanny realm. I shall consume you. The ghost-eating power buried within his bloodline awakened, filling his nostrils with the enticing scent of malevolent spirits. His stomach rumbled like thunder, sharp teeth glinting coldly, nearly grazing the ghost's neck. However, in the next moment, he found himself grasping at empty air. The ghost seemed prepared, transforming into a stream of intangible black smoke that infiltrated Zhang Zhuyang's body. Possession, usurpation. What is it like to be possessed by a ghost? In that fleeting moment, Zhang Zhuyang felt an icy rush flood into his mind, his soul instantaneously frozen, leaving him with almost no resistance. Yet, at that moment, the image of Zhong Kuei, the ghost capturer, flickered in his mind, radiating warmth. When Zhang Zhuyang regained his senses, he found himself in a pitch-black expanse, adorned in a vibrant red official robe, a sword of about 3 feet in length hanging from his waist. Was this not the ghost-slaying sword of the celestial master Zhong Kuei? It dawned on Zhang Zhuyang that he had become Zhong Kuei himself. Before him, a figure clad in blood red floated silently, her eyes filled with a mix of resentment and uncertainty. Clearly, the ghost was encountering this situation for the first time as well. Could it be that this little Taoist priest harbored other spirits within his soul? Gazing upon the fierce visage of the iron-faced, mustachioed man, the ghost, despite her heart consumed by hatred, felt an indescribable dread welling up within her, as if she had encountered a formidable adversary. Evil ghost Yunyang, you indiscriminately slay the innocent and trample upon human life. While there is a measure of pity in your plight, it is overshadowed by your heinous deeds. Zhang Zhuyang attempted to speak, his voice resonating like thunder, imbued with a captivating force. Under his reproach, the ghost retreated repeatedly, fear flickering in her eyes. I am Zhong Kuei, the scholar from Mount Zhongnan. Today, I shall slay you. Zhang Zhuyang's hand rested upon the hilt of the sword at his waist, feeling the immense power contained within the ghost-slaying sword. Once drawn, slaying ghosts would be as effortless as reaching into one's pocket. Legend has it that this sword was bestowed upon Zhong Kuei by the King of Hell, a supreme treasure for vanquishing spirits, capable of subduing all specters. However, due to its overwhelming lethality, Zhong Kuei seldom wielded it, preferring instead to consume ghosts. Yet now, Zhang Zhuyang discovered that although he had transformed into Zhong Kuei, he did not possess the vast divine power, resembling a clay Buddha or a paper tiger. It seemed the incense offerings to the image of Zhong had been insufficient, preventing him from wielding his full divine might. Nevertheless, the ghost-slaying sword was indeed a divine artifact, harboring unfathomable power, which instilled immense confidence in Zhong. With a clear ringing sound, the sword was drawn an inch from its sheath, its blade gleaming like cold light reflecting on snow, illuminating the heavens, revealing mysterious Taoist symbols and patterns of the Big Dipper. The Southern Dipper gives life, while the Northern Dipper brings death. This was indeed a sword commanding myriad ghosts, striking terror into the depths of the underworld. Yet, with only an inch drawn, the ghost was struck with a chill, as if confronted by a formidable foe, an overwhelming fear that eclipsed her deep-seated resentment. But in the next moment, the sword light vanished. Zhong panted heavily, feeling his arm grow weak and powerless. Drawing even an inch seemed to drain all his strength. This was troubling. The incense absorbed by the image was limited, and even now, transformed into Zhong. He still could not fully unsheath the ghost-slaying sword. Zhong looked towards the ghost, his heart sinking. Before the county office, at the entrance to a certain room in the back, numerous yellow talismans were affixed to the door, with several ink lines hanging, adorned with a copper bell. Strangely, despite the absence of wind, the bell occasionally chimed. The two constables on duty exchanged uneasy glances, instinctively distancing themselves from the room, as if something terrifying was contained within. "Do you believe there are truly ghosts in this world?" one constable suddenly asked in a hushed tone. Another individual, upon hearing this, recoiled slightly and remarked, "I believe it. Otherwise, how would you explain Xiaojio's condition? Aunt Wang's household is in complete disarray, a calamity beyond the capacity of mere mortals. And then there's Xiaojio, whose body fluctuates between chills and fever, occasionally emitting feminine sounds. What other explanation could there be besides an encounter with something unclean?" The official declared that Xiaojio possessed spiritual prowess, enabling him to contend with malevolent entities. Were he an ordinary person, even someone like Aunt Wang, who has long been steeped in the blood of slaughtered pigs, would be unable to withstand the female ghost. They were constables from Yunnan County, summoned abruptly 3 nights prior by word of a distinguished guest, one so notable that even the county magistrate felt compelled to personally greet him. After gathering them, this esteemed individual produced a compass and led them to Aunt Wang's residence. Upon entering the abode, they were confronted with a scene they would never forget. Human limbs lay scattered like butchered meat upon a chopping board, blood splattered everywhere, and chaos reigned supreme. Most horrifying of all was Zhong, the fortune teller from the county's market. Though unconscious, he floated serenely in the air, his body trembling incessantly, alternating between masculine and feminine utterances. The spectacle was so bizarre that it left them all petrified. Yet, the eminent figure remained remarkably composed, approaching Zhong and placing a heavy weight upon him. Instantly, the floating Zhong descended to the ground, his trembling ceasing. After observing him for a while, the individual expressed his astonishment and ordered his transport back to the county office, confining him to a specific chamber. "I hope Xiaojio can endure this," he mused. "I have heard whispers that Yunyang has returned." "Hush, do not speak of it," cautioned another. Did that esteemed person not advise against discussing such matters, especially in public? Just as the other constables were about to voice their thoughts, the copper bell hanging by the door suddenly fell silent. A voice, hoarse and haunting, resonated within the room. "Water, I need water." The two constables exchanged a startled glance. Zhong had awakened. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. His upper body bare, his hands and feet bound with red threads, and adorned with several yellow talismans. His throat felt as if it were ablaze, compelling him to cry out. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the door being pushed open. Zhong caught a glimpse of numerous constables, along with the county magistrate and his deputy, standing outside. Yet, none dared to enter. Only one figure walked in calmly, shutting the door behind him. This newcomer was a somewhat portly middle-aged man, clad in a dark robe, sporting a handlebar mustache, and exuding a gentle demeanor. His flesh seemed to jiggle as he walked. Oddly enough, he held a lit candle in broad daylight. The man smiled slightly, his eyes nearly obscured, yet emanating an undeniable sharpness that scrutinized Zhong like a knife. "Forgive me, but I must ascertain your identity first." He approached slowly, one hand holding the candle and the other retrieving a brass mirror from his robe, intricately engraved with hexagrams and Taoist scriptures on its reverse. "This is a ghostly mirror, designed to detect malevolent spirits. Fear not, as long as the mirror remains dark. I shall not incinerate you." It was then that Zhong noticed the pile of firewood and oil beneath his bed. No wonder this man wielded a candle in daylight. It seemed he intended to offer him a fiery farewell at the slightest sign of illumination from the mirror. "You wretched scoundrel," Zhong struggled, only to discover that the red threads were remarkably resilient. Fortunately, the brass mirror did not glow, and the reflection of Zhong did not resemble that of a female ghost. The man appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, his piercing gaze softening considerably. He casually placed the candle at the corner of the bed, leaving it unextinguished. The flickering flame made Zhang Zhuyang's eyelids twitch. He could no longer ignore his thirst and managed to utter a few words. Brother, it's dry. Be cautious with that candle. Young brother, do not be hasty. The man responded with a slight smile, clapping his hands. Moments later, a woman entered through the door, heavily made up and clad in revealing attire. Her graceful form barely concealed beneath a sheer gown, wielding a fan with an elegant flair. Such grandeur, such whiteness. Zhang Zhuyang was taken aback, perplexed by the man's intentions in summoning this woman, who clearly hailed from the realm of pleasure. The woman circled Zhang Zhuyang, her gaze lingering on his bare, masculine torso, her eyes shimmering like spring waters. Yet, nothing transpired. She simply retreated gracefully. As Zhang Zhuyang remained bewildered, the man suddenly lifted the candle again, inquiring with a smile. Young brother, what was depicted on the fan that woman held? A drop of oil fell from the lamp, landing on the firewood, causing Zhang Zhuyang's heart to race. It seemed that failure to answer this question would result in the immediate ignition of the wood, leading him directly to the funeral pyre. Zhang Zhuyang's anger flared. What the hell is wrong with you? Seeing Zhang Zhuyang's vexation, the man merely chuckled, extinguishing the candle and relaxing completely. Reaching out to untie the red threads binding Zhang Zhuyang. I apologize. Although the ghostly mirror is effective, it is not infallible, hence the need for further probing. Zhang Zhuyang hastily sat up, donned the clothing beside him, and spoke with irritation. Is it truly necessary for a ghost to answer that question? The man nodded. Indeed. That fan is crafted from a unique material that stands out to spirits. Zhang Zhuyang's mind raced, finally grasping the purpose behind the man's actions. The entity possessing him was a female ghost, thus she would show no interest in a woman's form, while Zhang Zhuyang, as a normal man, not being able to answer the previous question, was, in fact, the correct response. Must it be so complicated? The man sighed softly. It is necessary. These are lessons we have paid for with our lives. Zhang Zhuyang was taken aback. Now then, you have been unconscious for 3 days and nights. You must be both thirsty and hungry. Let us have a meal. The man patted his shoulder and summoned food. There was braised beef, white rice, several small dishes, and a bowl of lotus seed porridge. Zhang Zhuyang, indeed famished and parched, though he possessed the ability to consume spirits to quell hunger, still found joy and satisfaction in ordinary fare. A fleeting sense of fulfillment was still fulfillment. After devouring the meal ravenously, the gnawing hunger within Zhang Zhuyang subsided momentarily, and he felt revitalized, warmth coursing through his veins, dispelling the lingering chill. The man joined in the meal, consuming only a bowl of white rice, yet chewing meticulously, even retrieving fallen grains. It was as if the rice were a divine elixir. Zhang Zhuyang pushed the braised beef towards him, but the man smiled and returned it. According to Deqian's laws, working oxen cannot be slaughtered for meat. However, as a member of the Qintian Bureau, I receive a share of meat each month. So you need not worry. Having just been possessed by a malevolent spirit, the beef will replenish your energy. Do not be shy. He smiled slightly, and after finishing a large bowl of rice, he requested 2 more bowls, leaving not a single grain behind, the bottom of the bowl cleaner than a young girl's face. Even so, he seemed unsated, as if the rice was more delectable than meat. Qintian Bureau? Zhang Zhuyang recalled not having encountered this name in any of the texts he had perused. The court did have an organization known as the Situ Bureau, responsible for observing and recording celestial phenomena. The Qintian Bureau, however, referred to the heavens of the emperor. The man pointed upwards, speaking solemnly. The heavens of the son of heaven. Zhang Zhuyang's heart trembled. His suspicions were confirmed. There indeed existed a clandestine department within the court, tasked with managing matters concerning spirits and the supernatural. An ordinary individual, despite poring over countless tomes, would find no relevant records. Little did he anticipate that he would soon encounter this enigmatic department. To offer a brief introduction, I am a high-ranking individual from the Guanyin, responsible for the dawn's observances. Zhang Zhuyang responded with a hint of exasperation, stating, I recognize your esteemed status, yet there is no need for such self-aggrandizement. The man chuckled heartily and replied, It is not self-praise. My surname is Gao, and my given name is Run. Zhang Zhuyang continued, I was the one who presided over the case of Yunyang, and your master also assisted in the investigation. The smile on Gao Ren's face gradually faded, and his demeanor turned grave as he produced a booklet from within his robes and handed it to Zhang Zhuyang. This contains the case files from that time. You may peruse it. Observing Gao Ren's expression, Zhang Zhuyang sensed that there must be significant underlying secrets. As he opened the case files, Zhang Zhuyang found the first page adorned with large characters inscribed in cinnabar. Title, The Water Ghost Murder Case. Location, Yunque County, Qingzhou, Deqian. Presiding Officer, Gao Ren, Sichun. Danger Level, Ghost Class. Status, Closed. Confidentiality, Class D. Zhang Zhuyang skimmed through the files, which were not extensive, and soon finished reading them. He furrowed his brow and looked at Gao Ren in astonishment. How can this be possible? Gao Ren offered a bittersweet smile and replied, Yet. The facts remain as they are. Zhang Zhuyang closed the files decisively, stating, There are discrepancies in the case from back then. The files documented that Yunyang's daughter was abducted by a man named Wang Baoquan, who, being inexperienced, accidentally killed the girl during the abduction and buried her body in a random graveyard. Gao Ren had apprehended this man and executed him before Yunyang's spirit, providing a proper burial for her daughter, and subsequently engaged monks and Taoists to chant for 3 days to ensure her ascension. He had witnessed the entire process. There were no doubts in this case. Every aspect was coherent, with not a single loophole, including Yunyang's reincarnation, which he had observed firsthand. If one were to claim that something was amiss, Gao Ren solemnly noted, it is that everything proceeded too smoothly, as if meticulously orchestrated. Zhong fell silent, gazing at the thin case files, which felt overwhelmingly heavy in his hands. Why had Yunyang, already reincarnated, reappeared in Yang County? Why was she persistently inquiring about Lu Yaoxing, a name that did not even appear in the original case files? And what about Lin Xiezi, who had been involved and died suddenly? Had he uncovered something? The depths of this matter were unfathomably profound. Young brother, having contended with Yunyang, could you disclose the color of her current attire? Gao Ren inquired abruptly. Zhong was taken aback for a moment, then recalled, initially, her clothing was red and white. During our second encounter, it seemed predominantly red. On the night she possessed me, her attire was nearly entirely red, save for her shoes, which were white. Gao Ren's expression turned exceedingly grave. Alas, it appears she is on the verge of transforming from a ghost into a malevolent spirit. Ghostly malevolence? Zhong queried, perplexed. It seems your master did not share these details with you. Gao Ren patiently clarified. The Qintianjian categorizes cases based on the severity of the malevolent entity into 5 levels: ghost, malevolent, evil, calamity, and abyss, referred to as the 5 turbid evil worlds. Ordinary wandering souls do not fall within these categories. Only those formidable spirits or demons capable of inflicting harm upon humans are classified therein. Ghost-class malevolence can cause harm, but does not result in widespread casualties, as was the case with Yunyang. However, once she fully transforms into a red-clad figure, she will no longer be classified as a ghost, but rather as malevolent. When mentioning the term malevolent, Gao Ren's expression reflected not only gravity, but also a hint of trepidation. At the malevolent level, it would surpass the capabilities of a humble dawn observer like myself, and the ensuing casualties could multiply exponentially. He rose from his seat, abandoning his previous composure, and murmured, "It is strange. This cannot be." Zhong asserted. When I first encountered her, a mere talisman was sufficient to frighten her away. During our second confrontation, she still feared my willow branch talisman, yet by the third encounter, she had shattered my talisman. The rapidity of her empowerment was astonishing. Had it not been for his protective talisman, he might have found himself in dire peril. Gao Ren could not answer his queries and simply stated, at this rate, in a few days, she may well become malevolent. Gao Xiong, you ought to seek assistance without delay, Zhong suggested. However, Gao Ren sighed. Even if I seek help, it will take several days. If she becomes malevolent, many lives will be lost. A flicker of determination appeared in his eyes as he declared, I shall send a message for aid. But I cannot afford to wait for her strength to grow. By noon tomorrow at the latest, we must take action. Zhong felt a surge of respect. It was undeniable that this official of the Qintianjian was indeed dedicated. Gao Xiong, I possess information that may be of use to you. Zhong shared the leads regarding Lu Yaoxing and Baisher Bridge, suggesting he investigate these avenues. Gao Ren listened intently, expressing heartfelt gratitude. The matters you mentioned are of great significance. I will dispatch individuals to investigate and will record them in the case files. Even if I perish, I trust that my colleagues who come to assist will see this. Zhong was taken aback, gazing at his endearingly earnest face, his feelings inexplicably complex. In that moment, he seemed to grasp why Gao Ren savored even a simple bowl of plain rice, not allowing a single grain to go to waste. Though their profession appeared glamorous, with numerous privileges, and even the county magistrate treated them with utmost respect, they were, in truth, treading upon the razor's edge of mortality. To dine under the sun on a bowl of plain rice, to breathe in fresh air freely, and to affirm one's existence, that is a form of bliss. Gao Ren patted his shoulder, smiling. Return home. Refrain from venturing outside in the coming days. Zhong hesitated, contemplating. Gao Ren seemed to sense his thoughts and remarked, do you believe my intention in saving you is to enlist your aid against Yunyang? Zhong remained silent. This indeed had been his initial thought. Gao Ren candidly confessed, to be honest, I did entertain that notion at first, but upon realizing that Yunyang was on the brink of becoming malevolent, I dismissed it. Young brother, although you have cultivated some spiritual power, your experience is still too shallow, far inferior to your master. Even a ghost-class malevolence would be challenging to confront, let alone a being on the verge of becoming malevolent like Yunyang. Truth be told, the fact that you emerged from possession is already a testament to your exceptional fortitude. You are indeed fortunate. After a pause, he gazed deeply at Zhong and sighed. With your youth and the spiritual power you have cultivated, your potential is promising. You should not meet your end here. Lin Xiezi has taken on a commendable apprentice. Upon leaving the county office, Zhang Zhuyang felt somewhat disoriented. In just a few days, the streets were markedly less populated, the usual bustle having vanished, leaving an air of desolation. The authorities had issued a notice warning of a ruthless bandit terrorizing Yunqi County, advising the public to avoid going outside. Zhang Zhuyang approached Aunt Wang's stall, where she used to sell pork, but the generous and forthright woman had not been seen for quite some time. Despite Gao Ren's immediate request for a physician, she had unfortunately not survived. Suddenly, Zhang Zhuyang recalled the piece of leftover pork she had gifted him before her possession. Now likely rotting in his kitchen, he continued walking, grappling with conflicting feelings. He harbored a deep resentment towards Yun Yang, wishing to obliterate her spirit. Yet reason cautioned him to refrain from involvement. On that fateful night of possession, he had exhausted all his cards, risking his life, yet the outcome nearly cost him dearly. Although Zhong Kuei was formidable, a legendary ghost catcher, it seemed that in this realm, his power was significantly diminished, requiring incense offerings to gradually restore his strength. Otherwise, in his mental realm, even the ghost-slaying sword remained stubbornly sheathed. He was still far too weak. Zhang Zhuyang has gradually unraveled the secrets of visualization. As long as he patiently nurtures his development, disseminates the faith of Tianshi Zhongkuei, and consumes some feeble ghostly entities, his cultivation should ascend swiftly. After several decades of perseverance, he may emerge invincible. At that time, no specter, malevolence, or sinister force could withstand his might. Yet, why do I find myself in a state of discontent? Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Zhuyang once again found himself at that familiar mantis shop. In this world, where he felt utterly alone, only the kind-hearted father and daughter could provide him with a semblance of warmth. The door of the mantis shop was shut, which did not surprise him, for the current circumstances were hardly conducive to commerce. He knocked on the door, but no response came for a long while. A sense of foreboding crept into Zhang Zhuyang's heart. Ali and Uncle Jiang had always resided in the mantis shop. Uncle Jiang, being deaf and mute, seldom ventured out, and Ali was always by his side. How could they not be home? He knocked on the door of Uncle Jiang's neighbor, and after a while, an elderly man opened the door, visibly relieved upon seeing Zhang Zhuyang. Old man, where have the father and daughter who sell manta gone? The old man's expression shifted slightly, and he waved his hand, saying, they have perished, drowned. Do not inquire further. This matter is mysterious. Zhang Zhuyang felt a thunderous shock in his mind. Standing there in silence, the old man sighed. Isn't it strange? Such a well-behaved and beautiful girl, yet she chose to play by the river at night. Her father went in to rescue her, and neither returned. They say their bodies have yet to be recovered. Zhang Zhuyang quietly approached the mantis shop and pushed the old wooden door with force, and with a creak, it swung open. He entered the back room and beheld the well-fermented dough in a tub, along with eggs, sugar, and clear water. On a piece of rough paper on the table, 3 characters were densely scribbled, Jiang Yoli. The crooked handwriting resembled wild grass, neglected by passers-by. She had only just learned to write her name, yet she had already departed from this world. Within a jar on the table lay a small pouch embroidered with a mantu design, bulging with copper coins, which Zhang Zhuyang poured out to reveal hundreds of coins, interspersed with a few familiar silver fragments. I want to study, so I can earn a great deal of money and find a skilled doctor for my father to restore his hearing and speech. The innocent words echoed in his ears. But in a matter of days, everything had changed. Zhang Zhuyang suddenly felt a constriction in his heart. He lowered his gaze and sat in the small chair where Ali often rested. The pale yellow sunset filtered through the window paper, casting light upon his face. While outside, the red clouds blazed like fire, and the sun dipped below the horizon. In the distance, he could faintly see the rippling waters of the Little Yun River. Zhang Zhuyang understood that this was no accident, but rather a deliberate act of revenge following the failure of a ghostly possession. This was because, among all of Yun County, Uncle Jiang and his daughter had been the closest to him. He sat by the window, quietly observing the river as the sky gradually darkened, the moon rose, and the stars glittered. In a moment of reverie, he once again heard the sounds of prayer, not from Aunt Wang, but from others. Bestow blessings and protect the abode. Holy Lord Tianshi Zhongkuei, Commoner Zhong sincerely offers incense. Please bless my child to grow up safely. Commoner Wang San bows and offers incense. My mother drowned in the Little Yun River and came to me in a dream saying it was cold. Please help her. Commoner Zhou Lei. Zhang Zhuyang realized that these were the images of Zhongkuei he had distributed during his fortune-telling sessions. Ultimately, there were still those willing to believe. Though few, these voices amalgamated, causing Zhang Zhuyang to instinctively sit up straighter. Wisps of green incense flowed into the image of Zhongkuei in his consciousness, embellishing it with color. Though minuscule, it was profoundly devout. After all, how could one remain at peace? Zhang Zhuyang suddenly smiled, as if shedding a heavy burden, breaking free from shackles, and experiencing a form of spiritual elevation. He now comprehended what he truly desired to pursue. Chapter 12. The Ghost-Slaying Incantation of Zhongkuei. In the dead of night, a skilled practitioner diligently polished various talismans in preparation for the upcoming battle of wits. Clad in ominous red, He had served in the Kintian Bureau for many years, handling dozens of cases, yet had never tackled a truly perilous case on his own. The situation regarding Yunyang was exceedingly peculiar. She had already won foot in the realm of malevolence. If not promptly addressed, the sacrifices would be even greater. He would attempt to seize any glimmer of hope. Suddenly, he paused, his gaze sharpening towards a certain direction. Moments later, a knock resonated at the door. A clear, resonant voice called out, "Gao Xiong, it is I?" The practitioner opened the door, gazing curiously at the youth clad in azure garb, his eyes bright and clear. Before he could speak, the youth declared with unwavering conviction, "Gao Xiong, assist me. I can slay her. What assistance do you require?" Zhang Zhuyang produced an image of Zhong Kuei and stated, "Please summon all the artists in Yun County immediately." This night was destined to be tumultuous. The official forces were mobilized entirely, summoning not only professional artists but also scholars with some painting skills, and even courtesans from brothels who could draw. They needed to create 1,500 paintings overnight. Each would depict the figure of a man wielding a sword and capturing evil spirits, known as Tianshi Zhongkuei. With each completed painting, it would be immediately delivered to a household in Yun County, informing them that this image could protect their home from evil, necessitating sincere offerings of incense and worship. Furthermore, it would hint that the deity in the painting could ward off Yunyang. The name Yunyang had once been a taboo in Yun County. But with Aunt Wang's death, news of Yunyang's return had quietly spread through the streets, instilling fear in everyone. Thus, although many were awakened from their dreams, most were not angry. Rather, they felt gratitude towards the authorities, finding solace in their hearts. As the midnight hour approached, the 1,500 paintings were finally completed. Every household in Qing County received an image of Zhong Kuei. Of course, amidst this process, some harbored doubts and even hostility, but Zhang Zhuyang was unconcerned. As long as the majority believed, that was sufficient. At this moment, Zhang Zhuyang sat solemnly on the bluestone in his courtyard, bathed in moonlight. His expression increasingly solemn and dignified. The sounds of prayer echoed in his ears. Wisps of incense that only he could perceive surged into the image of Zhong Kuei in his consciousness, akin to sparks gradually igniting a prairie. The figure of Zhong Kuei in the painting became increasingly animated, the colors spreading more vibrantly. This process had originally been very slow. Aunt Wang had prayed for several days, and the accumulated incense had merely imparted a hint of color to the image of Zhong Kuei. However, with the offerings of over 1,000 households in Yun County, the process was undoubtedly accelerated significantly. Zhang Zhuyang suppressed his excitement, sensing that tonight he would uncover the true secret of the visualization. As the moon set and the sun rose, the first rays of dawn broke, and suddenly, the visualization in Zhang Zhuyang's mind, having absorbed a substantial amount of incense, erupted into dazzling brilliance. The Zhong Kuei depicted in the painting appeared almost lifelike, as if on the verge of awakening. In that instant, Zhang Zhuyang perceived the black pupils of Zhong Kuei seemingly move. Then, a voice of authority, grand and resounding, akin to thunder, reverberated throughout the cosmos. Heaven is round. The earth is square. Humanity traverses the 9 chapters. The azure dragon aids, the white tiger assists. First slay the evil spirits, then eliminate the sinister seeds. What devil cannot submit? What evil dares to confront? Urgently, as the law commands. Zhang Jiang found himself chanting along involuntarily, a surge of heat coursing through him, transforming from a gentle stream into seething magma. His hands instinctively formed seals, the ring fingers crossed, the middle fingers pressed inward, and the thumbs interlocked. The gesture resembled a sword unsheathed, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethality. The leaves swirling around seemed to sense the invisible sharpness, automatically avoiding a 3-foot radius around him. The ghost-slaying incantation of Zhong Kuei. Zhang Zhuyang suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze harboring an otherworldly brilliance, unlike that of an ordinary mortal. However, he soon released his grip, his eyes returning to their normal state, a hint of excitement shimmering in his pupils. He finally comprehended the true secret of the visualization diagram. Outside the door, the master had stood guard through the night. He did not fully grasp Zhang Zhuyang's request, yet he acquiesced solely because the latter claimed he could vanquish the female ghost. As the only one who had encountered the current Yunya and survived, Zhang Zhuyang's words undoubtedly held significant weight. Confronting the present Yunya, he only had a 30% certainty of success. If Zhang Zhuyang could enhance that certainty further, it would not matter if he were to guard the door or even serve as a beast of burden. However, it seemed that since the boy had entered meditation on the bluestone, he had fallen silent. As the sun rose, casting brilliant rays, the master stretched lazily, his joints cracking. How delightful it is to have lived another day. Just as he basked in the morning light, his body suddenly trembled, and he swiftly turned towards the tightly shut door. His eyes filled with uncertainty. Before he could ponder this feeling, the voice of Zhang Zhuyang resonated in the courtyard, still clear, yet imbued with an inexplicable aura of authority and presence. The heavens and earth are round, and humans retreat in 9 chapters. The azure dragon assists, while the white tiger aids. First, slay the evil spirit, Then eliminate the malevolent seed. What demon does not cower? What evil dares to confront? In an instant, the Master's expression shifted dramatically. He reached into his robe and produced a small black jar, inscribed with mysterious patterns. Its mouth sealed with a yellow talisman and tightly bound with a black thread. At that moment, the black jar trembled in his hand, as if something within was frantically struggling. How could this be? You actually feel fear? The master was incredulous. The entity sealed within that jar was his last resort and the key to dealing with Yunya's 30% certainty. Only he knew how terrifying the contents of that jar were. Yet now, it seemed to be afraid. The door slowly creaked open. Zhong stepped out, clad in azure garments, his features handsome and his demeanor ethereal, his gaze falling upon the jar in the master's hand. The master discreetly stowed away the jar, gaze fixed on the youth before him, his heart quaking. When he had seen Zhong the previous night, he sensed a transformation within him, a metamorphosis of spirit. His eyes radiant and his spirit vibrant. At that moment, he had felt a pang of envy. The three treasures of the human body, essence, qi, and spirit, of which essence can be replenished and qi cultivated, but spirit, the most profound, can only be awakened through one's own enlightenment. He knew not what Zhong had experienced, but this youth had undoubtedly reaped immense benefits, and his path of cultivation ahead was paved with promise. Little did he expect. Another night had passed, and the youth had undergone yet another extraordinary change. No wonder he was not even at the first realm. With such meager cultivation, he could withstand the possession of a malevolent ghost on the verge of becoming a fiend. This lad is no ordinary individual. However, everyone harbors secrets, and the master had his own, such as that black jar, which was not registered with the Qintian Observatory. The master would not pry into others' secrets, as long as they were not his enemies. Is everything prepared? It is ready. I must caution you. This venture may very well lead to death at that time. Even I may not be able to safeguard myself, let alone save you. Zhong smiled slightly, his eyes devoid of fear, instead calm and composed, uttering a line that left the master perplexed. Let us go, I am hungry. Hungry? Indeed, even if we are to die. We two brothers would rather not be famished ghosts. Come, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Haha. Chapter 13. The corpse underwater. The sun shone brightly, its warmth abundant. By the banks of the Shaoyan River, at the edge of the white stone bridge, Zhong and the master stood side by side. My seeking compass indicates that this place harbors the densest energy. It seems you were right. This white stone bridge is indeed extraordinary. I surmise that the female ghost's corpse lies beneath the bridge, which is why she frequently appears here. The master stowed away the compass, his gaze upon the river's surface serious. Though it was midday with blazing sun, the waters near the white stone bridge still exuded an inexplicable chill. Looking down, sunlight penetrated only a few feet. Beyond that lay utter darkness. To obliterate her entirely, one must first locate her remains, and then bring them ashore to be burnt with true fire. Thus, even if she possessed 10 lives, she would undoubtedly vanish without a trace. To strike a serpent, one must aim for its heart. For spirits, the corpse is indeed a vital point. Even if they become malevolent, once the corpse is incinerated, their souls would inevitably scatter. Zhong nodded, saying, Brother Gao, your reasoning is quite sound. I only have one aspect I do not understand. Pausing, he pointed at his own nose and inquired, why must it be I who descends to retrieve the corpse rather than you? Of course, I am not afraid. But the water is rather cold. He forced a smile that barely concealed his disdain, his eyes almost more menacing than the female ghost. I agreed to slay that female ghost, but I did not agree to undertake the perilous task of retrieving a corpse from the water. Am I to be a meat bun thrown to a dog? The master chuckled ruefully. I would indeed like to dive in, but could you guard me from the shore? Zhong was taken aback. I possess a technique that allows me to restrain her from the shore in times of peril, controlling the situation. And I would not let you dive in unprepared. A pained expression crossed the master's face as he produced 2 items. One was a small blue orb, no larger than a thumb, crystal clear, shimmering with wave-like reflections under the sun, exceedingly beautiful. This is a water avoidance pearl, infused with the powdered essence of the East Sea's Jiaran. If you hold it in your mouth, you can breathe freely underwater. Zhong's eyes brightened. He had heard tales of Jiaran in his past life, beings akin to mermaids dwelling in the depths of the sea, whose tears could transform into pearls. This world indeed conceals many extraordinary powers. Zhong felt that a fantastical realm was slowly unfolding before him. Additionally, this string of prayer beads, wear them on your wrist. Once you find Yunya's remains underwater, place them on her wrist, and they can suppress her for a time. The master paused, then could not help but add a caution. These beads belong to a revered monk of the Baiyun Temple, cherished during his lifetime for over 30 years. They carry the power of Buddhism and are quite precious among spiritual artifacts. Ahem, in any case, be careful, they are rather valuable. Zhong donned the prayer beads, instantly feeling a warm energy surging through him, akin to a gentle breeze caressing his face or the warm sun of winter. What a treasure! Zhong approached the water's edge, shedding his upper garments. Under the sun, his physique was muscular, with defined abs, radiating a robust masculinity. The master secured a specially crafted black rope around his waist, the other end tethered to a willow tree on the shore. The rope was lengthy enough for Zhang Zhuyang to plunge to the riverbed. This is a mystical rope crafted by the Qingtian Observatory, remarkably resilient. Designed specifically for binding demon beasts. No matter what occurs, once this incense burns out, I will pull you back up immediately. The master produced an incense burner, inserted a stick of incense, and ignited it. As a wisp of smoke spiraled upward, Zhang Zhuyang understood that he was about to reach a definitive conclusion with the female ghost. He recalled the desperate and shattered gaze of Aunt Wang before her demise. The sweet smile of Ali as he passed by the steamed bun shop daily, and the oil paper-wrapped buns freely given to him. Damn it, indeed. What is free is the most expensive. Zhang Zhuyang took a deep breath, held the water avoidance pearl in his mouth, and then plunged into the water. Splash. Despite it being midsummer, the water of the Shaoyan River was ice cold, and had it not been for Zhang Zhuyang's robust physique and vigorous blood, he might have even suffered a cramp. Time was of the essence, and he swiftly descended. The sound of rushing water filled his ears. The light grew dimmer until finally, darkness enveloped him, as if he had been exiled to another world, suffused with a disconcerting silence. Fortunately, Zhang Zhuyang possessed unique eyesight, allowing him to see clearly even in the dark. Initially, he could vaguely discern the shapes of fish, but as he descended deeper, soon not a single fish remained in sight. The water beads are remarkably enchanting. Zhang Zhuyang feels no sense of breathlessness. His pores are wide open, drawing in wisps of air from the water. Time is elusive, and suddenly he halts his movements. Something feels amiss. The Shaoyan River is not that deep. How could he not have reached the bottom yet? A realization strikes him. He is ensnared in a ghostly wall. Zhang Zhuyang comes to the sudden understanding that he has been swimming in circles beneath the water. Concurrently, he becomes aware that the body of Yunyang indeed lies beneath the Baishur Bridge. The opposing force clearly wishes to prevent him from discovering her life source, employing every conceivable method to obstruct him. A wise sage once proclaimed that at noon, the Yang energy is at its peak, significantly weakening ghostly entities. Yet even so, Yunyang has managed to ensnare him in an illusion without his awareness. What a formidable spirit. A faint smirk crosses Zhang Zhuyang's face as he forms a seal with his hands and silently recites the Zhong ghost-slaying incantation. In an instant, a magnificent aura surges around him. In the pitch-black water, his eyes emit a subtle divine light, akin to two flickering fireflies. The surrounding currents begin to warp and ultimately return to tranquility with a resounding splash. Releasing the seal, he finds the darkness has dissipated. Raising his gaze, he can vaguely discern the silhouette of a sage on the shore. It turns out he did not descend very far. Zhang Zhuyang smiles slightly, feeling bolstered in confidence. The initial manifestation of the Zhong ghost-slaying incantation has yielded astounding results. Truly, it is a divine art passed down from the celestial master Zhong. He continues his descent, and soon reaches the riverbed, where the silt is soft and the aquatic plants readily ensnare his feet. Fortunately, he can breathe underwater. Otherwise, he would eventually succumb to suffocation. Scanning his surroundings, he vaguely spots a white bridge pile ahead. Suddenly, Zhang Zhuyang recalls that when he consumed the ghost's eye, he experienced the scene from the female ghost's memory as she plunged into the river, wherein she saw a white bridge beneath the water. It seems that Yunyang's remains lie just ahead. A surge of anticipation invigorates Zhang Zhuyang, as he senses he is on the brink of uncovering the truth behind this water ghost murder case. Yunyang's place of rest undoubtedly harbors significant secrets. However, just as he prepares to swim closer, pale arms suddenly emerge from the silt, grasping his feet. Zhang Zhuyang looks down, and his gaze meets the decayed eyes of corpses embedded in the mud. Strangely, those corpses begin to stir, gripping his feet tightly, even attempting to crawl upward. Yet, before he can invoke the Zhong ghost-slaying incantation, a warm and rich energy emanates from the beads on his wrist, as if the sound of sacred chants fills his ears. In an instant, the corpses that clutched him recoil as if engulfed in flames, releasing their hold. Zhang Zhuyang swiftly propels himself forward, finally gaining a clear view of the white bridge pile. In the next moment, his pupils dilate, a chill racing down his spine. The bridge pile beneath the water is now pockmarked, and within its structure, a skeletal form faintly reveals itself. The flesh has long since decayed, and judging by its size, it appears to be that of a child. Yunyang's body lies beneath that small skeleton, and even after many years of death, her arm extends outward, seemingly reaching to caress the cheek of the skeletal figure. Chapter 14. The Living Stake. Old Master Jiao. The term living stake flashes ominously in Zhang Zhuyang's mind. This ancient and malevolent sacrificial ritual is often employed in grand construction projects to beseech divine protection. In simple terms, it involves human sacrifice, typically of a young boy or girl. For land-based structures, the person is buried alive in the foundation. For bridges in water, they are driven into the bridge piles, forever submerged, subjected to the weight of countless footsteps. Such cruelty and ignorance Zhang Jiuyang knows of this practice because he once encountered related news in a previous life, which left an indelible impression upon him. Little did he expect to witness a living stake firsthand in this existence. In an instant, many pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Without a doubt, the skeletal remains within the bridge pile belonged to Yunyang's daughter. She was not abducted by a trafficker, but rather sacrificed and interred within the bridge pile. The builder of the bridge was none other than the once reputable merchant, Lu Yaoxing, of Yunhe County. This explains Yunyang's relentless inquiries about Lu Yaoxing's whereabouts. She endured countless slanders, laboriously raising her daughter, only to have her vanish unexpectedly. After months of fruitless searching, she finally succumbed to despair and leapt into the river to end her life. Perhaps it was the unspoken bond between mother and daughter that led her to choose the precise spot by Baishur Bridge, where she would see a portion of her daughter's exposed remains upon sinking to the riverbed. Zhang Jiuyang finally comprehends the depth of her grievances. It is no wonder she harbors such intense resentment. Alas, the current Yunyang has become a twisted spirit, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. If her vengeance were directed solely at Lu Yaoxing, Zhang Jiuyang would not only refrain from intervening, but would also applaud her actions. He swiftly swims toward Yunyang, removing the beads from his wrist, preparing to place them upon her. Yunyang's corpse is peculiar, though it has been deceased for several years. The flesh has not decayed severely, revealing remnants of her once beautiful visage, her long black hair flowing serenely in the water. Most chilling is her upright hand, as if harboring a torrent of vengeful energy. Her eyes remain unclosed. Whether it is an illusion or not, as Zhang Jiuyang approaches, he seems to see her pupils quiver slightly, her gaze shifting towards him. A wave of coldness washes over him, an inexplicable dread creeping into his heart. Just as he is about to adorn her with the beads, her outstretched arm suddenly moves, her pale fingers tightly gripping his arm. An icy breath floods into Zhang Jiuyang's being, plunging him into a frigid abyss. If he were an ordinary person, he would be utterly unable to withstand this chilling essence. However, having cultivated some degree of spiritual power, he possesses a fundamental transformation. Though his skills are still nascent, he has undergone an essential metamorphosis. He strives to channel the warmth within him, trembling as he pushes Yunyang's hand away and successfully places the beads upon her. In that instant, the beads emit a soft golden light, and Yunyang's hand reluctantly releases its grip, her corpse becoming remarkably docile. Success! A surge of joy fills Zhang Jiuyang's heart as he hauls her body upward. Though heavy, his current physique proves adequate for the task. Thus, he ascends, carrying a female corpse, drawing ever closer to the water's surface. Sensing the impending fate awaiting her, Yunyang's remains begin to resist vehemently. Her fingers tremble, her eyelids flicker, as if she wishes to open her eyes, yet the beads firmly bind her, rendering her unable to escape. Excellent. On the shore, the sage watches the figure ascending with the corpse beneath the water, his expression filled with exhilaration. He never anticipated things would unfold so smoothly. This young man truly possesses talent. He is both brave and perceptive, impressive indeed. All that is left is for Yunyang's body to reach the shore, whereupon it can be incinerated with true fire, completing their grand endeavor. However, just as he revels in this triumph, a warm, damp breeze sweeps in, and the sky gradually darkens, the brilliant sunlight swiftly obscured by ominous clouds. Thunder rumbles, followed by a torrent of rain cascading down. A summer storm arrives unexpectedly. The sage's smile freezes in an instant. This is terrible. How could it suddenly rain? Without hesitation, he rushes to pull the rope, assisting Zhang Jiuyang in his swift descent. At this moment, the sage is consumed by anxiety. He is acutely aware that the prior ease was not solely due to Zhang Jiuyang's courage and capability, but primarily reliant on the favor of the heavens. At noon, the sun blazes fiercely, and the yang energy saturates the world. Even a spirit of Yunyang's caliber would be deterred from wreaking havoc. The climate in Qingzhou is arid, with scarce rainfall. He had even specifically observed the celestial phenomena the previous night, anticipating a cloudless sunny day. Could it be that Yunyang has summoned this tempest? The thought had barely surfaced before he promptly dismissed it. Only a malevolent entity of a formidable level could initially influence the celestial phenomena. Although sinister forces were indeed potent, they lacked such overwhelming might. Moreover, Yunyang had not entirely transformed into a specter, regardless of whether the rain was a natural occurrence. The adept understood that circumstances had suddenly become perilously dire. He strained against the rope, yet his speed diminished, as if weighed down by an immense burden. In that moment of rainfall, Zhang Jiuyang sensed impending doom. His upstream momentum faltered, the body in his grasp grew increasingly heavy, and eerily, it began to tremble. The golden light from the rosary began to dissipate. Gradually, despite his desperate struggle upstream, Zhang Jiuyang found himself sinking. Moments later, the Buddhist light vanished entirely, and the rosary shattered into pieces. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jiuyang decisively abandoned the corpse in his hands, feeling an immediate lightness as he swiftly ascended. Though he had mastered the Zhong Kuei's spell for vanquishing ghosts, reciting it underwater would diminish its potency by at least half. He lacked the confidence to defeat the female ghost and resolved to reach the shore first. Yet, before he could swim far, a figure coiled around his back. Black hair slithering like serpents around him, her head resting on his shoulder, arms entwining his neck. Were it not for her hollow, bleeding left eye, she might have appeared as an intimate lover. Yunyang's ghost had finally manifested. Zhong reacted swiftly, attempting to form hand seals, but before his hands could converge, Yunyang's hair ensnared him. Quickly possess me. Panic surged within him. He hoped Yunyang would possess him as she had before. For the current image of Zhong had absorbed a significant amount of incense, no longer merely a paper tiger. If Yunyang dared to seize his body, he could showcase the blade of ghost slaying to her within his consciousness. However, perhaps due to her previous failure, Yunyang chose not to possess him this time. Instead, she reached out, probing towards Zhong mouth, forcibly prying open his teeth to extract a small blue bead, carelessly discarding it. Zhong initially intended to use his ghostly powers to bite her hand, but the overwhelming influx of dark energy rendered his muscles rigid, as if frozen in a frigid landscape for 3 days and nights, leaving him utterly immobile. Yunyang had grown even stronger. More terrifying was her newfound cunning. She had learned to strike at his vulnerabilities rather than relying solely on brute force. Stripped of his water-avoiding bead, Zhong soon found it difficult to breathe, his lungs feeling as if they might burst, and his consciousness began to fade. Was this how it would end? Just as his awareness teetered on the brink of darkness, a familiar voice rang out, clear as a bell. Zhou. At that moment, Zhong felt something being stuffed into his mouth, and instantaneously, every pore in his body opened, allowing a stream of fresh air to flow within. Ali's delicate face was etched with concern as she inserted the water-repellent bead into his mouth, then shouted in his ear, trying to rouse him. Ali was not dead. Zhong's heart soared with joy, but he soon noticed that Ali's form was nearly transparent, a shimmering apparition in the water. Clearly nothing more than a spirit. Zhou, hurry and go. Unlike the other drowned souls controlled by Yunyang, Ali appeared to retain her normal faculties. She bared her small fangs and lunged at Yunyang. Awu. Simultaneously, Uncle Zhong's spirit appeared before Zhong, wearing a warm smile and waving at him. Then, Uncle Zhong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he seized Yunyang's leg, forcibly dragging her off Zhong's back, leading to a chaotic struggle among the 3 spirits. Uncle Zhong was indeed extraordinary. Although he had just died, he exhibited remarkable strength, managing to momentarily impede Yunyang. This defied logic. Typically, those harmed by ghosts, even after becoming spirits themselves, could only be manipulated by them. Yet Uncle Zhong and Ali were exceptions, particularly Uncle Zhong, who could even engage her in combat for a brief period. The river churned violently, waves rising like surging tides. Zhong was swept away by the torrent. But before he realized it, he floated back to the surface. However, before he could reach the shore, the blood-soaked red figure approached. The sky darkened ominously as Yunyang walked upon the water, her left shoe remaining white. Uncle Zhong and Ali could not hold her off for long. Zhong formed hand seals. The heavens and earth align. Man escapes the 9 chapters. The Azure Dragon assists. The White Tiger aids. An invisible force surged forth. Yet before he could finish reciting the Zhong ghost-slaying spell, Yunyang seemed to sense danger and halted her advance. Lao Gao, hurry and help. Zhong shouted. Realizing that he could not defeat Yunyang alone, the adept had already begun his actions before Zhang's call. Retrieving a black jar hidden closely to him and resolutely tearing off the yellow talisman atop it. As an experienced officer of the Qingtian supervisor, he merely cast a glance at Yunyang and understood that ordinary talismans would be ineffective. He must resort to something more potent. Old Jiaoyi, I beseech you. The adept bellowed, and in the next instant, an old, tattered hemp rope flew out from the jar, stained with dark red blood and permeated by dark energy. Zhong's heart stirred. This rope was clearly old Gao's trump card, a formidable talisman. Even Yunyang revealed a solemn expression, retreating slightly, for she sensed the formidable spirit attached to that rope. Under the watchful eyes of one man and one ghost, the rope flew autonomously to the nearby willow tree, securing itself in a noose. Zhong's eyelids twitched. It looked suspiciously like, impossible, surely I must be mistaken. In the next moment, the adept leapt upward. His neck caught in the noose, his legs flailing as his robust body swayed in the wind, his face rapidly turning purple. He had hanged himself. Zhong barely had time to curse before witnessing a bizarre scene. In the distance, Yunyang, too, clutched her neck, her body trembling, desperately attempting to open her mouth, but producing no sound. Exactly like the hanged adept. A glimmer of realization sparked in Zhong's eyes as he marveled. Well done. Seizing the opportunity, he swam toward Yunyang, arriving at her side to form hand seals once more, reciting the Zhong ghost-slaying spell. The heavens and earth align. Man escapes the 9 chapters. The Azure Dragon assists. The White Tiger aids. First slay the evil spirit, then eliminate the malevolent seed. What demon does not submit? What wickedness dares to resist, swiftly as the law commands? The seal pierced like a sword, aimed at Yunyang's ghostly form. A crackling sound erupted as thick black smoke dissipated. Yunyang's spectral body fading like snow splashed with boiling water, quickly becoming dim and transparent. With the eerie hemp rope ahead and the Zhong Kuei ghost-slaying seal behind, she found herself on the brink of annihilation. Her only choice was to possess him, and indeed, she did. Her remaining spirit transforming into black smoke and fleeing into Zhang Zhuyang's body. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Zhuyang, who had discreetly released the ghost-slaying seal, wore a peculiar smile. At last, he could indulge to his heart's content. Chapter 15. Internal Demon-Sealing Seal. Clad in a red robe, with black boots, a crown atop his head, a sword at his waist, and fierce eyes that radiated the might of thunder. Within the realm of consciousness, Zhang Zhuyang once again transformed into the celestial master Zhong Kuei, facing the vengeful spirit of Yunyang, whose gaze was filled with malice beyond compare. A second chance. Zhang Zhuyang's hand once more rested on the ghost-slaying sword at his waist. Could the once difficult sword now be drawn? Halt, vengeful spirit Yunyang. You indiscriminately slaughter the innocent and wreak havoc upon the land. Your sins are unforgivable. I am the blessed and sanctified celestial master Zhong Kuei, and today, I shall slay you. His words echoed with a similar fervor as before. Yet now Zhang Zhuyang's voice resonated with greater authority, booming like thunder, exuding an unwavering righteousness. However, Yunyang's eyes glimmered with scorn. The ghost inhabiting the diminutive priest appeared imposing but was, in reality, merely a paper tiger. Had it not been for that chubby official from the Qintian supervisor interfering last time, she would not have failed to possess him. This time, she aimed to eradicate him completely. Once possessed, she could act as if she were innocent and perhaps even take revenge on that portly official. As she contemplated some sinister schemes, a sudden, resounding sound of a sword echoed in her ears. It rang like the shattering of exquisite jade from Guanyin, akin to a phoenix's cry soaring in the heavens. The blade, adorned with the constellations of the Northern Dipper, illuminated the dark abyss of the mind. As a tumult of malevolent energies surged forth, faintly echoing the wails of myriad specters, lamenting the vanquished evil, the mocking smile on Yunyang's face froze in place. With a thud, her head rolled upon the ground, her neck crimson as if scorched, still emitting wisps of black smoke. A black boot pressed down upon her head, the figure towering and imposing, reminiscent of a demonic deity. Yunyang attempted a surprise attack with her hair, yet the once formidable strands, capable of dragging the living into the depths and choking them, faltered before the crimson-robed figure as if faced with a celestial adversary. Zhang Zhuyang stood, his foot upon the malevolent spirit, wielding a divine sword, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light, exuding an aura of majesty that was unassailable. Seeking death. Sensing Yunyang's lingering intent to resist, a glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Zhuyang's eyes, and a surge of murderous intent boiled within him. After transforming into Zhong Kuei, he seemed to have been imbued with a divine essence, becoming fervently righteous, viewing all malevolence as an enemy. He opened his mouth, drawing in a deep breath, and a tempest swept through the entire mental realm, like a great whale siphoning water, akin to a true dragon exhaling its breath. Yunyang screamed in terror, her eyes wide with fright as she struggled desperately, yet her form dissipated into tendrils of black smoke, all drawn into Zhang Zhuyang's belly. Boom! Within him, it was as if a furnace roared to life, refining the most sinister of spirits into sustenance, reverberating with the sound of thunder. If one listened closely, they might even discern the increasingly feeble cries of the malevolent spirits. His belly, akin to Lao Jun's furnace, transformed the spirits into the essence of dragons and tigers. Zhang Zhuyang laughed heartily, declaring, what a relief. He had finally fulfilled his promise, personally vanquishing this terrifying evil spirit. After his laughter subsided, he sheathed his sword and turned his gaze toward a shadowy corner. There stood a hunchbacked old man, clad in simple garb, a deep mark of strangulation upon his neck, holding a familiar hemp rope, identical to the one sealed within the black jar by the master. It turned out to be an ally. Without the assistance of this hemp rope spirit, he would not have succeeded in employing the Zhong Kuei incantation to slay the spirit, ultimately forcing Yunyang to possess him. Realizing this, Zhang Zhuyang offered him a smile. However, the next moment, he witnessed the hemp rope spirit display a look of sheer terror, trembling as it clutched the rope, then fled without a backward glance, as if Zhang Zhuyang were a horrifying monster. Beneath the willow tree, the master remained suspended by the hemp rope, his body swaying, the struggle within him growing weaker, his complexion darkening to a purplish hue. Enough. The old man desperately managed to utter a word, yet the rope remained unyielding. In that moment, the master felt a chill within. Indeed, those who attempt to command spirits ultimately fall victim to them. It was no wonder that the Qintian Observatory classified this technique as a taboo, deeming it an evil art. Just as his consciousness began to fade, the hemp rope unexpectedly loosened. The master fell to the ground, gasping for breath, witnessing the rope tremble and fly back into the black jar, sealing itself with a white cloth without his intervention. The sensation was akin to a frightened child huddling in a corner, trembling and silently muttering to remain unseen. The master could scarcely believe his eyes. Was this truly the once fearsome old man? What had he witnessed? Wait, Zhang Jiuyang seemed to be sinking. As the master prepared to plunge into the water, he saw two water spirits, one large and one small, emerge and drag Zhang Jiuyang ashore. Jiugu, Jiugu. Zhang Jiuyang's complexion was exceedingly poor, pale and cold, his body trembling intermittently, alternating between heat and chill. The small water spirit, donned in a pink apron and sporting braids, appeared quite adorable, now filled with concern as it vigorously shook Zhang Jiuyang. The larger water spirit, with a simple countenance, though not particularly handsome, possessed a unique aura of calmness, showing no fear towards the morning bell of the Qingtian Observatory, instead gesturing with his hands. I'm sorry, I don't know sign language. The master's words were cut short as his eyes widened. Wait, those gestures resembled the formation of seals, and not merely individual hand signs, but an entire series of incantations. It seemed he wanted me to follow along. The master, unable to resist, began mimicking the complex hand seals, relying on his solid foundation and rich experience to keep pace. Can, Li, Zi, Wu, Shen, Yu, culminating in the formation of an 8 trigrams finger. Jiang Shu pointed his finger at Zhang Jiuyang's third eye, then looked toward the master, signaling him to follow suit. The master approached, aligning his body with Jiang Shu's ethereal form, as the 8 trigrams finger pressed against Zhang Jiuyang's forehead. In the next instant, Zhang Jiuyang's trembling body gradually calmed, as tendrils of black resentment were expelled from his mind. The master, however, was drenched in sweat, his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Yet he was even more astonished. It appeared that Zhang Jiuyang had been assailed by resentment that had clouded his mind. And this series of seals could actually help quell inner demons, stabilizing the soul, proving to be infinitely useful. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "Inner demon suppression seal, could it be that you are?" Jiang Shu smiled faintly, nodding in affirmation. "Father, will Jiugu be able to wake up?" Ali grasped his hand, inquiring. Jiang Shu gently stroked her hair, nodding, gazing deeply into his daughter's eyes, revealing a hint of remorse. Some things are destined to be unavoidable. However, he never anticipated that he would not only lose his own life, but also implicate his daughter. Casting a glance at Zhang Jiuyang, whose complexion had improved yet remained unconscious, and then at his daughter, a flicker of determination shone in his eyes. No matter what, he could not allow Ali to tread the same path he had. Chapter 16. Consuming evil spirits, greatly augmented power. To wield divine powers with a mortal body inevitably comes at a cost. While devouring the ghostly eyes, Zhang Jiuyang had realized this truth. Thus, he deliberately inflicted severe wounds upon Yunyang with the Zhong Kuei incantation to weaken her strength and resentment. Subsequently, he forced her into possession, then transformed into Zhong Kuei within the mental realm to slay and consume her, hoping to leverage Zhong Kuei's divine power to counteract the vengeful spirit's malice. This was indeed a bold notion, but sadly, the world does not provide so many loopholes to exploit. While embodying Zhong Kuei, the malevolent spirit's resentment was naturally insignificant. Yet when Zhong Kuei's divine power returned to the visualization, the backlash from consuming spirits surged forth. Had it not been for his recent breakthrough in mental state, which had elevated his spiritual will, he would likely have been unable to withstand Yunyang's vengeful energy. Nevertheless, the disparity in their powers was still overwhelmingly vast. Akin to a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant, Zhang Jiuyang could only barely safeguard his true essence, teetering on the brink within the ocean of resentment. In a daze, Yunyang's memories surfaced within his mind. She sold tofu in Yunhe County, and due to her striking beauty, often attracted the unwanted attention of thugs, until a certain man appeared. He commanded that they be dealt with, and afterward, courteously bowed to her, leading to their acquaintance. Later, she discovered that this man was the wealthiest merchant in Yunhe County, named Lu Yaoxing. Though in his 40s, Lu Yaoxing was remarkably well-preserved, handsome, and exuded an air of sophistication, quickly winning her favor. Yet, for reasons unknown, he only visited to purchase tofu during the quiet evenings, seemingly fearful of being seen by others. One night, as their feelings deepened, they crossed a boundary. Not long after, she found herself with child. She initially believed Lu Yaoxing would marry her, even if only as a concubine, but to her dismay, he was terrified of his wife and delayed his response. Nevertheless, Lu Yaoxing promised her that if she bore him a son, he would ceremoniously take her as his wife, even considering divorcing his current spouse to elevate her to the status of the principal wife. Though immensely wealthy, he had no sons at over 40, only daughters, which had long been a source of concern for him. Enthralled by sweet words, Yunyang disregarded the gossip of the townsfolk and resolutely gave birth to her child, only to discover, to her dismay, that she had brought forth a daughter. Even more disheartening was that after learning of the child's gender, Lu Yaoxing never returned to see her again. Initially, Yunyang contemplated giving her daughter away and embarking on a journey to a distant land. But upon gazing at the soft, cherubic face and feeling the child's unreserved attachment to her, she silently resolved to raise her daughter herself. After enduring 6 arduous years, her daughter gradually grew into a well-behaved and sensible little girl who often helped her sell tofu on the street, earning the playful moniker of Little Tofu. When someone mockingly inquired about her father, the little girl would cheerfully respond, "Buy a piece of tofu, and I'll tell you," leaving the heckler to retreat in embarrassment. The bond between mother and daughter was their sole source of support. Although their lives were humble, they were filled with warmth and joy. Yet one day, the little girl who had been calling out to sell tofu suddenly vanished without a trace. Yunyang searched frantically for several months, depleting all her savings in the process. Ultimately, in a state of despair, she found herself by the banks of the Shaoyun River, sitting on the white stone bridge. She contemplated ending her life. But as she gazed into the water and beheld her own reflection, a thought struck her. If her daughter were still alive, might she be waiting somewhere for her to come and find her? If she were to die, would her daughter be left with no family at all? With this realization, she extinguished her suicidal thoughts and reignited her determination to continue the search for her daughter. At that moment, a hand appeared behind her, giving her a gentle push. With a splash, Yunyang plunged into the icy waters, and being winter, she found herself sinking rapidly, unable to swim. In her struggle, she caught a glimpse through the surface of the water of a familiar figure standing on the white stone bridge. "Zhou," she called out, startled awake. Zhong sat up, realizing he was still by the Shaoyun River, resting against a willow tree. The spirits of Ali and Uncle Jiang, along with a mysterious figure, gazed at him with concern. He breathed a sigh of relief. Moments ago, he had nearly lost himself in Yunyang's tumultuous memories. If not for a glimmer of intuition and what seemed to be some external assistance, he might have indeed succumbed to that dark abyss. From now on, even as a food spirit, I must be cautious and avoid those stronger than myself, he thought. How wonderful! Zhou has awakened, exclaimed Ali, her face alight with joy. You truly have a strong life force, Uncle Jiang remarked, his face glistening with sweat, panting heavily. The exertion of suppressing the demonic imprint had drained him significantly. However, he felt grateful that Zhong had managed to awaken, crediting this to the assistance of the venerable Jiang. Zhong turned to Uncle Jiang, who was gazing at him with profound meaning, as though he perceived something significant. Uncle Jiang is indeed extraordinary, Zhong thought. Yet, if he were truly an extraordinary figure, why had he met his demise at the hands of Yunyang? At this moment, Uncle Jiang gestured, with Ali taking on the role of translator. "Zhou, father says your power is growing too rapidly. Without proper guidance, it could be extremely dangerous and lead to erratic behavior." Zhong chuckled. "You mean going out of control?" Yes. Ali nodded vigorously, her admiration evident. Uncle Jiang's expression darkened slightly as he moved his beloved daughter a little further away. Wait, Uncle Jiang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You mean this boy has yet to cultivate any real techniques?" Zhong cleared his throat and explained, "My master passed away when I was young. I have only practiced a set of health-preserving exercises that involve physical movements without a defined cultivation path. The Zhongli 8 sections are meant for bodily health. While they provide slight benefits to one's cultivation, they do not constitute genuine cultivation practices. So you have cultivated your power purely through health exercises." Uncle Zhong's expression reflected his incredulity, as if he were grappling with a profound revelation. Zhong nodded, knowing he could not divulge the secret of being a food spirit and choosing to boldly admit to his situation. Uncle Jiang appeared to be deeply affected by this revelation, taking a considerable time to recover, looking at Zhong as if he were a prodigy. "Uncle Jiang, would you teach me a technique?" Zhong inquired, his eyes hopeful. He recognized the audacity of his request. For cultivators, their techniques are their most sacred knowledge, typically reserved for their true disciples or offspring. However, Zhong felt he had no choice. After becoming a food spirit, his power had surged uncontrollably, morphing from a trickle into a torrent. While this was ostensibly a positive development, the sudden influx of power was becoming difficult to manage, causing discomfort within his meridians. Uncle Jiang gestured again. "Zhou, father says his technique is not suitable for you." Disappointment flickered in Zhong's heart, yet he managed to smile in understanding. "Perhaps there will be a way forward in the future." Just then, Ali chimed in. "Father says that this plump uncle's technique is very suitable for you, and it seems to be quite powerful. But he lacks the talent to comprehend it. Something about violent stirrings of celestial matters." Uncle Zhong's eyes widened in astonishment. "What nonsense! You are playing with fire." Chapter 17. The Secret Transmission of the Jade Cauldron, the Fire Dragon and Water Tiger Scrolls. "Why are you all staring at me?" Uncle Zhong's face darkened, his eyes reflecting hesitation. Finally, with a resolute expression, he declared, "Curse it! Who told you to save my life, you brat?" What a stroke of luck! The strength of Yunyang exceeded his expectations. Without Zhong's assistance, he would undoubtedly have perished. Moreover, he harbored a deep admiration for this courageous young man, seeing in him a reflection of his younger self. Not everyone is willing to take such tremendous risks to confront malevolent forces. Thus, despite his reluctance, Uncle Jiang carefully retrieved an item from his robe, wrapped tightly in cloth. Take it. We have forged a bond of life and death. If anyone discovers this, you must never reveal that it was given to you, or else I might face imprisonment. Old Zhong is truly loyal. Zhang Zhuyang accepted it with curiosity, unwrapping the cloth to reveal a thin yellow booklet inscribed with 6 ancient seal characters, Secret Transmission of the Jade Cauldron. Upon examining it, he noticed a striking line on the first page. Confidential to the Astronomical Observatory. Those who divulge will be punished according to the law, with no exceptions. Zhang Zhuyang frowned. Old Zhang, are you sure this is all right? Perhaps you should keep it. It was evident that this was an internal secret technique of the Astronomical Observatory, and he did not wish to implicate his friend. Uncle Zhang was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Zhuyang to remain calm in the face of such a treasure. This composure was indeed rare. It's fine. This is not a technique that we of the Astronomical Observatory practice. Rather, I exchanged it from our treasury using 10 years of accumulated merits. While it is said to be confidential, in reality, no one truly investigates such old relics. Old relics? Zhang Zhuyang inquired, shaking his head. Have you ever heard of the Yuding Palace? Uncle Zhang asked. Zhang Zhuyang shook his head once more. Uncle Zhang sighed. Lin the Blind is truly something. He never shares anything with you. The Yuding Palace was once a sacred site of Taoism that has been passed down for thousands of years. In the early days of the Deqian dynasty, it was quite illustrious. It is said that during ancient times, when demons ran rampant and chaos ensued, a divine cauldron descended upon Yuhuang Mountain, adorned with 9 celestial scrolls that held boundless wonders. At that time, the master of the Gigu, who was the founding patriarch of the Yuding Palace, was cultivating on Yuhuang Mountain. He discerned the wisdom of the divine cauldron and comprehended the Tao, meditating for 9 years, eventually creating a technique that shook the heavens and wept the spirits, thus establishing the Yuding Palace. Zhang Zhuyang listened with skepticism and asked, Lao Gao, are you suggesting that the astonishing technique created by Gigu Xianshi is indeed this Jade Ding's secret transmission? The master nodded and replied with a wry smile, in truth, I believe these are merely tales concocted by the disciples of Yuding Palace. The so-called divine cauldron and 9 immortals chart are merely embellishments for their own glorification. If Yuding Palace were truly so formidable, how could it have been annihilated by demons 500 years ago? However, he acknowledged that this technique possesses unique advantages. If one could master it, the benefits would far surpass those of other methods. Zhang Zhuyang continued to flip through the tome, discovering it contained only a few pages. One page featured an illustration of a dragon and a tiger, the dragon engulfed in flames and the tiger traversing waves, with lines of text on either side. The 5 elements reversal technique. The dragon emerges from the fire, the tiger thrives in the water. The subsequent pages contain the cultivation mantras and specific routes for practice. Taoist techniques often contain cryptic language. For instance, Jianong refers to the central dantian, Dihu to the nose, Chanu to Mercury, and Yinger to lead. Without familiarity with these terminologies, one may easily veer off course. Fortunately, this tome included numerous annotations that carefully clarified the nuances. As Zhang Zhuyang turned further, he found no more pages. Did it not say there were 9 illustrations? The master chuckled. You overestimate my possession. I only have the first illustration, the fire dragon and water tiger chart, which corresponds to the initial stage of cultivation. Not even the entire Qintian Bureau possesses more than the first 3 illustrations. After the fall of Yuding Palace, its foundational techniques were utterly lost, with only the first 3 illustrations surviving. Although profound, their cultivation is not without significant challenge. I must caution you not to rush. The master's voice faltered as he noticed Zhang Zhuyang had already commenced his practice according to the mantras, with his hands forming the dragon and tiger seal. He bore a solemn expression, his breath deep and rhythmic, exhaling and inhaling with purpose. The master was secretly astonished at his rapid entry into meditation. He shook his head, thinking the youth was too impatient. Although the fire dragon and water tiger chart was merely the first illustration of the Jade Ding secret transmission, mastering it was no simple feat. His own primary cultivation technique was not the Jade Ding secret transmission, and he had traded much of his merit for this method due to his limited aptitude, having been stuck at the second stage for nearly a decade. However, should he successfully cultivate the fire dragon and water tiger chart, it would not only allow him to break through to the first stage, but also possess miraculous effects such as strengthening bones and muscles, rejuvenating blood and marrow, and enhancing one's innate qualities. Thus, he had resolutely exchanged for this technique, hoping to elevate his abilities, yet after several years of practice, he had seen little progress. Zhang Zhuyang, I advise you to wait until later, do not speak. A crisp voice interrupted. Jioga seems to be glowing. The master was taken aback and quickly turned to Zhang Zhuyang, only to be stunned in disbelief. The young man clad in azure appeared to radiate a faint luminescence, enhancing his ethereal demeanor. It seemed as though the sound of flowing water could be faintly heard from within him. Had he broken through? The master felt as though struck by lightning, staring at the unfolding scene. If memory served him right, Zhang Zhuyang had only recently begun to cultivate. He was still far from the first stage of harmonizing the dragon and tiger. Yet, He had just begun to engage with the fire dragon and water tiger chart, and had already achieved a breakthrough? How could this be possible? Under normal circumstances, even the most gifted individuals would require at least 3 to 5 years to reach the first stage. Before the master could recover, a dragon's roar echoed, swiftly followed by a tiger's roar. Though not loud, it carried an indescribable aura and spirit. Dragon's roar and tiger's roar forged the true body. The master could no longer deny that Zhong had indeed mastered the fire dragon and water tiger chart, acquiring its essence. And the so-called dragon's roar and tiger's roar were manifestations of the technique's spiritual profundity during practice. From this point onward, as long as Zhong continued diligently, he would gradually strengthen his bones and muscles, rejuvenate his blood and marrow, and attain the Taoist body of the profound technique, reaping boundless benefits. Even if he later shifted to other methods, having the foundation of the Jade Ding secret transmission would yield twice the results with half the effort. The master felt a pang of envy. After 5 to 6 years of arduous practice with slow progress, here was someone who had just begun and had already succeeded. You make me appear quite inept. Was this young man truly the legendary prodigy, or merely exceptionally compatible with this technique? At that moment, the little girl chimed in with another question. Uncle Pang, did you not say this technique was difficult to master? How did Zhou achieve it so quickly? She tilted her head at the master, her eyes sparkling with innocence. The master opened his mouth, but could not find the words. Uncle Pang, how long did you practice? Have you succeeded? The master cleared his throat and replied, the weather is quite pleasant today, but it is raining outside. Uncle Zhong silently covered his daughter's mouth. Sometimes, being mute is rather beneficial. Chapter 18. Ascending to the 9 realms. 16 true words. The black lead water tiger represents the root of all creation in the universe, possessing both substance and energy. The red mercury fire dragon symbolizes the essence of all creation, embodying energy without substance. As Zhong practiced using the incantations from the fire dragon and water tiger chart, he soon discovered to his delight that the once tumultuous power within him was swiftly becoming manageable, flowing through his meridians along a mysterious route. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that with each cycle, his power became increasingly refined, as though tempered by fire and water, achieving a remarkable equilibrium of yin and yang. What thrilled Zhong most was that the vast energy that had surged through his meridians and flesh after devouring the ghost was gradually being channeled out. Through the tempering of fire and water, it transformed into pure, refined power, fully becoming a part of him. At that moment, Zhong resembled a serpent capable of swallowing an elephant, teetering on the brink of bursting but gaining control and gradually breaking down its prey. Yunyang was that great elephant. It was her inheritance that enabled Zhong to break through with such force. Naturally, the fire dragon and water tiger chart was the crowning touch. Without the guidance of this technique, Zhong would have been like someone who had consumed a miraculous pill. Though potent, it would be difficult to fully convert into one's strength. The fire dragon and water tiger chart rendered the unruly power, akin to a wild stallion, into a docile lamb, obedient and compliant. Zhong gradually opened his eyes, the radiance on his face dissipating, his gaze now bright and clear, akin to the stars. As he exhaled, it was like drawing a bow to release an arrow, producing a swirl of black-red mist that faintly emitted a foul odor. Subsequently, Zhong felt a profound sense of relief, as if his body had become considerably lighter. This was the waste and impurities expelled from his body, having been refined through the fire and water, confirming that his practice of the fire dragon and water tiger chart had indeed entered the right path. Moving forward, achieving perfection in this chart was merely a matter of time, and it would not be long. The immense gains from consuming the ghost had yet to be fully digested. These were the foundations of his cultivation. So this is the first stage. As Zhong felt the changes within himself, he finally grasped the secret of cultivating the first stage. The first stage, known as harmonizing the dragon and tiger, aims to refine the yin and yang energies within the body, allowing them to converge and merge harmoniously, achieving a remarkable balance. The master explained, upon reaching this stage, one's power is newly awakened, the body becomes strong and resilient, senses sharpened, and nourished by the yin and yang energies, with the 3 fires within far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, making it difficult for malevolent spirits to possess them. It is said that the human body has 3 fires located at the crown and shoulders, which can ward off evil spirits. Those who frequently stay up late or are physically weak have their 3 fires flickering and are more susceptible to ghostly encounters. Harmonizing the dragon and tiger is indeed a department. Zhong inquired further, Lao Gao, my master passed away early. Could you enlighten me on the various realms of cultivation? Pausing, he spoke with fervor. Is it possible to cultivate to the point of becoming an immortal and achieving eternal life? In the tale of Ji, the line spoken by the Monkey King, can one attain immortality? Resonates profoundly within the hearts of many. Having fortuitously traversed into a realm conducive to cultivation, Zhong naturally regards immortality as his ultimate aspiration. The notion of becoming an immortal? The high practitioner scoffed. declaring, "You must be dreaming." While theoretically, reaching the ninth realm could lead to immortality, historically, no one has ever achieved this level. The fabled tales of those who ascended to immortality are, upon investigation, mere fabrications, let alone the ninth realm. It has been nearly a millennium since anyone attained the eighth realm and manifested the Yang spirit. Pausing for a moment, his expression grew solemn, and he spoke with reverence. Even the inaugural Grand Master of our Qin Tianjian, one of the three extraordinary figures of Qian Yuan, Zhuge Guoshi, was merely a true immortal of the seventh realm. He had the potential to reach the eighth realm, yet alas. Zhang Jiuyang felt a stir within, recalling a passage from historical texts he had perused 6 centuries prior. Amidst a tumultuous era, heroes vied for supremacy. The founding emperor Lu Xianlang rose against the tyrant, claiming a mandate from heaven. He had 2 sworn brothers, one named Zhuge Qixing, a man of prodigious talent who later became the Grand Master of Deqian and the Prime Minister, and the other named Yujing Zhong, the revered military god of Deqian. The 3 brothers united their strengths to ultimately bring an end to chaos and establish the Dai Qian dynasty, marking the era as Qian Yuan. This was a time of both sorrow and glory, during which their collective efforts led to a flourishing nation, celebrated as the prosperous age of Qian Yuan. These 3 figures, revered as the trio of Qian Yuan, have been lauded by countless generations. Yet, Zhang Jiuyang was taken aback to learn that the esteemed Zhuge Qixing of Deqian's history was indeed a great practitioner of the seventh realm. However, historical records indicate that Zhuge Qixing passed away at the age of 81. While this age may signify longevity for an ordinary person, it is undeniably considered a fleeting existence for a great practitioner of the seventh realm. It appears that there is more to this story than meets the eye. Putting aside this topic, let me briefly elucidate the realms of cultivation. The high practitioner continued. In essence, cultivation can be distilled into 4 phrases and 16 true words. What are the 4 phrases? 100 days to establish a foundation, 10 months of gestation, 9 years of wall-gazing, and a cycle of 60 years to ascend to immortality. Zhang Jiuyang pondered these 4 phrases, finding them profoundly enigmatic. In truth, the current 9 realms of ascension are merely subdivisions of these 4 phrases. For instance, the first 3 realms correspond to the tuning of the dragon and tiger, the 100 days of foundation, and a minor Zhoutian, which together constitute the foundation of 100 days. The 4th, 5th, and 6th realms fall under the 10 months of gestation, while the 7th and 8th realms pertain to the 9 years of wall-gazing, with the 9th realm signifying the cycle of 60 years to ascend to immortality. Zhang Jiuyang nodded, recognizing that these 16 characters are indeed memorable, thus rendering the concepts clear. You have now attained the first realm of tuning the dragon and tiger, and your next step is to reach the second realm of the 100 days of foundation. However, I advise you to refrain from haste. First, perfect the fire dragon and water tiger diagram before attempting to break through to the second realm. This case involving yin yang could yield significant merit for me, potentially allowing me to procure the second diagram for you. Of course, this is merely a possibility, so do not harbor excessive expectations. The high practitioner was cautious with his words, mindful of the potential embarrassment should he fail to deliver. Zhang Jiuyang felt a surge of gratitude. Although they had been through life and death experiences together, their acquaintance was still relatively fresh, yet the other showed no hesitation in offering assistance. Old Gao, you seem somewhat unreliable. Yet you are indeed a man of honor. Brother Jiu, have you finished your discussion? I am quite famished. Ali hung upside down from a willow tree, reveling in the ethereal lightness of her spirit form, devoid of any resentment from her demise, and instead filled with curiosity and enthusiasm. The high practitioner was about to respond when Uncle Zhong, who had remained silent, suddenly changed his expression, his demeanor turning grave as he gestured urgently to Ali. In an instant, the once joyful Ali became alarmed, rushing to embrace her father's hand, her voice tinged with tears. Father, where are you going? Why can't I accompany you? Zhang Jiuyang furrowed his brow, about to inquire further, but the high practitioner grasped his arm firmly. It was evident that he was privy to some vital information, as he shook his head at Zhang Jiuyang, speaking in a hushed yet serious tone. No matter what you witness shortly, do not speak a word, and do not exhibit any signs of awareness. His voice bore a weighty gravity, an undercurrent of tension and fear evident in his usually composed demeanor, a stark contrast to his interactions with Yin Yang. Remember, you must not let them discover that you can see them. Chapter 19. The Shadow Walker. Do not let them find out that you can see. Zhang Jiuyang was perplexed, about to ask for clarification when he suddenly felt a chilling presence envelop him. It was as if a damp, cold wind surged through the very marrow of his bones, leaving him stripped of warmth from head to toe. Zhang Jiuyang found himself in a daze, feeling as though the 3 flames within him were on the verge of extinguishing. Fortunately, having recently perfected the fire dragon and water tiger diagram, his internal power, now more refined than ever, began to dispel the ominous chill. The sound of chains clanking echoed in his ears, though the noise was not sharp. It sent tremors through his soul, evoking a sense of inexplicable dread. The chirping of cicadas faded into silence, the starry sky dimmed, and the moon vanished, leaving an eerie stillness that allowed him to hear the rapid beating of his own heart. Ali had been ensnared by the High Practitioner's spell, confined within a black effigy, no larger than a palm, with faintly discernible features. This was a shadow effigy, often used as a burial item, nourished by the malevolent energies of the grave, making it an ideal vessel for ghostly possession. Uncle Zhong cast a lingering glance at his daughter before advancing towards the source of the clanking chains, his expression devoid of fear, instead exhibiting a remarkable calmness. This demeanor was far from that of an ordinary person. Zhang Jiuyang stole a glance, but upon catching sight of two towering figures emerging from the mist, he quickly lowered his gaze in alarm. Their forms were obscured by the hazy white fog, yet they were unmistakably not human, with hands covered in crimson fur. They gripped heavy chains, stained with dark red blood and the corrosion of rusted copper. Uncle Zhong approached, seemingly attempting to gesture something, yet in the next moment, two chains lunged from the mist, tearing through Uncle Zhong's spirit form and piercing his ribs. Drops of blood flowed forth, dissipating into malevolent energy. Trembling, Uncle Zhong continued to gesture, but the two figures yanked him violently, pulling him into the fog, where he vanished without a trace. Zhang Jiuyang could not restrain himself from stealing another glance. Perhaps his motion had been too conspicuous, for the two towering figures abruptly halted, slowly turning to face him. In the mist, two eyes resembling red lanterns glimmered ominously. In that instant, Zhang Jiuyang felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, overwhelmed by a pressure far more terrifying than that of Yun Yang, as if any misstep would lead to his utter doom. "What are you doing wandering around, blind one?" The High Practitioner hastily grasped Zhang Jiuyang's arm, scolding, "If you do not return soon, your mother will be worried sick." Zhang Jiuyang quickly calmed himself, drawing upon his formidable mental fortitude to regain composure, showcasing remarkable acting skills. His eyes glazed over, appearing vacant, as he allowed the High Practitioner to guide him away. The two terrifying gazes remained fixed upon him until they finally withdrew their attention as the two figures distanced themselves. With a final clanking of chains, those towering figures gradually faded into the mist, and after a brief moment, the fog dissipated entirely, returning the surroundings to tranquility. Zhang Jiuyang halted, his voice low as he inquired, "Old Gao, what exactly were those two? Why was Uncle Zhang taken by them?" The High Practitioner exhaled deeply, lamenting, "Young man, you were perilously close to death just now. Those two are shadow soldiers." "Shadow soldiers from the underworld?" Zhang Jiuyang's eyes widened, pondering. "Does this world even possess an underworld? I cannot ascertain whether they hail from the underworld, but shadow soldiers do not behave as legends suggest. They do not merely escort souls for reincarnation. They occasionally manifest in the human realm, often heralding ominous events wherever they tread. Our Qin Tian Jin has meticulously compiled records of shadow soldiers' appearances over the past millennium, revealing that they frequently emerge following great calamities, marching in groups as if on a military campaign. However, it is rather peculiar that they are not here to escort souls into the cycle of reincarnation. Even when malevolent spirits are at work, they will simply ignore them as long as they do not obstruct their path. No one knows what their true purpose is." At this point, the wise man's expression grew solemn. "However, should they discover that you can see them, the Yin soldiers will not hesitate to unleash a massacre. There have been attempts to communicate with them, but soon after, those individuals were found gruesomely murdered in their homes, their expressions frozen in sheer terror. Historical records indicate that in a city of Yongzhou, the populace witnessed a multitude of Yin soldiers passing through one night, mistaking them for ordinary malevolent entities. They attempted to scare them away with gongs and drums. The next day, the wise man uttered 8 chilling words, "Not a single creature shall remain." Zhang Jiuyang fell silent for a long while, his voice thick with emotion. "These are not mere Yin soldiers. They are far more dangerous than malevolent spirits. Of course, nothing is absolute. There exists a group of special individuals who can not only negotiate with Yin soldiers, but can also harness their powers. They possess a unique heritage that brings both advantage and peril. They are known as Zhou Yinran, and Zhang Qianbei is one such exceptional individual." The wise man's expression grew complex at the mention of Zhou Yinran. "Zhou Yinran?" Zhang Jiuyang queried, puzzled. If Uncle Zhang is a Zhou Yinran, why was he captured by them? The wise man sighed. "This is not difficult to deduce. If you understand the cost that comes with the power of a Zhou Yinran, you would grasp the answer." He then elaborated on the nature of Zhou Yinran. Zhou Yinran are a unique bloodline. While ordinary infants cry upon birth, those of the Zhou Yinran lineage remain silent, observing the world with cold, indifferent eyes. As they grow older, they appear normal, indistinguishable from other children. However, once they reach the age of 8, they begin to experience bizarre, often recurring dreams. In truth, these are not dreams, but rather a form of communication with the realms of Yin and Yang. They possess an innate ability to traverse between worlds, sometimes gaining legacies that lead them to become Yin officials in the mortal realm. Yet, prolonged engagement with the Yin realm burdens them with heavy karmic ties, inviting divine retribution. Consequently, Zoenren often suffer from the 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks. The so-called 5 deficiencies refer to being widowed, orphaned, solitary, and crippled, while the 3 lacks pertain to money, life, and power. Zhang Jiang suddenly recalled that Ali had once mentioned that Uncle Jiang was an ordinary person before suffering a severe illness that rendered him both deaf and mute. Additionally, when they first arrived in Yuna County, all their money was stolen, leaving them to endure hunger until Lin Shezi graciously offered them a bowl of porridge. This directly corresponds to the 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks. Jiang Qianbei's wife and parents must have passed away, and he himself has become disabled. These are the costs of becoming a Zoenren. Zhang Jiang questioned, if that is the case, why would one choose to be a Zoenren? The wise man sighed, rather than a gift, it is more akin to a curse. Jiang Qianbei sought to escape this curse. Hence he relinquished his powers and concealed his identity, no longer serving as a Yin official. However, he could not ultimately evade his fate. It is said that after death, Zoenren are taken away by Yin soldiers. Jiang Qianbei had previously been shielded by the resentment of Yun Yang, which concealed him from their detection. Now that Yun Yang is deceased, Jiang Qianbei can no longer avoid his destiny. Zhang Juyang remained silent for an extended period. Unbeknownst to them, they had returned to Zhang Juyang's home. The wise man patted his shoulder and said, "You are tired, rest early. By the way, you shall take care of Jiang Qianbei's daughter." He placed the Yin doll into Zhang Juyang's arms. Those from the Qingtian Jin often face life and death, their futures uncertain, and thus are not suitable to take on such responsibilities. The wise man understood that Jiang Qianbei had repeatedly assisted him to ensure Zhang Juyang would look after his daughter. After the wise man departed, Zhang Juyang tore off the yellow talisman from the Yin doll. In the next moment, a soul emerged. Ali hid behind a blue stone, clutching her knees tightly, her small frame trembling and emitting suppressed whimpers. She had heard everything the wise man said. For a girl of 7 or 8, the truth was exceedingly harsh. Yet, even so, she dared not cry out loudly, fearing that Zhang Juyang would dislike her. Her father had once told her not to make a fuss in someone else's home. Observing her cautious demeanor, Zhang Juyang felt a surge of compassion and gently stroked her little head. "Do not be afraid, there is still hope." Upon hearing this, Ali froze momentarily, lifting her tear-streaked face to gaze blankly at Zhang Juyang. "In my hometown, there was once a monkey whose soul was taken by the ghostly officials of the underworld, who claimed his time was up. Do you know what he did?" Zhang Juyang's voice was gentle and calm, captivating Ali's attention and reminding her of her father. "What did he do?" Her clear voice carried a note of helplessness and an inexplicable anticipation. "He caused a great uproar in the underworld, tearing up the book of life and death. Not only did he swagger back, but he also ensured that his descendants would no longer be subject to the underworld's control. He is truly remarkable," Ali replied with envy. "Ali, when you become as formidable as he, nothing in this world will prevent you from reuniting with Uncle Jiang." Ali's eyes suddenly sparkled, resembling the stars in the night sky. Zhang Juyang burst into hearty laughter, his spirit soaring. "What fate? What Zoenren? What underworld? One day, we shall overturn them all and rescue Uncle Jiang." Ali nodded vigorously, echoing, "What fate?" "No foul language, little one," Zhang Juyang admonished, giving her a light tap. Under the moonlight, the 2 figures, one large and one small, basked in the starlit night, leaning against a stone. "Zhou. What was the name of that monkey? He must have had a name to be so powerful." Of course, his name was Sun Wukong, also known as the Great Sage Equal to Heaven. Chapter 20. The Snail Girl. The following morning, Zhang Juyang, for once, did not rise early to practice. After the perilous encounter with Yun Yang, he had exerted considerable effort and had collapsed into sleep as soon as he hit the bed. This slumber was profoundly restorative. With the terrifying specter of Yun Yang now vanquished, the sense of life or death urgency had dissipated. As the sun rose high, Zhang Juyang awoke leisurely, feeling remarkably refreshed and invigorated. Filled with energy, he pushed open the door to find the sun shining brightly in a clear sky. Even the noisy cicadas seemed to sing a refreshing tune. "Wait, something seems off. Is this my home?" To his astonishment, the previously chaotic courtyard had been transformed into a pristine space, almost spotless. Between 2 crooked trees, a clothesline had been erected, and several of Zhang Juyang's garments were hanging to dry. The kitchen was also meticulously organized, the water jar filled with fresh water, and a breakfast spread awaited him: a soft, fluffy steamed bun, a bowl of millet porridge, and a small plate of pickled cucumbers. "Has the snail girl come to our home?" "Zhou," a sweet voice called out. Zhang Juyang looked around, but could not see Ali. "I'm here." A tiny doll, no bigger than a palm, sat quietly in the corner, its mouth moving as if speaking. "Zhou, the sunlight is too bright. I cannot come out right now. I made breakfast for you last night, but you woke up late, and now it's all cold." The sight of the doll conversing would terrify anyone else. Yet Zhang Juyang found it incredibly endearing. He approached and gently patted the doll's head, noticing it squinting its eyes in delight, much like a contented kitten. "Thank you." Ali, as he ate breakfast, a wave of unexpected sentiment washed over him. Once, his home had felt solitary, but now it was shared with another, no, with a spirit. Regardless of the circumstances, there was finally a hint of homeliness, a reprieve from the daily remnants of food. Not long after, Zhong finished his meal, patting his belly with satisfaction. The taste was delightful. "Zhou, you can just leave the dishes there. When the sun isn't so strong, I will wash them clean," he said with a teasing smile. "You truly are a little rice snail. But this trivial matter, I can handle myself." "It's fine, Zhou. I used to do the cooking and washing at home. My father had to rise early and toil late to knead and steam the buns, so from a tender age, I learned to cook, just to ease his burden a little." In the next moment, the plates on the table suddenly shifted a few inches, moving away from Zhong's outstretched hand. A peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. At noon, when the sun was at its zenith, Ali was able to move the plates from a distance, which was not characteristic of an ordinary spirit. It was said that Uncle Zhong was a Yin walker, and Ali naturally possessed the bloodline of a Yin walker. Could this be the reason for her extraordinary abilities? After all, according to the words of the wise, the souls of Yin walkers are inherently stronger than those of ordinary people, enabling them to traverse the realms of life and death. Just as Zhong was about to speak, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. "Zhou, there are 2 constables. It seems that Uncle Pang has called for you, wanting to publicly burn some corpse." Ali chirped immediately. "How do you know?" "Well, I don't know. I just thought about it and knew." Ali's voice carried a hint of distress, as if she too was puzzled by the sudden images flashing in her mind. A thought stirred within Zhong. Could this possibly be a form of precognition? In his past life, he had heard of a game called by Shen, which could summon a spirit to inquire about matters, even those pertaining to the future. Such rituals existed in ancient times as well, known as Fuji, where one would invite spirits for divination regarding significant affairs. Certain unique spirits are inherently gifted with the ability of foresight, often becoming the subjects of such rituals. Some even developed a special following. It was said that those who practiced fortune-telling yearned to possess such a spirit. Zhong opened the door and indeed saw 2 constables. Upon seeing him, they displayed an extraordinary level of respect, bowing deeply. "Little Jiu, no, it is Zhong Dowling. Master Gao requests your presence." Truly, Zhong had already confirmed that Ali was one of those exceedingly rare spirits endowed with the ability of foresight. Thankfully, old Gao was unaware, otherwise he might feel compelled to contest for guardianship over her. He followed the 2 constables out of the house, casting a glance back at the Yin doll. The doll subtly nodded, signaling him to rest assured and go out, as she would keep the home safe. In Yunhe County, by the banks of the Little Yun River, near the White Stone Bridge, a throng of people had gathered, a veritable sea of humanity, comprising nearly the entire population of the county. Upon spotting Zhong, the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway, their eyes reflecting a newfound respect and gratitude. "Little Jiu, thank you for ridding the villagers of a great scourge. Aunt Wang can finally rest in peace. I once mistook you for a fraud. Now it seems I was truly blind. You should be called Zhong Dowling." The crowd chimed in, showering praise upon Zhong. Initially bewildered, he quickly grasped the situation. The turmoil surrounding Yun had escalated to such an extent that it could no longer be concealed, to quell the public's fears. The master proclaimed that he had joined forces with Zhong to guide Yun spirit to the afterlife, and instructed that Yun remains be retrieved and publicly burned by the White Stone Bridge. As the flames rose, Yun body gradually turned to ash. The citizens of Yunhe County erupted in cheers, some even moved to tears. "Thank you, Heavenly Master Zhong. My mother can finally rest." His mother had drowned in the river. Zhong gazed at the figure of Yun being consumed by the flames, feeling no joy but rather a complex swirl of emotions. Even now, he could not forget the haunting image he had witnessed underwater. Yun's corpse lay at the riverbed, having been dead for many years, yet stubbornly extended an arm, longing to touch her daughter, who was nailed to the bridge's post. While Yun's indiscriminate slaughter was indeed abominable, the true instigator behind these events was even more detestable. Yet, Zhong could not fathom why Yun's daughter was also Lu Yaoxing's daughter, and why Lu Yaoxing would be so cruel as to harm his own child. Who was the one that pushed Yun off the White Stone Bridge? Was it also Lu Yaoxing? Although it appeared that the matter was resolved, many mysteries still lingered beneath the surface. After the crowd dispersed, gazing at Yun's ashes, the master suddenly uttered a phrase. The 2 exchanged glances. "There are several aspects I have yet to comprehend. First, why did Yun's strength progress so rapidly? From our initial encounter to now, it has been less than 10 days, and she almost transformed into a vengeful spirit. This is abnormal. Second, on that day when you entered the water, I distinctly calculated that the weather would be clear. Why did a sudden storm arise? It is far too coincidental. Thirdly, and this is what perplexes me the most, I personally witnessed Yun being guided to the afterlife." Seeing the master's furrowed brow, Zhong interjected, "Perhaps I can provide an answer to the 3rd question." "What answer?" The master's eyes lit up, eagerly pressing for more. "I have a bold hypothesis," Zhong articulated. "What if, back then, there were 2 Yunyans?" Initially, the master did not grasp the meaning, but he soon realized. his expression shifting in shock as he blurted out. Are you suggesting a switch of the real for the fake? Zhang Jiuyang nodded. The tale of the weasel replacing the prince is indeed a splendid drama. Yes, yes. The master exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. This could explain everything. Some spirits possess the ability to transform, or certain spells may yield similar effects. The Yun-Yang I guided to the afterlife was not the genuine Yun-Yang. Moreover, her daughter's corpse, which I discovered, had severely decomposed, making it difficult to identify her features. I could only confirm her identity based on the testimony of the villagers and the clothing on the body. Now it seems that the corpse at that time was not Yun-Yang's daughter. As he spoke, the master clenched his fists, his eyes filled with cold determination. Though that corpse was not Yun-Yang's daughter, it was still a young girl of 7 or 8, who should have had a bright future ahead of her, yet tragically perished in a potter's field. Regardless of who was behind this, the matter is far from over. He retrieved a black urn, silently collecting Yun-Yang's ashes. Rest assured, we at the Qing Tianjian shall investigate this case thoroughly. Even if I were to perish, my colleague, Shangwan, will undoubtedly uncover the true culprit and restore justice for you and your daughter. His voice was resolute, as if speaking to Yun-Yang, or perhaps to himself. Suddenly, Zhang Jiuyang felt a flicker of curiosity towards the Qing Tianjian. In the current era of Deqian, where the emperor indulged in pleasure and corrupt officials ran rampant, the atmosphere resembled that of a waning dynasty. Yet this humble officer of the Qing Tianjian exuded an entirely different aura, one of kindness, bravery, integrity, and self-sacrifice. From his words, Zhang Jiuyang could sense that he spoke not in grandiloquent rhetoric, but with genuine confidence in his colleague, Shangwan. He trusted that they would face any hardship and spare no effort to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. This sentiment reminded Zhang Jiuyang of a once beautiful, yet gradually fading word from his previous life on Earth. By the way, have there been any updates on Lu Yaoxing's whereabouts? Zhang Jiuyang inquired. However, before the master could respond, his gaze sharpened. Wait, it seems there is something within the ashes. Having consumed the ghostly eye, his vision had significantly improved, allowing him to see clearly not only in darkness, but even the veins of a leaf 100 paces away. Thus, he had just keenly noticed a flash of something black within the ashes. The esteemed figure was momentarily taken aback, but soon began to diligently sift through the ashes alongside Zhang Jiuyang. After a brief period, they uncovered 3 needles, as fine as cow hairs, which felt frigid to the touch and were nearly weightless. These needles were exceedingly slender and short, making them nearly impossible to detect amidst the ashes. Had it not been for Zhang Jiuyang's keen eyesight, they might have remained forever obscured within the urn of ashes. The sage examined the needles closely under the sunlight, and upon discovering something, his expression grew increasingly grave. No wonder Yun-Yang had become so powerful so quickly. He spoke in a low voice. If I'm not mistaken, this is likely a most sinister technique for nurturing spirits, the Qixing Suhan. Qixing Suhan, Zhang Jiuyang inquired. Indeed, it is a particularly malevolent spell. According to the positions of the Big Dipper, 7 locking spirit needles are crafted from wood and then driven into the bodies of the wrongfully deceased, forcibly binding their vengeful souls within their corpses, while drawing in the surrounding yin energy to nurture the spirit. With the vengeful soul trapped inside, unable to transcend, its resentment will only grow stronger, and combined with the nourishment of the yin energy, it will naturally become rapidly more powerful. Zhang Jiuyang questioned. But why are there only 3 needles now? Shouldn't there be 7? As Yun-Yang's strength increases, she will gradually break free from these locking needles. Each needle she breaks free from will enhance her power. The sage paused briefly, relieved, and added, Fortunately, we acted swiftly. Had we delayed for a few more days, by the time she broke all the locking needles, not just the 2 of us, but the entire Yunhe County could have faced calamity. Once we return, I will find someone to investigate the origins of this Qixing Suhan sorcery. It may provide us with a clue. The sage carefully stored the 3 needles away. At that moment, a paper crane descended from the sky, circling above the sage's head 3 times before landing. Upon unfolding the crane, his expression shifted with a hint of agitation. It concerns Lu Yaoxing. Through the intelligence network of the Qingtian Bureau, I have learned that he has not left Qingzhou but has settled in Qingzhou City. However, not long ago, during his son's full moon banquet, a fire broke out, claiming the lives of all 32 members of his family. Zhang Jiuyang was taken aback. Lu Yaoxing is dead? If that is the case, our primary lead has been severed. He added, This fire is suspicious. I must immediately travel to Qingzhou City to see if I can uncover any clues. The sage prepared to take his leave. Zhang Jiuyang could only pat his shoulder, reminding him, Old Gao, be cautious, and take care with that rope. Upon hearing this, the sage sighed and explained. He was known as Old Diao Yi, a lonely old man who made a living selling cloth. One day, while selling at the market, he was robbed of his cloth and, in his despair, hanged himself. Since then, local thieves have mysteriously hanged themselves, and though he is a ghost, he is respected by the people, who call him Old Diao Yi. However, within the Qingtian Bureau, some members harbor a deep animosity towards spirits. I couldn't bear to turn him in, so I hid him away. Zhong understood, but still cautioned. Such an object is too perilous, old gal. You must exercise caution. To ensnare others, one must first ensnare oneself. It truly is a case of inflicting 1,000 losses upon the enemy, while suffering 800 in return. The sage nodded and gazed deeply at him. I must also advise you, do not circulate that image of Zhong any further. Zhong was taken aback. Why not? The authorities are quite strict in this regard. Once classified as an evil deity or a lewd cult, it is exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself from such a label. The sage said with utmost seriousness. I will not pursue your secret this time. I can concoct a reason to explain it away, but should this happen again, you may not be so fortunate. He was not exaggerating. This leniency was granted only to deal with Yunyan. In truth, the promotion of ghostly matters was viewed with great apprehension by the higher-ups. Zhong felt a tinge of disappointment. He had intended to write a book titled Zhong Captures Ghosts, but it seemed that plan would now be thwarted. Take this, the sage said, handing him a yellow token. Should you find yourself in urgent need, you may present this to the local county magistrate or governor. They will ensure it reaches the Qintian Bureau. The sage performed a respectful bow. Zhong, farewell. Old Gao, farewell, Zhong replied, bowing in return, and watched as the sage affixed 2 yellow talismans to his legs, recited a spell, and then, light as a feather, sped away like a galloping steed, disappearing from sight in no time. Watching his retreating figure, Zhong sighed softly. All he could do was wish him luck. After leaving Yunhe County, the sage suddenly halted. Zhong he pondered over the name, yet it evoked no recollection. In truth, his willingness to assist Zhong stemmed not only from their camaraderie forged in battle, but also from the words of old Diao Yi. At that time, old Diao Yi had been frightened by something unseen, trembling within the urn and repeatedly uttering a few phrases. He is not human. He is a deity. Zhong is a deity. He is the god who consumes ghosts. 1 month later, Zhong sat serenely upon a stone in the courtyard, basking in the morning light. Having concluded his practice for the day, the effects of the Zhongli 8-section brocade, while not as immediately apparent as those of the fire dragon water tiger diagram, were nonetheless continuous and cumulative, yielding significant benefits over time. Most importantly, Zhong relished the state of cultivation, feeling warm and invigorated, as if all fatigue had been swept away. Upon opening his eyes, he lightly leapt, his body floating down with an ease that starkly contrasted his previous heaviness. Now imbued with a sense of lightness, his garments billowed, giving him an ethereal presence. Had anyone been present, they would have noticed the faint luminescence in his eyes. His skin as fair as jade, and his hair a lustrous black, rendering him even more handsome than before. This was all due to the effects of the fire dragon water tiger diagram. Throughout the past month, he had diligently practiced the fire dragon water tiger diagram for an hour each night before sleeping, and rose promptly at dawn to practice the Zhongli 8-section brocade for another half-hour. He remained steadfast against the elements, unwavering as thunderstruck. The transformative effects of the fire dragon water tiger diagram grew increasingly evident. In this month alone, he had expelled an immeasurable amount of tainted blood mist, nearly poisoning the little cabbage that Ali had planted, causing the girl to shed tears of distress. Zhong could sometimes even hear the sound of his own blood flowing within him, like rivers swelling and receding, accompanied by faint echoes of dragon roars and tiger howls, sending vibrations through his very marrow, imparting an extraordinary sense of relief. Ali often remarked that he emitted a subtle fragrance. Zhong understood this was the result of his efforts in muscle and bone refinement, as well as blood purification. However, after a month of cultivation, his transformation had nearly reached its limit, and the black blood mist he expelled each day had become increasingly diluted. Having thoroughly stabilized his cultivation at the first realm of adjusting dragons and tigers, Zhong began to anticipate the second realm. According to old Gao, the second realm was known as the 100-day pass, aptly named for its perilous nature, marking the first significant trial on the path of cultivation. Should one successfully pass through, their power would see considerable growth, thus entering the true realm of cultivation. Most crucially, until one had navigated the 100-day pass, a cultivator could not break through their physical form, otherwise it would greatly hinder their future achievements. Whenever he thought of the brothels in the county, Zhong felt a deep curiosity. Of course, his intentions were purely to enjoy some music and engage in discussions about life, art, and philosophy. Aiming for a collision of minds and hearts, it's time to set off. A competent doll not only had to learn to wash clothes, cook, sweep, and wash dishes, but also had to strive to earn a living. Just as the sun began to rise, Ali was eager to start her work. To be precise, she was going to set up her stall to tell fortunes. Thanks to Ali's foresight, Zhong had achieved an impeccable record in fortune-telling, earning him a reputation as a diviner of remarkable accuracy. Even after raising the fees for his services several times, the clientele continued to flock to him, with some even traveling from distant counties. It was now common knowledge that Yunhe County had produced a renowned oracle, and Zhong had become a notable figure across the surrounding areas. with some even secretly referring to him as Zhong Banshan. Indeed, Ali's abilities are not without limitations. If the matters at hand are too complex, she becomes utterly blind to them. For instance, when Zhang Jiuyang once requested her to divine the truth behind Yun Yang's affairs, the young girl remained speechless for an extended period. Furthermore, excessive divination can lead to Ali's fatigue. Thus, Zhang Jiuyang established a rule. She would perform only 9 divinations each day, with no exceptions unless additional payment was provided. This approach not only hones Ali's skills, but also generates some income to support the household, serving a dual purpose. After breakfast, Zhang Jiuyang tucked the Yin doll into his bosom, grasped his tools, and stepped outside, seeking a tranquil spot to set up his stall. Soon enough, a customer approached, the county's notorious old bachelor, grinning with his yellowed teeth and limping as he drew near. Master Zhong, could you tell me when I might marry a wife? Zhang Jiuyang shot him a glance of disdain, replying, in your next life. Every county has its share of Immeasurable wells, and this man is infamous for his idleness and thuggery. He had crossed paths with Yun Yang in the past, and his leg had been broken on the orders of Lu Yaoxing. The old bachelor, furious yet helpless, was well aware of the saying circulating in Yunhe County, better to provoke the county magistrate than to cross Zhong Banxian. After all, he could subdue even a fierce ghost like Yun Yang and was acquainted with high-ranking officials who would dare to offend him. Be careful, or you might find yourself cursed. Wait, what about my fee? As the old bachelor turned to leave, Zhang Jiuyang lightly tapped the table, not even lifting his gaze. This was not extortion. It was merely a reflection of Ali's divination, which revealed that this man was destined to live a solitary life, devoid of romantic prospects. Fortune and misfortune have no gate. It is one's own actions that summon them. Good and evil are like shadows that follow closely. The old bachelor, his face flushed, tossed a few copper coins onto the table and scurried away amid the laughter of onlookers. At that moment, Zhang Jiuyang noticed a carriage that had been parked at a distance for quite some time, its occupants seemingly observing him in silence. He paid it no mind and continued his work. Before long, he had completed 8 divinations, nearing his daily goal of 9. Just then, the carriage finally moved, gliding to a halt before Zhang Jiuyang's stall, its ornate decorations exuding an air of grandeur. A pale, slender hand gently lifted the curtain, revealing nails stained with the bright hue of fuchsia juice. I have long heard of your remarkable skills, Zhang Daozhong. Might you come inside the carriage to perform a divination for me? The voice was melodious and enticing, imbued with an alluring charm. Particularly when she uttered the words inside the carriage, Zhang Jiuyang sensed an unusual intonation, as if she were hinting at something. Looking up, he beheld a stunning woman in her 20s, her hair elegantly styled, lips painted a vibrant red, exuding an enchanting aura. Even from a distance, the rich scent of her cosmetics wafted through the air. Zhang Jiuyang smiled faintly, maintaining his composure. Very well, I shall see what you wish to test me with. As the coachman attempted to set up a stool, Zhang Jiuyang shook his head, lightly leaping onto the carriage with graceful agility. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight within. Beside the alluring woman lay an elderly man, sound asleep. Lowering his voice, Zhang Jiuyang inquired, "Is this your father?" The woman smiled and shook her head, saying, "This is my husband." Zhang Jiuyang thought to himself, "Goodness, the evils of the old society." Yet, she added, "My husband is currently asleep." The woman extended her embroidered shoe beneath her flowing skirt, lightly brushing against Zhang Jiuyang's calf before retreating like a timid deer. With her lips pursed, she gazed at his striking features, her eyes glistening with enchantment. "My husband has had some tea and will be asleep for a while longer. Daozhong, could you do me a favor?" "What sort of favor?" she asked, settling beside him and exhaling softly. "When my husband wakes, he will wish to consult you for a divination, so please speak favorably of my second son." In the presence of her husband, she began to caress her legs, removing her embroidered shoes, her silk stockings slipping partway down, her delicate feet inching upwards along Zhang Jiuyang's calf. Yet at that moment, Zhang Jiuyang suddenly pushed her away. "I apologize, but I am a diviner, not a podiatrist. Please respect my profession." The woman was taken aback, her expression one of confusion. Chapter 23. Zhong Kuei grants a sword. Zhang Jiuyang, aware that he was not a man easily swayed, recognized that while the woman possessed some beauty, she was no innocent. At the instant he pushed her away, Ali alerted him that the coachman outside had drawn a concealed dagger. Clearly, if charm would not work, she was prepared to resort to intimidation. Nevertheless, Zhang Jiuyang remained unfazed. He seated himself next to the sleeping elder and gave him a gentle pat. "Return to your spirit." A flicker of mockery appeared in the woman's eyes. Her drug had been potent enough to keep the old man slumbering for several more hours. How could he possibly awaken? Yet, the next moment, her pupils widened in panic as she hastily donned her shoes and stockings. The elder awoke with a yawn, his eyes bleary. "Yuqin, have we arrived?" In that instant, the woman transformed from her earlier provocative demeanor to one of decorum and propriety. She supported the elder, softly saying, "Master, we have arrived in Yunhe County. This is the renowned Zhong Banxian, the iron-mouthed diviner." At that moment, Her gaze toward Zhang Jiuyang was filled with uncertainty. As the elder's voice resonated, the coachman outside sheathed his dagger. Zhang Jiuyang smiled faintly. The application of his abilities was boundless. He had merely channeled a fragment of his energy to awaken the drugged elder. The phrase "return to your spirit" was merely for show. Are you indeed the esteemed Zhang Banxian? The elder regarded the surprisingly youthful Zhang Jiuyang with a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Zhang Jiuyang, unperturbed, replied, "One cannot claim to be a Banxian. I merely possess some knowledge of divination and fortune-telling to make a living." His demeanor was neither overly humble nor arrogant, exuding a calm confidence that piqued the elder's interest. He clasped his hands in respect, smiling. "Dao Zhang, I have come to request a divination." "For what purpose?" The elder refrained from stating his intent directly, instead recounting a tale. Once, there was an old man with a treasure chest he wished to pass on to his sons. However, there was but one key, and he had two sons. The elder son was capable, yet lacked filial piety, while the younger son was devoted but less competent. Who do you believe the old man should entrust the key to? Zhang Jiuyang glanced at the woman who was subtly signaling to him, finally grasping the implication behind her request to speak favorably of the second son. The younger son is dutiful? He mused. Indeed, he may be quite dutiful, perhaps even to the extent of being in bed with his father. The elder was about to elaborate further, but was interrupted by Zhang Jiuyang's swift gesture. "Cui Lao Tai Yi, let us speak plainly. Your purpose in coming here is to inquire whether the inheritance of the Cui family's estate should go to the eldest son or the second son, is it not?" Ali had already deduced the elder's identity. His name was Cui Huanchong, a prominent merchant known throughout the region, with the Cui family's enterprises spanning 12 counties, surpassing even Lu Yaoxing in prominence. Upon hearing Zhang Jiuyang's effortless revelation of his identity, Cui Huancheng's eyes widened in surprise. He had not made a public appearance in quite some time, and this visit was sudden. There should have been no prior leaks regarding his presence. It seemed this young diviner possessed some genuine skill. "I implore you to provide clarity, Dao Zhang. I assure you there will be substantial rewards for your assistance." Zhang Jiuyang feigned calculation, ultimately exhaling deeply. Determining which son should inherit the family business is fraught with difficulty. "My dear father, do I seem suitable?" The hexagram suggests a dire omen. Your family's fortunes resemble drifting reeds, ensnared in murky waters, with a bleak future ahead. Cui Huanchong instinctively straightened, frowning. "How can that be possible?" Zhang Jiuyang shook his head. "In truth, rather than discussing the inheritance of your family business, I have a poem I would like to share with you, Cui Lao Tai Yi." "What poem?" "Erba Jiaorin possesses a delicate beauty. Wielding a sword at her waist to vanquish foolish men, though heads may not roll visibly, she stealthily teaches them the desolation of their very bones." Zhang Jiuyang sighed and remarked, "Cui Lao Tai Yi, if you have any wishes left, you ought to fulfill them quickly. In 3 days, your time will come." Ali had already calculated that this wealthy merchant would meet his demise in 3 days. "What audacity, to curse the old master!" exclaimed Mahu Yuan. "Do not hesitate to teach him a lesson." Yu Qin, resembling a cat whose tail has been stepped on, declared in frustration. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the coachman, and a flying dagger reappeared in his hand. Yet before he could unleash it, an inexplicable chilling wind swept through, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. This shiver was no trivial matter. The dagger veered off course and grazed Yu Qin's scalp, cleaving her precious jade hairpin in two. The previously arrogant woman now stood there, dazed and trembling. "Preposterous!" Cui Huanchong bellowed angrily. "Mahu Yuan, who permitted you to act against Zhang Daozhang? Get out." He then turned to Zhang Jiuyang with sincere regret. "I apologize for my failure to discipline. Please, accept these meager gifts." To Zhang Jiuyang's surprise, it was 2 ingots of gold. He graciously accepted, saying, "Cui Lao Tai Yi is a man of forthrightness. Allow me to offer one more remark. How do you find the leaves on that tree?" Cui Huanchong paused, unsure of the implication, and replied, "They are lush and green." "Precisely," Zhang Jiuyang praised, then gracefully dismounted the carriage, heading home with his bounty. Today had yielded great rewards. It was unfortunate that such a fine man as Cui Lao Tai Yi had only 3 days left to live. At his age, why must he continue to exhaust his health? The pear blossoms overshadow the begonia, yet the latter remains plump while the former appears frail. Upon returning home, he handed 1 ingot of gold to Ali, for they had agreed to share the earnings from his fortune-telling. The young girl held the gleaming ingot, her eyes sparkling with delight as she played with it for a while before carefully stowing it in her embroidered pouch, still adorned with a bun pattern, which Zhang Jiuyang had retrieved for her. "Brother Jiu, once I save enough money, I shall build you a grand courtyard and renovate the house, including the kitchen. Some bricks have even cracked." The young girl counted on her fingers, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. Zhang Jiuyang chuckled and shook his head, saying, "It is not for me, but for us." Ali paused for a moment, then her eyes sparkled like a serene blue lake. Zhang Jiuyang ruffled her hair, smiling. "We must also buy the finest tombstone for you and Uncle Jiang, and burn the most expensive paper money. Oh, and for Aunt Wang and her husband as well." The young girl nodded vigorously. Zhang Jiuyang wished to say more, but suddenly changed his expression, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. I must begin my cultivation immediately. Ali, assist me in protecting the Dharma. He swiftly sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state. In his mind, the Zhong Kuei Jiao Gui 2, which had remained unchanged for a long time, suddenly stirred. After continuously absorbing incense power for a month, the visualization seemed to reach a critical threshold once more. In the depths of the void, that majestic and vast power descended again. To forge a sword, one must utilize the yellow path day of the year of the rat and the month of the monkey, inscribe the 7-star talisman with blood, and refine it with the essence of the southern fire. Recite the sacred incantation to bless and consecrate it, which goes, Oembali Luo Hung Oembao Luo Luo, Hiban Luo, Hung Nasu Luo Pasuahi. The talisman commands the spirit. True fire refines the essence, and the divine incantation opens the edge, enabling the forging of the ghost-slaying sword. Chapter 24. Pure Yang Fire. The ghost gate wide open, it is indeed the ghost-slaying sword. Zhang Jiuyang's heart brimmed with joy. Ever since he experienced the power of the ghost-slaying sword in the sea of consciousness, it had lingered in his thoughts. The sword wielded by the divine Zhong Kuei is truly a divine artifact for slaying ghosts and vanquishing evil. He had not anticipated that this time, the visualization, after absorbing a significant amount of faith, would bestow upon him the method to forge the ghost-slaying sword. Thank you, great Zhong Kuei. May the sacred monarch bless and protect our dwelling. However, it appeared that the visualization could only impart spells and methods for crafting magical artifacts, rather than directly granting physical items. Nevertheless, this was already a tremendous opportunity for Zhang Jiuyang. Furthermore, the visualization was not limited to a single image. During this time, he had essentially unraveled the mysteries of the visualization. Upon obtaining the image of a certain deity or Buddha, he could harness one of their signature abilities, such as Zhong Kuei's ability to consume ghosts. However, his cultivation level was too low to wield divine powers effectively, and there were significant side effects, necessitating caution in their use. On the other hand, as the faith in the deity spread and after absorbing a certain degree of incense power, the visualization would also impart spells and abilities, facilitating Zhang Jiuyang's rapid growth. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Of course, there remained many aspects of the visualization for him to explore gradually. Upon opening his eyes, a smile graced his face. Brother Jiu, have you made a breakthrough in your cultivation? Ali's eyes shimmered with envy. As a ghostly being, she could not practice the fire dragon and water tiger images, relying solely on instinct to inhale and exhale moonlight nightly, making her progress quite slow. Somewhat, Zhang Jiuyang replied, patting her head with a smile. Next, I am off to purchase something. What is it? A sword. Zhang Jiuyang procured the finest sword from the town's blacksmith, crafted from 100-fold tempered iron, measuring approximately 3 feet and 3 inches, glimmering with cold light. It cost him 30 taels of silver. Thankfully, Cui Laotaiyi had been generous, gifting him 2 gold ingots. Otherwise, his earnings from fortune-telling in recent days would have fallen short. It was not that Zhang Jiuyang was intent on purchasing something expensive, but rather that the method for forging a sword conveyed by the visualization emphasized the necessity of selecting a quality sword as the foundation. The better the quality of the sword, the higher the success rate for forging the ghost-slaying sword. That evening, Zhang Jiuyang abstained from food and bathed, focusing on his mental and physical well-being, even pausing his cultivation, all in preparation for the sword forging the next day. The following day, at noon, the blazing sun hung high in the southern sky, illuminating the azure heavens. Zhang Jiuyang abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. He pushed open the door. Clad in a loose blue Taoist robe, stepping into black boots, hair flowing and sword in hand, his eyes shining like lightning. After a night of mental cultivation, he was at the peak of his vitality. It is time, Ali, stay back. The ghostly figure, Ino, cautiously retreated behind the door, peeking out with a nervous and apprehensive expression. Brother Jiu seemed poised to undertake something of great significance. She attempted to predict the outcome, but just as the thought arose, a sharp sensation pierced her mind. Her instincts warned her that it was something she deeply feared. Zhang Jiuyang's eyes gleamed brightly as he raised the sword in his hand, biting his fingertip to inscribe the 7-star talisman with his own blood. Among the intricate symbols, the shape of the Big Dipper faintly emerged, most enigmatic. Remarkably, when Zhang Jiuyang completed the final stroke in one breath, the blood-written 7-star talisman gradually vanished, merging into the sword's body. Buzz! The once unremarkable long sword suddenly vibrated, emitting a melodious ringing. The talisman commanded the spirit. This signified the successful completion of the initial step. Using the power of the 7-star talisman, he sealed the sword's spirit. The next step was true fire refinement. Zhang Jiuyang raised the long sword, assuming a stance, reciting incantations, Southern Emperor Fire Essence, Western Monarch Gold Liquid, Blazing Kuan Steel, Forge My Law Sword. In an instant, pure yang energy cascaded from the heavens, infusing the sword in Zhang Jiuyang's grasp, causing the entire courtyard to become sweltering. With a whoosh, the sword ignited in flames. Its brilliance dazzling. Ali recoiled, feeling as though the surroundings had transformed into a furnace, unbearably hot. Had she not concealed herself within distanced from the heat, she might have suffered severe harm. Zhang Jiuyang's gaze remained fixed on the sword engulfed in flames, silently urging, it must succeed. The second step is exceedingly perilous. The so-called Nanfang Bingding Ji Jing refers to the pure yang fire, harnessing the power of the great sun to further refine the treasured sword, allowing it to shed its mortal shell. This is precisely why a treasured sword is required as the foundation. How could an ordinary sword withstand the domineering and searing heat of pure yang fire? As the newly awakened sword emitted cries of anguish, its blade trembled with increasing intensity. Under the anxious gaze of Zhang Jiuyang, it ultimately produced a crisp crack. It was broken. A jolt of dismay coursed through Zhang Jiuyang as he observed the flames dissipating swiftly, the pure yang essence vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only a darkened sword core. Most distressingly, the blade was marred by a network of spiderweb-like cracks. Zhang Jiuyang felt a pang of heartache. 30 taels of silver, gone to waste. Clearly, this sword, already considered quite superior in Yuna County, had not met the requirements for forging the Zhongguei sword. After a prolonged silence, he let out a soft sigh and carefully sheathed the sword. Regardless of the failure, this experience had endowed him with greater knowledge, particularly regarding the selection of sword cores. The higher the quality, the better. However, this 30-tael sword was already commendable, as the blacksmith claimed it was a family heirloom. One he would never sell unless offered a fortune. Where could he possibly find a more exquisite sword? Zhou, let us eat first. You did not dine yesterday, Elise said, emerging from the kitchen with an array of delectable dishes. Over the past few days, she had frequently visited the county's tavern to learn culinary skills, and her prowess had significantly improved. Braised tofu, steamed crucian carp, and a large steamed bun. Each dish was a feast for the senses. Zhang Jiuyang, noticing her worried gaze, smiled gently. Was it merely a failure? Why should he be so despondent? The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with obstacles, without a heart that persists through repeated failures. How could one ever reach the end? All right, let us eat. Zhang Jiuyang smiled slightly, his brow once again brightening. 3 days later, news of the passing of old Master Cui began to circulate. This wealthy merchant, who possessed immense riches and beautiful wives, ultimately left this world without taking anything with him, evoking a sense of melancholy. As for his estate, it was bequeathed to his youngest son, who was known for his filial piety. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Jiuyang shook his head. Each person has their destiny. The old master could not correct his roguish tendencies, and thus fell victim to the knife of lust. He had taken money to do his work and had said what needed to be said, so he had no regrets. 2 days later, on the Zhongyuan festival, also known as the Ghost Festival, which is celebrated in Taoism and referred to in folk traditions as the July Half, the Ancestor Festival, and in Buddhism as the Yulan Pen Festival, it is said that on this day the gates of hell swing wide open, marking the peak of yin energy throughout the year. Ali remained at home, while Zhang Jiuyang ventured alone to burn paper offerings for Lin Xiezi. Regardless of the circumstances, he was, in name, Lin Xiezi's disciple, and had it not been for the few treasures left by Lin Xiezi, he would not have survived in Yunyang's hands. However, when he arrived at Lin Xiezi's grave, he was momentarily taken aback. Before the tomb lay a pile of ash from burnt paper. Had someone come to pay their respects? Zhang Jiuyang felt perplexed. As far as he knew, Lin Xiezi had a notoriously irascible temperament, with few friends in the county and no family. Uncle Zhang had also passed away, apart from him. Who else would come to honor Lin Xiezi? Shaking his head, Zhang Jiuyang pondered that perhaps Lin Xiezi had other friends. He squatted down to begin burning the paper money. Master, if you know anything in the afterlife, please bless your disciple with good fortune and smooth cultivation. I am aware that your death was suspicious, but my abilities are limited, and I cannot intervene. Please do not hold it against me, nor seek me out. Perhaps it was this very utterance that summoned a chilling wind around him. The paper money was scattered in all directions. Zhang Jiuyang's expression sharpened, and he formed a seal with his hands. Zhang Daolang. A haunting voice echoed behind him, filled with pain and entreaty. Turning around, Zhang Jiuyang's gaze sharpened. An elderly man clad in a burial garment stood before him, his expression sorrowful as he bowed in respect. It was old Master Cui. Zhang Daolang. You can indeed see me. Old Master Cui exclaimed, seemingly overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Please, Master Zhong, save this old man. He bowed deeply in supplication. Zhang Jiuyang released his hand from the seal and gazed at him quietly. Old Master Cui, I have already stated what needed to be said 3 days prior. It is futile for you to seek me out. I possess no power to resurrect anyone. Old Master Cui lamented. I regret not heeding your words, Master. I should have divorced that venomous woman. Pausing, he continued, taking advantage of the Zhongyuan Festival's abundant yin energy. I can barely come to see you. Not for the sake of living, but to ask for your help in freeing me. I am in unbearable pain. As he spoke, he unfastened the opening of his burial garment, revealing his emaciated upper body. Zhang Jiuyang's eyes widened in shock. One half of his body bore severe burns, while the other half exhibited a frostbitten, black-purple hue, adorned with frost. What has happened? Zhang Zhuyang inquired. Old Master Cui was about to respond, when suddenly he trembled, letting out a cry of agony, his form growing fainter. Master Zhong, save me. I possess a 300-year-old ginseng at home, which I am willing to offer. His voice dwindled to silence. The swirling paper money gradually descended, and tranquility returned to the surroundings. Zhang Zhuyang remained silent for a long while before finally sighing softly. He had not anticipated that his first visitor today would be a ghost. As he approached his doorstep, Zhang Zhuyang noticed a figure pacing restlessly outside, exhibiting peculiar behavior. It was a middle-aged man with a goatee, clad in silk garments, appearing to be in his 40s, who was circling Zhang Zhuyang's door while uttering panicked exclamations. Absurd as it seemed, he appeared to be lost. Where's the door? Wasn't it just here? Where am I? Why do I keep going in circles on this road? Is anyone there? Help! Zhang Zhuyang cleared his throat. Ali, perched on the man's shoulder, floated over, took Zhang Zhuyang's hand, and said, Go. He is a bad person. He tried to enter our home while you were away. Moments before, she had been covering the man's eyes with her hands. This act of obscuring one's vision is commonly referred to in folklore as ghosts blocking the eyes, or ghosts hitting the wall. Once Ali released her hold, the man immediately joyfully discovered the familiar door, feeling less strain on his shoulders. Who are you? Zhang Zhuyang suddenly inquired. The man turned to see Zhang Zhuyang clad in a blue Taoist robe, and as if witnessing a savior, he approached excitedly. You must be Master Zhong's disciple. I am looking for Zhang Zhuyang, Master Zhong. I am he. No, I am looking for. The man's voice faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief. You are Zhang Zhuyang? Zhang Zhuyang nodded once more. Master, there are ghosts in your home. He began. But his words were cut short as a small figure suddenly appeared before him, drenched in blood, gazing up at him with a pale face. Are you saying the ghost is me? The man's legs trembled, nearly causing him to faint from fright. Zhang Zhuyang tapped Ali's head lightly. Do not transform into such an ugly form. Oh, in the next moment, Ali reverted to her charming, delicate appearance, clad in a white dress. Her black hair woven into exquisite braids, radiating vitality. She had always looked like a porcelain doll, and of late, she had been diligently collecting moonlight each night, continuously honing her skills, resulting in an increasing accumulation of spiritual energy. Unlike ordinary wandering spirits, who remain unseen, she could now manifest before others, unfazed by the flames of the living. According to the classifications of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau, Ali now qualified as a ghost-level entity. Although she had merely just entered this realm, it was evident that her aptitude for ghostly cultivation was extraordinary. Zhang Zhuyang sometimes even pondered whether she might one day cause a stir in the underworld. Ghosts, malevolence, calamity, abyss, according to the wise. Reaching the level of calamity is akin to a 7th-tier grand cultivator, and the abyss represents a force capable of annihilating nations. It is said that the previous Daqian's dying dynasty fell into disarray due to a calamity of abyssal proportions, leading to its rapid decline and fragmentation, allowing Daqian's founder, Lu Xianling, to rise amidst the chaos. The thought of Ali transforming into an abyssal entity is truly unfathomable. Zhang Daoshi, you are indeed extraordinary. I have come to beseech you to travel to Qingzhou City and assist my lord. The middle-aged man gazed at Zhang Zhuyang with both reverence and trepidation, for his ability to command a ghost so obediently was a testament to his formidable prowess. Upon hearing the name Qingzhou City, a flicker of distraction crossed Zhang Zhuyang's eyes. A month prior, Lao Gao had ventured to Qingzhou City to investigate the tragic incineration of the Lu family, consisting of 32 individuals, and had since vanished without a trace. The truth behind the Yunyang case may well be concealed within that inferno. I apologize, but Qingzhou City is too distant, and I am not fond of traveling far. Zhang Zhuyang waved his hand, decisively declining the request. He was merely at the first level of cultivation, and the intricacies of the Yunyang case were far too deep. It was better not to meddle unnecessarily. Even if he had to intervene, he must first refine the ghost-slaying sword, otherwise he would be defenseless. Relying solely on a Zhong Kuei ghost-slaying talisman, which was insufficient. Noticing that the man wished to say more, Zhang Zhuyang interjected. Furthermore, I must attend to a matter at the Cui family in Dongguan County. I have no time for other concerns. Having said that, he entered the room and retrieved the previously failed sword he had forged, then tapped the Eno. Ali automatically flew back into the Eno. Gong, can we slay ghosts again? Kill, kill, kill. She appeared somewhat exhilarated, having recently become engrossed in the journey to the west, developing an increasing fascination with combat and slaying. The middle-aged man had not taken his leave. Instead, he stepped forward with a smile. Master Zhong, you are headed to Dongguan County? That is quite a distance. I have prepared a carriage outside the city. If you do not mind, I can offer you a ride for part of the journey. Zhang Zhuyang appraised him for a moment, and had to admit that the man was quite perceptive. Very well, I appreciate it. The carriage was swift, and within an hour, Zhang Zhuyang arrived at Dongguan County. Unlike the remote Yunhe County, Dongguan County is the largest in Qingzhou, boasting nearly 10,000 households, bustling with prosperity and thriving industries. The Chui family was situated here. After inquiring with a few individuals, he finally arrived at the Chui residence, which was adorned with white cloth, indicating recent mourning. He refrained from knocking impulsively and instead circled the Chui estate, guided by Ali's directions. Master Zhong, where are we headed? The middle-aged man followed. Eager to witness how Zhang Zhuyang would perform his ghost-slaying magic, and Zhang Zhuyang tacitly permitted his presence due to the favor of the carriage. Shoo, do not speak. Zhang Zhuyang's expression turned serious as he finally halted outside a section of the Chui residence's rear courtyard wall. Gong, that old gentleman is right there. Ali utilized her precognitive abilities to successfully help Zhang Zhuyang locate the ghost of Old Master Chui. He gazed in the direction Ali indicated but saw not Old Master Chui, but rather a tall bamboo pole atop which hung a garment. The style seemed somewhat familiar. And Zhang Zhuyang suddenly recalled that Old Master Chui had worn that very garment when he came to see him by carriage. A breeze swept through, yet strangely. The thin garment did not flutter, appearing unusually heavy. From a distance, it resembled a silent scarecrow. A chill coursed through Zhang Zhuyang's eyes as he uttered, such a vicious method, although most of Lin Xiaozi's journal entries were mere ramblings. A few contained amusing anecdotes of his exorcisms, mentioning certain taboos. The current scene coincided with one of those entries. Master Zhong, what is wrong with this clothing? The middle-aged man inquired, perplexed. Do you think this is merely drying clothes? Is it not? Zhang Zhuyang cast him a penetrating glance and slowly articulated 3 words, soul-drying curse. The so-called soul-drying curse involves finding a garment that the deceased cherished most in life, hanging it on a bamboo pole at a height to be exposed to the elements, enduring wind, rain, and scorching sun. It is said that this can cause the soul of the deceased to suffer as if burned by fire during the day, while at night, it endures the cold, a truly malevolent tactic. Lin Xiaozi had encountered a similar case, where a child playing on the roof near a garment subjected to the soul-drying curse reportedly heard cries for help. That night, the child suffered from nightmares and a high fever, as if possessed. At this moment, Zhang Zhuyang finally comprehended why, when he had previously encountered Old Master Chui's ghost. It bore half burn marks and half frostbite. The perpetrator must be someone well-versed in such matters. Ali. Zhang Zhuyang lightly tapped the Eno, and Ali floated out, landing atop the roof eave. With a forceful breath, the garment began to sway before ultimately falling from the bamboo pole. A transparent specter emerged from the clothing, resembling Old Master Chui, who attempted to bow in greeting to Zhang Zhuyang, yet his form seemed drawn away by an unseen force. Swiftly drifting away. Follow him. Zhang Zhuyang advanced with his sword, his footsteps light as a swallow, covering more than 10 feet with each step. The middle-aged man, sporting a goatee, had to run to keep pace. Outside Dongguan County, along a dirt road, a vast crowd formed a long line, clad in mourning attire, weeping while scattering paper offerings. At the forefront, a group of sturdy men bore a coffin, with Chui family's eldest and second sons following closely behind to bid farewell. Beside the bearers, several individuals wielded willow branches, lightly striking the bearers' backs every few steps, while others carried a large rooster adorned in feathers. Most striking was the figure of a shamaness ahead, wielding a bone staff, clad in feathered attire, her face painted with various patterns. The onlookers regarded her with deep respect. The townsfolk whispered among themselves. Why, even Li Shimpa has been invited. I heard Old Master Chui's death was suspicious. Such words should not be uttered lightly. Surely not. Consider this. The first 7 days have not yet passed. Why are the Chui family so eager to proceed with the funeral? I have heard it is because Old Master Chui's ghost is restless, prompting the Chui family to summon Li Shimpa to hastily send him off. According to Dakian customs, a deceased person must remain at home for 7 days, referred to as the first 7. After 7 days, the soul of the deceased returns home, and preparations for food must be made. The family must spend the night outside. This is known as return of the soul night. Only after this night can the funeral proceed. Thus, the Chui family hastily buried Old Master Chui after merely 2 days, undoubtedly stirring considerable controversy. At that moment, the shamaness suddenly froze, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Who has broken my soul-drying curse? In the next instant, the ropes carrying the coffin snapped, and the coffin fell heavily to the ground, sending dust swirling. The mourners were startled, especially the bearers, who distinctly felt the coffin grow inexplicably heavy before the ropes gave way. The coffin has fallen. It seems Old Master Chui does not wish to depart. They have hurried to bury him after only 2 days. Surely he is angered. The crowd murmured, and the bearers turned pale with fear. Today was also the ghost festival. The sky overcast, with the sun barely visible. This funeral procession had indeed violated many taboos. Were it not for the generous payment from the Chui family and the presence of Li Shimpa, they would never have dared to accept this task. Quickly, replace it with new ropes. The second son of the Chui family appeared somewhat flustered, hastily issuing orders. Presently, most of the Chui family's assets lay in his hands, making him the de facto new head of the family. The bearers of the coffin had replaced the old ropes with new ones, yet after several attempts, They discovered the coffin was extraordinarily heavy and could not be lifted at all. At this moment, the second son of the Chui family was filled with dread. In this crucial moment, Li Shimpa let out a cold huff and remarked, "Chui Leoi, life and death are the natural course of humanity. Why must you cling to the burdens of the living?" She approached and instructed her aides to place several large, mottled roosters atop the coffin. The roosters seemed to sense something amiss and attempted to flee, but with a mere press of her hand between their eyes, they stood still and obedient. As if carved from stone. "Lift it again," commanded Li Shimpa. The men, now filled with skepticism, attempted to raise the coffin and were astonished to find that the previously unbearable weight had returned to normal. However, after only a few steps, a figure obstructed the funeral procession, clad in a loose, azure Taoist robe, wielding a pitch-black longsword. He possessed a countenance as striking as jade and eyes as bright as the stars. His long, dark hair was casually tied with a green ribbon, and though he appeared youthful, he exuded an ethereal presence. Li Shimpa's eyes turned grave. "Friend, why must the living block the path of the dead?" She sensed that this young Taoist was not ordinary. He radiated vitality and clarity, indicating he had achieved a level of cultivation. Zhang Jiuyang smiled gently and replied, "I do not intend to obstruct. I am merely fulfilling a request on behalf of another." "Whose request?" Zhang Jiuyang pointed toward the coffin with a smile, saying, "The one lying within." At this revelation, the crowd gasped in disbelief, wondering if this young Taoist had truly lost his mind, claiming to represent the dead. Zhang Jiuyang stepped forward, but Li Shimpa stood in his way. Their eyes met, and a flicker of menace flashed in her murky gaze. To obstruct one's path to wealth is akin to slaying one's parents. She was aware that Chui Leoi had met an unjust demise, and the second son was not only willing to pay a hefty sum, but had also promised a 300-year-old ginseng root. That precious ginseng could enable her to ascend to the second realm of cultivation, revitalizing her aging body and extending her lifespan. This was an offer she could not refuse. Ali, with Zhang Jiuyang's command, a chilling wind surged, sending the roosters tumbling and scattering in all directions as they leapt from the coffin. With a thud, the coffin hit the ground once more. "You raise small spirits." Li Shimpa glared at him, a hint of apprehension in her eyes. Zhang Jiuyang shoved her aside and, with a powerful push, opened the coffin. It had not yet been sealed with nails, and with his formidable physique cultivated through the fire dragon and water tiger techniques, he managed to pry it open. When the crowd beheld the body of Chui Leoi within, they collectively gasped in horror. He lay in the coffin clad in ceremonial garments, his face swollen and purple, bruised and bloodied. Most terrifying of all, his eyes remained wide open, refusing to close even in death. "What is this? Wasn't it said that Chui Leoi passed away peacefully?" They murmured among themselves. Zhang Jiuyang sighed softly and addressed Chui Leoi. "You may speak now. How did you truly meet your end?" The crowd instinctively retreated, wondering if the corpse could indeed converse. The body remained silent, yet Zhang Jiuyang feigned listening. And after a moment, he sighed. "So that is the case. Do you have any last wishes unfulfilled?" "Very well, I understand. Please remain calm. Do not let your resentment take control, lest you become a vengeful spirit." Pausing, he rubbed his stomach. "After all, I am not hungry at the moment." The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines as they beheld the man conversing with the corpse, their backs prickling with fear. Chapter 27. Slaying the Mountain Lord and Devouring the Fierce Tiger Madman. "This is a lunatic. Drive him away," the second son of the Chui family shouted. Yet his eyes betrayed his fear and confusion. The family servants attempted to approach and remove Zhang Jiuyang, but were halted by the eldest son. "Do not move. Father's death is indeed suspicious. I beseech the Taoist for guidance." A strange glimmer crossed his eyes as he discreetly cast a glance at his brother. As the truth threatened to surface, the second son looked desperately toward Yuqin, only to find her, usually so astute, now pale and filled with trepidation. Why had that fortune-teller Zhang Jiuyang appeared? Ladies and gentlemen, Chui Leoi did not pass away peacefully, nor did he succumb to illness. Rather, Zhang Jiuyang's gaze shifted between the second son and Yuqin, poised to speak, but Yuqin, with a flash of determination in her eyes, interrupted him. No matter whether he truly knows or feigns knowledge, he must not be allowed to speak. Silence. Here. A ghostly hand covered her mouth, and a leaf floated behind her. Her voice icy. "Zhou, I did not permit you to speak." Yuqin felt her mouth suddenly sealed, unable to open as if sewn shut with needle and thread. Li Shimpa attempted to intervene, but Zhang Jiuyang stood in her way. With the energy locked, she dared not act recklessly, for she was still uncertain of this young Taoist's true capabilities. 2 days prior, Chui Leoi had awakened from a dream only to witness his second son and Yuqin in a compromising situation, which had caused him to faint from shock. The crowd erupted in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter incredulity. However, at that moment, Chui Leoi had not actually died. He had merely fainted from the shock. And in a desperate attempt to conceal their secret, this pair had cruelly smothered him to death. It was tragic that Chui Leoi, having lived a life of wisdom, ultimately perished at the hands of his own wife and son. This was the truth behind Chui Leoi's sudden demise. Ali had only predicted he would die 3 days later, and Zhang Zhuyang had assumed it was due to excess indulgence, unaware that he had been suffocated. Only a victim of smothering would exhibit such a swollen and bruised visage. With Cui Laoi's unjust demise, it was only natural for his spirit to harbor deep resentment, causing disturbances within the home. Thus, the two had summoned the renowned Li Shimpa from Dongguan County to cast a soul-subduing spell to suppress him and hurriedly prepared for burial. Yet, they had not anticipated being forcibly halted by Zhang Zhuyang, who publicly exposed their disgraceful acts. The second son now appeared as pale as a ghost, staring at Zhang Zhuyang with sheer horror. How did he know? Could he truly converse with the dead? Impossible, you lie. He could only force a denial. Yet Zhang Zhuyang coldly interrupted him. Cui Laoi has informed me that he has been watching you these past few days. He saw you and Yuqin living in indulgence. And last night during the vigil, you even took her undergarment, embroidered with a golden peacock, which is now hidden beneath your pillow. The revelation struck the second son like a bolt of lightning, leaving him ashen and dazed. His resolve was feeble, and now that Zhang Zhuyang had pierced his defenses, he staggered, muttering incoherently. No, it is not my fault. It is all my father's doing. He is the one to blame. Yuqin and I have known each other for long. She promised to be my bride. Yet, at over 80, why must he compete with me for a woman? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his body trembling. The revelation stirred a tempest among the onlookers, who were astonished, straining to catch every word. A great scandal had erupted. They had not anticipated that the Cui father and son were at odds over a woman. Zhang Zhuyang shook his head, noting that Yuqin had not lied. She had indeed promised to be his bride. Foolish. It must be you who cast a charm of madness upon the second son. Watch as I summon the mountain lord to deal with this sorcerer. Realizing that the situation was turning increasingly unfavorable due to the second son's unwitting confession, Li Shimpa understood she had no choice but to take a risk. She produced a handful of shattered bones from her bosom, scattered them carelessly, and began to dance as if possessed, chanting incantations. In the next moment, the broken bones began to move on their own. With a mighty roar, the winds surged as a ferocious tiger materialized before them, large as an ox, its gaze fierce and bloodthirsty, its claws slightly bent, the body producing a faint rumble like thunder. It exuded an awe-inspiring dominance. It's a great beast. Run, a great beast is here. The beast devours humans. As the spectators witnessed the emergence of the fierce tiger, they were so terrified that their souls seemed to take flight, scattering in all directions. Moments later, only Zhang Zhuyang and his companions remained. The middle-aged man accompanying Zhang Zhuyang was also gripped by fear, stammering, "Master Zhang, perhaps we should make our escape." As he observed the tiger drawing closer, his words became increasingly incoherent. Zhang Zhuyang focused intently on the approaching beast. Is this the mountain lord summoned by the other party? He had come to understand that the pile of white bones scattered by Li Shimpa was, in fact, tiger bones, used to invoke a fragment of the tiger's lingering soul. Moreover, judging by the tiger's size, it had likely not been an ordinary creature in life, but had reached the level of a demon. Yet, it could be defeated. With a subtle motion, Zhang Zhuyang placed one hand on the hilt of his sword. The residual soul of the tiger demon belonged to the realm of spirits, and as long as it was a spirit, it would be manageable. However, this was his first encounter in combat with a living entity. Thus he approached the situation with utmost seriousness, channeling his internal energy along the path of the Hua Long Shui Hu diagram, producing a faint sound reminiscent of dragon roars and tiger howls. In his perception, the movements of the tiger seemed to slow down, each hair clearly visible, akin to a slow-motion scene from a past film. Ali wished to assist, but was met with a shake of his head in refusal. This was the perfect opportunity to test the results of his cultivation against the tiger. With a roar, the tiger seemed to sense the danger, its fur bristling as it charged toward Zhang Zhuyang, its sharp teeth glinting menacingly, and its movements swift and fierce. Too slow. The brilliance in Zhang Zhuyang's eyes intensified, shining like the sun. Clang. With a clear, resonant sound of the sword, it was finally drawn from its sheath. Although this sword had been a failed creation, it had been imbued with spiritual essence through the 7 stars treasure talisman and tempered by pure yang fire, retaining some residual yang fire power, which was particularly effective against spirits. Another roar erupted from the tiger, but this time it lacked the ferocity of before, instead sounding mournful. A massive tiger head rolled to the ground, its cut smooth as a mirror, crimson as charcoal, emitting wisps of black smoke. Yet, even after being decapitated, the tiger's body still struggled to rise. Zhang Zhuyang sighed, lamenting the failure of the sword to be perfected for slaying spirits. Otherwise, that single strike would have sufficed to vanquish this tiger demon's residual soul. Yu. Li Shimpa's face grew ashen, her eyes filled with horror. To slay the mountain lord with a single sword strike, accompanied by that terrifying dragon roar and tiger howl, who exactly was this young Taoist? Ignoring her, Zhang Zhuyang stepped upon the tiger's head. His internal energy, refined through the trials of fire and water, surged like a torrential river, as powerful as a thunderclap. Crack! The tiger head began to crack, then shattered with a thunderous sound, transforming into tendrils of black smoke that surged into Zhang Zhuyang's mouth. Eating the tiger. With each fragment of the tiger demon's residual soul consumed, the tiger bones around him erupted, and with each piece that shattered, Li Shinpa's complexion grew paler until she ultimately spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted. Burp. Zhang Jiuyang let out a satisfied belch and patted his belly. He had been reckless. Yunyang had already filled him up, and now he had consumed the remnants of a tiger demon. Fortunately, compared to Yunyang, this residual soul was a mere trifle, akin to a snack. Who hasn't indulged in dessert after a meal? Chapter 28. The famous sword Taiyue. The events surrounding the Cui family stirred up quite a commotion, the content being explosive and the scenes thrilling. Spreading throughout Dongguan County within half a day, the second son and Yuqin were sentenced to death for adultery and murder. Li Shinpa, on the other hand, remained in a state of unconsciousness at home and did not survive the night, adding a touch of legend to the affair. After the death of old Master Cui, Zhang Banxian engaged in a battle of wits with the spirit medium. This was even more dramatic than what one would find in a theatrical play, and in no time, the name of Zhang Jiuyang, the iron-fisted diviner of Yunhe County, became the talk of the town. Rumor had it that the notorious water ghost that had recently caused a stir in Yunhe County had also been subdued by Zhang Jiuyang. Now, countless individuals sought Zhang Jiuyang for divination, but the handsome Taoist, who had arrived with his sword, vanished after creating a ruckus, leaving no trace. On a moonlit night, beneath the pine trees, Zhang Jiuyang sat gracefully upon a piece of green stone, forming the Longhu seal with his hands as the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls resonated faintly within him. The middle-aged man with a goatee observed this scene with a slight change in expression. Had he not known that Master Zhong was human, he might have believed he had encountered the legendary dragon lord or tiger demon. Ali was not idle either. Standing guard for Zhang Jiuyang while absorbing the moonlight from the pine tree, a hint of ecstasy gracing her porcelain-like face. The moon, being the embodiment of the Taiyin, served as a great tonic for demons and spirits alike. Many beasts that had gained intelligence would pay homage to the bright moon at night, absorbing its light to enhance their cultivation. Before long, Zhang Jiuyang opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling before swiftly retreating inward. This battle of magic had been immensely beneficial for him, first validating his own strength. Li Shinpa had also reached the first realm of Longhu adjustment and had accumulated many years of practice, yet in comparison, the quality of her magical power was worlds apart from his. This demonstrated the extraordinary nature of the Yuding Xian Gong among those of the same realm. He was truly exceptional. Furthermore, having completely digested the tiger demon's residual soul, his magical power had seen some improvement, albeit slight, comparable to a month of arduous training. This significantly shortened the time needed to break through to the second realm. Once he acquires that 300-year-old ginseng, he should be nearly there. As for the resentment from the tiger demon's residual soul, it posed little challenge for Zhang Jiuyang, and he soon overcame it. Master Zhang, have you completed your cultivation? The middle-aged man inquired, stepping forward. Zhang Jiuyang nodded and then gracefully descended, sword in hand, proceeding toward Dongguan County. Ali automatically flew to his side, her small hand clasping his. Master Zhang, you are truly impressive. Today, I have truly opened my eyes. His voice brimmed with excitement as he lavished praise on Zhang Jiuyang, treating him as if he were a deity. Such a massive tiger, and you defeated it with a single sword strike. My heavens, that is incredible. You must be the legendary sword immortal. As he spoke, he gazed curiously at the sword in Zhang Jiuyang's hand, filled with envy. The title of sword immortal was steeped in legendary allure, although the authorities strictly prohibited the promotion of supernatural matters. Tales of the sword immortal continued to circulate among the people, recited by many. With a mere breath, the sword energy surged forth, vanquishing demons and subduing evil in the blink of an eye, effortlessly severing the heads of foes from 1,000 miles away. When the matter was settled, he would slip away, concealing his achievements and fame. The middle-aged man had grown up listening to stories of the sword immortal, hence he was immensely excited at this moment, yearning to touch the legendary sword of the sword immortal. As if sensing his gaze, Zhang Jiuyang paused slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you fancy the sword? The man's eyes sparkled as he replied, of course. Although it appears unremarkable, it felled a fierce tiger with a single stroke. To say it looked unremarkable was generous. The sword, once drawn, resembled a failed forging, dark and bearing a burnt scent, riddled with cracks. Yet, despite this, the sword was extraordinary. He had witnessed firsthand how the tiger's head was severed, the cut resembling one seared by intense flames, crimson as coal. If you like it, feel free to take a look. To the man's astonishment, Master Zhong casually handed the sword to him. Swallowing hard, he trembled as he unsheathed the sword. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, under the moonlight, he found the cracks on the sword's body particularly beautiful, and they seemed to be slowly spreading. Wait, spreading? The man's eyes widened as a sense of foreboding arose within him. The next moment, there was a sharp crack, and the celestial sword shattered into countless fragments under the moonlight, scattering on the ground, leaving behind only a bare hilt. The sword broke. The middle-aged man's hands trembled, his voice stuttering. Broke. Zhang Jiuyang regarded him with a smile that was neither here nor there, saying, "What to do?" This sword was rather expensive. A middle-aged man wore a mournful expression, lamenting over the sword, feeling he could not afford such a loss. Zhong laughed heartily and reassured him, patting his shoulder, stating he was merely jesting. The sword had originally been a failed creation, and forcing it to function would naturally lead to its shattering, which was unrelated to him. The middle-aged man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhong crouched down to collect the shards of the broken sword, sighing softly, lamenting the fate of never finding a true treasure among swords. Wealth can be easily acquired, yet a renowned sword is a rare find. Sometimes, even with ample riches, one cannot procure a genuine sword without sufficient power and connections. As a newcomer, merely establishing himself was already a challenge. How could he dare to aspire for more? It was a pity to possess a treasure mountain, yet remain unable to utilize it, leaving a lingering sense of regret. If he could forge a genuine Zhong sword, it would undoubtedly elevate his strength to a new qualitative level. Upon hearing Zhong sigh, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and he eagerly inquired, "Master Zhong, when you speak of seeking a true treasure sword, do you mean one from the mortal realm?" "Indeed, I do," Zhong replied candidly. "I require a sword to forge a magical artifact, and the higher the quality, the better. The sword I currently possess cost me 100 taels of silver, yet it remains insufficient." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face brightened with joy, exclaiming, "Master Zhong, congratulations. To not keep you in suspense, my lord takes great pleasure in collecting antiques, among which is a renowned heirloom sword, known as Taiwei." Zhong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The Taiyu sword has an impressive history, said to be the sword of the military deity Yu Jingzhong from 600 years ago, forged by the master smith Lingguan, who sought celestial black iron, taking 9 years to complete, capable of cutting through hair and severing iron like mud. Later, the military deity wielded it to sweep across the world, conquering cities with ease. Regrettably, his most famous weapons were a dragon tiger overlord spear and a 7-foot-long dragon sparrow horse-laying saber. Thus, this sword remained lesser known. Zhong felt a stir in his heart, realizing it was the sword of the renowned founding general of the Daqian dynasty. It was said that the military deity not only possessed divine strategies, but also unparalleled martial skills, often leading the charge in battle with a force akin to thunder, with his spear and saber unstoppable. Yet, it was surprising that he was also adept in swordplay, albeit rarely employed. Truly worthy of the title of the greatest general of his time. "I can accompany you to Qingzhou City," he stated. The middle-aged man was instantly elated. But before he could respond, Zhong continued, "However, I have one condition. Please, go ahead. Upon our arrival in Qingzhou City, I must first inspect the sword. If what you claim proves true, we can discuss further matters." Naturally. The middle-aged man was overjoyed, his expression brimming with excitement. "My lord is finally saved. Very well. Let us depart. Are we heading to Qingzhou City?" "No. First I must retrieve an item, something that old Master Cui once promised." Chapter 29. The Song of Completion. That night, at the Cui residence, the eldest son of the Cui family donned mourning garb, yet wore a faint smile. His father had already been buried, and his younger brother sentenced to death, soon to face execution. Thus, all the family's assets naturally fell under his name. Amidst the chaos, he emerged as the greatest beneficiary. According to custom, upon the death of parents, a son must observe a 3-year mourning period, during which singing, dancing, marrying, or engaging in conjugal relations is forbidden, and one must dwell beside the parent's tomb, refraining from meat and alcohol for 14 days. Yet, the eldest son of the Cui family took advantage of the night to stealthily return to the Cui residence, discarding his mourning attire and ordering lavish feasts of fish and meat, indulging in a hearty meal. After days of vegetarian fare, he felt as if his palate had grown bland. As he feasted with delight, the candlelight in the room was abruptly extinguished by a chilling wind, plunging everything into darkness. The windows flew open, and under the bright moonlight stood a figure by the window, tall and graceful, with striking features and eyes that left a lasting impression. Zhong Daling. The eldest son of the Cui family smiled awkwardly, somewhat embarrassed as he set down his food and drink. Zhong sighed gently. "Cui Gongzi. I have come to retrieve an item promised by your father, a 300-year-old ginseng." The eldest son of the Cui family was momentarily taken aback. Then a glint appeared in his eyes as he smiled. "Master Zhong, you have helped my father clear his name, and I am immensely grateful. I would be willing to offer you 100 taels of gold as a token of my appreciation, but I must confess, I am unaware of this 300-year-old ginseng." The prefect of Qingzhou, Lu Dongli, had repeatedly hinted at his desire for this 300-year-old ginseng, and now that he held control over the Cui family's assets, he was eager to win favor with this influential figure. He was ambitious, believing he could elevate the Cui family to heights his father had never reached. Zhong shook his head, sighing. Greed, when it arises, often heralds disaster. A sharpened chopstick was suddenly poised at the eldest son's throat, astonishingly floating in midair. A clear, melodic voice chimed in. "Uncle, you are being dishonest." With a gulp, The eldest son of the Chui family swallowed hard, beads of sweat pouring down. Zhang Jiang fixed his gaze upon him and suddenly spoke. Chui Gongzi, even if I had not appeared today, you would have already arranged for someone to block the coffin. Would you not? The eldest son froze, his eyes darting. What does the Taoist mean? I do not quite understand. Ignoring his confusion, Zhang Jiang continued, in truth. You have long known that old Master Chui was killed by the second young master and Yuqin. You merely watched coldly, waiting for the opportune moment to act. The eldest son attempted to argue, but was met with a statement that sent a chill down his spine. Why did Yuqin, who had previously been with the second young master, end up marrying old Master Chui? Surely, you had a hand in this. His complexion turned pale, and after a long silence, he sighed deeply. Truly worthy of the title iron-mouthed oracle, Zhang Banzian, you even discern this hidden truth. However, in front of others. Even if you were to kill me, I would never admit it. This was his proudest scheme, given that his father favored the younger son. He had turned them against each other using only a woman. By marrying such a beauty, he could hasten his takeover of the Chui family, achieving 2 goals with 1 move. Taoist Zhong, please wait. I shall fetch you the 300-year-old ginseng right away. This time, the eldest son of the Chui family did not attempt any tricks. He dutifully went to the storeroom to retrieve the ginseng. Though unseen, he felt a chilling presence following closely behind him. Zhang Jiang accepted the sandalwood box he offered, opening it to reveal a ginseng with intertwining roots. Its form elegant and elongated, oddly resembling a human shape. It was said that ginseng absorbs the essence of heaven and earth. After 500 years, it becomes a king of ginseng, and after 1,000 years, it achieves sentience, gaining the ability to burrow underground. From this 300-year-old treasure, it seemed the tales were not mere fabrications. As soon as he opened the box, a rich medicinal aroma wafted forth, mingling with the fresh scent of the wilderness. Invigorating the senses, Taoist Zhong, upon receiving the treasure, please refrain from speaking indiscreetly afterward. He paused, then added, I have some acquaintance with Lord Lu Dongli, the prefect of Qingzhou. His words bore an implicit warning. As the eldest son of the Chui family, he was aware of an institution within the court known as the Qinianjian, which held a certain degree of intimidation over those extraordinary individuals within the martial world. Hearing this, Zhang Jiang laughed heartily. Chui Gongzi, your father consulted me a few days ago, inquiring which son should inherit the Chui family assets. The eldest son managed a bitter smile. I am aware of this matter. The Taoist must have spoken well of my younger brother, for after returning, my father chose him. Zhang Jiang shook his head with a smile, uttering words that left him perplexed. I informed him that neither son is suitable. Before the eldest son could respond, Zhang Jiang waved his sleeve and vanished swiftly into the night. The eldest son of the Chui family collapsed into a chair, his back drenched in cold sweat. Zhang Jiang departed from the Chui residence, casting a final glance at the grand and spacious estate, as if he could already foresee its downfall months hence. The eldest son of the Chui family harbored vast ambitions, aspiring to elevate his family's status, yet he chose the wrong side in the ongoing political turmoil. In such a chaotic landscape, aligning oneself with the losing faction results in inevitable ruin. Following the imminent collapse of Lu Dongli, the prefect of Qingzhou, the once mighty Chui family would merely become collateral damage. It is a lamentable fate for the venerable old Master Chui, whose lifetime of devotion and labor has seemingly evaporated in an instant. This explains why Zhang Jiang previously remarked to the old master, neither of your sons is fit for the task. The world may celebrate the exalted, yet it is the pursuit of fame and fortune that lingers in the hearts of men. Where have the ancient ministers and generals gone? Their graves now overgrown with grass. The world may admire the divine, but only gold and silver endure. All day one laments the fleeting nature of gatherings, and when the time comes, the eyes shall close. As he softly recited the poem Hao Lu Gu, an inexplicable wave of emotions surged within him, as if he could envision emperors and generals reduced to mere bones. Their vast fortunes rendered void. As winter gives way to spring, and the cycle of seasons continues unabated, only the moon above remains ever bright, year after year, enduring through time. Zhou, do not worry. Ali seemed to sense the shift in his mood, grasping his hand and tilting her small face upwards. Ali has already died once. I will not die again. Ali will always be with you. Zhang Jiang paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter, affectionately ruffling her hair. Just as he was about to speak, he heard her melodious voice again. Zhou, why don't you die early too? Then you won't grow old. Zhang Jiang immediately lost his mirth, giving her a light reprimand. Nonsense. Children say the most outrageous things. Let us not engage in trivial matters. Ali made a playful face before diving back into the shadows, mumbling, Ali is not a child. Ali is already 8 years old. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight graced the land, a carriage slowly entered Qingzhou city. Zhang Jiang lifted the curtain and quietly surveyed the bustling metropolis. The most prosperous in all of Qingzhou, the imposing city walls, adorned with weathered moss, exuded a sense of profound antiquity, marked by the passage of time. Upon the walls stood rows of armored soldiers, their long spears held confidently. Though the hour was early, the streets of Qingzhou were already alive with the aroma of commerce. Shops had opened their doors, laborers called out, and children frolicked, creating a picturesque scene that unfolded gradually. A small head peeked above Zhang Zhuyang's shoulder, curiously observing the surroundings. Zhou, is this Qingzhou city? It's so vast. Ali, who had only known life in Yuna County, had only heard tales of Qingzhou and was astonished by its size. Yet, Zhang Zhuyang perceived something different. Zhou, is the influence of the Buddhist temple truly so profound in Qingzhou? As they traversed the city, he had already spotted several monks, and the local populace exhibited deep reverence towards them, bowing with hands clasped in respect upon sighting them. The middle-aged man driving the carriage, Zhou, who was the steward of the Zhou family in Qingzhou, replied, Master Zhong, you may not be aware, but these are monks from the Jinshan Temple. Jinshan Temple? The name was recently changed. It was previously known as Shishan Temple. It was not well known until a few months ago when a wandering monk named Nungren arrived. He possesses remarkable abilities, and soon the temple gained widespread fame. Why the name change? Did this Master Nungren achieve enlightenment? Zhang Zhuyang questioned, a hint of skepticism in his gaze. According to Lao Gao, the Buddhist path involves cultivating relics and attaining enlightenment. Those capable of achieving such heights are often enigmatic and powerful. With a divine monk such as this in residence, how could Qingzhou be plagued by malevolent spirits? Zhou Guanjia's face darkened slightly as he continued, that master is more avaricious than any official. For common folk seeking his assistance, they must first offer a golden statue to the temple. Consequently, the temple has become resplendent, earning its name. After our master was afflicted, I sought this Nungren monk, but he audaciously demanded half of our master's estate for his aid, displaying sheer greed. Thus, upon hearing of a Zhang Banzian emerging from Yuna County, I rushed to invite him. In comparison to half of the Zhou family's wealth, the famed Taiyue's sword, though precious, was of little consequence. Before long, the carriage arrived at the Zhou residence. Nestled on Dongli Street in Qingzhou, it boasted a serene environment and auspicious feng shui. The grand crimson gate was imposing, flanked by two vividly carved stone lions that exuded a sense of majesty. Zhang Zhuyang suddenly halted, staring intently at the stone lions. Noticing this, Zhou Guanjia grew anxious, casting a furtive glance at Zhang Zhuyang, his eyes betraying a flicker of unease. In the realm of feng shui, the arrangement of stone lions holds great significance. One lion's mouth agape invites wealth, while the other's closed mouth signifies the safeguarding of fortune, symbolizing prosperity that flows in but not out. Additionally, lions serve as guardians against malevolent forces, enhancing the home's protective aura and ensuring peace. However, at that moment, Zhang Zhuyang perceived a different reality in the two protective stone lions. Their surfaces were charred black. The open-mouthed lion exhaled a plume of dark smoke, while the closed-mouthed lion's eyes glowed with a blood-red fury, seemingly fixated on Zhang Zhuyang. He could hear the ominous howls of vengeful spirits echoing in his ears. Wretched Taoist! Metal not! Depart! Get out of here! Master Zhong, Master Zhong! As Zhou Guanjia's voice broke through, Zhang Zhuyang blinked, and everything returned to normal. The stone lion stood silently at the gate, as if the preceding events had merely been a figment of his imagination. Yet, Zhang Zhuyang understood that it was the malevolent spirits within the Zhou residence warning and challenging him. Zhou, the things in the house are quite fierce. Ali's voice chimed in, devoid of fear, instead brimming with eagerness. Perhaps due to her lineage of shadow walkers, the young girl possessed an innate courage towards these spirits. Not long after her tragic drowning, she had dared to bite the nearly malevolent Yun Yang, showcasing her boldness. Zhou, once you forge the sword, prepare 2 kitchen knives for me as well, she said playfully, her words eliciting a sense of dread. Zhang Zhuyang imagined her wielding 2 kitchen knives, pursuing demons and spirits with reckless abandon, and felt a pang of guilt towards Uncle Jiang, realizing he had perhaps nurtured her in a skewed manner. Zhou Guanjia, lead the way. I wish to see the Taiyue sword first. With a gentle smile, Zhang Zhuyang spoke calmly, despite the steward's apprehensive gaze. While the spirits were formidable, they paled in comparison to Yun Yang. Even if he could not best them, he was confident in his ability to retreat unscathed, to forge the sword to vanquish spirits. He deemed it worthwhile to test his mettle. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guanjia finally exhaled in relief, inwardly marveling at Zhang Zhuyang's composure. Previously, he had invited others, but those monks and Taoists, despite their grandiose claims, had turned pale and trembled at the mere thought of entering the Zhou residence. Only Master Zhong, perceptive of the anomaly, remained unfazed and composed. Master Zhong, this way please. His tone grew increasingly respectful. The Zhou residence was expansive, seemingly more opulent than the Chui residence in Dongguan County, adorned with rare flora and artificial hills, reminiscent of a Jiangnan garden. Zhang Zhuyang mused that such a luxurious garden-style mansion, if transposed to his previous life on Earth, would command an astronomical sum. Yet, an inexplicable chill permeated the air, and the servants walked with their heads bowed, exuding an aura of trepidation. Before long, the two arrived at a crimson pavilion, secured by 3 locks. Zhou Guanjia produced the keys, unlocking them one by one. The Tai West sword lies within. As the door swung open, a faint aroma of incense wafted out, revealing a spacious interior, akin to a small exhibition hall, displaying numerous precious artifacts. The collection of calligraphy, paintings, seals, ancient coins, and ceramics was truly dazzling and seemingly endless. Zhang Jueyang could not help but marvel at the astonishing wealth of the Zhou family. In the center of the room lay an ancient sword in its scabbard, intricately carved with swirling cloud patterns upon its black sheath. The hilt was adorned with a flawless piece of white jade, and a golden tassel gently swayed in the breeze. Though it remained sheathed, Zhang Jueyang felt an invisible edge emanating from it. Ali quietly hid behind him, commenting, "Brother Jiu, that sword seems a bit frightening." This sword, while currently lacking renown, had once belonged to the famed General Yu, accompanying him through countless battles and shedding untold blood. Folklore suggested that even a butcher's knife could instill fear in spirits, let alone a sword forged on ancient battlefields. At the mere sight of the Tai West sword, Zhang Jueyang was certain it would meet the requirements for crafting a sword capable of slaying ghosts. With a clang, he drew the sword from its sheath, its blade shimmering with clarity akin to a pristine autumn pond, reflecting the ripples in his gaze. A gentle flick of his finger produced a resonant sound, deep and powerful, reminiscent of a dragon's roar, as if the very essence of battle surged forth. The ancient sword, dark and somber, had endured countless autumns. Its white light absorbed the sun and moon, while purple energy repelled the constellations. Zhang Jueyang softly recited a poem by Bai Juyi, feeling a surge of sword energy within, his eyes growing ever sharper and brighter. The Tai West sword was his resolve. Chapter 31. The House of Great Misfortune, where spirits rampage. Master Zhong. The master is in this room. Ever since he fell under a curse, no one dares to enter except for me and the First Lady. A maid once brought him food and nearly lost her life at his hands. After examining the Tai West sword, Steward Zhou led Zhang Jueyang to the main room. The door was plastered with various talismans and had been locked securely. Ever since the master succumbed to the curse, he had become quite deranged. Without the lock, he might have run away. As Steward Zhou explained, he unlocked the door. Upon opening it, a foul stench assaulted their senses, making it feel less like a main room and more akin to a latrine. Zhang Jueyang instinctively covered his nose. Master Zhong, please bear with it. The master has been living here alone, taking care of all his needs in this room since he fell under the curse. He seems to have lost his soul. Stepping inside, Zhang Jueyang noticed that the windows were tightly shut, casting the room into darkness. The floor was soiled, exuding a nauseating odor. A plump man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, sat in a dim corner, staring blankly at his reflection in a bronze mirror. His gaze was vacant, with deep bags under his eyes, and his pallor suggested he had not slept in a long time. Steward Zhou sighed in relief, stating, "Today, the master has been relatively calm. At least he is quietly sitting alone without causing a scene." "Are you sure he is alone?" At that moment, Zhang Jueyang looked at Master Zhou, and despite having encountered supernatural matters before, he felt a chill run down his spine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In Zhang Jueyang's eyes, in addition to Master Zhou, there were precisely 31 figures in the main room, comprising men and women of various ages, including a child in a swaddling blanket. In the next moment, Master Zhou slowly lifted his head. Behind him, the 31 figures also raised their heads, revealing faces as dark as charcoal, resembling malevolent spirits, their vengeful gazes fixated on Zhang Jueyang. In an instant, the atmosphere turned ominous. Ali gasped, exclaiming, "So many ghosts." Though each of the 31 malevolent spirits was not particularly strong, their combined presence formed a formidable force. "Get out, stinking Taoist, do you want to die? I will reduce you to ashes." The winds in the room howled, and Zhang Jueyang watched as black smoke began to emanate from their bodies, their skin glowing red as if scorched by fierce flames. Steward Zhou could not see any of this. He merely felt the oppressive atmosphere grow heavier, making it hard to breathe. "Little black charcoals, don't insult Brother Jiu." Ali bared her little tiger teeth, her white dress fluttering, her aura swelling. Zhang Jueyang playfully tugged on her braid and chuckled, apologies for the disturbance. He turned with Ali and retreated to a secluded spot with Steward Zhou. "Master Zhong, could it be that even you?" Steward Zhou's face was grave, and he felt an unsettling apprehension rising within him. If even Master Zhong could not handle this, he would have to seek out the monk Ningren from Jinshan Temple. Zhang Jueyang shook his head and said solemnly, "It is not that I cannot see it, but you must first answer me truthfully. If you are not honest, I shall turn and leave, never to concern myself with this matter again." Steward Zhou quickly replied, "Please ask, I will answer truthfully." "Very well, I shall ask you. Was this house previously the Zhou residence?" Upon hearing this, Steward Zhou's expression froze for a moment before he shook his head, saying, "Naturally not. To be candid, my master was previously a merchant in the capital, but after encountering some troubles, he relocated to Qingzhou City. This house was apparently purchased by someone with the surname Liu. After that person passed away, it was sold by the authorities. My master, in desperate need of a home, purchased it. After a pause, it seemed he recalled something, adding, Master Zhong. Do you mean to say this is a house of misfortune? Zhang Zhuyang remained silent for a long while before slowly nodding. At that moment, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Upon seeing the 31 figures with faces like charred coal, he had sensed something amiss. He had not expected that the Zhou residence was indeed the home of Lu Yaoxing. Lao Gao had once mentioned that Lu Yaoxing's family had moved to Qingzhou City, but tragically perished in a flood during his son's full moon banquet. With all 32 members of the family being burned to death, it seemed the child in the swaddling blanket was Lu Yaoxing's son, who had just celebrated his first month. However, one peculiar detail troubled Zhang Zhuyang. He had seen Lu Yaoxing in Yun Yang's memories, yet none of the 31 ghostly figures bore his likeness. Could it be that Lu Yaoxing had not died? Those damned officials dare to sell us a house of misfortune. Steward Zhou was furious. It was easy to deduce that this cursed house would not sell locally. They had taken advantage of the fact that they were outsiders unaware of the situation. And because Master Zhou was eager to settle down, they had deceived him. Master Zhong, I implore you to help us. Zhang Zhuyang hesitated. He had initially intended to avoid this murky water until he had forged the sword capable of slaying ghosts. After all, the case involving Yun Yang seemingly implicated a certain malevolent figure skilled in ghostly arts. However, if he did not intervene, he would be unable to obtain the Taiyue sword, and thus could not forge the ghost-slaying sword. Moreover, Master Zhou had indeed been wronged. The actions of the Qingzhou authorities were undeniably unscrupulous. In truth, Zhang Zhuyang possessed the ability to steal the Taiyue sword and leave Qingzhou City, distancing himself from the situation. But such actions would contradict his principles. Accepting money to dispel calamities was his code. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to give it a try. If all else failed, he could devise another plan. With this thought, Zhang Zhuyang made his decision. Steward Zhou, this matter is not simple. I have 2 additional requests. If you agree, I will do my utmost to assist. Please state them. First, an increase in compensation, 100 taels of gold. Steward Zhou was taken aback, but he quickly nodded, no problem. Second, you must first present me with the Taiyue sword. I may need it shortly. Upon hearing this, Steward Zhou hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. Zhang Zhuyang smiled slightly, saying, in that case, I shall do my utmost to contend with the 31 malevolent spirits in this house. Kill, kill, kill. From the southern heaven gate to the Lingxiao palace. I shall slay until rivers run red with blood. Ali made a fierce expression, but her delicate features made her look rather adorably fierce. Soon after, Zhang Zhuyang knocked on the door once more, holding the Taiyue sword, its golden tassel gently swaying, the white jade hilt gleaming under the sunlight. The spirits raised their heads to gaze at him, their 31 vengeful eyes locking onto him with even greater ferocity than before. Their skin turned scalding red, emitting wisps of black smoke, as if they were on the verge of exploding. Zhang Zhuyang, however, merely smiled faintly. Ladies and gentlemen, such intense anger, could it be a sign of kidney deficiency? He pointed the hilt of his sword at the child swathed in blackened cloth, proclaiming loudly, if you dare, come and challenge me one-on-one. Chapter 32, Jean Fo Town's Ghosts, the Fire Sea Forging Swords. The ghostly entities manipulated by resentment possessed little intelligence, yet even so, Zhang Zhuyang's demeanor and words seemed to evoke a sense of humiliation within them. In an instant, the accumulated resentment erupted violently. Boom. The talismans within the building ignited, becoming unbearably hot as the temperature soared. Zhang Zhuyang's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. These spirits, having perished in flames, indeed possessed the capability to ignite fires themselves. Help! Help me! Steward Zhou suddenly cried out in panic, realizing that his clothing had also caught fire. Strangely, no matter how he tried to extinguish it, the flames would not be quelled and were rapidly approaching him. With a cold snort, Zhang Zhuyang commanded, Ali, come. In the next moment, Ali floated out from the shadow puppet, transforming into a gust of Yin wind that enveloped Steward Zhou, and under the potent surge of Yin energy, the stubborn flames were finally extinguished. Seeking death, a vengeful spirit roared, flames enveloping its form as it charged towards Ali, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Those who had perished in the flames suffered immense torment, their resentment palpable, appearing utterly deranged. However, just as it was about to pounce on Ali, a clear, resonant sound of a sword echoed, sharp and bright, as if it were the clash of gold and stone. The sword light flashed by like a fleeting shadow. The fiery ghost let out a blood-curdling scream, its body impaled deeply into the wall by a precious sword, its golden tassel fluttering, rendering its struggles futile. The Taiyue sword was renowned for its unparalleled sharpness, and combined with Zhang Zhuyang's remarkable physique after a blood transfusion, a single stroke could penetrate stone by several inches. The ancient sword exuded a killing aura, causing the ghost to wail incessantly, its flames and black smoke gradually diminishing. Other vengeful spirits attempted to rescue their companion, but were blocked by Zhang Zhuyang. He formed a seal with his hands and chanted incantations. Heaven and earth. Human escape in 9 chapters. The Azure Dragon assists, the White Tiger aids. First, slay the evil spirits. then eliminate the malevolent seeds. As his voice resonated, the magical energy within him surged like a raging river, his robe billowing, hair flowing without wind, and an invisible sharpness brewed around him, forcing the ghosts to retreat in fear. Merely hearing the incantation of Zhong Kuei's ghost-slaying spell made them tremble with trepidation, as if they were inherently at a disadvantage against it. This was also why Zhang Zhuyang dared to intervene. Possessing the legacy of the ghost-catching deity Zhong Kuei, he often achieved remarkable results in dealing with specters. However, at that moment, the previously silent Lord Zhou suddenly smashed the copper mirror, picking up a sharp shard and directing it towards his throat. Blood oozed slowly, yet he appeared devoid of pain, instead grinning foolishly. "Filthy Taoist, cease at once. Otherwise, we shall kill him immediately. Get lost." The horde of ghosts sensed fear. Realizing that this young Taoist was formidable, they used Lord Zhou as a hostage to threaten him. Observing the blood at Lord Zhou's neck, Zhang Zhuyang furrowed his brow, somewhat constrained. "Ha ha ha, Steward Zhou, it seems the expert you sought is nothing extraordinary." Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out, resounding like a bell. "Amitabha, let the Buddha take action against them." In the next moment, a robust monk clad in yellow robes, sporting a large beard, entered the room, holding a small golden Buddha about a foot tall. "Little Taoist, behold the Buddha's prowess." He laughed heartily, chanting scriptures, and in an instant, the golden Buddha radiated light, illuminating the entire room. The horde of ghosts, caught in the golden glow, wailed pitifully, their forms seemingly melting away. Taken by surprise, even Ali was illuminated by the golden light, her delicate face reddening from the heat as she hurriedly retreated into the shadow puppet. "Brother Jiao, that golden Buddha is truly terrifying to the ghosts." Zhang Zhuyang gazed at the malevolent spirits laid bare beneath the Buddha's radiance, gradually melting away, and then at the continuously glowing statue, his heart stirring with an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it before. Steward Zhou stepped forward and whispered, "Master Zhang, this is the monk Nengren from Jinshan Temple." A cold smile crept across Zhang Zhuyang's mind. This man had chosen to appear neither too early nor too late, but precisely at this moment, likely fearing that he might encroach upon his business. However, he remained unperturbed, for Ali's voice resounded in his ear. "Brother Jiao, this great monk's golden Buddha is formidable, yet he underestimates those vengeful spirits. They are indeed quite fierce." Ali possessed the gift of foresight, far from mere superstition. Just as the great monk appeared confident, the spirits nearly melted by the golden light began to converge, transforming into a monstrous entity over 10 feet tall, adorned with countless heads. The oppressive Yin energy surged forth, and they emitted chilling roars, sparks erupting from their forms. "It hurts so much. Why did you burn us alive? Mother, I feel so unwell. So hot, so hot." Nengren the monk's expression shifted instantly. He witnessed the terrifying creature advancing step by step, bathed in the Buddha's light, each step leaving a massive charred footprint on the ground. "Oh no, they can still merge?" Excluding the vengeful spirit nailed by the Taiwes sword, 30 spirits had combined into a horrifying and twisted monster, howling in agony and rage. Boom. Suddenly, flames erupted all around, and Zhang Zhuyang and the others found themselves engulfed in a sea of fire, the roof above them collapsing. "Master, what shall we do?" In the inferno, the group huddled together, filled with fear and despair. Zhang Zhuyang's gaze sharpened as he beheld the man referred to as the master. He was handsome, with a refined demeanor, appearing to be in his 40s. Lu Yaoxing. In an instant, Zhang Zhuyang comprehended the spirit's intentions. They sought to make him and his companions endure the same torment of being engulfed in flames. These were the very experiences they faced before their deaths. In the midst of the fire, Lu Yaoxing clutched his newborn son tightly, shouting, "You may kill me, but why must you sever the bloodline of the Lu family? He is my only son, spare him." He knelt on the ground, bowing deeply, blood streaming from his forehead. "I beg you, grant my son a chance at life." Yet, no miracle occurred. The inferno spread, ultimately consuming all 32 members of the Lu family, including the child in Lu Yaoxing's arms. "Little Taoist, stop dawdling. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve?" Nengren the monk was drenched in sweat, struggling to maintain the golden Buddha's light against the encroaching flames. "They intend to burn us alive here. Moreover, this fire is strange, both real and illusory. In reality, it may not cause much disturbance. And if we do not find a way out, when others discover us, they will only see charred corpses." The golden Buddha he held grew increasingly hot, to the point that it began to drip molten gold. Just moments ago, he had used the Buddha's light to melt the vengeful spirits. And now the spirits retaliated with flames to scorch the Buddha, a tooth for a tooth, a fierce exchange indeed. "Master Zhong, save me. Help." Steward Zhou pleaded, his body trembling. Zhang Zhuyang remained composed. "Do not panic, it will be soon." As soon as he spoke, Ali's voice echoed, seemingly strained. "Brother Jiao, catch the sword." A precious sword soared through the sea of fire, wobbling as it flew toward Zhang Zhuyang, who grasped it in his palm. The hilt, embedded with exquisite white jade, felt remarkably cool, devoid of any scorching heat. Ali gasped, exhausted from retrieving the sword from a distance. Master Nungren, I implore you to hold on just a little longer. Zhang Jiuyang positioned his sword before him, the gleaming blade illuminating his gaze. Little Taoist, what do you intend to do? Are you confident? Zhang Jiuyang's eye sharpened as he calmly uttered 2 words, refined sword. Chapter 33. How to lean on the celestial sword to slay the Leviathan. Refining a sword? What use is that now? Nung Run, the monk, misheard refine as practice. His expression darkening. In the face of such dire danger, with our own people nearly burned to death, the little Taoist suggested calmness and a moment to practice sword techniques. By the time you finish practicing, we'll be well done. Damn it, today truly is a bad day, encountering fools everywhere. Despite Nung Ren's complaints, Zhang Jiuyang remained unperturbed. He bit his fingertip, using his own blood to inscribe the 7 stars talisman. The intricate symbols danced upon the blade of the Taiyu sword, flowing with an ethereal grace, resembling the constellation of the Big Dipper. Moments later, these symbols faded into the sword, vanishing from sight. Clang! A resounding sword cry echoed, akin to a dragon soaring through the azure sky, reminiscent of a phoenix's lament, infused with an indescribable spirituality, almost as if it were rejoicing. The talisman imbued the sword with spirit. Nung Ren was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe it. To bestow an object with spirit typically necessitates a complex series of rites, and the outcome is closely tied to the practitioner's cultivation. Ordinarily, only a practitioner of at least the 4th realm could preside over such a ceremony. Yet this individual merely needed to draw symbols with his blood, granting life to the ancient sword in an instant. Moreover, the sound of the sword was indeed brimming with spirit, exuding an extraordinary quality. Yet he was clearly only at the 1st realm of cultivation. With the first step accomplished, a ripple of excitement flickered in Zhang Jiuyang's eyes as he prepared for the most perilous step ahead, refining the sword's essence with pure yang fire. His previous attempt had ended in failure right here. However, this time, he held confidence in the Taiyu sword. Nandi fire essence, Shihuang golden liquid, blazing Kuan steel. Forge my law sword. As he stepped forward, chanting incantations, a torrent of yang energy descended from the southern heavens, transforming into pure yang fire that tempered the sword's body. The flames, embodying the essence of the southern fire, contained the power of the sun, rendering Zhang Jiuyang's sword nearly blindingly golden. Nung Ren's eyes widened in shock, instinctively retreating slightly, fearing for his golden Buddha's safety. The Taiyu sword emitted a mournful wail, trembling violently, had it not been for Zhang Jiuyang's extraordinary strength. An ordinary person would have struggled to maintain their grip. You must endure. Zhang Jiuyang gazed at the Taiyu sword enveloped in flames, his eyes shining with hope. Time passed unmeasured, and the golden Buddha in Nung Ren's hands had turned a crimson hue, golden liquid spilling like oil upon the ground. His hands scorched, but he continued to grit his teeth in determination. Is it done yet? Buddha, I can't hold on any longer. As his words fell, the Taiyu sword gradually ceased its quaking, the sword's cry diminishing until it eventually vanished completely. The flames receded, revealing a charred sword hilt. The once bright and clear blade had transformed into a dark, unsightly form, exuding a pungent, burnt odor. A renowned sword capable of cleaving gold and jade seemed to have been reduced to mere scrap. Was this failure? Nung Ren's face turned ashen. He knew this lad was unreliable. Wait. He noticed that Zhang Jiuyang bore no trace of disappointment. Rather, a faint smile graced his lips. Ba li luo. Zhang Jiuyang chanted an obscure incantation, holding the sword in one hand while the other formed a sword gesture, gently gliding over the charred blade. The 3rd step. Divine incantation, to unveil the edge. In the next moment, the dark sword hilt began to crack, radiant sword light blossoming from the fissures. It was as though a divine sword, cloaked in dust for millennia, was being gently wiped clean, emanating a dazzling brilliance once more. Do you not see the Kunwu iron smelting amidst the fiery smoke, the crimson light and purple aura shining brilliantly? The Taiyu sword appeared reborn from the flames. Like a phoenix undergoing transformation, its blade glowed a deep red, the patterns of the 7 stars, and the Big Dipper faintly visible, with mysterious Taoist symbols shimmering in radiance. Reminiscent of the characters for Zhong Kuei, with the divine sword newly forged, its spirit surged forth. The invisible sword aura causing Zhang Jiuyang's Taoist robe to billow and his hair to dance. Even the raging sea of flames surrounding him was repelled by the sword aura, daring not to advance further. At this moment, Zhang Jiuyang gazed at the Taiyu sword, or rather, the Jiangu Jian, with fervent excitement. Finally, he possessed his own law sword. With a heart full of ambition, how could one not dream of the celestial sword, crossing the sea to slay the Leviathan? From this moment on, he would wield this sword to vanquish demons and purge evil. Crack! The sound of shattering glass filled the air as the overwhelming sword aura shattered the illusions of the ghostly entities, dispersing the sea of flames. Roar! The terrifying specter with 30 heads let out a series of roars, 30 pairs of blood-red eyes fixated on Zhang Jiuyang, or rather, on the formidable law sword in his grasp. Finally, driven by fear, the specter turned to flee. But Zhang Jiuyang would not allow their escape. With the divine sword newly formed, it must be used to slay ghosts. To spare them would be to tarnish the sword's reputation. He formed a sword gesture, channeling the last remnants of his spiritual power, declaring, slay. The Jian transformed into a streak of red light, soaring towards the specter, swift as a shooting star. Fierce as thunder, the specter sensed the impending danger. 30 heads simultaneously erupted in flames, creating a blazing curtain to intercept the sword light. Yet how could a sword tempered by pure yang fire fear the flames of the ghostly beings? The red light streaked past like a meteor, tearing through the fiery curtain. The Big Dipper pattern gleaming brilliantly upon the blade. No, the specter's eyes widened in horror, attempting to scatter and flee. However, the sword light was too swift. In the blink of an eye, it cleaved through the towering ghostly form. The cut was smooth and reflective, a deep crimson as if seared by flames. Once more, the sword light flashed, severing the heads of the vengeful spirits, which fell to the cold ground. The ghostly aura dissipated like a deflated balloon, the spectral forms rapidly shrinking and wilting. You foul Taoist, we shall perish together. Do not think you can save him. A vengeful spirit had somehow crept up beside Lord Zhou. Without a moment's hesitation, it lunged for Lord Zhou's neck with a shard of mirror. In a critical moment, Zhang Jiuyang's gaze sharpened, his fingers forming a sword gesture. Whoosh! The ghostly hand clutching the shard was instantly severed by the sword light, dissipating into ethereal mist. Before the ghost could utter a cry, another flash of sword light pinned its form against the wall. How could such a feeble ghost withstand the blade of the Jian? In an instant, it was reduced to ashes. The magnificent law sword transformed into a streak of red light, embedding itself before Zhang Jiuyang, its crimson blade sinking 3 inches into the ground. The hilt trembling slightly as it emitted a dragon-like sword cry, seemingly jubilant at slaying ghosts. The slain spirits transformed into ghostly energy, surging into the Jian, where they were absorbed and digested, causing the Big Dipper pattern upon the blade to shine even brighter. A thought struck Zhang Jiuyang. It seemed the Jian could absorb ghostly energy to grow stronger after slaying spirits. Ah, the sword immortal. Butler Zhou stared in awe at the scene. His mouth agape. Nung Run, the monk, held his breath, stunned by the sword's power. With one stroke, all ghosts bowed, a bolt of lightning, invincible and unyielding. He gazed deeply at the Taoist clad in blue robes, fingers poised in a sword gesture, remarking, so it is a sword immortal who has emerged. May I inquire about your esteemed lineage? Zhang Jiuyang remained silent, merely casting a sidelong glance at him. That gaze was as sharp as a sword, causing Nung Ren to take a step back, awkwardly chuckling. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, he hurried away, not daring to mention any reward. Zhang Jiuyang remained motionless. Brother Jiu, you are incredible. But why do you maintain that posture? Ali floated in, her eyes brimming with admiration as she tilted her head and inquired. Zhang Jiuyang, upon hearing her, let out a wry smile, casting a somewhat resentful gaze at the Zhang. With great difficulty, he managed to utter a few words. Help me up, lest I fall flat on my face. In the next moment, he fainted due to the exhaustion of his magical powers, completely drained. Chapter 34. Ziji Yu Shun Wan. When Zhang Jiuyang regained consciousness, the first person he beheld was Ali. She bit her lip, her brows lowered, tightly clutching the corner of Zhuyang's sleeve, her 2 braids hanging limply, resembling a lost young beast. Seeing you like this, one might think I am afflicted with some terminal illness, Zhang Jiuyang teased. In an instant, the little girl's drooping gaze shot up, her lustrous, dark eyes sparkling like the gentle light reflecting off a lake under the moonlight. Jiuyang, how wonderful. You have finally returned to life. Zhang Jiuyang's smile faded instantly. How many times must I tell you? Idioms should not be misused. You must study properly. He had merely fainted from depleting his magical energy and would soon recover with a few days of rest, returning to his vigorous self. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a sense of awareness and raised his gaze towards the wall of the room. Hanging on the wall was a long sword in its sheath, approximately 3 feet in length. The hilt, adorned with white jade, radiated a gentle glow, and a golden tassel hung down gracefully, exuding an extraordinary elegance. It was hard to imagine that once drawn, this sword could sweep away malevolent spirits with the ease of slaughtering chickens and dogs, unstoppable in its might. As if sensing its master's gaze, the Zhang emitted a melodious sound from within its sheath, displaying a certain sentience. Zhang Jiuyang refrained from commanding it to fly to him, for although he had forged the sword with his own hands and shared a deep connection with it, the exertion required to control a flying sword would consume too much magical power. With his current cultivation level, he found it somewhat challenging to manage. The Zhang had indeed been forged with formidable power, yet the cultivation of its master had not kept pace. It seemed imperative that he swiftly achieve the second stage, by Lingguan. Lao Gao had once mentioned that passing through by Lingguan would significantly enhance one's magical capacity, conveniently addressing his pressing needs. Zhong recalled those malevolent spirits that had perished under his sword, lamenting the missed opportunity to feast on their essence due to the dire circumstances. Moreover, with the onslaught of resentment from dozens of vengeful spirits, he might not withstand the pressure. Fortunately, the Guanyin could absorb the negative energy of the spirits it vanquished, thus not entirely wasting the effort. Zhong had once drawn the true Guanyin within his consciousness, and its vast power was reminiscent of an unstoppable force. Even a ghostly entity as swift as Yang could be dispatched with but a single stroke. Now, though the Guanyin he had forged possessed impressive power, it was still far from the true Guanyin to slay demons and eradicate evil spirits. How could it become the awe-inspiring sword of slaughter in the underworld without vanquishing countless malevolent entities? Nevertheless, Zhong found satisfaction in his accomplishment with his current cultivation. Even if the great deity Zhong were to bestow upon him the true Guanyin, he would likely be unable to wield it. Rest assured, Zhong. During the 2 days you were unconscious, no one dared to touch our belongings. Ali declared proudly, your ginseng and our silver, I have guarded them fiercely. Anyone who dared approach was scared away. Zhong pinched her rosy cheeks and complimented, Ali is truly remarkable. Upon receiving praise, she could not contain her smile. Her 2 braids swaying like willows gently swaying in the spring breeze by the riverbank. By the way, Jiang, that Lord Zhou is quite decent. He even sought a doctor for you yesterday and personally delivered the medicinal concoction. She continued, he does seem a bit timid. When he saw me suddenly appear, he nearly fainted. Zhong coughed lightly. Well, who wouldn't be startled by your sudden appearance? Especially after having just been tormented by a horde of ghosts, leaving him with psychological scars. Zhong, the doctor mentioned that you seem a bit weak, possibly due to kidney yang deficiency, advising you to refrain from women. Ali paused, then curiously asked, what is women? I have only heard of colors like red, pink, and green. I have never seen women. Zhong's expression darkened, and he rose to grasp the Guanyin. What a quack doctor. I ought to cleave him in two. You are the one with a kidney deficiency. Your whole family. He merely experienced a temporary weakness due to excessive magical power consumption. It was truly pitiful that in both this life and the last, he had never even had a romantic relationship, yet he was being accused of having a kidney deficiency. In his previous life, he had been a premature infant. His grandfather had said that his excessive yin energy could attract unclean entities, hence naming him Zhong to bolster his yang energy. He had been cautioned never to engage with women until he turned 20, just as he was about to graduate from university and hoped to experience a sweet romance. He found himself transported to this world, and now, to hear accusations of a kidney deficiency? At that moment, Lord Zhou entered, holding a bowl of medicinal soup. Upon seeing Zhong awake, his eyes lit up with joy. Benefactor, you have finally awakened. It seems that Dr. Zhao's medicine is indeed effective. Zhong replied, Benefactor, why are you drawing your sword? Moments later, Zhong sat in a chair, letting out a sigh. Alas, in Lord Zhou's eyes, my image as a sword immortal has crumbled, a sword immortal with a kidney deficiency. Is this not the epitome of emptiness? Lord Zhou rose and bowed deeply to Zhong, his eyes filled with gratitude. If it were not for the benefactor rescuing me from peril, I fear. He sighed, recalling the terrifying moments of being manipulated and ravaged by the ghostly entities. Even now, he felt a lingering trepidation. That sensation was truly one where survival was impossible, yet death was equally unattainable. Taking money for services rendered, merely to dispel calamities, Zhong waved his hand, stating, There is no need for further gratitude, Lord Zhou. Once I receive the previously agreed upon 100 taels of gold, I shall pack my belongings and take my leave. As for the medical fees, they shall be deducted from the deposit. He was clear and just in his dealings. The reason he intervened to save Lord Zhou was not from a sense of noble character, but purely to acquire the Taiyu Jian and perhaps earn some money along the way. The 300-year-old precious ginseng was too wasteful to consume directly. He intended to find someone to concoct it into elixirs, which would inevitably require the addition of other precious herbs, all of which necessitated funds. While money was not the most crucial aspect of cultivation, it was nonetheless indispensable. However, Lord Zhou shook his head and stated, That was merely the condition agreed upon by the steward. My life, Zhou Yuenda, is not so cheap. Zhong was taken aback as Lord Zhou produced a deed from his bosom and placed it on the table. Although the benefactor has slain the malevolent spirits, I cannot dare reside here any longer. I am plagued by nightmares at night. I have already found another residence. In this place, I bestow upon the benefactor. Zhong raised an eyebrow, a hint of astonishment in his gaze. What a generous offer. Eastleigh Street in Qingzhou City was indeed a place where land was worth its weight in gold. Such a luxurious garden-style residence undoubtedly held immense value. Lord Zhou had his own intentions. Having experienced this ordeal, he deeply understood the necessity of befriending extraordinary individuals. Otherwise, even with wealth rivaling nations, one would still be a lamb awaiting slaughter in the face of spirits. To trade an unsellable haunted house for the friendship of Zhong Daolang was undoubtedly a wise investment. Moreover, it seems the benefactor possesses a ginseng of considerable age, Lord Zhou said with a slight smile. To be frank, during my time in the capital, I was engaged in the medicinal herb business and possess some expertise. If the benefactor trusts me, I have an ancient formula called Zhi Yushan, which could be prepared by my family's herbalist to assist in your cultivation. He paused for a moment before adding quietly, benefactor. That Zhi Yushan can also replenish kidney yang. Zhang Zhiyang. Chapter 35. 5 Zhong Shun. After Lord Zhou departed, Zhang Zhiyang held the deed, pushing open the door to gaze upon the grand mansion. The courtyard was elegant, lush with verdant trees. Not far away, a rockery harmonized with flowing water, adorned with an array of colorful flowers, and the pond was lush with vibrant lotus leaves. The gentle warm breeze was intoxicating. Such a luxurious residence had unexpectedly become his. If he had possessed such a dwelling in his past life, his grandfather's admonition of not engaging with women for 20 years would have likely proven difficult to uphold. Lord Zhou was indeed a formidable individual, employing this as a test for his subordinates. Which official could withstand such a trial? Had it not been for Zhang Zhiyang's resolute refusal, it is likely that the other party would have insisted on sending some charming maidens, responsible for warming the bed and feet. Recalling the gaze of Lord Zhou, which resembled that of a devotee beholding a saint, Zhang Zhiyang silently vowed to himself. I am not lacking in vitality. It is merely that I cannot break my chastity before overcoming the 100 days barrier, lest it hinder my future achievements. I must break through the 100 days barrier as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, the title of the vitality-depleted sword immortal may become an indelible truth. Ali gazed at the expansive courtyard, her eyes wide in astonishment as she inhaled sharply. Despite facing dozens of malevolent spirits without fear, she now displayed a hint of trepidation. Brother Gio, do you mean this vast courtyard will belong to us in the future? How many steam buns must it be worth? Her little mind struggled to calculate, leaving her in a daze. Zhang Zhiyang chuckled, shaking his head, and gently ruffled her hair, saying, Indeed, this shall be our home. In truth, after arriving in Qingzhou City, he had already considered settling here. This place is the most prosperous in Qingzhou, perhaps offering the opportunity to acquire some precious cultivation resources. Moreover, the population is substantial. Qingzhou City is over 10 times larger than Yuna County, with a population exceeding 100,000. In such a bustling metropolis, one cannot rule out encounters with individuals like Lord Zhou, who have encountered malign influences. Beneath the tranquil waters, hidden currents inevitably swirl. With his ability to consume spirits, Zhang Zhiyang understood that to grow stronger rapidly, he must actively seek out spirits to devour. Even his spirit-slaying sword requires the slaughter of malevolent spirits to hone its edge. Yuna County, unfortunately, is too small. Another significant reason lies in the dissemination of the belief in Zhong. With a mere 1,500 households in Yuna County, most have begun to worship images of Zhong, providing incense to stabilize the visualization. However, Zhang Zhiyang discovered that after bestowing a legacy, the power of incense required for the next offering multiplies. To unearth further secrets of the visualization and gain more legacies, he must contemplate how to promote the faith in the great deity Zhong further. Qingzhou City appears to be an untouched virgin land, and he finds it exceedingly enticing. Of course, he remains mindful of Lao Gao's warning, thus refraining from acting impulsively. Instead, he decides to reside here for a time, observing for potential compromises. Brother Gio, I wish to raise a school of perch in the pond, and later, I will prepare scallion oil perch for you. I also want to plant bok choy and greens here. Over there, I will plant a few pomegranate trees, and in summer, we can chill them in the well water. They will be delicious. And there, we could string some ropes to hang your clothes. Your Taoist robe is dirty again. Upon confirming that this is indeed their home, Ali placed her hands on her hips, pointing out the grand plans for their residence, resembling a little stewardess. Zhang Zhiyang laughed heartily, saying, We should also build a swing for you to play on when you are bored. Ali nodded vigorously, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, her 2 little braids seeming to sway like a swing, filled with delight. 3 days later, Lord Zhou delivered the Zhi Yushan pill. In addition to Zhang Zhiyang's 300-year-old precious ginseng, he had also included a nearly 100-year-old Lingji mushroom, along with muscovite, deer antler, astragalus, and musk, resulting in the concoction of 7 Zhi Yushan pills. According to Lord Zhou, this formula was handed down from his ancestors and is said to originate from the imperial court. The Zhi Yushan pill has the efficacy of replenishing qi, invigorating yang, and strengthening the body. Lord Zhou mentioned that while in the capital, the current emperor highly valued the Taiping Guan, where the Taoists favored this elixir, claiming it could enhance their cultivation levels. On a moonlit night, amid the gentle flow of water, Zhang Zhiyang sat cross-legged in the pavilion of his estate, the spirit-slaying sword resting beside him, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Ali was absorbing the moonlight to strengthen her Yin spirit, her petite figure bathed in the silvery glow, her expression focused and entranced. Zhang Zhuyang gazed at the purple pill in his palm, seemingly able to perceive an extraordinary fragrance. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. There was no need for chewing. The pill slid down his throat and initially produced no sensation. However, as his stomach began to digest, the medicinal power within began to be released. Waves of warmth surged through his limbs and bones. For an ordinary person, this would merely result in enhanced vitality and strength. But as Zhang Zhuyang circulated the fire dragon water tiger diagram of the Yu Dingxian Gong, that vitality was gradually transformed into pure magical power through the tempering of water and fire, akin to spring rain nourishing the Dantian. Immersed in the advancement of his magical power, Zhang Zhuyang felt a comforting warmth in his kidneys. Time seemed to slip away, and he vaguely heard the sound of water, accompanied by an unusual calling, reminiscent of some enormous beast lurking in the depths. He turned inward, striving to discern the source of the sound, and after many attempts, he finally beheld a vast expanse of black sea. Beneath the endless waves, a colossal spiritual turtle glided slowly, as magnificent as a mountain, creating ripples in its wake. In the next moment, Zhang Zhuyang abruptly opened his eyes, the bright moon hanging high above, and the surroundings were eerily silent, as if he had crossed into another realm. An hour had passed, and the medicinal power of the Zhiji Yushan pill had been entirely refined. Was that the kidney deity? Zhang Zhuyang recalled Lao Gao's previous guidance. The Taoists believe that the human body houses 5 organ deities: the heart deity, known as Dan Yuan; the lung deity, known as Hao Hua; the liver deity, known as Qing Long; the spleen deity, known as Huang Ting; and the kidney deity, known as Xian Ming. These 5 organ deities embody incredible divine powers. Thus, the Taoists practice a form of cultivation called CUNC, which involves visualizing the deities within to enhance their cultivation. To achieve the second realm of the 100 Days barrier, one must first encounter the deities, specifically the kidney deity, Xian Ming. To see Xian Ming is to communicate with the kidney deity, unlocking the hidden gateway of the kidneys, thereby obtaining vast amounts of essence to refine into qi. Having just encountered the kidney deity, Xian Ming indicates that he has begun to touch upon the threshold of the second realm of the 100 Days barrier. If this continues, he should soon reach the second realm. The effects of the Zhiji Yushan pill are remarkable. However, Zhang Zhuyang now faces a dilemma. He lacks the cultivation method for the second realm. The fire dragon water tiger diagram is only suitable for the first realm and does not elucidate how to communicate with the kidney deity or open the hidden gateways. This thought caused Zhang Zhuyang to frown slightly. The Yu Dingxian Gong is undoubtedly the finest cultivation method of the current era. The first diagram of the fire dragon water tiger has already proven immensely beneficial, allowing him to surpass Li Shinpa shortly after breaking through. Zhang Zhuyang firmly believes that the subsequent diagrams must also possess their own unique wonders, and he yearns to continue practicing this method. Lao Gao had mentioned attempting to procure the second diagram for him. He wonders how that endeavor is faring now. Achoo! At the foot of a mountain, a sage sneezed. Sitting by a campfire with another emaciated man, each roasting a wild rabbit. Both appeared exceedingly weary, bearing visible wounds. This case is unprecedented. We have already reported it. I wonder which spirit platform officer will be dispatched, and whether we can handle it, the emaciated man said, a look of concern crossing his face. The sage sighed, replying, and regarding the case of Yunyang that I reported earlier, I had planned to investigate in Qingzhou City, but unexpectedly, I was urgently reassigned here. Now, both cases occur in Qingzhou. It is truly troublesome. The atmosphere fell into silence. The Qingtian Bureau was already understaffed, and the annual sacrifices were numerous. Each time they ventured out on a case, they had to prepare for the possibility of death, leaving behind personal belongings so that if their bodies were not found, a grave could still be established. Just then, a paper crane flew in with a message. The emaciated man took it, and, upon reading, his pupils widened in shock, and the despondency on his face vanished, replaced by unparalleled excitement. Wonderful, wonderful, he exclaimed. Lao Gao, guess who has been sent this time? Seeing his exuberance, the sage seemed to realize something, and his expression shifted slightly, his breathing quickening. It couldn't be the ruthless you, could it? The emaciated man laughed heartily, his eyes shining with reverence and thrill. That ruthless one is coming. Ha ha, now we need not worry about the case. All the demons and monsters in Qingzhou. Prepare to flee. Chapter 36. The hidden treasure of the secret chamber. 7 days later, a strikingly handsome young Taoist priest appeared in Qingzhou City. However, he seemed a bit eccentric, often engaging in soliloquies. When dining at the tavern, he would request 2 bowls of rice, yet leave one untouched. On particularly sunny days, he would unfurl an oil paper umbrella, strolling leisurely while conversing with the air. Countless young maidens sighed secretly, lamenting the squandering of such a fine appearance. Inquiries revealed that this Taoist was named Zhang Zhuyang, seemingly quite wealthy, having purchased the notorious haunted residence of Lord Zhou. However, shortly after moving in, he began exhibiting peculiar behavior, indicating the house's sinister reputation was indeed justified. Unfazed by the gossip and speculation, Zhang Zhuyang enjoyed a balanced routine, taking his companion, Ali, on delightful excursions throughout Qingzhou City. They watched street performances, listened to storytellers, savored delicacies, and admired the Lantern Festival. Zhong, having lived in a bustling metropolis in his past life, found the vibrant scenes amusing, while Ali, raised in Yunnan County, was captivated by the prosperity surrounding her. He initially intended to buy her a floral hair ornament, but to his surprise, the little girl preferred weaponry, insisting he purchase 2 kitchen knives instead, preferably in pink. Ultimately, Zhong acquiesced, commissioning 2 pink knives at the blacksmith's amidst his quizzical gaze. Although the situation felt awkward, witnessing Ali's delight in her new possessions brought a smile to his face. "Brother Gio, I have devised a new knife technique. Come see," she exclaimed, striking a playful pose. "Hey, the emperor takes turns. This year it's Ali's turn. I will urinate on you, old man." "Brother Gio, you think this adorable knife won't hurt the monsters when it strikes them?" That night, in his own courtyard, Zhong gazed at the 2 pink knives swirling in the air, a dark expression on his face. He was uncertain whether the knives would inflict pain on him, but the monsters would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Remarkably, though Ali lacked formal knife techniques, her soul was agile and swift as lightning, rendering her clumsy attempts somewhat intimidating. In fact, when one of her strokes whizzed past Zhong, it startled him into a cold sweat. "Why does your technique vary with each attempt?" he inquired. Ali blinked innocently and replied, "Brother Gio, you wouldn't understand. If I don't know what my next move will be, how could the enemy anticipate it?" "Anticipate? It sounds more like a heart blooming with blood," Zhong mused silently, reflecting on the increasingly whimsical nature of her expressions. After practicing a few more times, even forgetting her own technique, Ali opened her mouth and dramatically pretended to swallow the knife. "Look," she said, patting her little belly before joyfully bouncing off to swing on the swing set, her pristine white dress fluttering and her braids swaying as she hummed a little tune. Her innocent and charming appearance was incredibly deceptive. Zhong could vividly imagine her, before engaging in a brawl, spitting out the pink knives to vanquish demons. Shaking his head, he sighed. He was tired and decided to let the little sapling grow as it wished. Taking out the last purple Zhiyushin pill, Zhong felt a flicker of trepidation. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it. He had been diligently meditating and practicing recently, making steady progress in his cultivation. However, lacking the methods for the next stage, he remained unable to break through the second realm's 100-day barrier. As the medicinal effects took hold, he once again encountered the deity of the kidneys, Xianming. Yet, no matter how he called out, the ancient turtle hidden deep beneath the sea remained indifferent. Though he glimpsed the mysteries, he could not enter the threshold. After a long while, Zhong opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness in his expression. He wondered when the visualization diagram would accrue enough incense offerings to bestow the next inheritance, while the Jade Cauldron mystical skill had only revealed the first image. Was there truly no way forward? Shaking his head, he noted Ali absorbing the moonlight and chose not to disturb her, retreating to his room to sleep. Though he had embarked on the path of cultivation, he still required rest. 2 hours would suffice. It was said that Wang Chongyang, one of the 5 patriarchs of Chuanjin Dao, had once cultivated in the tomb of the living dead at Zhong, creating a technique to slay sleep demons and thus eliminate the need for sleep. Zhong had yet to reach such heights, and while he felt a lingering dissatisfaction over his inability to break through to the second realm, he could only resign himself to a proper sleep. Cultivation could not be rushed. Perhaps the time would come when the conditions aligned effortlessly. Soon, he dispelled distracting thoughts, his breathing becoming deep and prolonged, plunging into a profound slumber. In the night, Ali, feeling somewhat satiated as she absorbed the moonlight, instinctively paused her cultivation. Inside the room, Brother Gio had already fallen asleep. After some contemplation, she decided not to return to her shadow but instead took out her 2 pink knives, continuing to ponder her knife technique. Uncertain how long she practiced, she found herself flying to the backyard, a place long abandoned and thus rather desolate. In the pitch-black night, the low calls of birds echoed, while the backyard was lush with overgrown vegetation and eerie rocks, casting shadows that resembled grotesque ghosts beneath the moonlight. Ali felt a shiver run through her, but then realized, perhaps she was the ghost. With that thought, her fear dissipated, and she confidently surveyed the backyard, contemplating whether to plant cucumbers or watermelons. Just then, as she passed by a room in the backyard, her nose twitched and her eyes brightened. It seemed a certain scent was beckoning her. With a swift motion, she sliced through the door lock and entered the room, which was furnished with various antiquated furniture, thick with cobwebs and dust, indicating it had not been cleaned in ages. Continuing to sniff around, she finally halted at a specific floor tile. Without needing to pry it open, she sank her soul into the earth, gradually disappearing from sight. Moments later, Ali emerged from the ground, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she darted towards Zhong's room. "What? You found a treasure?" Zhong, awakened from his slumber, yawned in confusion. Ali eagerly nodded and tugged at his hand, leading him to the room in the backyard. Moments later, Zhong lifted the tile to discover an empty space beneath. revealing a long passageway, cold winds whispering as it beckoned him into the unknown. Dressed in a white sleeping robe, wielding the demon-slaying sword, his long hair cascading. Zhang Zhuyang's initially languid expression shifted to one of seriousness. This secret passage could not have been created by Lord Zhou, who had succumbed to malevolence shortly after moving in. The architect of this passage was undoubtedly Lu Yaoxing. Steeling himself, he ventured down the passageway, ultimately arriving at a concealed chamber, its entrance secured by 7 locks forged from fine iron. With a sharp clang, the sword sang as Zhang Zhuyang drew the demon-slaying sword. And with a flash of crimson light, the 7 iron locks were severed effortlessly, falling to the ground as if they were mere tofu. With a decisive movement, he sheathed his sword and pushed open the door, revealing a chamber that was not large enough to accommodate more than 3 or 4 individuals, containing 2 iron chests. Brother Jiao, there must be treasures inside, Ali exclaimed with excitement, not caring much about the nature of the treasures, but relishing the thrill of the hunt. Before Zhang Zhuyang could draw his sword, she hastily severed the lock on the first iron chest, opening it to reveal a small booklet, which she presented to him like a treasure. Zhang Zhuyang accepted the booklet and flipped to the first page, where a line of writing caught his eye. My name is Lu Yaoxing. By the time you read this, I must have already passed away. Chapter 37, The Bridge of Rebirth. Stealing the heavenly secret upon reading those words, Zhang Zhuyang felt a subtle tremor in his heart. He recalled the great fire, where Lu Yaoxing, cradling his just-month-old son, repeatedly bowed to the air, beseeching the unseen force to spare the Lu family's bloodline. In that moment, it seemed he had sensed the fire's malevolence and understood who was orchestrating it all from the shadows. The other party, devoid of compassion, chose to ruthlessly incinerate all 32 members of the Ru family. However, one thing puzzled Zhang Zhuyang. He had witnessed Ru Yaoxing perish in the flames, along with the child tightly clutched in his embrace. Yet Ru Yaoxing himself was conspicuously absent, the 7-star soul-locking nails embedded in Yunyang's corpse, the figure that had pushed her into the water at Baishur Bridge, and the reason Ru Yaoxing resorted to using his own daughter as a sacrificial offering all eluded him. Zhang Zhuyang sensed that perhaps many of the answers to these enigmas lay concealed within this little booklet. He continued reading. If I die unexpectedly, then my murderer is Lin Xiazi. Zhang Zhuyang's pupils constricted. Lin Xiazi? Had he not already perished? Wait, Ru Yaoxing's family was consumed by flames 4 months ago, while Lin Xiazi had died 3 months prior. Chronologically, Lin Xiazi should have still been alive at the time of the Ru family's demise. Could it be that Lin Xiazi had ventured out to carry out the arson against the Ru family? Zhang Zhuyang recalled Lin Xiazi's journal, where the final pages bore hurriedly scrawled large characters. Damn, that fellow's skills have grown increasingly formidable. I am losing control. Damn it, I vomited blood 3 times today. It seems I must seek out Ru Yaoxing. I, Taoist, do not wish to perish in this forsaken place. He turned to the next page. Ever since I encountered that terrifying blind man, my nightmares have begun. Yet, it all must start with my rise to fortune. My name is Ru Yaoxing, a native of Anlin County in Yangzhou, engaged in the ferry business along Lingjiang, living in poverty, until one day, a young nobleman boarded my boat. It was late. With no one else on the river, as we passed a hidden current, the young nobleman's bundle fell, revealing a plethora of gleaming silver and several gold leaves. I struck his head with my paddle, cast his body into the river, and absconded with all his wealth, then fled Yangzhou to settle in a remote county in Qingzhou. With that money, I purchased land and opened a shop, quickly becoming the foremost merchant in the area, relishing in riches and living a life I had once only dared to dream of. Yet, one matter troubled me. No matter how many women I had, I could not father a son. Without a son, what significance does wealth hold? How would I face my parents in the afterlife? At this, Zhang Zhuyang sighed softly. Among the 3 unfilial acts, being without heirs is the gravest. To the ancients, sons were of utmost importance. The desire for a son had become Ru Yaoxing's inner demon. Perhaps my past misdeeds have rendered me incapable of fathering a son. Thus, I often repair roads and donate to temples and Taoist monasteries, but all in vain. Until one day, Lin Xiazi sought me out, and thus, my nightmare commenced. Lin Xiazi was indeed a capable man. With a mere calculation, he unveiled my greatest secret, claiming my wealth stemmed from the water, thus illegitimate, and therefore I was fated to be childless. I implored him for assistance, and Lin Xiazi revealed a method known as the Wangxing Bridge. He said that by constructing a Wangxing Bridge over Shaoyan River and employing sorcery, one could deceive heaven into believing I had perished, thereby absolving my sins and allowing me to father a son. However, Lin Xiazi warned that the Wangxing Bridge was a deception of heaven. To succeed, a sacrificial offering must be made, and it had to be a close blood relation of mine to facilitate my passage to the underworld and deceive the celestial mechanism. I had 6 daughters, all raised by my own hand, making it unbearable to consider. At that moment, I suddenly recalled the daughter born to Yunyang and me. Zhang Zhuyang finally comprehended why Ru Yaoxing would resort to sacrificing his own daughter. This man was truly deranged. No wonder he later had a son. It seemed the sorcery of the Wangxing bridge succeeded, yet it could not have been so simple, or else Ru Yaoxing would not have termed it a nightmare. Eventually, my wife indeed became pregnant and bore a son. I was immensely grateful to Lin Xiaozi and was prepared to reward him handsomely, only to find he desired no gold or silver, but instead made peculiar demands. Initially, he merely requested I procure some corpses or purchase children under 6 years of age from a grave robber. Gradually, his request grew increasingly bizarre. He instructed me to lash him with a steel whip lined with barbs until he was drenched in blood, then sprinkle salt on the wounds while reciting incantations. At times, I discerned 2 expressions on his face, one of agony, the other of mirth. One night, I awoke abruptly to find him standing at my bedside, his empty, blind eyes staring vacantly at me, unmoving. I feigned sleep but harbored murderous thoughts. The next day, I poisoned him. At this juncture, a chill crept into Zhang Ziyang's heart. Ru Yaoxing was indeed a man capable of murder for wealth, possessing a fundamentally ruthless nature. In light of his desire for the Ru family to continue, I found him a grave, selected the finest coffin, believing I had finally liberated myself, only to discover the next day he appeared in my home once more. This time, I personally smashed his skull with a wooden stick, splattering brain matter and blood everywhere. Yet the following day, he revived again and greeted me. Fear began to take root within me. Ultimately, after killing him a 3rd time, I fled with my family to Qingzhou City overnight, resolved never to return to Yunnan County. Zhang Ziyang's gaze shifted. Previously, he had thought Ru Yaoxing's family relocation was due to fears of Yunyang's vengeance, yet now it seemed he was evading Lin Xiaozi. Who was this Lin Xiaozi, capable of perpetual resurrection? Or was it merely an illusion? The day after relocating to Qingzhou City, I finally ceased to see that terrifying blind man. As time passed, my son was nearing a month old. Yet, just days before the full moon banquet, Lin Xiaozi unexpectedly returned, appearing as if afflicted by amnesia. Sometimes when I called his name, he took an eternity to respond. He resumed presenting various strange requests, and while I pretended to comply, I secretly observed him, discovering that each night he cradled a box, seemingly very concerned about its contents, opening it to check every hour. I killed him again and seized the box, but regrettably, its contents were incomprehensible to me. However, that was of little consequence. The box certainly held great significance for him. Should he return, I would use it as leverage. Yet, the corpse vanished, and he never reappeared. Nevertheless, my unease grew. Lin Xiaozi was no ordinary adversary. He would undoubtedly seek vengeance against me, and that intuition intensified. If I were to die unexpectedly, it would not be by chance. The culprit would be Lin Xiaozi. You, who discovered this booklet, must be from the Ru household. Remember, do not make it known. Take this book and the contents of Lin Xiaozi's box to the capital, to a place called Qinianjian, and deliver it to them. And tell my son, father cannot witness your growth. Father is a villain. But I hope you will become a good person in the future. Chapter 38. The Sun and Moon. 3 Challenges of Fortune and Misfortune. Zhang Ziyang closed the booklet. Exhaling a soft sigh, Ru Yaoxing was undoubtedly an astute individual. He foresaw Lin Xiaozi's retribution, hence he penned this booklet in advance, to be discovered by future generations for vengeance. Yet, he could not have anticipated that the retaliation would be far more brutal than he imagined. The 32 members of the Ru family, including the son he obtained by sacrificing his own daughter, were reduced to ashes by the raging flames. Those who engage in wrongful deeds will inevitably meet their demise. Zhang Ziyang recalled Yunyang's daughter, the obedient and understanding girl who was tragically transformed into a bridge pile. Though he had helped recover her remains and provided a proper burial, death remained death. The one responsible for her demise was her very own father. To be candid, the demise of Lu Yaoxing has indeed transpired. Otherwise, Zhang Ziyang would undoubtedly have embarked on a nocturnal quest for vengeance, wielding his sword to exact retribution upon the malevolent. Unlike Zhong, who exclusively vanquishes wicked spirits, he is known to eradicate not only vile specters, but also nefarious individuals. At times, the malevolence harbored within the hearts of men can eclipse that of the most sinister apparitions. Zhang Ziyang stowed away the tome, fully aware that he would not seek vengeance for Lu Yaoxing. However, the enigma surrounding Lin Xiaozi's fate demands urgent attention. Has he truly perished? A chill coursed through Zhang Ziyang as he recalled the scene from the Zhongyuan festival, when he visited Lin Xiaozi's grave to offer paper offerings. He noticed then that a fresh pile of ashes had accumulated before Lin Xiaozi's tomb. It was said that this individual possessed a reclusive nature, devoid of friends or kin, leaving him perplexed as to who might have visited the grave. If Lin Xiaozi were still alive, could it be that the visitor was none other than himself? Or perhaps, while he was paying his respects, Lin Xiaozi lurked in the shadows, observing the apprentice he had nurtured, now transformed into a stranger. The mere thought sent shivers down Zhang Ziyang's spine. Yet, this remains a mere conjecture, not necessarily the truth. Drawing in a deep breath, he regained his composure and shifted his gaze to another iron box. Within, he presumed, lay the contents of Lin Xiaozi's box, which Lu Yaoxing had mentioned in his tome. Lin Xiaozi held that box in great esteem, removing it for inspection every hour. "Joga, leave it to me," exclaimed Ali, as a flash of pink light severed the iron lock, allowing her to open the box. With a twitch of her nose, she remarked, "Jioga, it's this scent that drew me here." As Zhang Ziyang peered inside, he was astonished to find several pieces of human skin. Intriguingly, they appeared to be adorned with illustrations. He retrieved the topmost piece, and, upon recognizing the depicted design, his expression shifted from curiosity to exhilaration. The skin bore the image of a dragon engulfed in flames and a tiger navigating turbulent waters, flanked by familiar inscriptions. Wuxing Diandao, Shulong Tsong Huolichu. Wuxing Bushuanxing, Huxiang Shui Zhongxing. This was none other than the first illustration of his cultivated Yuding Xuangong, the fire dragon and water tiger diagram. The accompanying incantation mirrored his own. If this indeed represented the first illustration, Zhang Ziyang hurriedly grasped the other two pieces of skin. One depicted a naked man seated in meditation, forming mystical seals with his hands, his meridians faintly visible, alongside a phrase, Zhan Zhuo Wu, Yituan Yu Tu, Inger Tsiu Tu, Ishi Jin Wu. Zhang Ziyang's heart soared. This must be the second illustration of Yuding Xuangong, the sun crow and moon rabbit diagram. As mentioned by Old Gao, the final piece illustrated another naked man in meditation, but with 3 flowers converging above his head, accompanied by 8 ancient seal characters, Shuan Nisan Guan, in Huabi Jin. This was the third illustration, the Shuan Nisan Guan diagram of Yuding Xuangong. At this moment, Zhang Ziyang was overwhelmed with excitement. He had not anticipated that, before retiring for the night, he would be troubled by the lack of a cultivation method for the second realm, only to awaken and find a solution to his pressing dilemma. Not only had he acquired the means for the second realm, but he had also gained the third realm's Shuan Nisan Guan diagram. In an instant, it felt as though the clouds had parted and clarity flooded his mind. While the reason behind Lin Xiazi's immense regard for these illustrations remained a mystery for Zhang Ziyang, this was undoubtedly a monumental gain. Regrettably, Lu Yaoxing lacked the discernment to recognize the profundities of esoteric teachings. "Jioga, what is depicted here that brings you such joy?" Ali inquired, puzzled. Zhang Ziyang carefully set aside the 3 pieces of human skin and then lifted her into the air, spinning her around as he laughed. "Ali, you truly are my lucky star." Ali's eyes sparkled, her legs kicking in midair as her braids danced. "Oh, Jioga, it seems you've dropped something." Ali suddenly alerted him. Looking down, Zhang Ziyang discovered a small piece of paper, seemingly wedged within the layers of skin. In his excitement, he had inadvertently let it fall. Upon retrieving it, he noticed the edges bore signs of tearing, clearly ripped from a book or tome. "Wait, this paper seems oddly familiar." Zhang Ziyang suddenly recalled the journal left by Lin Xiazi, the final page of which had been torn away. Could this be that very page? Upon closer inspection, he indeed recognized Lin Xiazi's handwriting, but the content was somewhat perplexing. "Jusan Qi Gui Ren Yu Jin, Song Xiaoin Xiao Yang Yu Mo. Rong Shi Shang Tao Hua Yu Shui, Fin Shi Qin Ji Shui Yu Hua, Zong San Bai Hua Ren Yu Tu." Zhang Ziyang contemplated these 5 peculiar phrases, seemingly deep in thought. The first 3 eluded his comprehension, yet the 4th invoked memories of Lu Yaoxing. The phrase Shirqin Jishue resonated, as Lu Yaoxing had personally extinguished his daughter's life, only to meet a fiery end himself. This perfectly aligned with the statement. The 5th phrase, however, sent a chill down his spine. Not only did it allude to live burial, but it also suggested a staggering 300 individuals. If Lu Yaoxing's fate symbolized the 4th phrase, did this imply that 300 living souls were truly entombed beneath the earth? Perhaps this had already occurred, or perhaps it was yet to transpire. Yet, Zhang Ziyang understood the gravity of this matter, which could implicate countless innocent lives. He touched the yellow talisman nestled in his pocket, a parting gift from Old Gao, who had instructed him to use it for urgent matters in the future. He never anticipated that this small token would prove invaluable at this moment. The following day, Zhang Ziyang utilized the talisman to meet with the governor of Qingzhou City. Presenting the tome left by Lu Yaoxing along with the peculiar paper inscribed with those 5 phrases, the governor, showing due respect to the Qin Tianjian, pledged to dispatch the items to the capital immediately via express courier, covering a distance of 600 miles. This was a long-standing tradition of the Daqian dynasty. While the Qin Tianjian typically refrained from meddling in political affairs, it held significant authority over matters of the supernatural, encompassing a myriad of extraordinary individuals and wielding considerable influence. Instilling fear in many, it was a uniquely established institution. Even a high-ranking official, second only to the emperor, would hesitate to interfere with the Qin Tianjian's operations. One of the tenets set forth by the founding emperor was that the Qin Tianjian operate independently from governmental bureaucracies, solely obeying the emperor's commands. During investigations, local officials were obliged to provide maximum assistance. With these items dispatched, Zhang Ziyang finally exhaled in relief. When the sky falls, there will be those tall enough to bear it. Henceforth, as a mere practitioner of the first realm, his foremost objective was to break through to the next stage. Chapter 39. Refining Essence into Qi. 100 days of perilous trials. 2 days later. The sun signifies the yang. Within the yang resides the essence of yin. Much like mercury within sand, Without yin, yang cannot illuminate its spirit. Thus, it is termed feminine fire, embodying the yin within the yang. And the crow resides within the sun. The hexagram corresponds to the southern direction, known as Linu. That night, Zhang Zhuyang once more seated himself cross-legged in the pavilion, attempting to break through to the next realm according to the teachings of the sun crow and moon rabbit diagram. The first illustration of the Yuding Shuangong, named Fire Dragon and Water Tiger, primarily focuses on refining the dual energies of yin and yang within the body, thereby laying the groundwork for cultivating the second illustration. The sun crow and moon rabbit diagram serves as a further application of these energies. According to traditional Chinese medicine, the kidneys harbor two types of energy. One is kidney yang, also known as yuan yang or zhen yang, while the other is kidney yin, referred to as yuan yin or zhen yin. Only through the harmonious interplay of these dual energies can a continuous flow of essence be birthed. However, it is challenging for ordinary individuals to harmonize and control them. At times, yang may be excessive while yin is deficient, and vice versa, leading to diagnoses of kidney yang deficiency or kidney yin deficiency. The sun crow and moon rabbit diagram, however, allows for the perfect harmony of the kidneys' yin and yang energies, thereby unlocking the boundless treasures contained within. With a sudden rush, Zhang Zhuyang once again heard the sound of crashing waves, finding himself before the vast Black Sea, where he beheld the kidney deity Xuanming. The mystical tortoise loomed like a mountain, possessing the power to traverse rivers and seas, yet its temperament was gentle, quietly floating like a great island. Zhang Zhuyang had previously called out in vain, receiving no response whatsoever. However, this time, he need not utter a word. It seemed as if the great entity sensed his presence, moving its colossal form towards him like a mountain. In an instant, the tranquil sea erupted into tumultuous waves. Zhang Zhuyang's gaze intensified, and at that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. The vast black ocean represented the Shen Yin, while the enormous mysterious tortoise embodied the Shen Yang, governing the waters and nurturing the tortoise. Yin and Yang served as the conduit to communicate with the Shen of Xianming. With a thunderous roar, the waves surged forth, engulfing Zhang Zhuyang entirely. Yet, he remained unfazed. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself transformed into the colossal tortoise. Xianming was him, and he was Xianming. The 100-day barrier was shattered. In that fleeting moment, he perceived a thunderous cacophony in his ears, reminiscent of towering fortresses collapsing and riverbanks breaking. As torrents of water surged forth, cascading like an ocean, Zhang Zhuyang opened his eyes wide, his gaze radiant and penetrating, akin to two luminous points in the night. At this juncture, the essence within him surged forth like a flood, ceaseless and mighty, refined by the trials of fire and water into pure magical power. Although the remnants were scant, the flow was relentless and inexhaustible. This was the essence refining into qi. It is no exaggeration to say that with each breath he took, his magical prowess advanced, not in sweeping strides, but rather in a continuous and steady stream. If he could maintain this state for an extended period, his magical power would undoubtedly witness significant growth over time. Yet, before Zhang Zhuyang could revel in his newfound understanding, an uncontrollable wave of heat swept over him, and visions from his past life surged in his mind. The images were vivid and strikingly clear. The heat ignited like oil on a flame, exploding within him, rendering his skin scorching and crimson, and leaving his mind in a haze. Zhang Zhuyang had never craved a woman as fervently as he did now. Had he not recently experienced a breakthrough in his temperament and a significant enhancement in his spirit, he might have succumbed to his desires and lost himself completely. He struggled against the consuming flames of passion, striving to maintain a sliver of clarity. Just then, a melodious voice broke through. "Zhou, what is the matter?" He opened his eyes to see Ili sitting by the pond, gazing at him with concern. "The pond has a remedy." Zhang Zhuyang inhaled deeply and leaped into the pond, allowing the frigid water to envelop him. The heat within him was finally alleviated, albeit momentarily. He surfaced, exhaling, a wry smile gracing his lips. The 100-day barrier, no wonder it bears such a name. It is indeed perilous. He had ascended to the second realm, yet his foundation remained unsteady. From this moment onward, he would continuously convert essence into magical power. The duration of this process depended on the cultivation method. Ordinary methods might last for merely 20 or 30 days, while superior techniques could extend this period to 40 or 50 days. However, by practicing the Yuding Shuangguang's Riwu 2, he could stretch this transformation to a full 100 days, commonly known as the 100-day foundation. Compared to other methods, Yuding Shuangguang was indeed capable of fully unlocking the kidney's mysterious gates, vastly surpassing peers in both the quantity and quality of magical power, thereby establishing a superior foundation for Tao. Yet, conversely, to communicate with the Shen of Xianming, one must inevitably endure the torment of being engulfed in flames. Throughout the process of refining essence into qi, one must remain unscathed, an impossibility even for the fifth young lady. Otherwise, the consequences could be severe, leading to regression in cultivation or, in worst cases, a lifetime devoid of the opportunity to practice. Zhong had narrowly escaped that fate, though he had regained his calm. The lingering heat within him felt as if a furnace resided in his body, continuously radiating warmth. During this 100 days, although his magical prowess would steadily improve, he would also have to endure the torment of desire until the foundation was solidified. Only then could he claim stability in the second realm and pass through the 100-day barrier. Taking a deep breath, Zhong climbed ashore and reassured the worried Ali. It is nothing to fret about. I merely encountered a slight mishap during cultivation. I will change my clothes first. Before he could finish, his stomach let out a loud growl. Zhong shook his head with a rueful smile, realizing he was now also hungry. Jiugu, shall I prepare a meal for you? What would you like to eat? Ghosts, he replied. Ali's eyes widened, shaking her head vigorously. Ali is not tasty. Zhong chuckled, his earlier frustration dissipating. He laughed heartily. Help me discern where I might find a ghost nearby. He patted his belly. Forget the 100-day barrier. It is better to indulge and have a feast. When under pressure, one must indulge in delightful food. The mischievous Ali immediately began her divination. Unlike others who required tortoise shells or coins, she closed her eyes and shook her little head, murmuring incantations. Come out quickly, you must come out. Soon. She became so enthusiastic that she took off her own head and shook it wildly. Zhong could only watch in disbelief. This was the first time he had seen someone use their own head as a divination tool. Nevertheless, it was evident this divination was proving challenging. After a considerable time, Ali's hand came to a halt, her eyes suddenly wide open, filled with excitement. Jiugu, I have divined it. Please reattach your head. Oh. Ali placed her head back on her neck, her body swaying slightly. Why do I feel a bit dizzy? Zhong sighed, rubbing his forehead. Before long, Ali led Zhong to a pavilion. Even in the dead of night, the place was bustling with activity, brightly lit, filled with laughter and conversation. Zhong gazed at the three prominent characters on the sign, lost in astonishment. Yuan. Chapter 40. Within the Flower and Willow House. Red faces and white bones. Yuan, a name that resonated with the mundane. Zhong had encountered this name in numerous literary works, and he had always held a harshly critical view of it. However, the moment he stood before the entrance of Yuan, he could not help but exclaim, "My goodness, it truly is delightful. Ah, esteemed Taoist, please, do come in. If the Taoist has such tastes. Our girls can transform into Taoist maidens or nuns cultivating with their hair unbound, whatever the Taoist prefers. Each one is exquisite." The matron, seasoned and perceptive, exhibited no surprise upon the arrival of a young and handsome Taoist. Instead, she greeted him with a knowing smile, welcoming him with enthusiasm. After all, a Taoist was still a man, and as with all men, when undressed, they were all the same. Yet, this young Taoist was exceptionally handsome. Were it not for her advanced age, she might have considered returning to her former trade, taking the stage herself. In Yuan, the ambience was vibrant, with singing and dancing, flowers blooming, and the air thick with the scent of cosmetics. Zhong's body felt somewhat stiff as he endeavored to avoid looking around too much. His focus was not typically so frail, but given the critical juncture of the 100-day barrier, the remaining fire within him still surged, prompting him to take several deep breaths to stabilize his mind. Were it not for the gnawing hunger in his belly, he would not have dared to set foot inside. Does the Taoist have a preferred companion? The matron inquired, noticing the handsome Taoist's prolonged silence. Zhong shook his head, stating, "My standards are quite high. Common women will not catch my eye. Instead, why not summon all the girls here one by one? I shall choose myself." The matron's expression faltered as she replied, "Some girls are currently attending to guests. Perhaps I could introduce you to a few? Xiaoyao and Haidang are quite lovely." With a resounding clap, Zhong placed a gold ingot on the table, causing the matron's eyes to widen in astonishment. "Bring as many as you can. Money will not be an issue." Zhou Leoi had already provided 100 taels of gold, and Zhong, at present, could be considered a minor fortune. The brothel keeper accepted the gold, her heavily powdered face nearly breaking into a smile as she said, "Very well. Dao Yi, please wait in the upper room." Shortly thereafter, a group of young women entered the room, most of them in their 20s, dressed in revealing attire, adorned with heavy makeup, and possessing graceful figures. It must be said that the quality of the courtesans in Qingzhou City is rather high, with the maidens displaying notable beauty. However, Zhong, upon surveying them, revealed a look of disappointment and remarked, "Change to another batch. There are no spirits among them." Ali had only managed to deduce roughly that there was an aura of malevolence within the Yuan, and that it was associated with a woman, but she could not ascertain who it was. Thus, Zhong was left to search blindly, attempting to uncover the entity. The second batch was of slightly higher quality. Change. The third batch even included a pair of twins. Change again. Zhong forced out those words through clenched teeth. What a humiliation. I only desire a woman. Find me another. The brothel keeper's expression soured. She sensed that this young Taoist was deliberately causing trouble rather than seeking genuine enjoyment. She coldly replied, "All the girls who can come have already come. If you are still unsatisfied, you may search in the back courtyards Hualu Fong." At this, Someone couldn't help but laugh. The Hua Lu Fong housed aging, ailing courtesans, and to say they were merely housed was to mislead. They were simply awaiting their demise. It is well known that the women in brothels serve clients year-round, and over time, they are prone to illness. The brothel keeper of Yihong Yuan could be considered kind-hearted, as she had prepared a separate room for them and provided daily meals, allowing them to depart with some semblance of dignity. In some places, women were simply cast into the streets or sold for further exploitation. Guests would not only avoid seeking women from Hua Lu Fong, but even the mere mention of its name was considered inauspicious. However, contrary to expectations, Zhang Ziyang rose, sword in hand, his countenance calm as he declared, "Very well. I shall go to Hua Lu Fong." The brothel keeper pinched her nose and unlocked the door to Hua Lu Fong, regarding Zhang Ziyang with a look of disbelief. Yet, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he smiled at her. "Thank you." Ali had indicated that the malevolent energy emanated from this place. The brothel keeper felt chills at the sight of his enthusiasm. Having been in this profession for many years, she had seen much, but a preference this peculiar was unprecedented. It was indeed an eye-opener. This Taoist must be driven mad. Surely he had lost his wits. As Zhang Ziyang pushed open the door, a foul stench and the acrid smell of urine assaulted his senses, causing him to furrow his brow and momentarily hold his breath. The room was dimly lit and lacked sunlight. A few pairs of eyes turned toward Zhang Ziyang, and upon realizing he was not a portly patron delivering meals, but rather a handsome young Taoist wielding a long sword, they displayed expressions of confusion. Zhang Ziyang's gaze sharpened. The room was stark and empty, with merely a dozen straw mats scattered about, and some chamber pots placed haphazardly. The women either leaned against the walls or lay on the mats, most appearing numb and dazed. They no longer exuded glamour. Their garments were stained with dust and dried vomit, their hair disheveled and lifeless. Their faces, devoid of makeup, displayed waxy, sagging skin, with some even bearing festering sores, revealing a dark, unknown pus. This scene struck Zhang Ziyang with considerable impact. It became apparent that one could live with such a lack of dignity. His grip on the sword tightened slightly. Nevertheless, these women were still somewhat fortunate. At least they had not been cast into the streets to endure humiliation and torment under the sun. Perhaps it was absurd, but for them, the ability to quietly perish in a dark corner was a form of mercy. Zhang Ziyang had previously only heard tales of the courtesan's glamorous life, how they were adored by many, and how countless suitors lavished riches upon them. Yet, behind such fervent admiration lay countless abandoned corpses. With a soft sigh, Zhang Ziyang proceeded forward, passing by one woman after another, finally halting before a particularly unique figure. She was special, for amidst the older, waning women, she appeared strikingly youthful, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, with an innocent demeanor. Yet, she lay on a cold straw mat, dressed in tattered clothing, her young life flickering like a candle in the wind. Zhang Ziyang noted the marks of whipping on her body, many wounds severely inflamed, and the filth beneath her. She could no longer open her eyes, yet even in her unconscious state, she murmured, 600 parents, 600 parents. Zhang Ziyang removed his outer Taoist robe and gently draped it over her battered form. The malevolent aura emanated from her. Yet she was not the source of it, merely an innocent victim. "Zhou Gu, this sister is on the verge of death." Ali's voice trembled with kindness. "I can feel her profound sorrow." This young girl was named Xiaolan, and oddly enough, her parents were in the herbal medicine business, but had mysteriously disappeared not long ago. Subsequently, she willingly sold herself to the brothel. Zhang Ziyang, having already paid the brothel keeper, instructed her to summon a doctor for the girl. However, upon seeing the physician's solemn expression, it was clear that the situation was dire. The brothel keeper, glancing at the sword in Zhang Ziyang's hand, swallowed hard, still shaken, and could only comply with his request to reveal the girl's background. Just moments ago, she had refused to let Xiaolan leave Hua Lu Fong, and then witnessed the young Taoist suddenly draw his sword, its blade peculiarly crimson like jade, cleaving a large stone beside him in two. He sheathed the sword, his gaze sharp, rendering her unable to defy him, and she complied with his wishes. Even more strangely, unlike the other women who were initially shy about accepting clients, she eagerly welcomed them, regardless of the price. The other girls remarked that she was a natural little temptress. "Dao Yi, you know that in our line of work, we often encounter strange clients with excessive demands. Thus, those who refuse to entertain certain patrons are quick to push them onto her. She accepts them all, and within a month, has entertained nearly 200 clients." Zhang Ziyang's heart sank. He finally understood why this girl, at such a tender age, had been sent to Hua Lu Fong and why her injuries were so severe. I also advised her that while earning money is important, there is no need to rush. Continuing this way will take a toll on her body. But she would not listen, the brothel keeper explained, sensing Zhang Ziyang's cold gaze and trembling slightly, hastily defending herself. At that moment, the doctor emerged, shaking his head at the two, indicating that there was nothing more to be done. After a moment of silence, Zhang Ziyang suddenly tossed a silver ingot to the brothel keeper. "Find a proper coffin for her, and ensure she is buried with dignity. I will return to see you." Should there be any negligence, remember that stone. With that, Zhong refrained from entering the room to view the girl's lifeless body. Instead, his eyes grew cold, a murderous intent radiating from him, his dark hair billowing gently in the night breeze. Ali, stay close. The brothel keeper was puzzled, wondering to whom the Taoist was speaking, when suddenly a clear child's voice resonated from the surroundings. Jogu, that sister is coming out. The brothel keeper jumped in surprise. There was clearly no one around. So how could a child's voice be heard? And who was coming out? Before she could ponder further, a chilling gust of wind suddenly flung the door open. The old matron felt a shiver run down her spine, and for a fleeting moment, she caught a glimpse of Xiaolan, who had just been lying on the sickbed. The latter slightly inclined her body and cast a glance at Zhong, seemingly wanting to convey something, but instead, she drifted away into the distance. She was expressing her gratitude for the care she had received during this time. Zhong's voice resonated, and then he drew his long sword, his toes lightly touching the ground as he moved towards the horizon. Let her rest in peace. It will also serve to accumulate merit for myself. As his voice gradually faded, the old matron realized that the Taoist had vanished without a trace. She looked down at the silver ingot in her hand and, for some inexplicable reason, felt it was unusually warm. In the darkness, Zhong moved like a specter, although he had not practiced any lightness skill or evasion technique. His pure magical essence and remarkable physique allowed him to run with the speed of a galloping horse and the grace of a soaring swallow. It was somewhat taxing on his magical energy, but fortunately, he had made significant progress during this period, enabling him to sustain his efforts. After running for a quarter of an hour, the ethereal spirit of Xiaolan slowed down. Brother Jiao, I want to strike the first blow. Ali, wielding her two pink kitchen knives, appeared fierce and resolute, genuinely enraged this evening. She could sense that Xiaolan was a gentle and kind-hearted person. Yet she had been tormented to such an extent by malevolent forces. Those fiends truly deserved to perish. She was determined to shred them to pieces as one would mince meat. Zhong remained silent, but the icy glint in his eyes grew ever more intense. The ghost-slaying sword in his hand emanated waves of heat, trembling slightly in its sheath, as if sensing the murderous intent of its master. A sword at my waist, to right the wrongs of the world. Moments later, Xiaolan's spirit arrived before a residence in the eastern part of the city. Underneath a donkey's shed, two donkeys seemed to sense something, emitting mournful brays as they struggled against their reins, leaving their bodies marked with bloodstains. Xiaolan's spirit lingered by the two donkeys, unwilling to depart. Zhong concealed himself beneath the eaves, quietly observing this scene, his eyes flashing with perplexity. Something was amiss. These were no ordinary donkeys. Their human-like expressions conveyed profound sorrow and pain, even moving Zhong. Strangely, he recalled a statement made by the old matron. Her parents were in the herbal medicine business, but had mysteriously disappeared not long ago. A bold conjecture surfaced in his mind. Could these two donkeys be Xiaolan's parents? In Liao Zhaiji, there were accounts of sorcerers skilled in the art of animal transformation, capable of turning women and children into donkeys and sheep for the purpose of trafficking. Her parents must have fallen victim to such sorcery, which explained their sudden disappearance. Had they perished so soon? A figure emerged from within the residence, clad in red, handsome, yet exuding a sinister air. His gaze towards Xiaolan's spirit was filled with disdain. What a waste. I had intended to refine you into a plague ghost, yet you possess so little resentment. What a waste of my soul-collecting talisman. He had not anticipated that after enduring such inhumane torment, Xiaolan would pass away with hardly any lingering resentment. This thwarted his plan to concoct a plague ghost. But it mattered little. His true aim was to torment that couple. Your daughter is truly kind-hearted. I find that delightful. I shall relish in torturing her slowly, ensuring she never finds peace. The two donkeys brayed in anger. The man laughed maniacally, his voice growing colder, filled with hatred. Now you can finally comprehend my feelings. He picked up a nearby chopping knife and slowly approached the two donkeys. Xiaolan's spirit attempted to intervene, but he exhaled, unleashing a gust of malevolent wind that pushed Xiaolan against the wall. I said if you serve 600 clients, I would release your parents. It's a pity you failed to do so. But let me be honest, even if you had succeeded, I would still have killed them. For my intent is to annihilate your entire family. His face contorted with vengeance. This evening, he intended to feast on donkey meat. However, just as the knife was about to descend, his expression abruptly shifted, and he formed a hand sign, vanishing in an instant to a distance of 10 feet. Boom. A pink kitchen knife sliced through a wooden post with razor-sharp precision. Who dares to ambush? Before he could finish his words, Ali had already hurled another knife with the speed of a meteor. The man barely managed to evade, the pink blade grazing his face before embedding itself deep into the wall. A trickle of blood fell, revealing tufts of red hair sprouting from his injury. With the crimson tail appearing behind him, Ali extended her hand, summoning the knife lodged in the wall back to her grip, brandishing both knives. Her white dress gradually stained red, exuding an air of murderous intent as her twin braids stood on end. A vengeful spirit? The man furrowed his brow, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. The anger emanating from this little creature was palpable, yet she bore no grudge against him. Why did she choose to strike? Little beast, I advise you to scram and not hinder my affairs tonight, or I'll turn you into a plague ghost. But no sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed softly, the sound of blade against sheath resonating. Beneath the dark night, a crimson sword's aura slowly emerged from its scabbard. Zhong drew his sword and advanced, an invisible sword energy swirling around him, causing his Taoist robes to flutter and his hair to dance. Brother Jiu, he insulted me. Ali's face bore a hint of grievance. I heard that. Zhong replied calmly, I shall remove his tongue shortly. Chapter 42. Riding the Demon Wind. Bowing to the northern dipper, the man who called himself Hu Yi. Upon seeing Zhong in his Taoist garb and glancing at the exquisite crimson sword, felt a sudden tightening in his chest. This was no ordinary Taoist. The aura of that sword was extraordinary. Even from several dozen paces away, he could sense its sharpness and malevolence. Additionally, the little vengeful spirit wielding the pink knife was likely a creature raised by this Taoist. Little Taoist, I commend your arduous training. Why trouble yourself with this murky water? Under the moonlit night, the tail behind the red-clad man swayed gently. I have cultivated my chi in the mountains for 60 years. How can you, a mere novice just descending the mountain, compare? I advise you not to meddle. His tone carried an implicit warning. It wasn't that he feared this Taoist. He had spent over 60 years in cultivation, experiencing extraordinary encounters, and was confident in his strength. However, he sensed that the Taoist's clear eyes and radiant spirit indicated a well-respected lineage. A young Taoist is easy to dispatch, an old one is challenging. Turns out it's a demon. Zhong had encountered many ghosts, but had never before faced a demon. He rubbed his belly and said, no matter. A dead demon is still a ghost. What if there are no ghosts to consume? Simple enough, just kill it, and it shall become a ghost. The red-clad man was enraged. What of demons? You humans consume our flesh, strip our hides. How are you any better? He pointed at the two donkeys, exclaiming, those two killed my child. I had only one child, and it had just begun to awaken its intelligence. It merely sought to nibble on some herbs. Yet those two killed it. Zhong found himself speechless. The truth was now clear. The demon's child had gained intelligence and encountered the couple gathering herbs, coveting their medicinal plants. Herbalists faced perilous lives, often climbing treacherous cliffs to gather precious ingredients, and would not yield easily, fighting back fiercely, resulting in the creature's demise. Little did they know, this would summon an old demon, leading to their ruin. It was just a child. The red-clad man roared, his eyes bloodshot. If it covets what belongs to others, do not blame it for losing its life. A child? It is your child, not mine, when one ventures into the world. No one indulges them. Zhong's calm voice carried a hint of mockery. Indeed, as you say, Ali is but a child. Your tale is quite exquisite. May I sever it to craft a collar for Jogo? Ali, clever and quick-witted, promptly retorted, leaving the man in red momentarily speechless. Seizing this fleeting moment of distraction, Zhong's eyes glinted with cold determination as he lunged forward with his sword, his form as swift as a leopard. With a clang, the sword sang through the air, its crimson glow flashing like lightning, grazing the neck of the man in red. The sharp blade pierced his skin, drawing forth droplets of blood. Despicable human. He skillfully wielded the winds of the demon realm, narrowly evading the strike, gaining a visceral understanding of the sword's formidable power. A mere scratch caused a sinister energy to burrow into the wound, and even with his cultivation, he struggled to staunch the bleeding. Had the blow struck a vital point, he surely would have perished here. Zhong remained silent, pressing forward with his sword, his murderous intent intensifying. When he finally chose to strike, he resolved to do so with lethal intent. For a creature that harms without restraint, any method of retribution is justified. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more strikes followed, the crimson glow flickering in the night, illuminating two swift, ghostly figures. The sword of ghost slaying was extraordinarily sharp and infused with his magical essence. It naturally emitted a blade aura, carving deep gashes into the surrounding walls and ground in the blink of an eye. Yet, the man in red was swifter still. An invisible wind seemed to swirl around him, allowing him to glide effortlessly, deftly avoiding Zhong's rapid and fierce attacks. After observing for a moment, he gradually relaxed, even finding the leisure to speak. Little Taoist, your magic is pure, and your sword is impressive, but your swordsmanship, tut, it is utterly abysmal. Such a fine sword is wasted in your hands. He spoke with unrelenting disdain. Zhong remained unmoved, knowing the truth in the man's words. He had not studied swordsmanship. He relied solely on his exceptional physique, pure magical essence, and the sharpness of the sword of ghost slaying. Against ordinary beings, these were sufficient. And since demon entities are innately vulnerable to the sword, they could not unleash their full power, allowing him to prevail effortlessly. However, when facing a demon, his shortcomings in swordsmanship were laid bare. Many practitioners with formal training practiced rigorously, honing their foundational skills from a young age. Swordsmanship was among them. Although Zhong's grandfather was a Taoist of the Jingyi sect, He seemed to have concealed his identity, imparting little beyond the Zhongli Bajuanjantim. /// Seeing Jiu Gu temporarily thwarted, Elise seized the opportunity, brandishing her knives, aiming them at the man's lower body. Zhang Jiuyang also capitalized on the moment, hurling the sword of ghost slaying like a concealed weapon. The man in red, infuriated, puffed up his chest and unleashed a foul, black wind that stirred the branches around them, enveloping the area in swirling dust. This demonic wind contained the essence of his years of cultivation. It was not only chillingly fierce, but also laced with toxic fumes. In an instant, the sword of ghost slaying was knocked away by the wind, embedding itself in the ground, while Zhang Jiuyang was pushed back, his body carving 2 furrows in the earth. Though he held his breath swiftly, he still inhaled a small amount of the toxins. Fortunately, he practiced the Yuding Gong, one of the finest methods in the world, and his magical essence was pure enough to withstand most of the effects. Ali, cradled in his arms, was nearly blown away like a kite. The man in red mocked, "You two worthless fools, aside from tossing weapons, what else can you do? That sword, I, Hu Yi, shall claim it." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Jiuyang's face suddenly broke into a slight smile, as if a plot had come to fruition, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Clang! The sword, previously embedded in the ground, shot forth in an instant, piercing his heart like lightning, then floated before the little Taoist, who grasped it in his hand. The man in red let out a piercing scream, his body shrinking as if deflated, transforming into a red-furred old fox, a piece of white human skull tumbling from its head. Witnessing this, Zhang Jiuyang could not help but recall the legends of fox demons from his past life. It is said that when foxes become demons, they seek out human skulls and mass graves to wear as they venerate the Northern Dipper. If the skull does not fall, they can assume their true forms. It seems this legend is not without merit. Hurgle, the heart of the fox demon bore a blood hole, continuously oozing blood. Its gaze was filled with resentment. Realizing it had underestimated Zhang Jiuyang, it had not anticipated that the little Taoist, despite his poor swordsmanship, would possess the legendary flying sword. It had feigned incompetence, intending to lure the sword within reach for a lethal strike. Such a venomous intent, such a despicable human. Chapter 43. No scriptures, no connections, no meat, no mountains. Ali, deliver the finishing blow. At Zhang Jiuyang's command, without further ado, the sword of ghost slaying flew forth once more, aimed at the old fox's neck. While Ali raised her knives to strike at its lower body, having narrowly missed previously, she could not help but harbor a lingering obsession. Their combat styles melded seamlessly. Direct, swift, fierce, and cunning. In an instant, the old fox's head rolled away, blood splattering from its lower body. What a relief. Zhang Jiuyang sheathed his sword, standing guard by the fox demon's corpse, awaiting the departure of its soul. Having cultivated for a century, the soul of this old fox was indeed a valuable prize. And Zhang Jiuyang was determined not to miss the opportunity, willingly playing the role of the guardian of the corpse. Ali, gripping her 2 bloodied pink knives, stared wide-eyed, her gaze predatory. As time passed, Zhang Jiuyang's brows gradually furrowed. Something felt amiss. He seemed to sense something, kicking the fox demon's corpse, only to find its fur and flesh rapidly decaying into mud, leaving behind only a genuine crimson tail. An illusion. Zhang Jiuyang instantly realized that the fox demon clan was adept at illusions. This old fox had sacrificed its tail to deceive him and Ali and had managed to escape. Indeed, what a demon. Even with its heart pierced, it had not perished? Zhang Jiuyang scoffed coldly. If you escape today, I, Zhang Jiuyang, shall never break my vow. Jiugu, there are bloodstains here. Ali exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the blood on the ground. The fox demon's blood had a distinct, foul odor, making it easy to identify. Her dual knives were eager for action. She was caught up in the thrill of battle and had no intention of relinquishing her pursuit. If she could not slay even a small fox demon, how would she ever conquer the underworld and wreak havoc in the heavenly realm? Pursue. Zhang Jiuyang resolutely followed the blood trail, with Ali trailing behind, not forgetting to turn and reassure the gentle sister, "Big sister, do not be afraid. Once Jiugu and Ali slay that fox demon, your parents will return to normal." Under the moonlit night, Zhang Jiuyang raced along the blood trail. His gaze was sharp, his form agile as a leopard, and he followed the trail to a hidden cave that led him out of the city. The blood continued to spread into the distance. Evidently, the fox demon, though grievously injured, could still command the winds of the demon realm and maintained a swift pace. Once outside the city, Zhang Jiuyang advanced with his sword, unleashing his full speed across the wilderness. His feet seemed to carry the wind, pure magical essence continuously flowing into his legs, stimulating vital points such as Yongquan, Taichung, Taibai, and Kunlun. He felt his body grow lighter and his speed increase, eventually moving with such grace it resembled lightness of body, as if he were floating. He could propel himself several zhang with a mere touch of his toes on the grass or tree branches, elegant and ethereal, like a celestial being riding the winds. This was a state he had never experienced in his first realm, and only the cultivation of the second realm could sustain such a pace. Time slipped away. and soon beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He found himself in a dense forest, where he could finally glimpse the old fox with its severed tail ahead. The adversary rode on a malevolent wind, yet its speed gradually diminished. Upon catching sight of Zhong, its expression shifted dramatically, filled with venomous resentment as it spat. "You wretched Taoist, are you truly intent on eradicating me?" The sword that pierced its heart had cost it at least 20 years of cultivation. At that moment, if it could find a place to hide and recuperate, there might still be a chance for recovery. However, the little Taoist was utterly ruthless, determined not to let it escape. Realizing this, it abruptly altered its course and fled into the depths of the dense forest. Yet, before it could run far, a resounding sword cry echoed, powerful and resonant, akin to a dragon's roar, a flash of crimson light like a bolt of lightning. While the old fox's body was still in flight, its legs were severed. It let out a harrowing scream, attempting to perform a hand seal. But the Zhong sword pierced through its palm, nailing it to a large tree. The foul, viscous blood of the fox trickled down the bark. Zhong exhaled a sigh, swayed slightly, but steadied himself. This chase had drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy, and the flying sword technique had also exhausted his mental fortitude. Had he not broken through to the second realm, significantly enhancing his abilities, he would have likely collapsed again, just as he had before. Shaking his head, he suppressed the fatigue within and coldly scrutinized the old fox. "Brother Gio, you are truly formidable." Ali arrived leisurely, having nearly fallen behind during the pursuit. "Heh, little Taoist, I concede your prowess, hu yi." The old fox, nailed to the tree, wore a sinister grin. "It is a pity I haven't had a proper meal of donkey meat yet, but even if you kill me, you cannot save that little girl." Zhong fell silent for a moment, then addressed Ali, "Lend me a knife." Ali promptly complied. The old fox seemed to recall something, laughing maniacally. "And that couple, even if they return to human form, will forever endure the pain of losing their child. Perhaps this is better than killing them. Ha ha ha." With a swift motion, Zhong severed its throat, silencing its laughter. The old fox glared at him fiercely. With another stroke, blood gushed from its eyes. Zhong remained terrifyingly silent, each strike drawing blood, the splattered crimson even staining his Taoist robe. After an unknown number of strikes, the old fox was barely clinging to life, its voice a mere whisper. "Grant me a swift end." Zhong leaned in closer. "What? A swift end? Since you desire it, savor it a while longer." He chuckled coldly to himself. "I shall grant you a swift end. Who cares about my own satisfaction?" He recalled the innocent girl named Xiaolan, such a pure and kind child, who willingly sold herself to a brothel to save her parents, enduring unspeakable torments. Ultimately, she fell gravely ill at a tender age, dying in a brothel like a beast, stripped of dignity. Yet, despite it all, she harbored little resentment towards the world. The madam of the brothel had merely offered her a few words of advice, which she silently took to heart, choosing to be virtuous. Whether in this life or the next, Zhong always believed that kind-hearted people should not be so oppressed. In the past, he lacked the ability. Now, he simply wished to strike a few more blows. Each knife plunged deep, resonating in his ears. Zhong found enlightenment, without reciting scriptures or seeking connections. Without abstaining from meat or entering the mountains, he would wield his sword through the mortal realm, rectifying the injustices of heaven. What he truly yearned for was not to be a reclusive Taoist chanting scriptures, but rather a warrior wielding a 3-foot sword, vanquishing all demons. A Taoist is, after all, one who enacts the will of heaven, is it not? With this thought, Zhong felt a surge of clarity in his heart, his Taoist resolve shining brightly. As if he could not help but howl to the heavens. Beneath his blade lay a heap of mangled flesh. 60 years of toil. And yet I haven't even struck 60 blows. Zhong shook his head. At that moment, a vague spirit leapt from the fox demon's Niwen palace. Filled with deep resentment, its voice hoarse and frantic, charging towards Zhong. "Wretched Taoist, I will kill you." Zhong patted his belly. Time for a midnight snack. In the presence of Zhong, all ghosts are equal. Although Zhong was not Zhong, he bore the divine power to consume spirits, making him the natural predator in the food chain of ghostly entities. He opened his mouth and inhaled, his belly akin to the yellow springs, capable of accommodating the malevolent energies from all directions. Despite the old fox's profound resentment, presenting itself as if ready to perish together, it was ultimately devoured by Zhong, swallowed into his belly. The old fox, with 60 years of cultivation, attempted to struggle, causing Zhong's abdomen to swell slightly. As if something stirred within, Ali blinked, puzzled. "Brother Gio, are you pregnant?" Zhong replied, "Buzz." A rumble echoed from his stomach. For under the influence of the divine power, his belly transformed into a furnace specifically designed to burn malevolent spirits. Soon, the old fox's movements diminished, gradually fading into silence. "Dust to dust, earth to earth, your soul shall return to me." Zhong let out a satisfied burp and promptly sat cross-legged, allowing Ali to protect him as he prepared to fully digest his midnight meal. Waves of resentment battered against his Taoist heart, Had this been before, he might have felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet at this moment, he remained unfazed, his Taoist heart as steadfast as tempered steel, unyielding against the onslaught of resentment. That night, he had cleaved the fox demon, relishing the satisfaction of vengeance, his spirit soaring, and his state of mind had indeed ascended. In his tranquil meditation, he glimpsed fragments of the old fox's past. Originally, it had been a red fox from Lupan Mountain, outside Qingzhou City, which gained intelligence after consuming mountain spirits, and later cultivated its powers through moonlight. After 30 years, it transformed under the North Dipper. Initially, it merely rode the winds to pilfer chickens and ducks, but eventually, it could no longer resist the temptation of human flesh. From then on, it spiraled out of control. However, to avoid drawing attention, it only consumed those who ventured into the mountains to hunt or gather herbs, and even then, infrequently. Until one day, when its only son was killed, it emerged in fury. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Zhong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clearer than ever, his robe billowing without wind, his aura brimming with power, as if he had gained substantial benefits. His cultivation had advanced once more, and if this continued, by the time the 100 days of trials arrived, he would likely attempt to break through to the third realm. Such a speed of cultivation would undoubtedly incite envy and jealousy among countless others. Yet, a hint of trepidation flickered in Zhong eyes. Ali, we must leave quickly. It was truly perilous. He had witnessed a terrifying scene in the old fox's memories. Deep within this forest lay a dreadful Huai demon, possessing a terrifying magic that caused anyone who beheld it to lose their will to live, leading them to hang themselves from the Huai tree. This included even those with cultivation. The old fox's beast breeding techniques and the art of crafting pestilential spirits were derived from the corpses of Taoists who had hung themselves from those trees. Earlier, the old fox had changed its direction deliberately, intending to lure him into the Huai demon's territory and achieve its own ends. With this realization, a chill ran down Zhong's spine, and he felt fortunate to have acted swiftly, nailing the old fox with his flying sword. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Yet, at this moment, he felt an inexplicable chill in this forest, where the trees loomed tall and dense, obscuring much of the moonlight above. The night breeze rustled through the branches, casting shadows that danced like wandering spirits. An unsettling coldness enveloped him. Ali looked regretfully at the old fox's mangled fur, lamenting that she could not make a garment for Brother Jiao, but obediently sheathed her twin blades and slipped into the shadows. Zhong immediately retraced his steps according to his memories. However, after running for a while, he suddenly halted, sensing something amiss. Why had he not yet exited this forest? Before him lay an endless expanse of trees, seemingly infinite, with no visible path leading out. Given his pace, he should have long since departed. Could it be that a ghost had obscured his vision? Zhong shook his head, dismissing the notion as impossible. With his modest achievements in cultivation and Ali by his side, he would certainly have sensed any lurking malevolent spirits. Perhaps he had merely lost his way. In the dense mountain forests, distinguishing direction can be exceedingly difficult, and getting lost is not uncommon, so he could not entirely dismiss this possibility. Gathering his energy, he leapt into the air, propelling himself off a tree trunk to gracefully land atop a treetop, as light as a feather, swaying gently with the night breeze. At last, he caught sight of the distant wilderness. It was indeed a case of losing his way. Zhong exhaled in relief and adjusted his course before descending to continue his journey. Surely, this time he would encounter no further issues. However, after running for a quarter of an hour, he still found himself amidst the swaying shadows of trees. The rustling of leaves in the wind no longer evoked a serene ambience. Instead, it sent a shiver down his spine, as if something sinister lurked in the shadows. Watching him, Zhong tightened his grip around the Guanyin. At this juncture, he could ascertain that he was not lost, but rather had encountered a malevolent entity. Ascending to the treetops once more, he decided not to conserve his energy this time, dashing along the branches toward the distant wilderness. And soon he witnessed a scene that sent chills through his very being. The trees in the distance were moving. As he advanced, those trees seemed to shift silently, altering their positions and leading him further away from the exit. How many malevolent beings inhabit this world? A chill ran down Zhong's spine. Had he been an ordinary person, even a seasoned hunter, he would have likely been trapped here for eternity. This place was perilous. Retreat was the wisest course of action. Taking a deep breath, Zhong continued to traverse the treetops toward the distance, only to find a thick white fog enveloping the entire forest not long after. The dense mist obscured his vision, and even with his energy focused in his eyes, he could only discern 10 paces ahead. Anything beyond was a blur. Thus, he found himself lost once again. Ali, can you discern the way out of here? Zhong landed on the ground, temporarily halting his movements to conserve energy while reaching out to Ali. After a considerable wait, her uncertain voice emerged from the darkness. Jiao, I seem to be unsure. I only vaguely see a path, but I cannot be certain. Zhong replied firmly, it matters not. Trust your instincts. At this point, There was little choice but to take a gamble. He had faith in Ali's divination abilities. All right, Zhou, first walk 300 steps to the south. Then turn east. Be cautious, it seems there's a deep ravine ahead. Ali's navigation commenced, and Zhang Zhuyang wielded his sword, his senses heightened. With the other hand poised to unleash his sword at any moment. However, Ali's guidance proved reliable. Not long after, he felt the surroundings open up considerably, allowing him to relax slightly. It seemed they were on the right path. Zhou, turn right. We are almost out. Ali exclaimed joyfully. Zhang Zhuyang nodded. But upon rounding the corner, he was suddenly frozen in place, his entire being shaken. Before him lay an eerie scene that sent chills down his spine. Under the moonlit night, a towering sephora tree stood ominously, its branches twisting like ghostly hands. Most terrifying of all, beneath each branch dangled a lifeless body, densely arranged, swaying gently in the wind. Chapter 45. The King of the Three Worlds, Vajra. Hunters, farmers, merchants, officials, monks, Taoists, regardless of the identities one held in life. The moment a corpse hung from the sephora tree, all became meaningless. It seemed that the essence of human life held no significance. All was void. Under the moonlit night, the demon sephora hung the souls of the living. Zhang Zhuyang recalled his parents, who perished in a car accident, his grandfather, whom he could not see one last time before his passing, and his own loneliness in a foreign land, utterly devoid of kin. What significance lay in immortality? If one lived unhappily, perhaps death was the path to true peace. His gaze turned vacant as he slowly approached the great sephora tree. Disregarding Ali's frantic cries beside him, deep within, he sensed something was amiss. Yet, each time he attempted to ponder, a torrent of negative emotions flooded his mind. A vine descended from the sephora tree, seemingly alive, forming a noose, luring Zhang Zhuyang towards self-destruction. Clang! A flash of pink light sliced through the air as Ali severed the vine. Zhou, wake up! She shouted, her voice laced with guilt, blaming herself for miscalculating their location and leading him into this den of malevolence. Zhang Zhuyang fell to the ground, feeling slightly more awake. Yet soon, that terrifying wave of negativity crashed over him once more, insidious and overwhelming. His gaze began to blur again, and in a moment of crisis, a surge of wicked fire ignited in his lower abdomen. A pent-up desire accumulated during his trials. Previously, he had sought to suppress it to maintain his composure, but now, with his mind in disarray, the flames of desire surged forth, burning fiercely. This unexpected turn of events momentarily diluted his despair. Die? I shall marry 10. Life is unending. Movement is perpetual. With this thought, he immediately broke free from that dreadful allure, retreating several paces, drenched in cold sweat, lowering his gaze to avoid the sinister sephora tree. What a formidable tree demon. This entity could indeed ensnare the minds of others, and seemed capable of influencing Ali's divination as well. With a swift motion, he drew the Zhan Guijian, transforming it into a crimson beam aimed at the sephora tree, attempting to sever it in two. However, the corpses hanging from the tree suddenly began to sway, resembling a chorus of ringing bells, and a foul black mist erupted from their pores. This noxious mist possessed a potent corrupting force, sizzling upon contact with the Zhan Guijian, releasing acrid smoke. The once mighty sword, now tainted by this vile blood mist, slowed in its flight, the celestial patterns adorning its blade dimming, swaying in the air as if intoxicated. Zhang Zhuyang inwardly lamented. This tree demon was not to be trifled with, employing such a method to undermine his magical sword. This was also due to the fact that the Zhan Guijian had only recently emerged, and had yet to vanquish many spirits to absorb their power. Its essence was present, but its might needed further enhancement. Otherwise, it would not have allowed the fox demon to escape so far after piercing its heart. Retracting, Zhang Zhuyang pulled back his sword, gazing mournfully at its dimmed blade, gently wiping away the corrupted blood with his sleeve. Ali, let us go? He decisively instructed, turning to leave. The power of this tree demon was evidently superior to that of the old fox. Lingering any longer could lead to dire consequences. Yet, after only a few steps, he was compelled to halt, his grip on the Zhan Guijian turning pale. From the depths of the dark forest, countless pairs of glimmering eyes emerged, densely packed together, resembling stars in the night sky. Zhou, we seem to be surrounded, Ali remarked, brandishing her twin blades, albeit with a hint of inexplicable excitement in her voice. Kill, kill, kill. I shall carve a path for you, Zhou. Zhang Zhuyang pressed her head down, pulling her behind him, brandishing his sword as a shield before her, his tone grave. Ali, do not act recklessly. These are not ordinary beasts but creatures with awakened intelligence, possessing demonic powers. As soon as he finished speaking, a multitude of beasts emerged from the shadows, wolves the size of calves, fist-sized venomous bees, upright walking ferrets, and even a bear as massive as a small mountain. These creatures, dwelling in the wilderness, seemed to have been summoned by some unseen force, converging to block Zhang Zhuyang's path. To make matters worse, they were no ordinary beasts but those that had developed intelligence and a touch of demonic power, endowed with heightened awareness, sharper claws, and formidable physiques. While they were nowhere near as seasoned as a fox that had cultivated for a century, their sheer numbers were sufficient to rend the old fox to pieces. Zhong inhaled sharply. Had he stumbled into a den of beasts? This is no mere huaiyao. It could easily be mistaken for the mountain deity of Lupan Shan. Today, we may well be doomed. With this thought, he found an unexpected calmness. His heart devoid of fear, and his grip on the sword steadied and strengthened. Even if he were to become fodder for beasts, he would take several down with him. In the face of dire peril, if escape proves impossible, he would fight to the death, embracing the concept of life emerging from the jaws of despair. Perhaps even carving out a sliver of hope. Discarding fantasies, he prepared for battle. Ali, are you frightened? He suddenly inquired. The little girl shook her head vigorously. Her crimson dress gradually stained by blood. Under the weight of resentment, her twin pink blades appeared to darken to a deep red. Jiugu. You haven't taught me how to write the word fear, she replied. Zhong was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Ali joined in. Her expression pure and innocent, yet the kitchen knife in her hand began to seep blood, foreshadowing the impending storm of carnage. Her name was Zhenwu, and she could only write her own name. She had lost interest in learning other characters. All she desired was to assist Jiugu in slaying demons, monsters, evil spirits, and even humans. The beasts drew closer, emitting growls. Beneath the moonlit night, the duo stood back to back, unflinching as the horde encircled them. With one wielding twin blades and the other a sword, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Just as the beasts prepared to charge, a voice akin to thunder suddenly resonated. Deep and commanding, instilling awe without a hint of anger. Flying through the heavens, blazing with divine might. The skies tremble, the seas boil. 6 dragons drum, commanding swift pursuit. With a thunderous boom, 6 bolts of dazzling lightning rent the heavens, crashing down upon the beastly horde with the force of a comet striking the earth. Resembling dragons colliding with mountains. In an instant, the storm of thunder and fire engulfed the scene, turning wood to charcoal. While the earth trembled in response to the anguished cries of the beasts, Zhong squinted. The previous lightning had been blinding, rendering his vision a haze, obscuring the identity of the figure emerging from the tempest. Yet, he could faintly discern a silhouette stepping forth from the lightning and fire. That figure was not merely human, or perhaps it was not human at all, as it strode through the flames, illuminating a fearsome visage filled with wrath, reminiscent of a deity, with dragons and snakes appearing to coil around its arms. Ali was terrified, clinging to Zhong's leg like a sloth. It's the Ming Wang. Jiugu, I'm going to be taken away, she cried. The Jin Gang Ming Wang, whom my father once worshipped. So frightening. Chapter 46, Dragon Sparrow Slashing Sword. The Jin Gang Ming Wang? Zhong gazed at the trembling Ali clutching his leg, curiosity blooming within him. In his memory, Ali, who possessed the bloodline of Ain Walker, had always been fearless. Just moments ago, she had faced the encircling beasts without a flicker of fear. Yet now, she seemed ready to abandon her pink kitchen knife. Jiugu, the Ming Wang is truly terrifying, Ali confessed. A blush creeping onto her cheeks as she hurried to justify herself. It turned out that in this world, there exists a renowned deity known as the Jin Gang Ming Wang, akin to Zhong or Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. Legend tells of a time when demons roamed freely, and human beings suffered greatly. Thus, the Ming Wang emerged, said to wield heavenly fire and command thunder, unmatched in might. To eradicate the demonic scourge, he had reincarnated thrice. Hence the title Jin Gang Ming Wang. Later, the Buddhist sect incorporated this deity into their religious framework, referring to him as the Dao Wei de Tian Mu Bodhisattva, though the common folk still preferred to call him Ming Wang. The worship of Ming Wang flourished, and he was officially recognized by the Deqian government, leading many households to possess his likeness. Ali's father was also a devotee, often burning incense and praying during his time as Ain Walker, leaving Ali with deep psychological scars from the imposing, wrathful statue of the Ming Wang, entwined with dragons and snakes. Even in death, the fear lingered. Do not fear. He is not the Ming Wang, Zhong reassured, patting Ali's little head. Look closely, he is a man. Ali paused, peering out curiously. Oh, it really does seem like a person. Emerging from the flames was a tall, imposing figure clad in 8 treasure dragon scale armor, a crimson battle robe beneath, a skirt of armor at the waist, and battle boots on his feet, wielding a formidable 7-foot-long blade adorned with a dragon sparrow hilt, exuding nobility and authority. The so-called dragons and snakes were merely the dragon and tiger embellishments of the armor. Ali mistook him for the Jin Gang Ming Wang due to his extraordinary helmet resembling the visage of the deity. From a distance, he truly appeared to be a living statue of the Ming Wang, with only a pair of bright, piercing eyes visible beneath the heavy armor, overshadowing even flames. In battles, wearing golden armor through 100 fights, if I do not conquer Lulan, I shall not return. For reasons unknown, as he beheld this figure, Zhong was suddenly reminded of this line of poetry, feeling an iron-blooded heroism emanating from the mere sight of him. It was as if a legendary general from the annals of history stood before him. With the arrival of this figure, the Hua Yao seemed to tremble in fear, shaking its branches and emitting a strange scent, driving the previously terrified beasts into a frenzy once more. They disregarded their wounds, trampling over the bodies of their kin as they charged at the general. The general's gaze was sharp, his steps unyielding, as the flames parted before him. A wolf, the size of a calf, lunged forward, but as it leaped, an object pierced through its chest and pinned it against a rock. It was not a blade but the scabbard. The scabbard, along with the beast's carcass, was embedded deep into the blue stone, exerting immense force, causing cracks to spread like a spider's web. At last, the mighty blade was drawn. The gleaming edge of the blade outshone even the bright moon above, adorned with mysterious symbols, and the dragon sparrow design on the hilt appeared to come alive, emitting faint sounds. Zhang Jiuyang's sword also resonated in response. Perhaps it was not an illusion. The general seemed to glance in his direction. A massive wild bull charged forth, its imposing presence accentuated by its sharp horns glinting in the moonlight. The general did not retreat a single step. He merely gripped his blade, crouching slightly, his keen eyes fixed solely on the oncoming bull. At the moment the horns were about to strike, he subtly shifted aside and slashed. Zhang Jiuyang had never witnessed such dazzling swordplay, nor such rapid strikes, akin to a fleeting shadow, as if the moonlight illuminated a cold river. The rampaging bull was cleaved in two, its innards spilling forth, its front legs still poised as if to run, while its hind legs lay severed. The Mo Dao, also known as the horse-slaying blade, is a deadly weapon against cavalry, wielded only by the most valiant warriors. Historical texts recount the glorious exploits of General Li Sai, who wielded such a blade. Sai fought without armor, brandishing his long knife at the forefront, declaring, "When Sai wields the blade, both man and horse are shattered. He slays dozens, and the formation holds firm." The soldiers of the front line all drew their long knives, advancing like a wall. Sai led the charge, his ferocity unmatched, leaving devastation in his wake. Zhang Jiuyang had once read about such accounts and found them overly exaggerated, but now, he bore witness to the reality of destruction. Under the moonlight, the fearsome blade glimmered once more. One strike, and yet another. No matter how ferocious the beast, before this horse-slaying blade, they were merely destined for slaughter, blood and entrails scattering everywhere. With one man and one blade, the battlefield transformed into a meat grinder. Zhang Jiuyang watched, his heart racing with exhilaration. What astonishing martial prowess! It was as if every strike was honed to perfection, each a lethal blow, swift and decisive, akin to thunder. A form of violence that was beautifully ineffable, coupled with the visage of the Ming Wang. Beneath the moonlight, it was as if a deity had descended, captivating all who beheld him. In comparison, his swordsmanship appeared akin to a child's play. In a mere instant, the beast horde suffered grievous losses. Hua Yao felt a surge of fear, launching tendrils to ensnare Zhang Jiuyang as a threat. To it, the two must surely be accomplices. Zhang Jiuyang's gaze sharpened, poised to draw his sword, only to witness a flash of blade light, followed by Hua Yao trembling violently, its vines severed into fragments. The dragon sparrow Mo Dao was deeply embedded in the trunk of the Huai tree, from which gushed a crimson liquid resembling human blood. This was dire. He was now weaponless. A massive black bear, driven mad, charged towards the disarmed general, being the fiercest among the beasts, possessing tremendous strength, capable of shattering stone with its paws and crushing steel with its fangs. Just as Zhang Jiuyang prepared to toss his sword, he beheld an astonishing sight. The general casually embraced a nearby tree and wrenched it violently. Boom! The ground trembled as the two-person-wide tree was uprooted, its roots still laden with thick soil. "No, my friend, are you Lu Zhishan?" The black bear's ferocious gaze instantly shifted to one of terror. Boom! The general swung the towering tree down upon the black bear, akin to Mount Tai descending, howling with the wind, obscuring the moonlight above. Bang! The bear was sent flying as if it were a mere doll. And before it could rise, another strike came. Boom! The bear's head exploded, its brain matter splattering, while the massive tree lay shattered around. The general discarded the ruined timber, leaving no beast alive. He slowly approached Zhang Jiuyang, his dragon-scale armor billowing slightly, exuding an invisible aura of menace that compelled Zhang Jiuyang to swallow hard. "This general, thank you." Zhang Jiuyang's words of gratitude were abruptly halted as he saw the general reach for the Ming Wang mask. Under the moonlight, cascading hair flowed like a waterfall. Those eyes, brighter than the stars, gazed upon him with a hint of heroism in their cold voice. "Zhang Jiuyang, I have finally found you." Chapter 47. Ming Wang Jie, the three remarkable noble ones. She is actually a woman? Zhang Jiuyang's eyes widened, his mind momentarily struggling to comprehend. The iron-blooded general, possessing strength akin to Lu Zhishan, adorned with the Ming Wang mask, exuding a ghostly presence, was revealed to be such a strikingly beautiful woman? Beneath the mask, there stood an exceptional female general, her skin as smooth as cream, her face resembling white jade, with a noble nose and bright eyes. her features vividly defined, exuding elegance. Though her visage was strikingly beautiful, her elongated brows angled elegantly, complemented by her sharp, luminous gaze, which conveyed an aura of heroism, reminiscent of a magnolia blooming upon a rugged cliff. Is the Ming Wang a sister? Ali was left astounded. Her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. The female general lowered her gaze towards Ali. It turned out that after the bloodline of the Yin people transformed into spirits, they could harness resentment without losing their sanity. Indeed, a valuable discovery. Her gaze was as sharp as a sword, causing Ali to hastily retreat into her shadow doll, trembling in fear. The Ming Wang Jie is truly terrifying. Zhang Ziyang cleared his throat and clasped his fists, expressing, I am grateful for the female general's life-saving grace, but when you mentioned finally finding me, do we know each other? He did not recognize such a formidable woman. Merely standing before her made him feel as though his own powers were subtly suppressed. And recalling the earlier thunder magic, those 6 dazzling bolts of lightning were undoubtedly summoned by her. The flames that approached her seemed to automatically veer away. Furthermore, the incredible strength that could uproot a weeping willow indicated that she was indeed a practitioner, and one whose realm far surpassed his own. The female general was about to speak when they heard Hua Yao trembling, its branches shivering, black blood mist pouring forth from the bodies at Hong. Be careful, Zhang Jiang began, but before he could finish, the female general had already stepped in front of him, her hair flying, hand forming a seal. As a circle of crimson flames enveloped the area, incinerating the blood mist to nothingness, Hua Yao attempted to resist. But the mysterious sigils on the dragon sparrow Mo Dao glowed, resembling clusters of flames. In an instant, the Huai tree ignited, crackling with explosive sounds. Zhang Jiang faintly heard a mournful wail, his mind becoming bewitched, inexplicably filled with pity, as if what burned was not merely a tree, but his own kin. Just as he was about to extinguish the flames, the female general tapped his head with her finger. That hurts. Though she restrained her strength, her armored hand was cold and hard, causing his head to buzz and nearly topple over. The female general lifted him effortlessly, her clear gaze scrutinizing him, shaking her head. Little Taoist, you appear somewhat weak. Zhang Jiang retorted. Were it not for the fact that I couldn't match you, I would surely challenge you to see if my Zhongguo sword is sharper or your armor more resilient. Weak? Since undergoing his blood cleansing. It was the first time someone dared to call him weak. Well, the previous incident of kidney weakness aside. This was a Huai tree that had lived for nearly 500 years, the character Hua representing a spirit and wood, steeped in heavy Yin energy. Historically regarded as a superior material for spiritual communication. Thus, Hua Yao was innately capable of connecting with souls, be they living or dead. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiang finally understood why he had been so bewitched by Hua Yao, nearly succumbing to despair. It could directly influence a person's soul. Even Ali's divination abilities were affected. It seemed the more souls it hung, the stronger it became. Contemplating this, Zhang Jiang glanced at the female general in astonishment. Who was she, and why was she impervious to Hua Yao's influence throughout? In the 5 elements, fire overcomes wood. Although Hua Yao possessed profound abilities, it soon turned to charcoal amidst the flames, and the corpses it suspended plummeted. Subsequently, Zhang Jiang sensed the oppressive Yin energy that had pervaded the woods dissipating significantly. As moonlight penetrated the canopy, illuminating the surroundings, this Hua Yao occupied Lupen Mountain, manipulating the earth's energy to aid the beasts in their cultivation, thus fostering so many sentient beasts. With a cold laugh, she remarked, a mere wood demon dares to emulate others in claiming territory and asserting dominance? It is only because my Qintian monitor lacks personnel and the expanse of the 9 provinces is vast, that it has enjoyed a brief period of arrogance. Zhang Jiang felt a stirring in his heart. Is the female general of the Qintian monitor? I have a friend. Is it Xiao Gao? Zhang Jiang was taken aback, then quickly nodded. The female general produced a golden token from her waist, engraved with the image of a 5-clawed coiled dragon, clearly displaying the 3 characters Ling Tai Lang. I am Yu Ling, the Ling Tai Lang of the great Qintian monitor. Xiao Gao has been transferred under my command for his contributions in the case of Yunyang. Currently, all of Qingzhou is under my jurisdiction. Zhang Jiang marveled inwardly at the rank of Ling Tai Lang, realizing the vast authority it conferred. Clearly, this general named Yu Ling, also known as Long Hu, held substantial power within the Qintian monitor, her approach both decisive and commanding. He wondered what realm of cultivation she possessed. At that moment, Ali seemed less fearful. Attempting to establish rapport, her voice sweet and innocent. Ming Wang Jia, why did your incantation earlier sound so terrifying? Ming Wang Jia. The female general paused slightly, then glanced at the shadow doll with indifference, replying, that is ventriloquism. Zhang Jiang's mind sparked with the realization that one could chant spells using ventriloquism. It was indeed a novel method, unaffected even in water. Moreover, the deep, resonant voice of ventriloquism commanded great authority and often served to instill fear. Zhang Jiang suddenly understood why she wore the Ming Wang mask. In his past life on Earth, there was a similar general, Wanling Wang Gaochang Gong, who donned a mask in battle due to his extraordinarily handsome visage. earning a fearsome reputation as foes beheld him as a ghostly apparition. Yuling approached the charred locust tree and drew her dragon sparrow saber. The blade glimmered with a pure brilliance, devoid of any imperfections. With a sharp crack, the tree, reduced to a state of carbon, shattered into countless fragments. Wait, Zhang Juyang suddenly exclaimed. It seems there are corpses within the tree. Yuling also sensed something amiss. Undeterred by the flames, she stepped inside, using the back of her blade to peel away the charred wood, revealing two small skeletons. Appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, judging by the shape of the remains, they were likely a pair of young boy and girl. Zhang Juyang shuddered, exclaiming, Xiaoyin and Xiaoyang. Yuling cast a sidelong glance at him, her eyes reflecting a ripple of emotions. Gazing at the diminutive remains, Zhang Juyang felt a chill run down his spine. So that was it. Xiaoyin and Xiaoyang referred to the young boy and girl. The page he had found in the secret chamber of the Lu family recorded 5 phrases, the second of which mentioned hiding Xiaoyin and Xiaoyang within wood, leaving him perplexed. Now, upon seeing the corpses of the young ones, he finally understood. Yuling nodded and replied. Xiaoyin and Xiaoyang were originally just 2 types of hexagrams among the 4 symbols, yet in certain nefarious texts, they imply young boys and girls. After a pause, she continued. No wonder this locust demon craves human souls. It has indeed been cultivated by malevolent forces. Observing her composed demeanor, Zhang Juyang inquired, General Yu, have you received the items I sent? Yuling nodded, stating, I am now in charge of this case, and Zhang Juyang, you are the most crucial clue. Me? Why? She replied calmly. The Qintian monitor has deciphered those 5 phrases. Xiaoyin and Xiaoyang refer to young boys and girls, while Shangshang Taohua, also known as wallflower, is a type of fate in the 8 characters. Yin Yang. Zhang Juyang immediately responded, realizing that with this revelation, the once murky truth was becoming increasingly clear. The reputation of the Qintian monitor was indeed well-deserved. And what about the 3 odd noble ones? What does that refer to? Yuling lifted her gaze, quietly observing him as she said, the 3 odd noble ones refer to you, Zhang Juyang. Chapter 48. The 3 odd noble ones. Qintian monitor heavenly 3 odd ones. Jia, Wu, Gong, earthly 3 odd ones. Yi, Bing, Ding, human 3 odd ones. Gui, Run, Xian. Should a person's fate bear the 3 odd noble ones, they would excel and achieve great success. Yuling explained to Zhang Juyang. The so-called 3 odd noble ones are among the 4 pillars of divine Sha, determined by one's birth date. For instance, if a person's heavenly stems include Jia, Wu, and Gong simultaneously, then that person possesses the 3 odd noble ones. Jia, Wu, and Gong are the heavenly 3 odd ones. Yi, Bing, and Ding are the earthly 3 odd ones. Gui, Run, and Xian are the human 3 odd ones. Regardless of which type, those who carry the 3 odd noble ones in their fate are more likely to attain wealth and prominence. Zhang Juyang. We have investigated the birth dates of everyone in Yun County, and only you possess the heavenly 3 odd ones with Jiazi, Ryugzu, Jinjian, and Gongqin. After a moment of contemplation, she fixed her gaze on Zhang Juyang, articulating each word. There cannot be such coincidence in this world. The blind Lin adopted you for a reason. The phrase casting the 3 odd noble ones in gold refers to you. Zhang Juyang fell silent, lowering his gaze to conceal the shift in his expression. In truth, he felt a cold dread within. Yuling had erred. The 3 odd noble ones were not he, but the original owner of this body. The birth date she spoke of belonged to the original owner. Casting the 3 odd noble ones in gold, hiding Xiaoyin and Xiaoyang within wood, merging Shangshang Taohua with water, burning the blood of kin with fire, burying 300 living souls in earth. The 5 phrases from Lin's journal surged back into his mind. The Shangshang Taohua fates Yun Yang drowned in water. The one who personally struck his daughter, Lu Yaoxing, was burned to death. And now he discovered the young boy and girl hidden within the locust tree. Was the original owner's demise truly just a result of overwhelming sorrow? With this thought, a wave of goosebumps enveloped Zhang Juyang. Could it be that the original owner, marked by the 3 odd noble ones, was indeed the first victim in this string of heinous crimes? Unbeknownst to the murderer, the 3 odd noble ones they had slain had somehow returned to life. Zhang Juyang. The murderer is likely to seek you out to complete the final piece of their scheme. So from now on, I will stay at your home to protect you. Zhang Juyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Stay at my house. She calmly nodded, her bright eyes hinting at a thought, slightly shifting. Will you provide meals? After a pause, she patted her stomach, the sound echoing against the thick armor, producing a rhythmic thud. I do eat quite a bit, but fear not, I shall pay. Zhang Juyang inhaled deeply. At this point, he had no reason to oppose. The mastermind who could even control the locust demon was clearly beyond his capacity to confront. Having a formidable protector was indeed a blessing. He was grateful for his earlier decision to inform the Qintian monitor. Otherwise, he might have vanished without a trace one day. Sister Ming Wang. I can cook. Ali raised her small hand, displaying a charming smile. I must ensure that Sister Ming Wang stays with us, so no one dares to bully Brother Jiu. Our dual blades can slay demons above and chop vegetables below. Truly remarkable. Yuling cast a sidelong glance at her, then tossed her Ming Wang helmet to her. Little ghost, hold it well. Ali raised both hands to catch it, but stumbled, nearly falling. Saved only by Zhang Zhuyang's steadying hand. She huffed and puffed, clearly exhausted by the helmet's weight. Little Taoist, help me find some relatively intact demon beast corpses and pile them up. After a moment, as if recalling something, she scrutinized Zhang Zhuyang from head to toe and said, these meats contain spiritual energy, which is excellent for nourishment. You should eat some to replenish your strength. Zhang Zhuyang's demeanor darkened, and he instinctively reached for his sword, only to be restrained by Ali gripping his sleeve. Woo-woo, brother Jiao, don't you dare. A little restraint leads to great anger. Zhang Zhuyang fell silent, questioning. Are you sure you're advising me? Yuling ignored the peculiar duo and turned away, producing a green rope and casually tying her disheveled hair into a ponytail. Then she sheathed her dragon sparrow saber. Under the moonlight, her crimson battle robe billowed, her figure tall and elegant, her movements decisive and brisk, exuding a gallant grace. Zhang Zhuyang watched her skillfully extract a piece of white wood from the charred locust tree, subsequently giving the two small corpses a proper burial. Crafting a gravestone from stone with a single hand, and inscribing characters with her finger. After completing these tasks, she proceeded to the nearby forest. One by one, trees fell, which she wove into a makeshift raft-like structure, placing the choice cuts of meat selected by Zhang Zhuyang atop it, creating a pile reminiscent of a small mountain. Let us go. She tugged at the vines, and the mountain of beast corpses began to move, awakening countless slumbering forest birds along the way. How capable she was. Zhang Zhuyang found it hard to fathom the terrifying strength contained within her armored form. Even Lu Bu would be brought to his knees. General Yu, there is something I must attend to first. Xiulan's soul remains, and with the old fox dead, I wonder if her parents have reverted. Yuling, without raising her head, replied coolly, no need. Xiao Gao and Xiao Luo have already taken care of it. Xiulan's soul will be guided to reincarnation, and her parents have reverted as well. The livestock transformation technique is particularly vulnerable to water. It shatters upon contact. Zhang Zhuyang sighed softly. This was the best possible outcome. He could only wish for Xiulan to live safely and happily in her next life, fully experiencing the beauty of the human realm. As long as demons persist, there will always be another Xiulan. Yuling's gaze sharpened like a sword, resonating with a voice of steel, imbued with a deeply moving resolve and tenacity. What we can do is eliminate more. The more demons that perish at my blade, the fewer people like Xiulan will suffer. This is the mission for which Master Zhuge established the Qingtian monitor. As she spoke, she paused and turned to Zhang Zhuyang, gently patting his shoulder. It hurt. Zhang Zhuyang gritted his teeth, determined not to let out a sound. Was it a mere illusion? Absolutely not. I witnessed the corpse of that fox demon, and it was exceptionally well done. For the first time, she cast an appreciative glance at Zhang Zhuyang. Next time, be sure to avoid the vital points. It would allow for several more strikes. Lacking strength is not terrifying. What is frightening is an unsteady blade. At his doorstep, Zhang Zhuyang encountered the long-absent Lao Gao. The elder appeared somewhat thinner, his expression weary, suggesting he had endured considerable hardship recently. Beside him stood a remarkably young lad, slender and seemingly a few years younger than Zhang Zhuyang, with a delicate visage and a youthful countenance. He held a silver spear, standing erect like a pine tree. Lao Gao lounged casually at the entrance, seemingly teasing the lad, who looked a bit embarrassed yet maintained a soldier-like stance. Upon the appearance of Yuling, Lao Gao sprang to his feet, his face almost blooming with joy. You, with so many demon beasts, what a bountiful harvest. The young man remained standing straight, his gaze fixed on Yuling, awaiting orders like a soldier. Zhang Zhuyang, what a surprise. Lao Gao's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the striking figure clad in a green Taoist robe, sword in hand. You, have you broken through the second realm? In the dead of night, the kitchen of Zhang Zhuyang's home suddenly buzzed with activity. Chef Ali took charge, deftly wielding two pink kitchen knives that flew through the air, slicing meat into perfectly proportioned pieces, showcasing extraordinary culinary skills. Stir fry and toss. Before long, a large platter of stir-fried meat emerged, vibrant in color, aroma, and flavor. Once the dish was served, before Ali could catch her breath, Zhang Zhuyang returned with a peculiar expression, stating, she finished eating and told you to hurry with the next dish. The unfortunate worker, Ali, was forced to continue her all-night shift. This isn't fun. Cooking is utterly tedious. Such occurrences had transpired many times before. Zhang Zhuyang first encountered what it meant to be swept away like the wind. He simply could not compete. In the hall, a towering stack of plates had accumulated. Yuling's abdomen beneath her armor slightly protruded as she patted it, revealing a contented expression. I'm 8/10 full. The little ghost has proven quite useful. Their culinary skills are commendable. From referring to the little ghost to the little ghost head, it was evident that one cannot bite the hand that feeds. She had grown significantly more amiable towards Ali. Lao Gao still bore an expression of astonishment, seemingly unable to recover from the shock, muttering to himself, this is impossible. I have practiced for over 30 years. and yet he has surpassed me in the blink of an eye. Although he had recognized Zhang Zhuyang's remarkable talent, he had not anticipated such an extraordinary leap in cultivation. How could one ascend so swiftly to the second realm after merely reaching the first? Old gal, I've told you, it's all thanks to those Zhi Yushin pills, Zhang Zhuyang reassured him. In truth, apart from the pills, two significant reasons underpinned his rapid advancement. First was the divine ability of the great deity Zhong to consume ghosts, and second was his seamless compatibility with the Yu Ding Xian Gong, making his cultivation effortless, as if tailored specifically for him. You are cultivating the second diagram of the Yu Ding Xian Gong, the Riwu Yu 2, right? At that moment, Yuling suddenly interjected. You need not hide it, for I have also practiced this technique, having reached the third diagram before transitioning to other methods. After a brief pause, she cautioned, given the delicious meal prepared by the little ghost head, I shall offer you this piece of advice. Do not underestimate the 100-day trial, especially when breaking through with the Yu Ding Xian Gong. Within 100 days, the desire will only intensify, culminating in a qualitative change. You still retain control now, but in the future, that may not be the case. As she spoke, her gaze briefly flicked towards Lao Gao. Lao Gao hastily cleared his throat, lowering his head to feign ignorance. Zhang Zhuyang keenly sensed the atmosphere of gossip. It seemed something had transpired during Lao Gao's 100-day trial, likely spreading throughout the entire Qin Tianjian. Indeed, the young man named Luo Ping seated nearby was nearly flushed crimson, caught between laughter and restraint. All in all, Zhang Zhuyang, I recommend you learn a technique for closing off your essence during seclusion to avoid losing everything at the last moment. Zhang Zhuyang nodded in gratitude, saying, Thank you, General Yu, for your guidance. After a moment's hesitation, he attempted to probe further. Old Gao, what about your 100-day trial back then? Zhang Zhuyang, I have already uncovered the origins of the 7-star soul-locking nail we found from Yun Yang's ashes. Lao Gao quickly raised his voice, forcibly interrupting him. The 7-star soul-locking technique originated from the now-defunct Yinshan sect, which was exceedingly sinister, showing no reverence for deities or Buddhas, only worshipping the Ghost King. Ghost King? Indeed, known as the Yinshan Ghost King. The disciples of the Yinshan sect practiced malevolent ghost-raising techniques, pursuing quick results. They revered the power of ghosts and would even host spirits within their bodies, using their flesh to nourish them. Zhang Zhuyang felt a chill run down his spine as he suddenly recalled a line from Lin Xiazi's journal. Damn it, that thing's cultivation is escalating. I can barely control it. At this moment, he understood that the entity referred to in the journal was not Yun Yang, but rather the ghost that Lin Xiazi had nurtured within himself. Lin Xiazi was a disciple of the Yinshan sect. Lao Gao seemed to have discerned his thoughts and continued, 600 years ago. The last leader of the Yinshan sect was known as Devouring. He possessed remarkable talent and insatiable ambition, attempting to refine a disaster-level ghost king. Ghosts, ferocity, calamity, and abyss. Such a fearsome female ghost, as Yun Yang still lacked a bit to become truly ferocious. Calamity implies a natural disaster that could devastate an entire region, resulting in untold suffering. At such a level, a ghost could be deemed a ghost king. This Devouring sought to sacrifice the populace of an entire city to nurture the ghost king, incurring the wrath of heaven and man. At that time, it was shortly after Master Zhuge established the Qin Tianjian, and he personally intervened. And then, Ali could not help but interject, captivated by the tale. Imagining a fierce battle between Devouring and Master Zhuge that darkened the skies and blotted out the sun. And then, Lao Gao scoffed, with Master Zhuge involved. Would there have been any unexpected outcomes? Otherwise, do you think the Yinshan sect would have been annihilated? After a pause, he sighed. It is said that the master remained in the capital and did not take action, instead laying an unparalleled killing formation from thousands of miles away, utilizing the power of the stars to obliterate the Yinshan sect's stronghold. Devouring perished, and the Yinshan sect was erased from history. It is said that at that time, the entire sect offered sacrifices to summon the Ghost King, yet they still proved no match for the master, being cast into the 18 layers of hell, never to transcend. Hearing this, Zhang Zhuyang's heart surged with passion and fervor. To lay waste to an entire sect from thousands of miles away and simultaneously banish a ghost king to the depths of hell. What astonishing methods. Such a figure is indistinguishable from a deity. And this was merely the 7th realm. A powerful desire for cultivation ignited within Zhang Zhuyang. In this life, who would not wish to attain such glory? A true man ought to aspire to this. Yet, it was unexpected that after 6 centuries, the Yinshan sect still had descendants and had re-entered the world. Lin Xiazi, how deeply he concealed himself. A hint of trepidation flickered in Lao Gao's eyes. In those years, he had collaborated with Lin Xiazi, yet he discerned not a single flaw. 300 living souls buried in the earth. Zhang Zhuyang suggested. Shouldn't we investigate the statement? After all, it concerns 300 lives. The esteemed individual shook his head, sighed, and cast an inquiring glance at Yuling. Upon seeing her nod, he continued, Zhang Zhuyang, when we parted ways in Yun County, I intended to travel to Qingzhou City to investigate the Liu family's waterway case. However, I unexpectedly received an urgent order mid-journey to probe into another matter. He paused, his voice growing gravely somber. Not long ago, in Qingjia village on Yunhao Mountain in Qingzhou, a sudden fissure had occurred, swallowing over 300 villagers into the depths, after which the earth closed, burying them completely. Villagers from nearby spoke of faint sounds of clapping and cries for help echoing from beneath. Chapter 50. The world harbors demons. General dances with the blade at night. A whole village of people buried alive. Zhong seemed to envision that brutal scene, with over 300 villagers trapped underground, despairing and weeping in the dark, clawing at the heavy soil with bloodied fingers, ultimately succumbing to asphyxiation. 300 living souls buried in the earth. Zhong finally comprehended why Yuling referred to herself as the final piece in the murderer's scheme. Thus, the question arose, for the mastermind behind it all. Had the forging of 3 extraordinary individuals been successful? After all, the original host had perished. Had his crossing over influenced the adversary's design? What could be the true motive behind such painstaking plotting? Zhong felt perplexed. Old Gao, having received Yuling's instructions, naturally did not conceal the truth, stating, "The culprit aims to emulate the ghostly way master of your, to cultivate a ghost king." Following the downfall of the Yinshan sect, some texts were classified as forbidden techniques by my Qintian Bureau, including a malevolent art known as the 5 Elements Heavenly Ghost Secret Technique, which purportedly allows the gathering of elemental forces to forcibly elevate a ghost's realm. However, even within my Qintian Bureau, this forbidden art remains incomplete. If the mastermind is indeed Lin Xiazi, he must have acquired the genuine teachings of the Yinshan sect. Luo Ping, who had been sitting upright, revealed a hint of concern in his eyes. Having taken on this case, he had perused all information related to the Yinshan sect. The 5 Elements Heavenly Ghost Secret Technique is the sect's treasured legacy, only bestowed upon the sect leader and the next in line, passed down through oral tradition. The texts contain only fragments, lacking the essential details. This indicates that the mastermind is not merely a disciple of the Yinshan sect. It is highly probable that he is the current sect leader, formidable even if not as powerful as the ghostly way master of the past. Alas, it is no wonder that when I shielded Zhong while he searched for a corpse by the banks of the Little Yun River, a sudden downpour arose under clear skies, dark clouds gathering overhead. At that moment, I found it puzzling. Even if Yunyang had become a ghost, she should not be able to influence the heavens. In hindsight, it seems someone was performing clandestine rituals. The usually optimistic Gao now wore a grave expression. The adversary possesses the ability to summon winds and rain. At that moment, a cool, steady voice resonated, calm yet powerful. Merely a mouse hiding in the shadows. Instead of fretting here, it would be wiser to hone one's martial skills and Taoist practices. Yuling stood up, stretching languidly, her gaze bright and spirited, seemingly instilling boundless confidence. Let the soldiers come, and we shall meet them. Let the waters rise, and we shall bury them. For now, we shall protect Zhong. Should the adversary dare to show themselves, I shall take their head. Her voice was remarkably tranquil, not loud, yet it resonated like thunder on a clear day, exuding an innate confidence and authority that was profoundly infectious. In an instant, the heavy atmosphere dissipated, and both old Gao and Luo Ping revealed faint smiles. Had it been another Ling Tai Lang sent from above, they would undoubtedly harbor concerns and might even consider petitioning for additional skilled practitioners. However, with Yuling's arrival, there was no cause for alarm. The renown of this lady is such that even the combined might of the other 31 Ling Tai Langs would pale in comparison. Once this case concludes, she is likely to gather sufficient merit to be promoted to an inspector, a candidate for the next chief inspector, barely under 30. From the Qintian Bureau, having satisfied her hunger, Yuling resumed wielding her long Keizhanma Dao. This blade appeared to be forged from a peculiar black iron, exceedingly heavy, causing the table to tremble slightly upon its initial placement. Yet in her hands, it seemed weightless. The moonlight, like water, illuminated her exquisite 8-treasure dragon scale armor, casting a faint luminescence, while her red battle robe billowed, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Clang! The blade sang like a phoenix. Drawing the sword, the stance was set. The chilling wind of the blade shattered fallen leaves into fragments, the invisible sharpness accumulating like a river. She stepped forward, executing the slicing stance, the pressing stance, the tiger-holding stance, and the backswing stance. Though her movements were not swift, they flowed like clouds and water, appearing light as air. Yet Zhong, who had witnessed her in battle, understood the true speed of her technique in combat. It was a terrifying display akin to a raging storm, with lightning and thunder accompanying her blade. Even though she was merely practicing, deliberately tempering her sharpness, Zhong felt a surge of trepidation, as if that blade would soon find its way to his throat. His heart warned him of impending danger. Yuling seemed unfazed by the attention on her swordplay. Practicing with utmost seriousness, her expression intensely focused. Her moonlight-like eyes seemed to contain only the Long Keizhanma Dao in her grasp. There were only 12 forms of swordsmanship. Yet she repeated them tirelessly, as if a machine devoid of fatigue. The moonlit night was like flowing water, the blades glimmer akin to a rainbow. Her dark hair swayed gently, revealing a smooth and stern jawline. Those heroic eyes were more captivating than the gleam of her blade. So beautiful, she resembled a painting. The world harbors demons. The general dances with the blade at night. Zhong gazed at her transcendent swordsmanship, envy swelling within him. His own swordplay seemed woefully inadequate. Old gal, who exactly is General Yu? Her swordplay exudes an aura reminiscent of ironclad warriors, as if 1,000 troops were charging forth. Truly remarkable. Such a remarkable woman. Zhong had never encountered before, prompting him to probe Old Gao for information. Old Gao chuckled, a look of pride upon his face. You, my friend, are merely new to this realm and have yet to witness much. Hence, you have not even heard of General Yu. However, your eye is indeed sharp. The 12 forms of swordsmanship she practices originate from the military, created by the Duke of Dinghua, known as the Ambush Formation. Zhong's mind stirred. The Duke of Dinghua was the legendary General Yu Jingzhong from 600 years ago. Yu Ling also bore the surname Yu, wielding the long Keizhan Ma Dao, which had once struck fear across the realm. General Yu is indeed a warrior of noble lineage, a direct descendant of the Yu family. I assure you, she is no ordinary person. Her experiences are quite legendary. It is said that when General Yu was born, her mother was pregnant for a full 18 months. And upon her birth, there were celestial phenomena of dragons and tigers in the clouds. The late emperor, astonished, promptly dispatched the chief inspector of the Qingtian Bureau to investigate. Zhong understood. Were he the emperor and heard of a descendant of the Yu family, wielding such celestial signs, he too would find it difficult to sleep. When our chief inspector arrived at the Yu family, it turned out she was a daughter. He congratulated the Yu family and, after divining the child's future, uttered 8 words: a national treasure, a dragon and tiger hero. Old Gao sighed. It is said that General Yu wished to name her dragon and tiger, but her mother firmly refused. And reluctantly, they settled for tiger as her given name. Zhong could not help but chuckle. Putting aside everything else, General Yu's naming skills were truly concerning. General Yu possesses exceptional aptitude in both cultivation and martial arts, having mastered the Yu family's 12 forms of ambush to perfection, and by the age of 26. She had achieved the 5th realm of nurturing the holy fetus, her talent rivaling that of Zhuge Liang from 600 years ago. In the Qingtian Bureau, there are 36 Ling Tai Langs, embodying the number of Tian Gang. General Yu is recognized as the foremost among them, earning the nickname Ming Wang, though we privately refer to her as the Ruthless One. Ruthless One? Why is that so? Zhong felt a degree of perplexity. Although Yu Ling's combat style was undeniably fierce and relentless, it hardly reached the level of sheer ruthlessness. Lao Gao whispered, I shall refrain from elaborating, but in due time, you will witness it for yourself. How should I put it? Yu has a rather peculiar quirk. Another question lingered in Zhong mind, given General Yu's illustrious lineage. What prompted her to join the Guanyin? It wasn't that he looked down upon the Guanyin. Rather, the institution was exceedingly perilous, perhaps even more treacherous than the battlefield itself, where one has fate hung by a thread daily. Just as Lao Gao was about to respond, a sharp sound of metal rang out. A chill ran through him as a strand of hair slowly fell from his head. Apologies, my hand trembled, Yu Ling remarked, sheathing her blade, her starry eyes reflecting a calm demeanor. Chapter 51. The legend of Zhong capturing ghosts with a swift stroke. She severed a lock of hair. Lao Gao, terrified, fled in disarray, his legs propelling him forward, heedless of Zhong's calls to remain. His already sparse hair was now further diminished. Luo Ping had retired early. A man of strict routine, had it not been for the task at hand, he would never have stayed up late. While the others feasted, he abstained, believing that eating before sleep was detrimental to health. A remarkably disciplined young man, he left Zhong, who often burned the midnight oil playing games, feeling rather ashamed. Now, only he and Yu Ling remained in the courtyard. Their gazes locked, Yu Ling calmly stated, Go to sleep, I shall keep watch at the door. She sat cross-legged, her sword laid before her, the hilt within arm's reach, her long hair gently swaying, her breathing long and steady, reminiscent of the serene exhalations of a turtle or snake. She seemed to be in a meditative state, perhaps engaged in cultivation. Diligence, perseverance, discipline, and innate talent, all converged in her presence. Zhong suddenly felt a sense of inferiority. If someone more exceptional than himself was striving for greatness, what purpose did his own efforts serve? Great God Zhong, grant me strength. He shook his head and retreated into his room. In the night, Yu Ling sat upright, her posture as rigid as a sword, her breathing unwavering, creating an illusion of a lifelike statue. The general, unencumbered by armor, stood vigil through the night. After a while, Zhong reopened the door, a book in hand. With Xiao Ali trailing behind, carrying 2 cups of tea. As he approached Yu Ling, he abruptly halted. The blade's tip, illuminated by the moonlight, hovered threateningly at his neck, its cold glimmer radiating an aura of lethal intent. The swiftness of her draw was astonishing, leaving Zhang Zhuyang no time to evade. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, Zhang Zhuyang managed, offering an awkward yet polite smile. Under the moonlight, Yuling, with her eyes closed, had drawn her sword. Slowly opening her eyes, she regarded him with a gaze both cold and sharp, softening slightly upon recognizing him. Apologies. I forgot to mention that when I cultivate, I drift between wakefulness and slumber. If anyone or any demon approaches, my instinct is to draw my blade. Zhang Zhuyang felt a wave of relief. Had she not halted her strike, his neck would have been in grave danger. Simultaneously, he was struck by awe at the countless battles she must have faced to ingrain the act of drawing her sword into muscle memory, rendering it instinctual. Clang. Yuling sheathed her sword, raising her gaze to scan Zhang Zhuyang and Xiao Ali. What is it? After a brief pause, as if recalling something, she added, if you wish to learn the art of closed-door meditation, I cannot assist you. Female practitioners follow different methods than you men. In a 100-day retreat, men must conserve essence, while women must contain their celestial energy. The former is termed subduing the white tiger, while the latter is known as slaying the red dragon. The methods differ significantly, and confusion in practice may lead to dire consequences. Zhang Zhuyang chuckled, shaking his head. General you misunderstand. I did not come seeking guidance on cultivation techniques. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Ali. Go on, little diplomat. Xiao Ali beamed sweetly, offering Yuling a cup of tea, her voice adorably high-pitched. Sister Ming Wang, please speak kindly. Yuling's hand rested on the hilt of her dragon sparrow blade. Xiao Ali quickly interjected. You see, Zhiyang has a favor to ask, but he finds it difficult to voice, so he sent me to charm you with my cuteness and offer you tea. Zhang Zhuyang thought. This little one has no qualms about selling me out. What a lack of integrity. I wonder where she learned that. Yuling's lips curled slightly, a fleeting smile crossing her face. She accepted the tea and said coolly, Speak then, what is your request? Zhang Zhuyang promptly presented the book, adopting a serious demeanor. I have long harbored a dream of becoming a great author. This book, The Legend of Zhong Kuei Capturing Ghosts, is my creation. Yuling's hand once again moved to her blade's hilt. Very well, I wish for you to review this book. If it meets your approval, perhaps you could allow it to be published. Zhang Zhuyang quickly acquiesced. Xiao Ali made a face at him, implying that he should be more straightforward. Yuling furrowed her brow, clearly taken aback by the nature of his request. Upon receiving the book and seeing the name Zhong Kuei, her eyes flickered with recognition, and she softly uttered the author's name. Mr. Liaozhai, that is my pen name, Zhang Zhuyang replied with a smile. What I previously stated was sincere. I truly aspire to be an author. This tale is a product of my utmost effort, and many bookshop proprietors have praised it. Unfortunately, the Diqian forbids the writing of ghostly tales. Thus, I seek your assistance in granting it an exception. Zhang Zhuyang found himself in a bind. Each time the visualization diagram bestowed a new inheritance, the required spiritual energy increased. Now, the incense offerings in Yunhe County could scarcely keep pace, and the diagram had shown no sign of change for some time. Unauthorized dissemination of faith would be deemed heretical, while pursuing a cultural route was met with prohibition from above. No bookshop dared to print his work. Thus, even though he had penned the legend of Zhong Kuei capturing ghosts, it remained largely unknown. At such times, he would recall his collaboration with Lao Gao, where, with the full backing of the authorities, they had almost overnight harnessed the spiritual energy of over 1,000 households in Yunhe County. What a thrilling experience that had been. If the court could officially recognize Zhong Kuei as a deity and permit the populace to worship openly, it would be ideal. Yet, Zhang Zhuyang knew that such a scenario was improbable, and thus he settled for a more feasible goal, hoping to circulate the tale of Zhong Kuei. Yuling did not light a lamp, but began to leaf through the book under the moonlight. Initially, she appeared somewhat indifferent. After all, she had been raised amidst weapons and had little interest in reading. However, it wasn't long before her demeanor shifted, and she began to read with earnest intent. Zhang Zhuyang smiled subtly, for this book encapsulated much of his effort. It intertwined various folk legends of Zhong Kuei, while also incorporating modifications that imbued it with the essence of engaging storytelling. In this nascent world of popular literature, encountering a refreshing narrative, especially one addressing themes others dared not explore, would surely be an extraordinary experience. Yuling's expression conveyed everything, turning page after page. What began as a casual glance turned into a deep immersion. Time flowed quietly as her expressions transformed, sometimes furrowing her brow, at other moments relaxing, and occasionally becoming animated. She was wholly absorbed. Excellent. Upon reaching a certain passage, she exclaimed, What a profound sentiment. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Such ambition. Zhang Zhuyang coughed lightly, acknowledging that in certain instances, he had indeed borrowed elements from popular web literature. Xiao Ali chimed in with envy. Zhuyang. I want to read too. Having finished Journey to the West, she was eager for a new tale, yet her limited literacy prevented her from comprehending the book. I will share it with you later, Zhang Zhuyang replied, feeling optimistic that General Yu might be inclined to assist him. However, to his surprise, Yuling suddenly closed the book and fixed her gaze upon him, stating, That cannot be. Zhang Jiuyang felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. I cannot continue reading. Yuling shook her head. Your book nearly caused me to lose track of time. Unexpectedly, you are indeed a formidable author. And General Yu, do you consent? Zhang Jiuyang's voice held a note of anticipation. I can assure you, but I have 2 requests. Speak. First, certain aspects require alterations. For instance, the individual who dismisses the Zhuangyuan Zhong Kuei should not be our esteemed Deqian Taizu, but rather the emperor of the previous dynasty. Understood, no problem. Zhang Jiuyang joyfully lifted his teacup and took a sip. Evidently, this matter was settled. Secondly, Yuling gazed at him and calmly stated, I want you to be my external associate. Uft. Zhang Jiuyang nearly spat out his tea. What on earth does that mean? Chapter 52. One day, the blade in hand. Seeing Zhang Jiuyang's pronounced reaction, Yuling furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes filled with perplexity. What does external associate entail? Zhang Jiuyang looked at the formidable visage of the female general, feeling a twinge of anxiety within. Could it be that my charm has reached such an extraordinary level? If she truly means that, should I comply or refuse? Yuling articulated. An external associate refers to personnel outside of the Guanyin, part of a collaborative relationship. Only those who become Ling Tai Lang possess the qualification to recommend external associates. Although your capabilities are somewhat lacking, your physique is somewhat weak, and your swordsmanship is utterly novice, you do possess youth, and your cultivation of the challenging Yu Ding Xian Gong shows promise. Zhang Jiuyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful it was not that implication. But wait, did she just insult me? By becoming my external associate, you will be considered part of the Guanyin. Those within can write a few books, and that is not a matter of consequence. Furthermore, you will also gain access to the Guanyin's treasury. You can exchange your merits for various celestial materials, techniques, or intelligence, and even summon the powers of the Guanyin to a certain extent when needed, using your merits. This revelation stirred Zhang Jiuyang's interest. The painting of the fire dragon and water tiger had been exchanged for resources from the Guanyin treasury, which, according to Lao Gao, is a veritable treasure trove, encompassing the best of many schools, even preserving the legacy of the great Zhuge Guoshi. Celestial materials and miraculous elixirs are in abundance. After all, the Guanyin is backed by the entire power of the Deqian nation. However, what must I sacrifice? Zhang Jiuyang was aware that there is no free lunch. Such advantageous conditions must come with a cost. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Yuling shook her head. Once you become my external associate, you will not be subjected to the jurisdiction of others, not even mine. Should I assign you a task, you may choose to decline, though doing so will forfeit your opportunity to earn merit. Zhang Jiuyang immediately understood. This indeed is a cooperative relationship, where the other party entices you with various resources from the treasury, and if you desire them, you must assist the Guanyin in completing tasks to earn rewards. If you do not wish for them, the other party cannot coerce you. After all, one only has one life. Of course, what Zhang Jiuyang valued most were not those so-called treasures. He bore the visualization map and lacked for nothing in terms of inheritance. What he truly required was incense. The identity of an external associate with the Guanyin would indeed facilitate his endeavors. Very well, I agree. He began to anticipate how much incense would increase once this book, Zhong Kuei Captures Ghosts, spreads. Qingzhou City boasts over 100,000 households. Even if only a fraction believes, it would be a tremendous gain. Yuling nodded and said, originally, becoming an external associate required passing a test, but since you and Xiao Gao successfully eliminated Yun Yang, you have already passed that test. I will recommend you, and once approved by the higher-ups, you will officially become an external associate. Zhang Jiuyang cleared his throat and said, General Yu, could this book be given a pass beforehand? Who knows how efficient Deqian's administration is? What if we have to wait for several months? Yuling glanced at him, shook her head, and replied, let me read it first. Thank you, General Yu. She waved her hand, ceasing further conversation and resumed her meditation. Such diligence. Zhang Jiuyang was inspired by her spirit and turned back to his room to cultivate. Although the essence within the 100-day barrier automatically converts into magical power, if one focuses their mind, the efficiency would indeed increase. After he and Ali departed, Yuling slowly reopened her eyes. She hesitated for a moment, then took out the book Zhong Kuei Captures Ghosts, flipping to the section she had previously read. I shall finish this segment before continuing my cultivation. Under the moonlight, the valiant female general set the dragon sparrow blade aside, holding the book delicately. Perhaps due to the solitude, she felt more at ease, occasionally murmuring softly. Mere vile ghosts dare to feast upon human hearts. You have already sealed your doom. As she reached a stirring passage, her stern brows lifted slightly, a hint of flush appearing on her alabaster face. What is Zhong Kuei, who is unrivaled in speech, who dares to claim invincibility once he strides into this world? No malevolent spirit shall dare to claim supremacy. Time flowed gently. When the first rays of dawn illuminated the horizon, Yuling finally turned the last page and closed the book. A flicker of bewilderment crossed her eyes. Is that it? Just like that, it's over? Just as the great deity Zhong Kuei, wielding the ghost-slaying sword, prepared for a battle against the foremost ghost king of the Yellow Springs. She saw the words, "To know what transpires next, please await the next installment." A surge of unimaginable frustration boiled within her. She took a deep breath, caressing the dragon sparrow blade that sang within its sheath. "Early morning? Why are you wielding a blade?" Zhong awoke, opened the door, and prepared to practice Zhong Li's 8-section brocade, only to find Yu Ling holding the dragon sparrow blade, her icy gaze piercing, her flowing hair like a tempest, an aura of menace surrounding her. This early in the morning, who has provoked her? The foremost ghost king of the Yellow Springs is still alive. Not to mention the demon king, the corpse demon king, and the celestial beings reincarnated yet fallen into the path of evil, the myriad ghostly Taoists. Why have you not written about any of these? And what secrets lie within the fountain of youth? None of these have been addressed, and yet you conclude it? Zhong was momentarily stunned and stammered. You read all night?" A flicker of discomfort crossed Yu Ling's eyes as she slightly turned her head and said, "No, I merely skimmed through it." "Zhong, I am the one asking you now." For the first time in many years, she allowed herself such indulgence, even forgetting her cultivation. If those familiar with her were to know, they would undoubtedly be astonished. "Ahem, you should sheath your blade." Zhong took a step back, forcing a smile. "The pit I've dug is rather substantial, and I am uncertain how to fill it. However, rest assured, once I write the next installment, you shall be the first to see it." Yu Ling smoothly sheathed her blade, her tone serene. "I am not particularly interested, but as your recommender, I must first review the content of the book. Otherwise, should any issues arise, I too shall bear responsibility." Understood. Zhong sighed in relief, never realizing that his first reader would be the formidable Yu Ling, known as the Ming Wang, and suddenly felt the pressure mounting. He cleared his mind and began to cultivate Zhong Li's 8-section brocade under the morning light, slowly enhancing his physique. One day, he would challenge Yu Ling in an arm wrestling match. Observing Zhong, who was diligently practicing, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Yu Ling's mouth. The name Sheng is bound to spread throughout Qingzhou City soon. Moments later, she slowly drew the dragon sparrow blade and commenced her training for the day. In the courtyard, one sat in meditation while the other practiced with the blade. The morning light was resplendent, heralding the rise of the red sun. The bass in the pond swam leisurely, seemingly relishing the ease of fish life. Ali reached out to catch one, stunning it with a pink kitchen knife. "Today, I shall prepare bay soup for Brother Jiao and Sister Ming Wang." Chapter 53, The Ming Wang Bestows the Sword. Half a month later, a peculiar book gained popularity throughout Qingzhou City, recounting the tale of a Guanyin named Zhong from the previous dynasty, who, due to his unattractive appearance, was neglected by the emperor. In his fury, he charged into the Golden Luan Hall and assisted Taizu Lu Xianlang in vanquishing demons and monsters, ultimately being bestowed the title of the Sacred Monarch of Blessings and Home Protection. The story's bizarre nature and unique style rapidly spread. Zhong captures ghosts throughout the city. Paper became scarce in Qingzhou, and various bookstores dispatched personnel to print copies overnight. In the bustling wine houses and tea houses, storytellers regale audiences with the tale of Zhong, drawing full houses at every performance. Even patrons in brothels engage in discussions about this remarkable book. The name Liao Xianxing has become a sensation. Some speculate that he must be a high-ranking official. Otherwise, why would the authorities suddenly allow such ghostly tales to circulate freely? Others attempted to follow suit, only to find their works promptly banned, leaving them to suffer the consequences. Yet, for Liao Xianxing's Zhong Zhuan, the authorities chose to turn a blind eye. Some even surmise that Liao Xianxing is a master of Daoist arts. For how else could he possess such profound knowledge of the supernatural? Opinions abound, yet no one truly knows the identity of this enigmatic figure, leaving the populace intrigued. Meanwhile, admiration for the righteous and formidable deity Zhong, who devours ghosts and slays demons, has begun to flourish among the common folk. Some astute merchants have sensed a lucrative opportunity and hastily commissioned portraits of Zhong, which sell remarkably well. Within the estate, Zhong's joy is palpable. In his mind's eye, he envisions wisps of incense and divine power drifting toward his imagined tableau. Though the quality is modest, the sheer quantity is impressive. The iron-faced, mustachioed Zhong appears increasingly vibrant, his official robes billowing as colors spread across his chest. His progress is markedly enhanced compared to before. Most importantly, as Zhong Zhuan continues to spread, the rate at which he receives offerings will further accelerate. Zhong has begun to sense that soon he will attain another inheritance from Zhong. Indeed, joining the ranks of the Qintianjian was a wise decision. He has latched onto a significant ally in Yu Ling, who is high-ranking and comes from an illustrious lineage, and she is poised for further advancement. With her support, he need not fear being labeled as a practitioner of the dark arts. In fact, should she rise in status, she might even assist in the formal recognition of Zhong as a deity by the court. The prospects are exceedingly bright. In the courtyard, facing the setting sun, Yu Ling diligently practices her swordsmanship, her movements precise and her focus unwavering. The 12 stances of the battle array flow seamlessly, exuding an aura of deadly intent. Even the falling leaves seem to carry a hint of her fierce spirit. This cannot go on, Luo Ping finally interjects. He is not one to offer advice lightly. Understanding that military orders are paramount, yet after half a month of stagnation in their case, he too has begun to feel the pressure. Although life here is pleasant, devoid of bloodshed, with delicious meals prepared by Ali and the amiable presence of Zhou, he knows he does not belong in this tranquil existence. The members of Qintianjian are not meant for such a life. Old Gao remains silent, casting a glance at Yuling. The dragon sparrow blade pauses momentarily, its clear glimmer illuminating his sharp gaze. After a brief silence, Yuling nods and states, "It is time to consider a different approach." Old Gao hesitates, as if about to speak, but Luo Ping shushes him. Ali hops over, her braids bouncing, and affectionately takes Yuling's hand, exclaiming, "Sister Mingwan, it's time to eat. Today, I made braised goose just for you." Over their time together, she has grown close to Yuling, finding her beautiful and formidable, even harboring a bit of admiration. Yuling sheaths her sword and affectionately strokes Ali's braid, her expression softening considerably. After dinner, she suddenly calls out to Ali, who is tidying the dishes, saying, "I appreciate your care during this time. I will grant you one request. You may speak it now." Ali blinks in surprise, then joyfully asks, "Sister Mingwan, can I really ask for anything?" Yuling nods, adding, "Of course, it must be within my means." Luo Ping and Old Gao exchange glances, astonished. It seems Yuling genuinely adores this little girl to make such a promise. A commitment from the revered Yuling holds immense value. Without hesitation, Ali declares, "Sister, marry Zhou." Zhong Zhuyang, caught mid-sip of tea, sputters in shock. Not just him, but Luo Ping and Old Gao are equally stunned, unable to believe their ears. They look at Zhong Zhuyang with admiration, thinking, "You are quite bold, brother. Even Yuling can be teased?" Yuling's pupils momentarily widen before her gaze sharpens coldly, like a blade directed at Zhong Zhuyang. "Did you teach her that?" Zhong Zhuyang's face darkens as he replies, "Poor upbringing. Forgive me, I will discipline her later." Yuling's expression softens again as she remarks, "Do hit her a few more times, count me in." Ali quickly interjects, playfully asserting, "Sister, I was just joking. Can I change my request?" She casts a resentful glance at Zhong Zhuyang, thinking that he, being of age, truly does not seize his opportunities. "Sister, please teach Zhou swordsmanship. I see him sighing often, lamenting his dreadful skills." Zhong Zhuyang silently reaches for his sword hilt, unable to contain himself any longer, longing to strike. Yuling glances at him, a hint of a smile playing at her lips, and addresses Ali, "Are you certain you want me to teach him swordsmanship, rather than using it for yourself?" Ali nods vigorously, cheerfully stating, "Wherever Zhou is, I will be. If he learns powerful sword techniques, he can protect Ali." Zhang Zhuyang's expression softens, looking at her with the affection of a proud father. This child is worth every bit of his care. He had long wished to learn swordsmanship from Yuling, and the recent battles have made him acutely aware of his inadequacies. The best teacher for him is undoubtedly Yuling, whose extraordinary martial prowess he deeply envies. Yuling ruffles Ali's hair, glances at Zhang Zhuyang, then strides out of the room with her sword, her hair flowing elegantly behind her. "Come out with me, sword in hand." Zhang Zhuyang's eyes brighten as he grabs the Guanyin and follows her outside, leaving Old Gao and Luo Ping behind, their eyes filled with envy. Given Yuling's trustworthy nature, this is no mere casual instruction. She will impart genuine knowledge. Old Gao watches Ali, who follows Zhang Zhuyang like a little tail, feeling envious as he reflects on his own master, and then on this little ghost girl. How I envy. Under the moonlight, Yuling stands poised with her sword, clad in silver armor and a crimson robe, her tall and graceful figure emanating an unspoken pressure. Draw your sword and strike with all your might. Her eyes, even brighter than the moonlight, gaze steadily at Zhang Zhuyang, exuding a masterful composure akin to a towering peak. Chapter 54. The ancient swordsmanship of the six harmonies. Upon hearing Yuling's command, Zhang Zhuyang takes a deep breath, placing his hand on the sword hilt as his internal energy surges, causing his Taoist robe to flutter. The sound of the sword ringing echoes as the Guanyin is drawn. In the moonlight, the long sword resembles a fleeting shadow as it lunges toward Yuling with astonishing speed, covering several paces in an instant. Zhang Zhuyang has been practicing sword techniques on his own during this time, and with his exceptional physique post-transfusion, this strike, albeit lacking in form, is swift and fierce. Yuling stands calmly, her dragon sparrow blade remaining sheathed as she deftly flips her hand, lightly tapping the sword sheath. With a clang, the Guanyin emits a mournful cry, as if a green serpent has been grasped by its vital point. The sword tip trembles, failing to even graze her armor. Zhang Zhuyang's pupils contract as he uses his wrist strength to stabilize the blade, preparing for a horizontal slash. Yet, Yuling steps forward, encroaching upon his personal space, raising the hilt of her sword to precisely meet his blade. With another clang, Zhang Zhuyang's Guanyin is knocked from his grip. However, he remains unfazed. performing a hand gesture to summon the flying sword technique. Yet, a long hand adorned in golden silk armor has already secured the hilt of the Zhong, and under her formidable strength, the sword offers little resistance. Obediently pulled closer to her, the sword continued to struggle and tremble, prompting her to furrow her brows and flick her finger. With a resonating clang, the Zhong obediently settled down. Beneath the moonlight, she scrutinized the crimson-hued sword, her gaze lingering on the Beidou Qixing engraved upon it, her eyes reflecting a flicker of intuition. If my conjecture holds true, this sword must have once belonged to my ancestor, the Duke of Dingwa, specifically the Taiwajian. Zhong cleared his throat, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Although his acquisition of the Taiwajian was entirely legitimate, it was still an heirloom of another family. And he had not only obtained it, but had also refined it into the Zhong. This realization left him feeling somewhat guilty. However, to his surprise, Yuling neither expressed anger nor frustration. Instead, she calmly remarked, "You have refined it well. The Taiwajian has undergone a transformation, and as for my Longke Dao, it too has been reforged." Zhong recalled that night, when she had plunged the Longke Dao into the body of the Huai Yao, the fiery symbols illuminating the blade. And an understanding dawned upon him. This sword is fated to be yours. I hope you will wield it to vanquish evil spirits and uphold the esteemed reputation of the Duke of Dingwa. Upon finishing her words, she tossed the Zhong to Zhong. The Longke Dao was casually planted into the ground as she glanced around, then picked up a random twig adorned with a few almost withered leaves. The swordsmanship I shall teach you is also a creation of my ancestor, the Duke of Dingwa, known as Liuha. With one hand gripping the twig, she slowly placed her other hand at the tip, mimicking a drawing motion as her eyes sharpened, akin to the edge of a blade. The first stance, Ba Jian Qinglong Chu Hai. In an instant, her essence concealed itself within the valley, her breath resembling a long wind, emitting a faint resonance akin to thunder, as if a kunping were diving into the sea, gathering an overwhelming force. Zhong felt a shiver run down his spine, as though the sword's edge was already poised at his throat. Just as his heart raced in alarm, Yuling moved. It was as if a dormant volcano had suddenly erupted. The sword's momentum surged forth like a torrential flood, sweeping across the mountains and obliterating all barriers in its path. The twig in her grasp transformed into a divine sword capable of cleaving mountains, a qinglong with claws extended. The twig lightly touched Zhong brow. With his enhanced vision, he could scarcely discern the trajectory of the strike. It was simply too swift. Furthermore, the astonishing sword intent rendered him immobile, as though ensnared by an invisible shackle. The second stance, Wulong Dianfeng. With a flick of her wrist, the twig became agile and nimble, swiftly tapping Zhong eyes with a speed that was almost imperceptible, reminiscent of a gentle evening breeze. Yet, a chill gripped Zhong's heart, for had she advanced merely a fraction further, he would have lost his sight. Wulong Dianfeng targets the eyes. The third stance, Baiju Guoshi. The flash of the sword resembled a startled swan, so agile it seemed almost otherworldly, gliding silently past Zhong's neck, evoking the fleeting passage of time. A single stroke sent you ahead on your journey, severing the continuum of time. The fourth stance, Jiaolong Raozhu. As her words fell, the twig transformed into a dangerous giant python, coiling and flicking its tongue, becoming exceedingly perilous as it gently circled Zhong's wrist, threatening to sever tendons and break bones. The fifth stance, the most perilous of all, was a killing move that triumphed through cunning and sacrifice, named Tanglang Zhu Quebec. It is often said that the mantis captures the cicada while the yellow oriole lies in wait, yet this sword is named Tanglang Zhu Ke, exemplifying its lethal nature. Yuling advanced with her sword, her eyes filled with a chilling intent, compelling Zhong to instinctively raise the Zhong in defense. In a split second, she slightly sidestepped, the sword's edge grazing her cheek as they passed each other. In the aftermath, Yuling stood with her sword poised, her hair flowing in the wind, while a few dry leaves from the twig gently fell. Zhong inhaled sharply, for at his feet lay a piece of torn fabric, a remnant of his robe. At this moment, he felt a slight chill beneath his arm. That last strike had aimed for the extreme point of his armpit, known as the Qinquan point, which is located at the apex of the heart meridian. A devastating blow to this point could obstruct the flow of blood throughout his body, ultimately leading to death by heart failure. Even though Yuling had restrained much of her strength, Zhong still felt a wave of dizziness and stiffness in his limbs. If even the fifth stance cannot secure victory over your adversaries, you are left with but the final stance. As Yuling turned, she gripped the twig tightly and raised it high, unleashing a fierce roar, powerful as a tiger descending a mountain, her gaze resolute and her aura fierce, as if prepared for mutual destruction. This is the sixth stance, Menghu Xiaoshan. Zhong, puzzled, inquired, is this truly the conclusion? The fifth stance, Tanglang Zhu Ke, seems significantly more formidable than this sixth stance. Can Menghu Xiaoshan truly overcome foes that the first five stances could not? Indeed not, Yuling candidly replied. But it may grant you a more dignified demise, perhaps earning the respect of your enemies and allowing you to rest in peace. Zhang Jiuyang fell silent for a moment, momentarily at a loss for words. This Liuhe swordsmanship was devised by his ancestor, the Duke of Dinghua, on the battlefield. A series of lethal moves specifically designed to penetrate heavy armor. The techniques are simple and easily learned, yet mastering them is challenging, requiring a certain innate talent. Zhang Jiuyang comprehended, realizing why the Liuhe swordsmanship targets vulnerable areas such as the neck, wrists, and armpits. These are typically the weaknesses in most armors on the battlefield. Subsequently, Yu Ling elaborated on the accompanying breathing techniques, methods of exertion, and the subtle intricacies within the sword moves. Zhang Jiuyang listened intently. Have you remembered? I have. Demonstrate it for me. Zhang Jiuyang began to practice the swordsmanship. His speed was not swift, nor was his momentum particularly strong, yet remarkably, he made no significant errors. Executing the breathing and exertion techniques adequately, a glimmer of surprise appeared in Yu Ling's eyes. He possessed a greater talent for swordsmanship than she had anticipated. He was indeed a piece of unrefined jade, yet it was regrettable that he had not diligently honed his foundational skills from a young age, wasting precious time. After completing the sword forms, Zhang Jiuyang sheathed his sword and looked towards Yu Ling. She nodded in approval, praising, "Well done, you exhibit great talent." Zhang Jiuyang smiled faintly, feeling a surge of excitement. Just as he was about to express his modesty, he heard her cold voice once more. "Thus, it is time for us to part ways." Part ways? Zhang Jiuyang paused, his expression turning complex. He could not deny that the past half-month had been the most carefree period since his arrival in this world. Knowing that a formidable master stood guard outside provided an unparalleled sense of security, allowing him to worry not about demons and monsters. Sharing drinks and meals with Lao Gao, teasing Xiao Luo about when he might find a wife, the youth often displaying a bashful smile. If pressed, he might even brandish his silver spear. It was a time of tranquil bliss. Yet, Zhang Jiuyang understood that this was destined to be fleeting. "Where are you planning to go?" Yu Ling discarded the twig. Fastening the long K Dao at her waist, her hair bound with a blue ribbon, her red battle robe billowing in the night wind. "To the Chun family village buried underground." "Will the culprit be there?" Yu Ling replied coolly. "In truth, my mission in Qingzhou was precisely for that ghost village." Ghost village? Zhang Jiuyang noted her choice of words. Following the incident, Shen family village had become enveloped in resentment, and some had claimed to see it reappear at night, shrouded in a crimson glow. Those who ventured inside never returned. A chill coursed through Zhang Jiuyang. A village that had been buried alive now reappeared at midnight. And none who entered had managed to escape. How uncanny indeed. Xiao Gao and Xiao Luo had sustained significant injuries while merely investigating the outskirts of the ghost village. Deeming the case to be of a formidable level, Zhang Jiuyang's spirit jolted. The malevolent ghosts of the ghost village were terrifying enough. And having barely survived the encounter with the half-step ghost-level Yunyang, he could hardly fathom the horrors that a true ghost-level entity would entail. No wonder the Guanyin dispatched the illustrious leader of the Tian gang, Yu Ling, to oversee this case. Initially, I intended to venture into that village with a group. But upon receiving your transmitted message on the road, I realized this was a serial case and promptly altered my plans. Yu Ling spoke gravely. I have taken the liberty to secure your safety, yet the perpetrator appears to have devised a countermeasure. According to reliable intelligence, the malevolent energy in Qinjia village has been intensifying, and if left unaddressed, it may soon affect the neighboring villages and towns. There is one aspect she did not mention. As a member of the Guanyin, she could not afford to expend excessive time on a single case. The higher-ups have already urged progress numerous times. She bore considerable pressure as well. I will assign others to covertly protect you. During this period, it is best for you to remain indoors. When I return from the ghost village, all should come to an end. The 5 elements ghostly secret technique begins with metal and culminates in earth. She could not fathom why. Despite having preserved Zhang Jiuyang's life, the murderer seemed unhurried, and the malevolence in the ghost village grew stronger by the day. As if the secret technique was gradually coming into effect, her intuition urged her to take proactive measures rather than remain passive. Zhang Jiuyang opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing his intent to join them. Although their camaraderie was pleasant, he was not a member of the Guanyin. Confronting a malevolent entity of such caliber, it would be best for someone as inexperienced as him, still unsteady in the second realm, to refrain from meddling. Elder Sister Mingwang, are you leaving tomorrow? Ali asked, her face reflecting reluctance. I will prepare breakfast for you, something delicious. No need, we shall depart at once. Yu Ling pinched her little braid, adding, if anyone bullies you in the future, invoke my name. Having exchanged a glance with Zhang Jiuyang and nodded slightly, she turned and departed without hesitation. Outside the residence, swift steeds awaited. Her horse, a magnificent creature pure as snow, boasted smooth muscle lines and an extraordinary presence. Shortly after, Lao Gao and Luo Ping emerged, having packed their belongings and mounted their horses. Xiao Jiu, farewell. Brother Jiu, farewell. Zhang Jiuyang returned their gestures with respect. Practice your swordsmanship diligently. Consider me half your master, and do not tarnish the reputation of the Yu family. With that, Yuling tightened her reins and galloped away, her crimson battle robe fluttering behind her like a banner. Silver saddle, white steed, she departed with the swiftness of a shooting star, embodying a woman of formidable resolve. Zhong stood at the entrance, watching them fade into the distance until they were no longer visible. A hint of melancholy tugged at his heart. Yuling and her companions had become some of his few friends in this world, yet just as they were beginning to bond, they faced separation. The journey ahead was fraught with danger, and he could only wish them well in silence. Brother Gio, the ghost village is so perilous. Why do they still choose to go? Ali inquired, her small face filled with confusion. A complex expression flickered in Zhong Jiuyang's eyes. After a long pause, he slowly replied, because they belong to the Qinianjian. Whenever the name Qinianjian was mentioned, the youthful Luo Ping would display a hint of pride, while the middle-aged Lao Gao, with his shiny countenance, would exhibit a demeanor of solemn respect. In every world, there are those who tread silently through the darkness. 7 days later, Zhong Jiuyang practiced the 6 harmonies sword technique in the courtyard. Due to the oppressive heat, he had removed his upper garment, revealing a physique defined by sinewy muscles and sculpted abs, akin to chiseled stone. Sweat streamed down, soaking the earth before evaporating swiftly. His swordsmanship had matured significantly since his initial attempts. Progressing rapidly, the Zhongguo sword flashed through the air, exuding a formidable aura. These days, aside from honing his magical abilities, he had devoted himself entirely to the arduous practice of swordsmanship, even dreaming of swordplay at night. During meals, he would wield chopsticks as if they were swords, appearing utterly consumed by his obsession. Yet it was through such focus that his skills advanced at an astonishing rate, gradually manifesting a sense of presence. He practiced from the blazing noon until the sun dipped below the horizon, and then into the starry night, where the cool evening breeze enveloped him. At last, Zhong Jiuyang paused, having exhausted his efforts. Brother Gio, it's time for dinner. Training depletes one's vitality. Thus Ali would timely deliver nourishing meals, including ginseng stew with black-bone chicken, deer antler herbal soup, and jade bamboo stew with old duck. Zhong Jiuyang would not spare even the bones, thoroughly crushing and consuming everything. Sated and weary, he returned to his chamber, hanging the Zhongguo sword on the adjacent wall, preparing for sleep. Yet, a nameless desire ignited within his lower abdomen, incessantly tempting him in the stillness of the night. As the 100 days of seclusion accumulated, his magical prowess soared, yet so too did his desires. At times, he found himself needing several cold baths in a single day to suppress the heat within. The nights proved most arduous. Zhong Jiuyang could only compel himself to circulate the Ri Wu Yu Tu to refine his essence into qi. Time slipped by, and his thoughts gradually dulled. His breathing grew increasingly steady and elongated, slowly drifting into slumber. However, this night was far from tranquil. After an indeterminate duration, he seemed to awaken, yet his body felt heavy and weary, his eyelids stubbornly refusing to open. Though he could perceive everything around him and even hear the cicadas outside, he found himself utterly immobile, as if a weight pressed down upon him. Chapter 56. Lin Xiazi on a moonless, windy night. Ali was sharpening her knives by the pond. The pink kitchen knives, mere iron, had dulled from cutting numerous demon beasts' flesh, their edges now chipped. The little girl felt a pang of distress and hurriedly set to work. Suddenly, a chilling wind rustled the surrounding trees, the bright moon completely obscured by dark clouds, plunging the area into utter darkness. The base in the pond quietly sank to the bottom, and the once resounding cicadas fell eerily silent. With a serious expression, Ali grasped her twin knives and stood at the pond's edge, her white skirt gradually stained crimson, the water dripping from the blades transforming into deep red blood. As the malevolent energy coalesced, her delicate visage took on an eerie aspect, emanating a fierce aura. In front of Zhong Jiuyang, she had always been an adorable and obedient little assistant. Yet, in truth, the resentment she had amassed far surpassed that of an ordinary vengeful spirit, placing her among the upper echelon of ghostly entities. For a spirit like her, the most intolerable offense was the intrusion of a rival into her territory. Without hesitation, she brandished her knives and made her way to Brother Gio's room, eager to confront the audacious intruder. Ali can be quite fearsome. Just then, a familiar whistle halted her in her tracks. From the darkness, a figure emerged slowly. Leaning on a bamboo staff, he leisurely whistled, clad in a black funeral garment. His hair grizzled, his face lined with wrinkles and age spots. Most unsettling were his hollow eyes, reminiscent of a desolate valley. Grandfather Lin, Ali exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Before her stood Zhong Jiuyang's master, the late Lin Xiazi, who had been buried months ago. Rumor had it he was killed by a wild beast while walking at night, his body never fully recovered. Yet now, he appeared to be alive and well. The Walker of Shadows is truly a name to reminisce. Lin Xiazi's voice was raspy and sharp, as if his throat had been torn by something. As he spoke, an inexplicable emotion seemed to linger in his tone, as if recalling a distant memory. Little ghost, if you wish to save your father, come with me. He grinned, revealing yellowed, decayed teeth. The underworld, I know it well. Ali glared at him, shaking her head. Grandfather Lin, I know you are a bad person. You intend to harm Brother Jiao. Ali will not accompany you. Lin Xiaozi's hollow gaze bore into her, devoid of pupils yet exuding an inexplicable sense of pressure. He uttered a cryptic statement that left Ali confounded. Do you think he is still your brother, Jiao? Ali raised her twin knives, her expression growing ever more dangerous, resentment coalescing as blood dripped incessantly. He is my Jiao, and he shall forever remain my Jiao. Should you dare to speak ill of him, I shall bring you to your demise. Lin Xiaozi shook his head, choosing silence, yet a cruel smile crept upon his lips. Spirits are wretched beings. Unless taught a lesson, they remain obstinate. Zhong Zhuyang lay upon his bed, suddenly realizing the ordeal he was undergoing. A ghostly pressure. He felt a chilling presence permeating his body, rendering his limbs and vitality rigid, immobilizing him entirely. It seemed as if long hair cascaded down upon his face, causing an itch. A breath brushed against his ear, reminiscent of a wintry gale, damp and cold, numbing his mind. His yang energy surged forth from his mouth, being siphoned by a specter. Yet, Zhong Zhuyang felt no fear. Instead, he found the situation absurd. A ghost dares to feed on me? Does not the afterlife warrant appreciation? With a flicker of thought, he channeled the sun crow from the Ri Wu Yu Tu, and his inner yang energy erupted like a tempest. As if the golden sun crow was soaring, his pure magical power transforming into an overwhelming force. The frigid ghostly energy within him was swept away. He abruptly opened his eyes and bellowed, "Slay the ghost." The sound of a sword echoed as the slay ghost sword, mounted on the wall, swiftly unsheathed. Its crimson light flashing, eliciting a wail from within the room, a sound akin to meat sizzling on a grill. It was the sound of a soul being seared by the slay ghost sword. A half-blooded female ghost was pinned to the wall, disheveled, yet strikingly beautiful. Her attire in disarray, revealing a hint of alluring curves. The side effects of the 100 days past manifested once more, sending a shudder through Zhong Zhuyang, prompting him to inhale deeply to suppress the rising heat. The female ghost emitted a chilling scream, her voice piercing enough to crack the porcelain vessels within the room. Zhong Zhuyang felt a buzzing in his head, yet as his magical power circulated and his vitality surged, clarity returned. This female ghost was formidable, having reached ghost level. Clad in half-red garments, she was indeed a fierce spirit, capable of siphoning yang energy, rivaling the first encounter he had with Yun Yang during his fortune-telling days. However, Zhong Zhuyang's growth had been remarkably swift. His magical prowess had surged, bolstered by diligent training and the consumption of various beastly blood and nourishing elixirs, rendering his physique ever stronger. His vitality burned like a furnace, flames roaring brighter. Ordinary wandering souls would steer clear of him, as if he were a blazing inferno. "Who sent you?" he queried, approaching the female ghost with a stoic gaze. The ghost merely regarded him with a look of deep resentment, unable to communicate. It seemed consumption was the only option. He opened his mouth to inhale, and under the power of the ghost-snatching divine technique, even a ghost controlled by resentment felt an instinctual dread. Her soul began to crack like shattered porcelain, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of black mist, swallowed by Zhong Zhuyang. A rumble echoed within his belly as he swiftly digested the spirit's power. Zhong Zhuyang patted his stomach, remarking on the timely delivery of this ghostly meal. With resentment closing in, he sat cross-legged, his resolve as unyielding as stone. He sought to glimpse the memories of the female ghost. Why had she come seeking him, when there was no enmity between them? In his reverie, he glimpsed a figure, a person clad in black funeral attire, leaning on a bamboo staff, with unkempt white hair, standing with hands clasped behind the back, humming a forgotten tune. Suddenly, the melody ceased. The figure slowly turned, hollow, deep-set eyes locking onto Zhong Zhuyang, revealing a sinister smile. "Xiaojiu, is it delectable?" A jolt coursed through Zhong Zhuyang. It was Lin Xiaozi. More terrifying was the realization that he seemed to converse with him through the memories of the female ghost. Just as Zhong Zhuyang prepared to respond, the surroundings morphed instantaneously. He found himself upon a stone bed, his limbs severed, resembling a dismembered puppet. Streams of molten gold enveloped him, rising to his nose, rendering him breathless. Forged into 3 wondrous beings of gold. "Xiaojiu, you cannot escape." Zhong Zhuyang's eyes shot open, fully alert, cold sweat cascading down his back. Lin Xiaozi had arrived. Chapter 57. The mantis catches the sparrow. The sword-as cry resembles a dragon despite having consumed a fierce ghost. Zhong Zhuyang's magical prowess flourished. Yet he could not shake the tension enveloping him. The malevolent mastermind was indeed Lin Xiaozi. Furthermore, the horror of his capabilities surpassed his wildest imaginings. It was as if he had foreseen that the female ghost posed no threat to him, deliberately sending her to him as a feast. "Oh no, Ali." Zhong Zhuyang suddenly realized the absence of Ali's knife-grinding sounds. She had been tirelessly honing her blade, aspiring to forge the finest knife in existence. But now, the silence was profound. He rushed to the door, calling out for Ali, yet was met with silence. A sense of dread settled within him. Usually, no matter how busy Ali was, she would immediately appear at his call. Clearly, danger was afoot. He hastened to the pond's edge, his pupils narrowing. Fragments of knives were scattered across the ground, unmistakably the vibrant pink hue belonging to her. Panic surged through Zhang Jiuyang as he followed the trail of knife shards, drawing his sword as he advanced. Upon reaching the backyard, he heard a familiar weeping voice. It was Ali. With a forceful kick, he shattered the wooden door, finally laying eyes upon Ali, yet the scene before him ignited a furious blaze within him. Under the moonlight, Lin Xiaozi whistled, nonchalantly kicking a round object, resembling a ball but adorned with two long braids. It was Ali's head. Her headless body bore a talisman, seemingly under Lin Xiaozi's control. He kicked her bleeding head away, then commanded her headless form to retrieve it, placing it back at his feet. Little Ali, bereft of her head, stumbled and faltered, leaving a trail of blood. Despite such torment, she resolutely clenched her jaw, refusing to utter a single plea for mercy, akin to a stubborn young beast. Only upon seeing Zhang Jiuyang did her pent-up grievances erupt, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Zhougu, my head hurts so much." Zhang Jiuyang's eyes turned crimson in an instant. Since his arrival in this realm, he had come to regard Ali as his own sister. Both had lost their families, relying on each other for support. The notions of 5 elements and ghostly secrets mattered little to him amidst the chaos of the world. He merely yearned for a tranquil home, a life of ease, to slay minor ghosts and catch wild demons, and once his skills were honed, to roam the world with his sword, vanquishing evil while admiring the splendor of nature. Yet, as the tree wishes for calm, the wind does not cease. No matter how he evaded, it seemed that someone was intent on pursuing him. Clang! The slay ghost sword shot forth like a streak of red light toward Lin Xiaozi, its speed akin to lightning. Yet Lin Xiaozi, though blind, appeared to possess a preternatural foresight, sidestepping the blade effortlessly. He held Ali's head, its vacant eyes fixed on Zhang Jiuyang, a peculiar smile adorning his lips. "Xiaojiu, upon seeing your master, why do you not bow?" "I bow to your grandfather." Zhang Jiuyang formed a sword gesture, causing the slay ghost sword to spin in midair before lunging once more at Lin Xiaozi. However, Lin Xiaozi sidestepped again, evading the strike with ease, never even glancing back. Possessing a spiritual sword, yet lacking the ability to wield it. If he had acquired the sword techniques of the East Sea Sword Pavilion, even Lin Xiaozi would have to tread carefully. But at this moment, he shook his head gently. And despite his blindness, Zhang Jiuyang could sense the disdain in his gaze. Whoosh! The slay ghost sword surged forward once again. Lin Xiaozi evaded with a shake of his head, saying, rebellious and unrepentant, stubborn as ever. His voice faltered slightly as Zhang Jiuyang charged at him barehanded, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The unwavering momentum resembled the final struggle of a beast facing death. Swiftly, Zhang Jiuyang had already entered within 3 zhang of him, at which point the Zhan Guanyin flew into his grasp, emitting a resounding cry. His raven-black hair was swept aside by the sword's aura, and his eyes seemed to stir with the tempest of thunder and lightning, the murderous intent descending like a harsh winter. Those eyes were almost sharper than a sword's glimmer. The 5th form of the Liuhe swordsmanship, the mantis grabbing the sparrow. In recent days, he had practiced this perilous technique more than any other, repeating it thousands of times daily, with breath and movement now etched into his very bones. In this moment of danger, he profoundly experienced the essence of a desperate gamble, seeking life amidst death, and this strike bore a hint of the spirit of Yuling. In the dark of night, a crimson flash appeared, the sword's cry akin to a dragon. Zhang Jiuyang and Lin Xiaozi crossed paths. The surrounding fallen leaves swept away by the sword's aura, dispersing in all directions. An arm was severed, crashing heavily to the ground. Originating from the armpit's Jichuan point, it was cleaved by a single strike, the cut smooth as a mirror, blood splattering forth. The fruits of his diligent training over recent days were vividly displayed in this singular sword stroke. Zhang Jiuyang held the bloody Zhan Guanyin in one hand, while the other cradled Ali's head, placing it atop her small body, and removed the yellow talisman. A shallow red line adorned Ali's neck, her nose quivering as she choked out, "Brother Jiu, Xiaofun has been shattered." She cherished that beloved blade, which she had polished throughout the night, now reduced to fragments by the adversary. In her heart, those 2 blades had become dear friends. Is a ghost that cannot avenge its friend still a good ghost? I know what must be done. Slay him, to accompany your blade in death. Zhang Jiuyang positioned his sword before him, his gaze piercingly bright, fixated on Lin Xiaozi. Logically, with the Jichuan point breached by the sword's aura, and an arm severed, a copious amount of blood should have flowed, leading to swift demise. Yet Lin Xiaozi's wound bled very little, and the blood that did flow was a foul-smelling black. It seemed as if he was entirely unscathed by the sword's aura, even revealing a trace of a smile, his voice imbued with an inexplicable sentiment. "The Liuhe swordsmanship of the martial Saint Yu Jingzhong was taught to you by that girl from the Yu family, wasn't he it? It has indeed gained a certain stature. But how ironic that the swordsmanship of the Yu family has been learned by a disciple of my ancient sect." Zhang Jiuyang retorted coldly, "Old blind man, who is your disciple from the ancient sect?" Hearing Zhang Jiuyang's address, Lin Xiaozi merely smiled faintly, responding, "What? Having learned the techniques I left for you, you turn your back on your master?" Just as Zhang Jiang was about to retort, a sudden realization struck him, recalling the 3 human skin scrolls in the secret chamber, which contained the initial illustrations of the Yu Ding Xian Gong. Without those scrolls, he might not have been able to break through to the second realm. Did you intentionally leave them there? Zhang Jiang gazed into those hollow eyes, a chill coursing through him. If the human skin scrolls were deliberately left by him, it meant that the 5 sentences in the journal were also intentionally left. What was he truly scheming? Lin Xiaozi smiled slightly, stating, "The soul of Lu Yaoxing is in my hands. Do you think the secret chamber he crafted could elude my notice? What do you intend to do?" Zhang Jiang demanded. Lin Xiaozi did not respond directly, but instead uttered a statement laden with significance. "My dear disciple, I have planted a dispersing soul talisman within that little ghost. If you wish to save her, come to Qinjia village within 7 days. With that, he turned to leave, but his steps halted abruptly, a soft sound escaping his lips, as if something unexpected had occurred. Under the moonlight, Yu Ling, with the long Dao hanging at her waist and 2 bloody heads in hand, her dark hair flowing, donned in silver armor and a crimson robe, exuded an aura of lethal intent. Thud! She tossed the 2 heads of the elderly men at Lin Xiaozi's feet. Her gaze as cold as steel. "Intianjian Yu Ling, here to claim your head. As the sect leader, how can you allow the 2 elders of the Yingshan sect to venture forth alone?" Chapter 58, Black ink on white paper ghostly symbols. Lin Xiaozi tapped the 2 bloody heads beneath his feet with his bamboo cane, pushing aside disheveled white hair to reveal 2 aged faces, marked with mysterious tadpole-like symbols. "I knew they could not stop you, but I did not anticipate they would falter even for this brief moment. The Yingshan sect has indeed fallen." He raised his hollow eyes to appraise Yu Ling, exclaiming in amazement, "The Yu family has truly produced a Qilin child. It is a pity you are a woman." Yu Ling's gaze turned even colder. Lao Gao and Xiao Luo had also arrived, standing 100 zhang away, one holding a compass, the other setting up formation flags to prevent Lin Xiaozi from escaping. Zhuge Yunhu said, "You are a national treasure, a paragon of dragons and tigers." I used to think he was spouting nonsense, but now it seems there is some truth to it. Yu Ling furrowed her brow slightly. Lin Xiaozi appeared unnaturally calm, devoid of any hint of panic. What a robust foundation like that of the Vajra dragon elephant. But that is not the rarest aspect. Lin Xiaozi's face broke into a lewd smile as he lightly whistled. "The rarest is such a handsome visage. As a Taoist, I have seen countless women. Though you wear armor, beneath it, your figure is indeed commendable." He raised his thumb in praise, exclaiming, "Exceptional." Boom. The ground beneath Yu Ling cracked open, her form launching forward like a cannonball, the earth trembling within a 10 zhang radius, her momentum akin to an erupting volcano. Without unsheathing her blade, her slender hand, clad in golden silk armor, pressed against Lin Xiaozi's face. Her movements were as thunderous as a storm. Boom, 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 boom. Yu Ling pressed Lin Xiaozi's head down, smashing through wall after wall with the force of a cannonball, her might overwhelming, resembling a colossal beast draped in human skin. Lin Xiaozi lay amidst the ruins, his death shroud torn, white hair disheveled, most of it stained crimson with blood. His head was drenched, and one could faintly see white brain matter. Yet he was not dead. Instead, he laughed heartily. "What a fine mare of blush and fire. Cough. The Taoist likes it." He had not finished speaking when Yu Ling lifted her left foot, heavily stomping on his chest, shattering his ribs, bone shards piercing his heart, causing him to spew blood and rendering him unable to utter further vile words. Is this all the ability of the Yingshan sect's leader? Yu Ling's starry eyes gleamed like swords. Her demeanor was extraordinary, and though her voice was not loud, it carried the steadiness of a seasoned general. Unaffected by any provocation from her foe, she even felt a tinge of disappointment. Lin Xiaozi, however, grinned widely, his teeth stained with blood. He extended a finger, dipped in his own blood, and drew a mysterious pattern on the ground, resembling a strange portal. Upon seeing this pattern, Yu Ling's gaze sharpened. For the first time revealing a distinct fluctuation of emotion, she withdrew her foot from his ribs, her voice tinged with urgency. "Do you know about the Yellow Springs?" Lin Xiaozi wore a mysterious smile as he replied, "Little girl, if you wish to know more, bring Xiao Jiu to Qinjia village within 7 days. Clang. Yu Ling unsheathed the long Dao from her waist, her cold gaze fixed upon Lin Xiaozi as she drove the blade into the front of his neck, then seized his hair, pulling his neck toward the blade's edge. "Tell me, where is the Yellow Springs? Who is the Tianzuan? Otherwise, I shall take your head." Lin Xiaozi, however, laughed heartily, remaining silent. A flicker of rage flashed in Yu Ling's eyes. She exerted force, dragging his hair across the blade's edge, and in an instant, blood sprayed forth, flesh becoming a gruesome mess. Lin Xiaozi's laughter was abruptly silenced. Yu Ling held his head, meeting his gaze under the moonlight, calmly stating, "It matters not if you do not speak. I shall personally interrogate your soul. As for your head, I will remove your tongue and add it to my collection." She regarded that head as if appraising a trophy. The head of the Angshan sect's leader was worthy of becoming her prized possession. Zhang Zhuyang shivered slightly, suddenly recalling that Lao Gao had once mentioned that Yuling possessed a rather peculiar penchant, which was why she was known as a ruthless individual. Now he finally comprehends that peculiar obsession, the collection of his enemies' severed heads. Ordinary foes do not suffice. Only those with status or strength are worthy. The mere thought of such a scene is bizarre. Colleagues from the Qinianjian visiting her home, only to discover a multitude of demon heads hanging ominously on the walls. Thus, the notorious reputation of the ruthless individual spread far and wide. Yuling, holding a bloodied head, was about to cast a spell to capture the soul when she suddenly furrowed her brows. To her astonishment, the head of Lin Xiazi began to transform, morphing into that of a stranger, a decrepit old man, even his lost eyes seemingly restored, with skin marked by the pallor of death. As she lifted the eyelid, she noticed the pupils were an eerie white. A substitute ghost? Her eyes narrowed, and she casually discarded the head. A substitute ghost? Is it a type of ghostly entity? Zhang Zhuyang stepped forward, scrutinizing the unfamiliar corpse, detecting a faint odor of decay, as if it had been dead for several days. Yuling shook her head and remarked, "The substitute ghost is said to be an ancient and forbidden technique of the Angshan sect, capable of remotely controlling another's corpse, a sort of external avatar, albeit lacking in real power." After a pause, she scoffed. No wonder the esteemed leader of the Angshan sect is so feeble. Zhang Zhuyang regarded her with a complex gaze. "General Yu, if I am not mistaken, you have not left, have you?" Yuling remained silent for a moment before nodding. "I apologize." She voiced her contrition. Zhang Zhuyang understood her reasons for the apology. Yuling had no intention of visiting Chenjiakan. She realized that overt protection would only cause the perpetrator to remain hidden and fearful to show themselves. To entice the perpetrator into a trap, she resolved to set a scheme in motion. By leaving openly with her companions, she would secretly lay in ambush, observing until Lin Xiazi arrived to capture him in one fell swoop. Chenjiakan was evidently the stronghold of the murderer. She was unaware of how many traps were set there. Her combat style was fierce and domineering, yet she was knowledgeable in strategy and would not act recklessly. If she could lure the snake from its den, she could minimize the danger. However, this would place Zhang Zhuyang and Ali as bait in the trap, though she was confident in her ability to protect them. She also recognized that such actions were contrary to the principles of friendship. As the Ling Tai Lang of the Qintianjian, she felt no guilt, but as Yuling, she felt remorse towards her friends. Lin Xiazi was cunning. Aware of her ploy to lure him out, he dispatched 2 elders of the Angshan sect to hinder her. Yet he did not anticipate her swift arrival. Zhang Zhuyang sighed softly, gripping Ali's hand and gazing intently into Yuling's eyes. "General Yu, I understand your actions. If I were in your position, I would likely act similarly," but he spoke earnestly. "Should there be a next time, please inform me in advance." Yuling met his gaze and nodded. "Very well." The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Ali alternated her gaze between Zhuyang and Ming Wangjie, simultaneously grasping both their hands. A faint smile gracing her pale face. "For Ali's sake, could you refrain from arguing?" Her voice was frail. Zhang Zhuyang immediately sensed something was amiss. Recalling the scattered soul talisman mentioned by Lin Xiazi, Yuling, quicker than he, knelt down to meet Ali's gaze directly, a faint eye-shaped mark shimmering on her forehead. Through her mystical vision, she perceived a black and white talisman suppressing Ali's soul, resembling ghostly symbols, continuously siphoning her yin energy. This black and white talisman was not an ordinary Taoist talisman. It was unique to the Angshan sect and could only be wielded by those of the Ghostwalker lineage, known as a yin talisman or ghost talisman. A hint of perplexity infused her voice. Could it be that Lin Xiazi is not only the leader of the Angshan sect, but also a Ghostwalker? Chapter 59. The Treasure of Zhong Kuei Zhuyang. I feel a bit dizzy. Ali suddenly stumbled, as if intoxicated. Yuling lifted her, gently patting her back, murmuring, "If you're tired, just take a nap. It seems you haven't slept in a long time." It was evident that her posture was stiff, her tone lacking tenderness. Awkwardly attempting to comfort the little girl as if she had never done so before. However, her earnest demeanor resonated with Ali, who smiled and playfully nudged her head against Yuling's armor, producing a metallic clang. "Sister, your armor is so hard. I wish it were as soft as Mother-S." "Zhuyang, don't lose Xiaofun." She gradually succumbed to slumber, becoming a ghost for the first time, experiencing the weight of sleepiness. "What is wrong with Ali? Can that scattered soul talisman not be removed?" Zhang Zhuyang whispered, struggling to conceal his concern and urgency. Yuling shook her head, explaining, "This black and white talisman is a secret passed down through the Ghostwalker lineage. I observed it with my mystical vision and found it continuously draining Ali's yin energy, which is why she feels drowsy. If we forcibly remove it, it may harm Ali's soul, even risking her very essence." Zhang Zhuyang tightened his grip on the ghost-slaying sword, lowering his gaze. Yuling, feeling a pang of guilt, admitted, "This matter is my fault. I failed to protect Ali. General Yu, you must have realized that Lin Xiazi's true aim is not Ali, but me." Zhang Zhuyang slowly lifted his gaze. Under the moonlight, his expression turned ominous, resembling a dark ocean rife with turbulent undercurrents. Whether it be the scattered soul talisman or the symbols he drew on the ground, the intent was singular, to compel me to venture to Chenjiakin. General Yu, that symbol holds great significance for you, does it not? Yuling's eyes flickered. Without pondering long, she made her decision, resolutely stating, I shall not acquiesce to his wishes and take you to Chenjiakin. You must care for Ali. I will capture him and extract the method to dispel the talisman, along with the answers I seek. She entrusted Ali to Zhang Zhuyang's care and turned to leave, only to hear a voice call out, General Yu, I wish to go. She turned to see the handsome Taoist under the moonlight, sword in one hand, Ali cradled in the other, hair flowing and eyes clear and bright. I am actually quite afraid of death, so when I found a clue, I promptly informed the Guanyin, thinking that even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone tall to shield me. As long as I keep my distance, I would be safe. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, suddenly breaking into a smile. Although it was radiant, it inexplicably exuded an unsettling chill. Yet some individuals insist on placing a knife to my throat, insisting on twisting my sister's head off before my eyes as a plaything. The youth's smile turned increasingly sinister as he spat out a few words through clenched teeth. If I do not slay him, I cannot find peace. Since evasion is futile, I shall send him on his way. Zhang Zhuyang was eager to know whether Lin Xiazi would cry out in pain when he severed his head, imagining it would be a melodious sound. Since crossing into this realm, it was the first time he felt such an overwhelming urge to kill someone, to the point where he could not eat or sleep. Yuling furrowed her brows slightly, inquiring, Are you truly resolute in your decision? Zhang Zhuyang's strength was not insignificant. She had been astonished by his recent mastery of the mantis-catching sparrow technique. In just a few days, his swordsmanship had progressed remarkably. Coupled with his sword that countered ghostly entities, and as Xiao Gao mentioned, he also possessed a technique specifically designed to eliminate malevolent spirits. Its potency was formidable. Overall, he was no less capable than Gao Ren and Luo Ping. Yet Lin Xiazi's current strength was still uncertain, and the dangers lurking in Chenjiakin were unpredictable. He was not an insider of the Guanyin, and even his external identity had yet to be approved. Why should he accompany them into such peril? One day, Zhang Zhuyang suddenly proclaimed, Let us wait one more day, and then we shall go to Chenjiakin together. He did not elaborate, yet his gaze was particularly earnest. Yuling looked at Ali in his arms, as if seeing her younger self holding her sister, and her heart stirred with emotion. At that time, she was much like Zhang Zhuyang. Regardless of who bullied her younger sister, she would retaliate fiercely. Otherwise, she would be unable to sleep a wink. At the age of 12, she had the audacity to wield a long spear and confront the son of the prime minister, gaining renown throughout the capital. Their eyes met, and she finally nodded in agreement. At the hour of Qin tomorrow, they would head to Qinjia village. The reason Zhang Zhuyang chose to wait an additional day was that the painting of Zhong Kuei devouring ghosts was on the verge of being completely suffused with color. During this period, with the rapid dissemination of the Zhong Kuei captures ghost's tale, the visualization in his mind accumulated a significant amount of incense each day, gradually replacing the monochrome with vibrant hues. As the colors spread to his feet, he acquired the Zhong Kuei ghost-slaying spell. When they reached his waist, he learned the method of forging the ghost-slaying sword. Now, the colors were about to envelop his entire being. He had a premonition that today might herald a monumental transformation for the painting of Zhong Kuei devouring ghosts. He hoped to surprise Lin Xiazi at that time. As the night deepened, when the first light of dawn broke the horizon, a surge of incense flooded in, completely transforming the depiction of Zhong Kuei into a riot of colors. The hues spread across the entire visualization. In that instant, an overwhelming sensation surged forth. Zhong Kuei, depicted grasping a fierce ghost, seemed to come to life, devouring the ghost and crushing it with fervor, his eyes radiant like torches, his breath akin to thunder. Zhang Zhuyang distinctly heard the thunderous sounds reverberating, deafening in their intensity. Zhong Kuei slowly turned, his leopard-like eyes glistening, his iron face adorned with a majestic beard, his crimson official robe billowing, exuding an aura of righteous dignity and unwavering integrity. He gave a slight nod to Zhang Zhuyang, and a towering consciousness descended, bestowing upon him the most precious of legacies. Ancient characters materialized in his mind, accompanied by the sounds of thunder and the cries of dragons and tigers, causing the myriad ghosts to wail and the myriad evils to tremble. The scholar of Zhongnan, the national general, his voice like a thunderclap piercing the mountain valleys, his gaze like lightning surveying the palace grounds, alongside Jingda and Qin Gong to command the demon officers, and with Shen Tu and Yulei to feast upon the ghosts. He commanded 3,000 ghostly soldiers, causing the spirits to cower in fear, leading 100,000 divine troops, striking terror into the hearts of the malevolent. Zhang Zhuyang's heart was shaken. This was indeed the treasured decree of Zhong Kuei. In the courtyard, the sound of sharpening blades resumed. This time, however, it was not Ali, but rather Yuling. The female general sat by the pond, honing not her own dragon sparrow blade, but two petite pink kitchen knives, creating a stark contrast with her imposing and formidable image. These were gifts for Ali. She had commissioned someone to remold these knives overnight, infusing them with the wood essence of a century-old locust demon, significantly enhancing their spiritual qualities, making them easier to wield against ghostly entities. Suddenly, her sharpening motion paused, and she turned to glance at Zhang Zhuyang's room. Just moments ago, she had inexplicably felt a pang of anxiety. It was a sensation she hadn't experienced in a long time, reminiscent of her first battle in childhood, witnessing blood and carnage. The fear of facing a cavalry charge amidst the trembling earth. This feeling was fleeting. Was it merely an illusion? Zhang Zhuyang. She slowly uttered this name, casting a deep glance at the seemingly ordinary room before turning back to her blades. At the hour of Qin tomorrow, in Qinjia village, it would be time for murder. In his room, Zhang Zhuyang was immensely excited. He had finally uncovered further secrets of the visualization. It turned out that when the power of incense accumulated to envelop the entire body, it would bestow the treasure decree of the deity depicted in the image. The so-called treasure decree, also known as a decree of the gods, originally referred to the divine will conveyed by immortals in Taoism, later becoming a title granted to deified beings. The treasure decree contained the quintessence of the deity's power, capable of manifesting incredible might when paired with specific rituals. Zhang Zhuyang felt a profound sense of assurance, meticulously committing to memory the rituals corresponding with the treasure decree, ensuring he missed no step. Once he arrived at Qinjia village, he intended to present Lin Shezi with a grand gift. After Zhang Zhuyang comprehended this transmission, that towering consciousness began to dissipate, just as it had during previous encounters. At that moment, a bold idea sparked within him. Zhang Zhuyang considered that if this magnificent consciousness truly originated from the celestial master Zhong of his past life on Earth, could he not attempt to communicate with it? Perhaps he might receive additional rewards. Previously, under the awe-inspiring influence of this consciousness, he felt as insignificant as an ant, passively accepting rather than actively engaging. However, as his encounters increased, that sense of reverence slowly diminished. If this truly was the great deity Zhong coming from the same place, wouldn't it be only natural to assist one another? With audacity, he endeavored to connect with the receding consciousness, conveying his thoughts. I beseech the venerable deity Zhong protector of households and celestial master, disciple Zhang Zhuyang urgently seeks a method for closed-door cultivation and essence locking. If the celestial master possesses such a technique, would it be possible to bestow it? The disciple shall surely offer incense in gratitude. He did not request anything too extravagant, opting instead for a method of closed-door cultivation and essence locking. On one hand, he genuinely needed it. On the other, it was a preliminary probe, certainly not wanting to overreach. It was akin to asking a vendor for a single green onion while shopping. Asking for too much would only invite disdain. The dissipating vast consciousness suddenly hesitated. Zhang Zhuyang could distinctly sense its indecision, his spirit lifting with hope. Uncertain how much time passed, the nearly vanishing consciousness returned to Zhang Zhuyang's mind and imparted a cultivation method, the Zhongyang Zhenrenjin Guanyin Suaju. When the white ox departs, firmly secure the mysterious gate, tightly lock the 4 doors, urgently employ the immortal's fishing technique, and use the 3-island hand seal to indicate the Yellow River's inner flow, covering the golden gate and uniting the jade lock. A profound and intricate method appeared in Zhang Zhuyang's mind, with many esoteric phrases and techniques becoming abundantly clear and illuminating. For instance, the white ox symbolized essence, the mysterious gate represented teeth, and the 4 doors referred to the life gate, heavenly gate, and so forth. This was evidently the secret method of the white tiger imparted by Wang Chongyang, one of the 5 ancestors of the Chuanjin sect. It was said that Wang Chongyang was once a humble liquor clerk, yet his bone structure was extraordinary and remarkable. In the 4th year of the Jin Zhenglong era, Wang Chongyang dined at a tavern in Ghana town, encountering 2 disheveled individuals clad in woolen garments. The 2 bore an uncanny resemblance to each other, and despite their ragged attire, they comported themselves with grace and poise. Wang Chongyang, not judging by appearances, humbly approached them for guidance. After appraising him, they smiled and declared, "This lad is teachable," and imparted the secrets of cultivation. Later, Wang Chongyang attained enlightenment, changing his name to Wang Zhe and adopting the Taoist title of Changyangzi. Subsequently, in Lichuan, he encountered 2 more individuals, continuing to seek their guidance, and they imparted 5 secret phrases to him, cautioning that the heavenly secrets must not be divulged, and after recording them, they should be burned. However, Wang Chongyang preserved them and passed them down. This is the legend of the Ganha encounter with immortals. Later generations speculated that those 2 who enlightened Wang Chongyang were Zhong Liquan and Lu Dongbin. As for Wang Chongyang, who passed away at the age of 58, perhaps it was due to revealing celestial secrets. The Zhongyang Zhenrenjin Guanyin Suaju is said to be derived from the 5 secret phrases, a supreme technique for closed-door cultivation and essence locking. Mastery of this art not only preserves the primordial yang and prevents essence loss, but also seals the body's pores, achieving a pure, unblemished state of yang, enhancing vitality and longevity. Thus it is called the Golden Gate and Jade Lock. Zhang Zhuyang felt immense gratitude and wished to continue communicating with that lofty consciousness. But this time, the presence quickly dissipated, as if fearing he might utter another word. Zhong opened his eyes, not immediately rising but instead forming a mystical seal with his hands. Commencing his cultivation according to the method of the Zhongyang Zhenrenjin Guanyin Suaju. Nearly 30 days had passed since the 100-day closure began. And as his magical power advanced, the restless heat within him also intensified, sometimes compelling him to take several cold showers in a single day to quell it. In the stillness of the night, he often tossed and turned, tormented by his turmoil. However, as he operated his profound techniques, circulating the qi through the cosmos, capturing the white ox and subduing the white tiger, the oppressive heat that clung to him like a parasitic insect was suddenly doused by a cascade of icy water, dissipating in an instant. His body and mind experienced immediate relaxation, transforming into a state of unparalleled refreshment. He felt as though the tempest had calmed, and the vastness of the sky opened before him, with the sunlight outside becoming more gentle, the cicadas silent, and all living beings coexisting in harmony. Even the pores of his skin subtly tightened, curtailing the outflow of vital energy, rendering him radiant and ethereal. Zhong could not help but marvel at the superiority of the teachings of the Chuanjin sect from his previous life. Indeed, they were extraordinary. Having only just embarked on the path, he had already derived immense benefits. Subduing the white tiger without a trace was no small feat over time. His efficiency in refining essence and transforming qi would undoubtedly improve. His physique would continue to strengthen, ultimately reaching an extraordinary realm. Perhaps in the future, he could indeed engage in a contest of strength with Yuling, who possessed the formidable foundation of a Vajra dragon elephant. Outside the courtyard, Yuling had ceased her sharpening of weapons and was instead immersed in her training. Dressed in heavy armor, she supported herself on the ground with 3 fingers of one hand, the other hand resting behind her back, performing an exercise akin to a push-up. This posture was inherently challenging, and atop her back lay a large stone, 3 feet high, causing Zhong eyelids to twitch. 397, 398. It was unclear how long she had been at it. 3 deep finger impressions marked the ground, with sweat continuously streaming down her strikingly handsome face. Her rigorous practice had become ingrained in her very bones. When she noticed Zhong stepping outside, her sword-like eyebrows arched slightly, and a flicker of emotion crossed her resolute eyes. Zhong seemed to have undergone a transformation. The trace of restlessness, born from the trials of fire, had vanished, leaving him serene and profound, his demeanor even more transcendent. "Are you ready?" she inquired, not pausing in her movements. Although it was not yet time to depart, there was no harm in setting out early. Zhong shook his head, replying, "I still need to prepare a few things." "What do you need to prepare?" He smiled faintly and said, "Since Lin Xiazi has so warmly invited me, as a guest, I should bring a gift." His voice was remarkably calm, yet it emanated an indescribable confidence. "By the way, General Yu, I suddenly recalled a detail that might be of use to you." "What detail?" "In Lin Xiazi's bedroom, there is a spirit tablet inscribed with the name of his late father, Su Heshan, which has been worshipped for many years." Yuling, being a perceptive individual, immediately grasped the implications of this revelation. Lin Xiazi's identity was undoubtedly a fabrication, and perhaps this Su Heshan could serve as a breakthrough in uncovering his true identity. "I will have someone investigate immediately." For others, searching for a name might be akin to finding a needle in a haystack, but for the Qingtian monitor, it was hardly a daunting task. Zhong glanced at the still slumbering Ali before turning to leave. No one knew where he had ventured until the night fell. When he returned home, carrying with him a 2-foot-long wooden box. "Zhou, what is in this box?" inquired Luo Ping, who was busy polishing a long spear. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Zhong smiled slightly and replied, "It's a secret for now." Pausing, he gently touched the wooden box and added, "I hope this grand gift will be to his liking." The following day, 4 swift horses departed from Qingzhou City, heading toward Yunsong Mountain, galloping ahead with great speed. Yunsong Mountain lay over 200 miles from Qingzhou City, in a somewhat remote area, necessitating a traverse of rugged mountain paths. In some places, they could only dismount and proceed on foot, thus prolonging their journey. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived at the base of Yunsong Mountain. This region comprised a series of undulating mountains, with Yunsong Mountain being but one among them, where the vanished Shen family village lay hidden deep within. As dusk approached, the 4 appeared weary from their journey. Yuling, possessing remarkable endurance, and Zhong, having recently mastered the technique of subduing the white tiger, still radiated vitality, while Lao Gao and Luo Ping struggled to conceal their exhaustion. "Let us rest for the night at the inn in the town before entering the mountain tomorrow morning." She paused, reminding them, "This is not your first mission. This case has been classified as deadly, with great inherent danger. Do not forget the necessary preparations." Luo Ping and Lao Gao exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Zhou, have we arrived?" Ali floated out from the shadows, brandishing 2 small pink kitchen knives. Her expression fierce as she declared, "I seek revenge. I must avenge my previous defeat." She was determined to wreak havoc in the underworld. Yet her initial attempt had ended in failure, resulting in her head being used as a ball. How humiliating. Having received the twin knives from Erlang, she felt empowered once more. These knives, crafted from a blend of fine gold and mysterious iron, with handles made from the precious white demon wood, were exceptionally responsive, perfectly suited for her ghostly endeavors. Ali believed these knives were custom-made for her, cherishing them daily, even clutching them tightly while sleeping. After one more night of rest, we shall arrive. Zhang Jiuyang ruffled her hair, smiling. Do not forget what I instructed you. Ali patted her small belly, grinning. Rest assured, Jiu go. Ali remembers everything. Zhang Jiuyang nodded, shouldering the box as he and Erlang made their way to the town at the mountain's foot, only to discover that the sun had yet to set, and the streets were nearly devoid of life. Every household had tightly shut their doors and windows, rendering the entire town eerily quiet, akin to a graveyard. The town boasted but a single inn, which was hardly bustling. The young attendant stood idly at the entrance, sighing. Upon seeing Zhang Jiuyang and his companions, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over to greet them. Why are there so few people in this town? Erlang inquired. The attendant gazed at the silver-armored, red-robed general with a degree of trepidation, his eyes flickering to the dragon's sparrow blade, and he swallowed hard before replying. To be honest, General, although this used to be a small town bustling with merchants collecting medicinal herbs, it has become quiet ever since the incident at Shen family village. He paused, looking around before lowering his voice. That village is far too sinister. They say the entire population was buried alive. Their resentment is overwhelming. Many who ventured into the mountains to gather herbs never returned, and recently, it has been rumored that people from other villages have also suffered misfortune. Travelers, if you happen to pass through, I advise you to avoid entering the mountains. Once you go in, you may never come out again. Zhang Jiuyang and Erlang exchanged glances. It seemed the malevolent energy from Chuan family village had intensified. Prepare 4 rooms, along with hot water and meals. Erlang casually tossed a large silver ingot, adding, also, prepare 4 coffins, along with yellow paper, incense, and candles. The remaining funds can serve as your reward. The attendant, initially excited, was left dumbfounded by the peculiar requests. For coffins? Erlang nodded, stating matter-of-factly, yes, for the 4 of us, 1 for each. Is that not appropriate? Pausing, she seemed to recall something and turned to Zhang Jiuyang. I forgot to ask, do you have any preferences regarding the color of the coffins? Anything but gold, he replied. Lao Gao and Luo Ping were unfazed. Lao Gao chuckled, teasing, once we enter the mountains tomorrow, we won't have any choice left. On the bright side, at least we can choose our own burial attire. Many don't get that chance, given the perilous nature of their investigations. Where the Qintian monitor often met their demise in the wilderness, they would each select their coffins beforehand, placing their garments within as a symbol of their final resting place. If they were to never return, colleagues would come to retrieve the coffins for proper placement, providing a semblance of solace for family and friends. Zhang Jiuyang opened his mouth, hesitating, before finally managing to utter, is it still possible to withdraw now? Erlang, Lao Gao, Luo Ping, Ali. As night fell, Zhang Jiuyang finished his meal, enjoyed a hot bath, and donned a pristine white brocade robe, secured at the waist with a green ribbon. His ink-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, held back by a jade hairpin, lacking additional adornments yet exuding an extraordinary elegance and grace. From a sword-wielding exorcist to a refined young master, one cannot help but remark on the extraordinary handsomeness of his visage. He could carry off any attire with grace. Undoubtedly, the garments purchased for him by Erlang were exquisite. The daughter of a noble family certainly lacked for nothing. The fabric and texture were far more comfortable than the coarse robes of a Taoist priest. A series of knocks echoed through the air. Through the hazy moonlight, he discerned a delicate silhouette outside. Who is it? Zhang Jiuyang instinctively grasped the Zhonggui's sword and approached a nearby chest. It is I, came Erlang's cool voice. Zhang Jiuyang exhaled in relief as he opened the door, only to be momentarily stunned. Bathed in moonlight stood a graceful woman clad in dark attire, her hair cascading like a waterfall. With bright, clear eyes and a delicate smile, her lithe figure appeared as upright as a pine tree. The fitted robes accentuated her curvaceous form, while her porcelain skin radiated an ethereal glow against the dark fabric. It seemed she had just emerged from a bath. Her long hair still bore a hint of moisture, and the night breeze carried a faint fragrance. Excuse me, but who are you? Zhang Jiuyang found it hard to believe his eyes. Before him stood Erlang, her eyebrows still exuding a commanding aura, yet without her armor, she possessed an indescribable femininity. Though subtle, it was akin to the finishing touch on a masterpiece, imbuing her with a captivating charm that held one's gaze. Truly, she was a stunning beauty, possessing an air of grandeur in her every movement. Upon seeing Zhang Jiuyang in a white brocade robe, Erlang's eyes reflected a hint of surprise. Clothes make the man, they say. With Zhang Jiuyang's poise, he would be a rare sight even in the bustling capital. It must be said, he was blessed with an exceptional appearance. General Yu, is there something amiss at this late hour? Zhang Jiuyang thought to himself how fortunate he was to have mastered the Zhongyang Zhenren's Guanyin Sua technique. Otherwise, he might have embarrassed himself. I wonder if you have ever heard a certain phrase. Yuling hesitated before speaking. What phrase? Zhang Jiuyang inquired, curiosity piqued. Yuling was not one to be shy or reticent. Her hesitation indicated the importance of what she was about to say. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her starry eyes reflecting a chill, and her hands clasped behind her back tightened instinctively. Huangquan Road, Ghost Gate, 10 heavenly stems, chaos in the world. Zhang Jiuyang shook his head, indicating he had never encountered such words. He recalled that fateful night when Lin Xiaoji had drawn a mysterious pattern on the ground with his own blood, resembling a ghostly gate. Could it be that this was the ghost gate referred to in those words? Yuling had seemed quite agitated at the time. Seeing him shake his head, Yuling's eyes betrayed a flicker of disappointment. These 12 characters are classified as top secret within the Qintian Bureau. Even Xiao Gao and the others are unaware. You must not disclose this to anyone else. With that, she turned to leave, but Zhang Jiuyang called out to her. Could you tell me the origin of these 12 characters? Yuling regarded him thoughtfully before replying. Very well, as a member of my circle. You will eventually come to know this matter. Informing you in advance is not a breach of confidentiality. There is a case I have been investigating for nearly a decade. In truth, it is not only I. The entire Qintian Bureau has been pursuing this case. Yet, after all these years, we have only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. She paused before continuing, her voice grave. This case is classified as Yuan. Zhang Jiuyang shuddered, taking in a sharp breath. I cannot have heard you correctly. A case rated as Yuan, pursued by the full might of the Qintian Bureau for over a decade? He recalled old Gao's assertion that Yuan cases had only emerged during the previous dynasty, and it was a Yuan-level malevolence that had severely wounded the dying dynasty, leading to its decline amid the chaos of the realm. It was no exaggeration to say that a Yuan-level malevolence, if mishandled, could spell the end of a nation. However, Zhang Jiuyang quickly realized that old Gao must not have been privy to this information. His rank was simply insufficient. The Qintian Bureau was divided into 5 ranks, from highest to lowest. They were Chief Overseer, Deputy Overseer, Overseer, Ling Tailang, and Si Chun. When malevolence erupted, the Si Chun would typically be dispatched first to handle the situation. If they could not succeed, the Ling Tailang would be sent. Perhaps old Gao had been involved in the investigation of the Yuan case, yet remained unaware of the intricacies involved. This case is known as the Huangquan case. Centered around an organization named Huangquan, reputed to harbor many fearsome malevolences, led by one who calls himself Tianzuan. In recent decades, many significant cases of homicide and mystery within the Qintian Bureau have borne the shadow of this organization. Yuling's tone was serious, especially when she spoke the name Tianzuan, and Zhang Jiuyang felt a chilling aura of menace. He understood now why she had come to him this evening. The pattern drawn by Lin Xiaoji must be connected to Huangquan, and as Lin Xiaoji's apprentice, she might believe he possessed some knowledge. The Qintian Bureau has made tremendous sacrifices, yet the information obtained has been scant. A formidable predecessor once infiltrated the organization, believing to have glimpsed the dawn of hope. Yet her life was tragically cut short, leaving behind these 12 blood-written characters. Huangquan Road, Ghost Gate, 10 heavenly stems, chaos in the world. Zhang Jiuyang's expression grew serious. If even a 5th-tier practitioner like Yuling considered it formidable, that predecessor who penetrated Huangquan must have possessed extraordinary abilities. Yet, even she had met a tragic end, leaving only these 12 words as testament to the organization's eerie and terrifying nature. Since Lin Xiaoji might be involved in the Huangquan case, why not request additional assistance from above? Zhang Jiuyang suggested. Yuling, however, shook her head, saying, I have already reported it. But recently malevolences have been rampant across various regions, and reinforcements cannot be mobilized immediately. Pausing, she seemed to sense that Zhang Jiuyang might feel apprehensive upon learning this news, and stepped forward to pat his shoulder. Do not worry. As you are part of my circle, I shall do my utmost to protect you. You misunderstand. Zhang Jiuyang raised his gaze, and the two locked eyes under the moonlight. Even if Lin Xiaoji is merely possibly connected to Huangquan, even if he is the so-called Tianzuan, he flashed a radiant smile. I will slay him. Yuling was taken aback, then smiled lightly, looking at the ethereally handsome youth before her with newfound appreciation. You possess courage. I admire that. She stood with a commanding presence, her demeanor regal, her gaze particularly bright. For that remark, you are worthy of the Taiyue sword bestowed by our ancestors. However, you must closely follow me tomorrow. Her voice was soft, yet radiated an undeniable authority. Within 10 paces. I will ensure your safety. Zhang Jiuyang regarded her exquisite visage. Under the moonlight, her skin was as white as jade, her bone structure strikingly handsome, and her figure beneath the dark attire was graceful and alluring. In a modern context, she would undoubtedly be the kind of ice-cold, charismatic figure who captivated both men and women alike. Your mind is troubled. Your breathing is irregular. Yuling frowned slightly, stepping closer to observe him intently, concern evident in her eyes. In that moment, Zhang Jiuyang inhaled the fragrance of her hair. Up close, Yuling's complexion was flawless, resembling unblemished mutton fat jade. Truly, she was a 5th-tier grand cultivator. This is not mere agitation from the 100-day barrier, nor is it a disturbance in my practice. What is troubling you? Ling inquired with genuine curiosity. Zhong quickly retreated a step, clearing his throat and chuckling. General Yu, I understand now. Tomorrow, I will closely follow you into the mountains. Ling nodded, saying, it is late. You should rest early. She turned to leave, yet was suddenly lost in thought. Her steps faltering as she remarked, we can consider ourselves friends now. You need not always address me as General Yu. If it pleases you, you may call me Longhu. Longhu was her courtesy name, reserved for those she held dear. However, Zhong expression darkened at the mention of it. The atmosphere dissipated instantly, as though she had summoned an imposing figure, a towering man clad in chest hair. The following day, at dawn, the 4 companions and 1 spirit prepared to venture into the mountains. Zhong donned his white brocade robe, adorned his head with a jade hairpin, wielded a long sword, and carried a wooden box, drawing the admiration of Lao Gao, who jested about the noble young master enjoying the spring weather. Ling, on the other hand, had reclad herself in her heavy 8-treasure dragon scale armor, concealing her graceful form. Lao Gao and Luo Ping led the way, having previously explored the outskirts of Qinjia village. Now navigating with familiarity. Yet, with each step deeper into the woods, Zhong sensed something amiss. As they ventured onward, it felt as though they had crossed into another realm. The sunlight barely penetrated the dense canopy above, shrouding their surroundings in darkness. The calls of crows echoed through the forest, ominously hinting at the perils ahead. As they delved deeper, thick mists enveloped them, quickly reducing visibility to mere inches, as if attempting to separate them. Be cautious, this mountain mist can disorient one. I shall fetch the compass, Lao Gao began, but Ling interjected. There is no need for that. I will use my mystical sight to lead the way. Hold on to one another, do not stray. With that, she stepped forward. A vertical mark resembling an eye appearing between her brows, shimmering brilliantly. The eerie mountain mist, before her mystical gaze, revealed all its secrets with clarity. What are you waiting for? Move swiftly. This is no place to linger. Zhong felt a cool sensation in his hand. It was Ling grasping it, guiding him onward. Her hand bore specially crafted golden silk armor, both soft and resilient. As they continued, the group remained linked, traversing an indeterminate distance, until Ling abruptly halted. What is it, you? A state of alert, she commanded, then swiftly drew her long cane knife, thrusting its hilt into the ground. Her pupils seemingly ablaze with golden flames, exuding an aura of fierce authority. A chilling scream pierced the air as blood began to seep from the earth beneath her feet, a gruesome stench permeating the atmosphere. If you wish to live, flee. Zhong was perplexed when he suddenly heard strange sounds nearby, as though something was retreating into the distance. A cold sweat broke out on him. Those creatures had seemed merely steps away. Moreover, from the sound of their footsteps, their numbers appeared considerable. What were those just now? Zhong tightened his grip on his sword, his expression grave. They had not yet reached Qinjia village. Merely entered this dense wilderness, and already encountered such bizarre phenomena. They are mountain spirits. Ling sheathed her knife, her golden pupils fading back to black. Though the residual pressure lingered, impossible to ignore. Lao Gao, experienced, explained, the mountain spirits, also known as mountain ghosts, possess human faces and monkey bodies, with a singular leg. Endowed with the strength to tear apart tigers and leopards, often dwelling in the mountains. They are not as fearsome as they sound. According to the records of my Tianjin Bureau, they possess a certain level of intelligence. Male mountain spirits tend to hoard wealth, while females enjoy adornments. Thus, before entering the mountains, one should prepare money and cosmetics. When encountering a male, shout mountain lord and scatter coins. For a female, call out mountain lady and toss out cosmetics. And you shall be safe. Upon hearing this, Zhong recalled certain tales from his past life, reminiscent of those documented in the Guanyin. In some regions of Lingnan, mountain spirits would even assist humans in farming, with humans providing land and seeds while the spirits performed all the labor, splitting the harvest evenly. No less, no more. Exhibiting a straightforward temperament. But the mountain spirits here are entirely different. They exhibit a high level of aggression, as though under some form of control, Luo Ping stated solemnly. It is the malevolent aura. Ling slowly raised her gaze, the mark between her brows radiating light, as if through the thick fog. She perceived the village ensnared by this malevolent energy. In the presence of such evil, any malevolent entity will spawn malevolence within dozens of miles, giving rise to various aberrations. These mountain spirits must be influenced by this malevolent energy. Her voice steady, she continued, as long as we sever the source of this malevolence, they will naturally revert to normal. Let us not waste time. The group pressed onward. However, not long after, Ling halted once more. Zhong then beheld a deep pool ahead, shrouded in dense mist, perilously easy to fall into. Thick moss floated atop the water, and remnants of animal bones hinted at a faint, foul odor, unmistakably a stagnant pool of death. Jiyue, there is something watching us from below. Ali's head popped up, brandishing twin blades, eager for action. Zhong's gaze sharpened. Indeed, this place was rife with peculiarities, even concealing a monster within the depths of the pool. Should we take a detour? Lao Gao inquired. Yu Ling shook her head, declaring, this creature has gained enough strength, if we do not eliminate it. Shall we allow it to continue wreaking havoc? Unlike the mountain spirits influenced by malevolence, the entity beneath the water has already transformed into a demon, and it appears to have claimed many lives. My mystical sight reveals numerous corpses entangled within the murky sludge. Let me handle it. Ali exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, ready to leap into the water, prompting Zhang Zhiyang to hastily grasp her braid. Yet even so, the young girl continued to squirm, eager to prove herself. Yu Ling did not speak, but cast a cool glance at her, radiating authority without anger. Immediately, Ali subdued herself, obediently retreating to the shadows. One entity overcomes another. General Yu, how do you plan to vanquish it? Without waiting for Zhang Zhiyang to finish, she plunged into the pool without hesitation. Clad in heavy armor, her figure swiftly sank, disappearing from view. The splashes soaked Zhang Zhiyang's trousers, causing him to flinch as he queried, does your commander always act so decisively? Lao Gao patted his shoulder and chuckled, you will grow accustomed to it. Luo Ping, with admiration shining in his eyes, declared, it is our fortune to follow someone like General Yu. Other leaders often send their subordinates to face the front lines, for each malevolent entity possesses unique powers. And even the most seasoned leaders remain cautious until they grasp the situation. Yet, Yu Ling was an exception. After joining the Tianjin Bureau, she retained her previous military style, leading from the front in every battle, charging into the fray alongside her subordinates, sharing life and death. She had faced numerous criticisms from above, yet remained resolute in her ways, never altering her course. This steadfastness had earned her immense respect within the Tianjin Bureau, as the foremost of the heavenly generals. Mingwang Yu Ling, countless subordinates aspired to serve under her banner, regarding it as an honor. With a loud splash, the previously tranquil pool erupted into tumultuous waves, as though a great beast wrestled beneath the surface. Zhang Zhiyang, with keen sight, strained to glimpse the scene through the mist, but the murky waters obscured all, filling him with unease. Moments later, the pool emitted bubbling sounds, as if boiling. Zhang Zhiyang was taken aback. Was it boiling? In the next instant, the waters calmed once more. With a resounding crash, a figure burst forth from the depths, her hair cascading down, dark as ink, her cold gaze as piercing as frost. In one hand, she grasped a serpent's head, and in the other, its tail. With a flourish, she cast the nearly 10-foot-long headless python onto the shore. Droplets of demonic blood mingling with the water cascading down her armor. Zhang Zhiyang noted that the serpent's head had been violently twisted off, the wound marked by charred imprints. What sheer brutality! Yu Ling was enveloped in steam, causing droplets of water to evaporate into mist, and soon her body was as clean as ever, with even her hair becoming smooth and dry. She swiftly tied her hair back and drew her Longke Dao, skillfully skinning and slicing the python, intending to use it as provisions. After an hour, the group finally arrived at their destination, Chunjiasiyuan. Strangely, as they approached the village, the mountain mist thinned, revealing faint remnants of crumbling walls. The ground had split, leveling the once peaceful village, where over 300 souls had been buried alive, with none spared. As the mist dissipated and the group prepared to enter the village, they found their clothing repeatedly snagged by surrounding branches, on which hung tattered strips of cloth that did not belong to them. Had the trees become sentient? Zhang Zhiyang remained vigilant. However, Yu Ling shook her head and remarked that the trees were kindly trying to prevent them from entering Chunjiasiyuan, having likely attempted to stop others before. But to no avail. Lao Gao expressed his surprise, suggesting that if it wasn't the trees, perhaps it was the mountain deity. Yu Ling nodded, coldly asserting that it was no wonder Lin Xiazi could bury the entire Chunjiasiyuan. He must have used some malevolent sorcery to influence the mountain deity in this area. Luo Ping quietly explained to Zhang Zhiyang that some mountain ranges, after long-term accumulation of spiritual energy, nurtured by good feng shui and human presence, could give rise to a certain consciousness known as the mountain deity. The power of the mountain deity varies, depending on the time of its emergence and the size of the mountain range. Generally, the mountain deity and the local populace engage in mutual benefit, and the Tianjin does not interfere. Indeed, those who perform excellently may even be recognized as true deities by the court. Such a sudden rift, burying an entire village, would not escape the notice of the mountain deity. The only explanation is that it could not intervene and was even compelled to become Lin Xiazi's accomplice, instigating the rift. Thank you for your goodwill. I, Yu Ling, a disciple of the Tianjin, have come to thoroughly investigate this matter, so please do not obstruct us. Mountain deity, Yu Ling proclaimed, cupping her fists in salute. This was a show of courtesy before any potential conflict. Remarkably, after her words, the group was no longer hindered by the branches and successfully entered Chunjiasiyuan. Chapter 64. Rooster Comb Blood, Red Lanterns in the afternoon of the Shen hour. The group entered Chunjiasiyuan. The sight before them was one of devastation. In some areas, remnants of villagers' cured meats and children's tiger hats could still be seen, now muddied and mixed with dirt. Aside from the dilapidated corners of the houses, the most prominent site was medicinal herbs. The people of Chunjiasiyuan had relied on herb gathering for generations, selling their high-quality produce in the town below every month, attracting many merchants. However, the rift had obliterated everything. Zhong Jiuyang could still see the cracks in the ground, snaking like a serpent, parched under the scorching sun, resembling festering wounds. The village was not large. After a brief exploration, they encountered no malevolent spirits. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if even the wind had stilled. It was daytime. They decided to wait until nightfall. Yuling casually chose a relatively intact house and entered, finding a slightly swaying armchair. The scene was quite uncanny. Despite the absence of any person within the room and the village's dead silence, the armchair swayed as if someone had been resting in it. Without fear, Yuling boldly sat down in the chair, the weight of her armor causing it to creak ominously. She intended to rest and regain her strength, for it was certain that the malevolent spirits would emerge at night. The village felt peculiar. Neither her spiritual sight nor the Qinianjian's compass had revealed the location of any evil spirits. Thus, she chose to conserve her energy and await the inevitable confrontation. Lin Xiaozi had gone to great lengths to lure Zhong Jiuyang to Chunjiasiyuan. Now that he had arrived, the adversary would undoubtedly not remain passive. Lao Gao and Luo Ping worked in unison, setting up numerous red threads around them and hanging several bells inscribed with scriptures. These red threads, soaked in rooster comb blood and dried under the sun for a full 7 days, were infused with yang energy. To an ordinary person, they appeared unremarkable. But if a malevolent spirit were to come into contact with them, Lao Gao gestured across his neck, chuckling. It's akin to a common person encountering a blade. As for the bells, they were specially crafted by the Qinianjian to provide early warnings of any impending threats. These 2 items were essential for their encampment. Zhong Jiuyang silently took note. This visit had not been in vain, for he had learned something new, particularly rooster comb blood. As recorded by Li Shizhen in the Compendium of Materia Medica, was the essence of the chicken, representing the celestial connection, capable of warding off evil and treating various ailments. The blood of a rooster naturally had protective properties, but rooster comb blood was especially potent, rich in pure yang energy, and effective in both spiritual cleansing and feng shui protection. Even Xiao Li exhibited signs of fear, gazing at the red threads from a distance, too frightened to approach. She burped contentedly, rubbed her little belly, and as her eyelids grew heavy, curled up in Zhong Jiuyang's embrace, falling asleep. Come closer to me. Just as Zhong Jiuyang sought a place to rest, he heard Yuling's voice, realizing she was addressing him. He took a li and sat beside her. Gradually, he closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. It was to be expected that the night would be arduous. Yuling shut her eyes, her breathing growing steady, as if she had fallen asleep, yet one hand remained firmly on the hilt of the long Dao, never loosening her grip. Nearby, Lao Gao exchanged knowing glances with Luo Ping, grinning as he whispered, something's amiss. Luo Ping, puzzled, inquired, what is it? Is there a malevolent spirit? He tightened his grip on his silver spear. It's not the spirits. It's those 2. Something feels off. Lao Gao wore a knowing smile, saying, do they not resemble a family of 3? Luo Ping paused, about to refute, but he realized there was indeed a resemblance. Yuling was poised and enchanting, while Jiu Gu exuded an air of refined elegance, a perfect match, a pair of talented individuals. Though Xiao Li was a spirit, she was endearing and seemed to embody their daughter. Yet, he could not fathom the notion of someone like Yuling developing feelings. Imagining her as a gentle, nurturing figure in a domestic setting felt profoundly incongruous. Lao Gao seemed to sense his thoughts and patted his shoulder, chuckling. If one day even Yuling can lay down her armor and marry, it would signify true peace in the world, with no more malevolent spirits. At that time Lao Gao, too, could find a wife, have children, and indulge in daily feasts. He added, by the way, you clumsy lad, if you haven't found a wife by then, I will introduce you to one. Luo Ping was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Would that day truly come? Of course it will. Luo Ping summoned his courage, a hint of bashfulness gracing his youthful features as he said, I prefer those with long hair, gentle and soft. The elder laughed heartily. Not an easy wish to fulfill. Finally, you drawn out your true feelings. Luo Ping, flustered and angry, turned his face away and sulked in silence. Time passed slowly, and the room returned to tranquility, the rhythmic sounds of breathing filling the air. After a day of traversing mountains and enduring heightened tension, the group began to feel fatigued. Gradually drifting into slumber, even the sulking Luo Ping rested his head on his spear. Originally, Lao Gao was on guard, but for some reason, he too felt an overwhelming drowsiness. After a struggle against it, he ultimately succumbed, leaning against the wall and snoring. This slumber lasted until nightfall. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the dilapidated village was gradually shrouded in darkness, and a strange transformation seemed to occur within the village. With red lights flickering to life, dingling, the bell hanging from the red line suddenly chimed, jolting Zhong Jiuyang from his slumber. causing him to instinctively grasp the Zhong sword beside him. He was somewhat taken aback, realizing that he had inadvertently fallen asleep while merely resting his eyes. Everyone remained vigilant, poised for battle. Yuling stood with her blade drawn, her cold gaze scanning the surroundings of the room. Following her line of sight, Zhong was astonished to find that what had been a dilapidated house by day had now returned to a semblance of normalcy. Furnished and brimming with the essence of life. Lao Gao and Luo Ping also gasped in shock, bewildered by the events that had transpired during their slumber. At the entrance, 2 red lanterns swayed gently. The sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by a faint whistling, growing ever closer. The group instantly felt the weight of impending danger. Zhong instructed a lead to temporarily return to the Eno, serving as an ambush, while he stood shoulder to shoulder with Yuling. Their eyes locked on the doorway, one hand brushing against the box behind him. Finally, the footsteps halted, and 2 figures appeared at the entrance, an elderly man and a young boy. The old man's face, illuminated by the lanterns, was lined with deep wrinkles, and he held the hand of a little boy adorned with a tiger head hat. The boy merrily blew on a bone whistle, thoroughly enjoying himself. The old man showed no surprise upon seeing the group. Instead, he smiled warmly and approached, saying, "You're awake. You must be hungry. There are still some things to discuss." However, as they stepped closer to the blood-soaked red lines, they seemed oblivious, only to have their bodies sliced into pieces, scattering across the floor. Zhong eyes narrowed, ready to speak, yet he was silenced by a wave of Yuling's hand. Moments later, the footsteps echoed once more, the familiar whistling returning. The old man and boy appeared again, their smiles and dialogue identical to before. They tread upon their own severed remains, yet wore beaming expressions. Chapter 65. The paper man carries the coffin. This scene was undeniably bizarre, even for Yuling and her companions, who had long dealt with the supernatural. They were momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such a phenomenon. It seemed as though they were witnessing a reenactment of the day of their death. Zhong observed the grandfather and grandson being sliced into pieces again, only to reappear, and a thought suddenly surged in his mind. It felt reminiscent of certain games he had played in his past life, where the pair were NPCs, and the red line represented a bug that forced them to restart endlessly upon encountering it. Yuling reacted swiftly, her blade flashing like lightning, severing the red lines. Zhong barely caught sight of the blade before she sheathed it. With the hindrance of the red lines eliminated, the pair successfully entered the room, cheerfully saying, "Make sure to eat plenty. You've come to acquire medicinal herbs, and we offer fair prices. Everyone appreciates it." The old man then retrieved a selection of dishes from the kitchen. Upon seeing the food, a wave of nausea washed over Zhong. The elderly man presented plates of food that were already rotting and reeking, especially the meat dishes, which were teeming with writhing maggots. "Please, eat up," the old man urged with great enthusiasm. Yuling shook her head, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but we are not hungry. Have you seen a man in the village? He is blind, leaning on a bamboo cane, and fond of whistling." The old man paused for a moment before responding. "You must be referring to Lin Shazi. He went out a few days ago, and I heard he won't return until tomorrow morning." Lin Shazi was known to possess remarkable abilities. Not long ago, when the mountain spirit was enraged, many had dreamt of it. And it was Lin Shazi who helped resolve the issue. Lin Shazi, Zhong and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. If they were reliving the day of their deaths, it meant that the villagers of Qinjia village knew of Lin Shazi, and he had likely resided here for some time. The tone of their voices suggested a deep gratitude towards him. Unbeknownst to them, the so-called mountain spirit's dreams may not have been an expression of anger, but rather a plea for help or a warning. Regrettably, the villagers of Qinjia had thus missed their last opportunity for salvation. "If you wish to see Lin Shazi, you will have to wait until tomorrow. It's getting late. Allow me to tidy up the room for you, and you can stay here for the night." The old man, earnest and warm-hearted, regarded Zhong and the others, saying, "However, there is only one room left. Perhaps 2 of you could share the woodshed for the night. We 4 can stay together." Yuling decisively rejected the suggestion. In this eerie village, splitting up was undoubtedly the most foolish choice. "Very well." After a pause, the old man seemed to recall something and kindly advised, "Make sure to lock the doors at night, and do not venture outside. Recently, there have been unexplained deaths in the village, and according to custom, the coffins must be patrolled at night. If you happen upon one, it would not bode well." As night descended, the 4 of them huddled in one room, alert and on guard. The wind outside howled, rattling the windows, with the faint red glow of the lanterns casting an even eerier and mysterious ambience over the night. Logically, they had only just slept in the afternoon and were in a perilous situation, so they should not have felt drowsy. Yet, inexplicably, sleepiness washed over them once more. Luo Ping and Lao Gao's eyelids began to droop, and Zhong yawned repeatedly, while only Yuling remained alert. "Stay awake. Keep your wits about you." She attempted to rouse them, but Zhong, in a foggy haze, succumbed once again to slumber, and just before losing consciousness, he thought he heard the sound of a long knife being drawn. When Zhong awoke again, he found the room utterly deserted. "Yuling, Lao Gao?" and Luo Ping had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, Ali remained in the Eno. Brother Ji, I saw a red glow appear on them, and then they disappeared. Ali informed him. Zhang Zhuoyang instantly recognized that Lin Xiaozi aimed to pick them off one by one, leaving him behind for a purpose. He needed to find everyone immediately. Without hesitation, he slung the box over his shoulder, grasped his sword, and stepped outside. The grandfather and grandson were still sound asleep, so Zhang Zhuoyang chose not to disturb them and made his way to the street. The night was dark and moonless. Ali, can you divine the whereabouts of Yu Ling and the others? Ali's dual blades, infused with a century-old locust tree heart, had become a conduit for spiritual communication, enhancing her divinatory abilities. Yes, they are to the east, but it seems there are malevolent spirits blocking the way. Zhang Zhuoyang felt no fear as he journeyed eastward. And after traversing a street, he indeed spotted several figures ahead, seemingly carrying something. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were bearing a coffin. The coffin was eerie, but the bearers were even more so. When Zhang Zhuoyang discerned their faces, even with his familiarity with ghosts, a chill crept over him, sending shivers down his spine. The pallbearers had skin that was disturbingly pale, with features that were somewhat coarse and disjointed, as though they had been hastily painted. No, they were indeed painted. Brother Ji, it's the paper men carrying the coffin, Ali whispered, but her voice caught the attention of the paper men, who all turned in unison, their eyes marked with vermilion, fixating on Zhang Zhuoyang. On this dark, windy night, the paper men bore the coffin of the deceased. This surreal sight would send chills down anyone's spine, especially the paper men with their painted eyes, a significant taboo. Traditionally, paper men are not given eyes. If you do not remember the king of hell, you will be forgotten. This rule has been passed down for millennia, believed to be rooted in the notion that once the eyes are painted, the paper men become attached to the earthly realm, attracting wandering souls and resulting in all sorts of eerie phenomena. Thus, no matter the price, paper craftsmen would generally refuse to paint the eyes. Yet now, these paper men had their eyes painted and appeared almost lifelike as they carried a coffin. Go back. Go back. A chilling voice emanated from the paper men, echoing like the cold wind of a frigid night, penetrating deep into the bones of the living. They obstructed Zhang Zhuoyang from continuing eastward. What the enemy forbids is precisely what ought to be done. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Zhuoyang's eyes as he exclaimed. A few mere paper figures, how absurd. With this outburst, his inner fear dissipated like a receding tide. He proactively advanced with his sword, his gaze sharp. Breathing deeply as if a myriad of rivers converged into the sea, a dragon lurking in the abyss. His right hand clasped the hilt of his sword. Drawing the sword technique, the azure dragon emerges from the sea. With a resonant clang, the sword sang, and in the darkness, a crimson radiance flashed like lightning. The Zhongguo sword soared like a red dragon leaping into the sky, emerging from the vast ocean and entering the azure firmament. Its claws stretched out to pierce the heavens. For paper figures' heads flew off, igniting in azure flames, emitting wails of lament, eventually turning to dust. The Zhongguo sword is specifically designed to vanquish evil spirits, possessing a formidable restraint against such sinister entities. Sheathing his sword, Zhang Zhuoyang turned his gaze towards the coffin that had fallen to the ground. As if sensing his stare, the coffin suddenly trembled twice, a primal roar echoing from within. Thud, thud. The nails on the coffin lid quivered incessantly, becoming increasingly loose, until they were ultimately ejected. A pair of bloodied hands emerged from within, the arms elongating autonomously, grasping Zhang Zhuoyang's wrist and pulling him into the coffin. The lid of the coffin closed automatically, as if capturing prey. Yet, it became evident that one must hunt judiciously. Heaven is round and the earth is square. Humans evade the 9 chapters. With the assistance of the azure dragon and the white tiger, first vanquish the evil spirits. Then eliminate the malevolent seeds. What demon dares not submit? What evil dares to confront? Urgently, as per the decree. As the incantation resounded, the coffin began to shake violently, the mournful howls of vengeful spirits reverberating from within. Chapter 66. The true and false Zhang Zhuoyang. With a crash, the coffin lid flew off, shattering into several pieces upon hitting the ground. Zhang Zhuoyang pressed down on the spirit's neck, pinning it firmly beneath him, while Ali restrained its legs, her pink blades swiftly severing the tendons with precision and ferocity. Under the incantation of Zhong Kuei's ghost-slaying spell, the spirit's energy dissipated significantly. Had Zhang Zhuoyang not intentionally held back, it would have already been utterly annihilated. Brother Zhuoyang, shall I cleave him? Ali brandished her small kitchen knife excitedly above the spirit. Just as Zhang Zhuoyang was about to respond, his gaze suddenly hardened as he recognized the spirit's face. Although somewhat mangled, the shiny bald head and bushy beard were unmistakable. You are the monk Ningren? A hint of astonishment flickered in Zhang Zhuoyang's eyes. Was this not the abbot of Jingshan Temple in Qingzhou City? It was said that he was once a wandering monk, who, upon entering Shishan Temple, displayed extraordinary abilities, quickly ascending to the position of abbot and renaming the temple to Jingshan Temple. The steward of the Zhou family claimed he was exceedingly greedy and had a great love for gold. Nungren had once demanded half of the Zhou family's assets to exorcise ghosts, but Zhang Jiuyang had thwarted his plans. He had even worried that Nungren might seek revenge. Yet he had not appeared since. Unexpectedly, this monk had fallen in Qinjiakan, transforming into a spirit within a coffin. What on earth transpired? Can you speak? Zhang Jiuyang halted Ali's raised knife, inquiring. Nungren's eyes were filled with malice, his bloodied visage brimming with hatred, as if Zhang Jiuyang were his murderer. What is happening? Zhang Jiuyang pondered, somewhat perplexed. Though they had some grievances, they had fought alongside each other. So why such animosity? It seemed communication was impossible. He patted his belly and said, then let us hastily add a meal. Somewhere in Qinjiakan, Luo Ping wielded a gleaming silver spear, his body drenched in blood. His gaze sharp, his spear technique like a torrential rain, slaying one ferocious hound after another that surged forth. These were the dogs of Qinjiakan. Yet under the influence of malevolent energy, they had undergone a strange transformation, their eyes glowing red, fangs bared, moving with the speed of leopards. Fortunately, Luo Ping's spear skills were proficient, his martial prowess exceptional, and with his cultivation in the second realm. The silver spear in his hands was truly a force to be reckoned with. In that moment, he was no longer the youthful boy but a battle-hardened warrior. Moments ago, he had succumbed to slumber, only to awaken in pain, discovering these vicious dogs devouring his body in an unfamiliar place. Undeterred, he opened his mouth and bit down, severing the throat of one hound. The pungent, scalding blood surged down his throat, igniting his ferocity. With blood covering his mouth, Luo Ping, filled with murderous intent, seized his spear and fought against the hounds, summoning his courage to slay them all. Stepping over a field of carcasses, he spat out several dog hairs. Beasts, your bites hurt quite a bit. His body bore numerous wounds, blood seeping continuously, yet he seemed oblivious, brandishing his spear towards his former residence. However, after only a few steps, he abruptly halted. The deep night was illuminated by flames, the temperature around him rising rapidly, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. He squinted, surveying the fiery humanoid figure before him, slightly furrowing his brow. As the flames coalesced, features emerged. Luo Ping's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Lu Yaoxing? Upon hearing this name, the fiery eyes flickered with a trace of emotion before swiftly vanishing. Zhang Jiuyang swallowed Nungren's soul, utilizing the ghost-eating divine ability to digest his power while peering into his memories within his sea of consciousness. This revelation unveiled an astonishing secret. Within the memories, Nungren was originally an unremarkable wandering monk, surviving through alms. Although he often acquired wealth, his life was relatively comfortable. One day, he encountered a fortune-teller named Lin. The blind man claimed that Nungren's 4 pillars were pure wealth, with a monthly decree of prosperity, destined for great riches. Initially skeptical, Nungren was gifted a small golden Buddha. This golden Buddha possessed incredible abilities, capable not only of exorcising spirits, but also aiding in his cultivation, significantly enhancing his powers. Consequently, he ascended to the position of abbot of Shishan Temple. However, the golden Buddha had a side effect: it fed on gold. It consumed increasingly larger quantities daily, and failure to satisfy its appetite resulted in terrifying consequences, such as Nungren waking from dreams in pain, covered in burns and scalds. Thus, he was compelled to hoard gold. The temple appeared resplendent, yet the gilded surfaces were actually brass, all consumed by the golden Buddha. Over time, Nungren plotted a grand scheme to rid himself of this burdensome treasure. He set his sights on the Zhou family, demanding half their wealth. Believing it would be a simple task, only to have his plans thwarted by Zhang Jiuyang. He initially harbored thoughts of revenge, yet that very night, Lin the fortune-teller came to him, demanding the golden Buddha, reluctant to part with it, as it had consumed so much gold. He could not afford to lose it before recouping his losses. However, unexpectedly, the golden Buddha became scalding hot, leaping from its place, growing in size, and altering its appearance. Its features unmistakably mirrored those of Zhang Jiuyang. Amidst his terror, the golden figure transformed into molten gold, engulfing him completely, burning his flesh and searing his insides. Zhang Jiuyang abruptly opened his eyes, astonishment lingering in his pupils. The golden Buddha bore an uncanny resemblance to him. He suddenly recalled the first time he encountered this golden Buddha, witnessing its radiant light dispelling a multitude of spirits, an unusual sensation quickening his heartbeat. At that moment, he had attributed it to the Buddha's own extraordinary nature, yet now it seemed there was an inexplicable connection between the golden Buddha and himself. Zhusan Shigiren Eugene, Zhang Jiuyang seemed to have realized something, exclaiming loudly, "Oh no, I must quickly inform them." With that, he hurriedly drew his sword and continued to run eastward. Erlang walked down the street, her flowing hair dancing in the wind, her cold gaze sharp as a blade, leaving no corner unexamined. Just moments ago, a flash of red light surged towards her. She drew her sword to strike, only to find herself spinning in a whirlwind, unexpectedly transported to the eastern corner of the village. Yet, there was no trace of any formation around her. In an instant, she became aware of a horrifying truth. The reason they could not find any malevolent spirits after entering the village during the day was not due to the enemy's clever hiding, but rather because this village itself was the greatest malevolent spirit. The village entrance was the mouth of the malevolent spirit, the interior its vital organs. And the villagers were mere sustenance, repeatedly digested, eternally experiencing scenes of death, generating an unending stream of resentment to feed the malevolent spirit. It was precisely for this reason that they could be suddenly transported to various locations. Erlang realized she had underestimated Lin Xiaozi. Such techniques were beyond her prior knowledge. General Yue, it's me, come quickly. A figure rushed from afar, donned in a white brocade robe, wielding a long sword, carrying a wooden box. It was indeed Zhong Zhuyang. Erlang's gaze flickered. Just as she was about to approach, she heard a voice from another direction. Don't go over, he is a fake. Erlang's eyes narrowed, a hand silently pressing against the hilt of her dragon sparrow blade. Under the moonlight, two Zhong Zhuyangs rushed toward her, identical in appearance and attire. Even their anxious demeanor was indistinguishable. In an outpouring of emotion, he dedicated this narrative to his readers. Brothers, unknowingly I have reached this point. The young boy who once hid under the covers with a flashlight, secretly reading web novels, has now become a storyteller for others. This is a reflection of the past that resonates deeply within me. My passion for writing stems from its purity. We collectively indulge in the joy or sorrow of a story or character, allowing ourselves to be spirited away into a realm of youthful fantasies. The chivalrous Guanyin, the formidable great sage who shatters the skies, the sword immortal of Shu Shan, the fox spirit from Liao Zhai. These romantic imaginings have perpetually captivated me. Hence the birth of this book. I aspire for my narratives to provide a modicum of solace from the bustling reality, allowing us to shed our suits and transform into heroic figures, wielding swords against evil, or engaging in the poetic romance of Liao Zhai. This tale has been meticulously prepared, and we have merely laid the foundation. The best is yet to come, and I hope you find joy in reading. Now, without further ado, let me outline the upcoming schedule. 5 chapters will be released today, with the first 3 at noon and the latter 2 at 6 in the evening. Moving forward, our updates will consistently occur at these 2 times, with daily word count increasing from 4,000 to 7,000. A daily output of 7,000 words is my limit as a part-time author, and I appreciate your understanding. As for the rules, the basis will be a first subscription of 5,000. For every additional 1,000, there will be 1 chapter added. For rewards, the leader of the Alliance will receive an additional chapter, while the Silver Alliance will gain 10, and the Golden Alliance will not indulge in lofty dreams. Let the battles commence. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge the numerous influential figures who supported me during the initial phase of this book, providing recommendations and encouragement. I am truly grateful. The narrative unfolds further, revealing 2 Zhong Zhuyangs. While others might tremble in fear, Erlang merely revealed a hint of a cold smile. She activated her divine eye, the vertical mark on her forehead reappearing, shimmering with light as she scrutinized the 2 Zhong Zhuyangs approaching her. This divine ability, known as the divine eye, automatically activates upon reaching the 3rd realm of cultivation, granting the power to see through illusions and discern trickery. However, the potency of the divine eye varies, depending on the practitioner's cultivation technique and the strength of their primordial spirit. Endowed with exceptional talent and a resolute mind, coupled with her cultivation of the Yuding Xuan Gong's Shuan Ni Songguan Tu, her divine eye was significantly more potent than that of other cultivators. As the 2 Zhong Zhuyangs drew closer, a cold light flickered in her eyes, and the dragon sparrow blade was drawn. With a resounding clash, one Zhong Zhuyang's head was severed, yet no blood flowed. The corpse rapidly decayed, transforming into an unrecognizable form. General Yue, I understand now. Lin Xiaozi is right behind you. She instinctively focused her senses, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhong Zhuyang, wary of potential harm. Within 10 paces, I shall ensure your survival. However, in the next moment, the voice turned chillingly cold. Lin Xiaozi is right behind you. A golden blade pierced through her heavy armor from behind, penetrating her abdomen, blood gushing forth like blooming azaleas. The golden blade aimed to cleave her in 2, but Erlang reacted swiftly, lunging forward in a thunderous motion. Bracing herself with one arm on the ground as she executed a somersault, landing deftly while drawing her dragon sparrow blade, assuming a combat stance. Blood trickled from her wound as she pressed one hand against the gaping injury, gazing at the unfamiliar Zhong Zhuyang. Why did the divine eye fail to reveal the truth? Could he truly be Zhong Zhuyang? Was everything merely an act orchestrated by him and his master, Lin Xiaozi? If so, then Zhong Zhuyang is indeed formidable. As I had failed to detect even the slightest flaw during our time together, unwittingly perceiving him as a friend. A whistle resonated softly, and a figure emerged from the shadows, holding a bamboo staff, with a white-haired visage and hollow eyes that seemed to possess an enchanting allure. Do you know why your divine eye failed to see through him? Lin Xiaozi revealed a profound smile and uttered a somewhat perplexing statement. Because he truly is the real Zhijio, the one I raised and ultimately took down myself. As his words fell, the dazed Zhong Zhuyang began to emanate golden light. his clothing transforming into gold leaf, resembling a figure sculpted from gold. Jusanchi Gairen Eugene. Alas, I merely extracted his soul and infused it into this golden figure, rather than crafting it from his entire corporeal being. Otherwise, the golden ghost's strength would have been overwhelming, and you would not have evaded that strike. For reasons unknown, the 5 elements heaven ghost secret art had left a flaw, namely the Jusanchi Gairen Eugene. Extracting only the souls of the 3 extraordinary beings without forging their bodies into gold, resulting in a diminished power of the golden ghost. With the cunning of Lin Xiazi, he would never commit such a juvenile mistake. The reason for this oversight lay in the astonishing scene he had just witnessed. General Yu, in the distance, Zhang Ziyang approached with his sword, and upon seeing the injured Yu Ling and the golden figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, his heart sank. Realizing he had arrived a moment too late. Sister Ming Wang, Ali and Jiu Ge will protect you. Ali emerged from the shadows, wielding twin blades. Her fierce gaze fixed on Lin Xiazi. However, upon encountering the golden figure, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. How can there be 2 Jiu Ge? You too. Not far away, Lao Gao rushed over. Zhang Jiuyang noted a faint red mark on his neck, suggesting he too had encountered danger and had to resort to using Lao Jiaoyi. Seeing Yu Ling wounded sent a jolt through him, and he conjured the black pot of Lao Jiaoyi once more. Resolute, he decided that even if it meant perishing here, he must aid Yu too in seizing the opportunity to withdraw. The Qindianjian could do without his watch, but it could not function without Yu too. Lin Xiazi paid no heed to the skilled individual, and instead turned his gaze toward Zhang Jiuyang, revealing a cryptic smile. Xiaojiu, I have been observing you for quite some time. May I pose a question? His grin exposed his yellowed, charred teeth. How did you manage to come back to life? A chill ran down Zhang Jiuyang's spine. He realized his suspicions were correct. Since his arrival in this realm, someone had been covertly watching him, attempting to unravel the mystery of his resurrection. I personally ended your life, extracting your soul, just as I was preparing to mold the golden figure. You suddenly regained your breath and pulse. Lin Xiazi expressed his curiosity. No one understands the art of borrowing a corpse to return the soul better than I do, and no one can accomplish it without revealing flaws before me, except you. You are the sole exception. I detected no traces of any sorcery. Before my very eyes, you revived. Yet your soul remains encased within the golden figure. He paused, his tone laced with excitement. Do you know how intriguing this is for me? As the leader of the Yingshan sect, I consider my knowledge of souls unparalleled. Yet on that day, at that moment, everything I knew seemed to collapse. I felt as though I'd glimpsed another realm, one I had never comprehended. Thus, I adjusted my plans temporarily, opting to observe you. The subsequent developments exceeded my expectations. You appear to possess a unique ability, akin to the legendary reincarnation of a ghostly deity, born with extraordinary powers. Consequently, I deliberately unfastened a soul-locking nail from Yin Yang, allowing her to emerge and guiding her to encounter you. Zhang Jiuyang was taken aback. He had believed Yin Yang's pursuit of him was mere coincidence, unaware it was part of Lin Xiazi's grand scheme. The depths of this man's cunning were truly terrifying. Lin Xiazi, does this imply that in the case of Yin Yang from years ago, you had another spirit impersonate her to effectuate a switch? Lao Gao questioned, having long been haunted by that case. As an elder watchman of the Qindianjian, he had been kept in the dark throughout. The girl's skeletal remains in the bridge. The spirit of Yin Yang, consumed by resentment, and the child buried alive beneath the mass grave. All these were thorns in his heart. Lin Xiazi smiled faintly, saying, You Qindianjian folks are merely a bunch of clingy flies. To avoid your interference, I decided to indulge you with a little performance. A mere watchman holds no significance in my eyes, but if I were to attract the Ling Tai Lang or Jin Ho, it could become troublesome. I have a query for you as well. Zhang Jiuyang suddenly raised his head, fixing his gaze upon him. The 5 elements heavenly ghost secret technique must be of great importance to you. Are you truly going to stand by and watch as I slay Yin Yang? The peach blossoms of time represent Yin Yang's fate, yet now her soul has been consumed by him, leaving the 5 elements heavenly ghost secret technique incomplete. Destined for failure. Lin Xiazi's expression bore a strange smile. Who told you this phrase refers to Yin Yang? Zhang Jiuyang was momentarily stunned. Lin Xiazi whistled, lightly tapping his bamboo staff. A mist coalesced, taking the shape of a 6 or 7-year-old girl, her face adorable, yet her gaze somewhat vacant. The peach blossoms of time not only signify Yin Yang's destiny, but also that of her daughter. Pushing Yin Yang into the water was merely an act of mercy on my part, Lin Xiazi said with a calm voice. Since she yearned to see her daughter, I granted her wish. To serve as my ghostly minion is a privilege in itself. Chapter 68. The tyrant disarms himself. It was revealed that Shishang Taohua was indeed Yin Yang's daughter. At that moment, Zhang Jiuyang finally comprehended the full scope of Lin Xiazi's machinations. The delay until now was merely to fulfill 2 objectives. First, to observe this anomaly of his resurrection. And second, to further enhance the potency of the 5 elements heavenly ghost secret technique, strengthening the 5 ghosts. Thus, the golden ghost consumes golden liquid. The water ghost yearns for separation, the wood ghost dwells in the shade of the locust tree, the fire ghost extinguishes the family, and the earth ghost reincarnates. The 5 ghosts continuously grow stronger, and only when he felt complete assurance did he choose to manifest this night, revealing his true intentions. This was a grand scheme that had been meticulously orchestrated over the years. Remembering the ghostly gate diagram Lin Shazi had drawn, Zhong felt a shiver. Was there also a shadow of the Huang Quan organization lurking behind this? Could a mere declining sect like Yingshan truly orchestrate all of this? What exactly is your purpose in summoning me here within 7 days? As he spoke, Zhong stealthily reached for the box behind him. With Yuling injured. Their ability to overcome Lin Shazi hinged upon the contents of that box. Lin Shazi, seemingly oblivious, replied with a grin, "Naturally, it is because of you." His voice was infused with fervor. "Xiaojiu, do you realize how much surprise you have brought me? The ability to consume fierce ghosts for strength. The lethal ghostly curse capable of gravely wounding Yun Yang, and the methods to refine the Taiyue sword into a spiritual blade. None of these have I imparted to you." He paused, his words laden with implication. "What secrets lie within you?" Zhong gripped the Zhongguo sword tightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The visualization diagram was his greatest secret, yet now it was coveted by a ruthless individual. Tonight, without fail, he must eliminate Lin Shazi. "You need not regard me with such disdain. Whatever secrets you harbor will belong to me after tonight." With just a few young individuals. There was no need for all 5 ghosts to materialize, but today the Taoist was in a generous mood, allowing them a glimpse of the extraordinary. Lin Shazi whistled, his tone fluctuating eerily, reminiscent of an ancient ballad. Subsequently, a pair of young boys and girls appeared, their bodies adorned with tree sprouts. Their feet resembling roots intertwined with the earth, twisting like maggots. The ground split open, releasing a stream of restless souls. These were the villagers of Qinjia village. Buried alive, men and women, old and young, all steeped in resentment, ultimately coalescing into a massive ghostly entity, its body covered with heads, shedding gravel as it moved. The golden ghost. Wood ghost, water ghost, and earth ghost all manifested, yet only the fire ghost was absent. Lin Shazi, however, remained unperturbed, merely smiling. Flames ignited as the fire ghost approached from a distance, carrying a charred corpse. Only the bright silver spear remained unscathed in the flames, firmly grasped by the burnt hand. "Xiaoluo," Lao Gao shouted, his eyes instantly reddening. They had fought side by side during this time, forming a deep bond. Though Luo Ping had been delayed, he had sensed something amiss, but witnessing his comrade fall before him proved difficult to bear. Zhong felt a pang of sorrow as well. To be honest, his relationship with Luo Ping had not been profound. The latter was rather introverted, and their interactions had merely consisted of brief exchanges during their encounters, akin to acquaintances meeting by chance. Yet, witnessing a mere boy of 15 or 16 transform into a charred corpse, and even in death, he clutched his spear tightly. In a previous life, he would likely have been in high school, at the most vibrant and beautiful age of youth. However, in this world, he was a warrior, compelled to engage in bloody battles against demons, living each day as though it were his last. "You people from the Qintianjian are all lunatics, and this one is but a small madman." Lin Shazi shook his head and remarked that he could not comprehend what kind of dark sorcery had afflicted the boy, who did not cry out in pain until he was reduced to cinders, still propping himself up with his spear, unwilling to fall. "When it comes to manipulating hearts, you from the Qintianjian are far more formidable than the Yellow Springs." This terrifying combat spirit even left Lin Shazi in awe. He suddenly understood why the heavenly sovereign harbored apprehensions towards the Qintianjian, viewing it as a formidable adversary. "You would not comprehend such things." A cold, clear voice resonated, deep yet imbued with an inexplicable emotion roiling beneath the surface. Each syllable pronounced with such intensity as if she intended to crush each word, yet she appeared extraordinarily tranquil. It was the voice of Yuling. She slowly rose, releasing her grip on the wound. The ghastly injury had turned black, a result of her own flames searing it to staunch the bleeding and continue fighting. "You cannot fathom the suffering and blood she has endured to become the sentinel of the Qintianjian at 16. She has confronted 24 ghost-level cases and escaped death 6 times. Even now, her lungs still harbor residual toxins. She is not naturally introverted. Rather, years of rigorous training have left her at a loss for how to communicate with others, and the old injuries to her lungs cause her to cough if she speaks too much." Yuling grasped the handle of her long Dao. Her eyes seemingly ablaze with golden flames, her hair ties reduced to ashes, her flowing tresses dancing wildly in the qi, resembling a boiling inferno. How could you, a vile creature, ever understand his resolve and aspirations? In that moment, her gaze turned resolute and piercing, akin to the first drumbeat of battle or the first rumble of thunder in summer. It was an expression beyond words. Zhong had never encountered such radiant eyes. They were as fervent as the sun, yet as frigid as ice and snow. In that instance, even with her armor battered and without a faceplate, Yuling resembled the legendary Vajra of the Three Realms more than when they first met. Her fury transformed into a purging fire, and the flames dancing upon her armor were more dazzling and intense than those of the fire demon, Lu Yaoxing. The earth beneath her feet cracked inch by inch, as if Qinjia village were experiencing yet another seismic rupture. The sound of cannon fire echoed in Zhang Zhuyang's ears, the pressure causing his eardrums to throb painfully, the rushing air billowing his garments like banners. He focused his immense spiritual energy in his eyes, holding his breath, yet he could only perceive a vague silhouette. The blade of the Lingguan Dao moved even faster, as if to cleave lightning in twain. The golden demon appeared before Lin Xiazi, its arm transforming into a golden shield, attempting to block the strike. The impact sent the golden demon flying like a cannonball, embedding it deep within the earth, fissures snaking across its body, even its vacant gaze betraying signs of pain. As the momentum of the blade waned, Yuling reversed her grip on the sword, forming a seal with one hand. Chanting an incantation, fire soared into the sky, a divine thunderclap. The heavens trembled, mountains quaked. 6 dragons resounded, swiftly pursuing the command. Thunder rumbled as 6 brilliant bolts of lightning descended, resembling 6 celestial dragons, all striking Lin Xiazi. In an instant, the surroundings turned a blinding white. Meanwhile, Yuling closed her eyes, the vertical mark on her brow shining brilliantly, instantly lunging towards the fire demon, the Lingguan Dao shattering the flames, seizing Luo Ping's remains. The general shed his armor, covering the charred body of his comrade, preserving the last vestiges of dignity. She turned, wielding her blade. In that moment, she stood amidst the tempest of lightning and fire, her crimson battle robe fluttering, her posture as straight as a spear, the Lingguan Dao reflecting the blazing flames. And her eyes, slowly opening, shone even more brilliantly than the fire itself. Chapter 69. The true identity of Lin Xiazi's sister Ming Wang is truly formidable. Ali's eyes sparkled, and she could not help but belch again, as if she had overeaten. As the lightning dissipated and mist rose, a dense aquatic energy coalesced into a small figure. The water ghost, also known as Yun Yang's daughter, Xiao Doufu, stepped forward with a vacant gaze, walking into the flames, using the water energy within her soul to extinguish the raging fire. This process was undoubtedly arduous, a hint of pain evident on her delicate face. As Yuling advanced with her blade, Zhang Zhuyang thought she intended to strike down the little water ghost. Yet she formed a seal with her hands and chanted an incantation. Supreme Star of the Taishang, adapt without pause. Exorcise evil and bind spirits, safeguard life and body. Wisdom pure, heart serene. The 3 souls eternal, the spirit unlost. A single finger pressed against the little water ghost's brow, a faint golden radiance blossoming between her fingers, pure and unobstructed, evoking a sense of transcendence. This was the Taoist purification spell, capable of assisting practitioners in cleansing their bodies and minds while also possessing the divine efficacy of safeguarding souls. According to the Qintian Jian's records, the purification spell often proved remarkably effective against souls manipulated by malevolent forces, perhaps enabling a brief escape from control. A ripple flickered in the little water ghost's eyes. Did it succeed? Lao Gao's gaze held a glimmer of anticipation, yet in the next moment, the ripple in the water ghost's eyes vanished, replaced by a fierce glare. Yuling retreated abruptly, her previous position now covered in ice spikes. How naive. Lin Xiazi's figure suddenly emerged from another spot in the ground, as if employing an earth evasion technique. However, Yuling noticed that beneath the soil lay the spirits of Qinjia village. Those ghostly hands aided him in burrowing underground, evading the thunderous magic. My ghost control technique is beyond your comprehension. Even if Zhuge Qixing were here, he would likely be powerless to unravel it. His voice, initially brimming with confidence, faltered slightly upon mentioning Zhuge Qixing, his tone subconsciously lowering. Perhaps realizing he was afraid of a man long dead for 600 years. He felt a blend of shame and anger, stating that any ghostly being that fell into his grasp would obey him, no matter how fierce their resentment. They would become his slaves at his bidding. As he spoke, he approached the fire demon, a smirk gracing his lips. Lu Yaoxing, previously cleaved by Yuling, was now slowly reforming, albeit with diminished flames. Lord Lu, it seems you never realized one thing before your demise. The so-called bridge of rebirth was a deception of mine. The notion of a birth stake? Not a soul would believe it. A flicker of disturbance appeared in Lu Yaoxing's fiery gaze. Do you know how your son came into being? He grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. I, for a trifling sum, hired someone to plant the seed for you. If you were incapable, you could always find someone else to assist. Were it not for my aging, I could have lent you a hand myself. He sighed in reminiscence. That night, it was quite bright. Of course, I did not treat you unfairly. I have already buried that person for you. The disturbance in Lu Yaoxing's gaze intensified, and in his fury, his fiery form surged violently, a torrent of heat radiating outward. Lin Xiazi remained unfazed, for no matter how furious Lu Yaoxing became, he could never escape his control. Instead, he would only grow stronger. Zhang Zhuyang gazed deeply at him before suddenly stating, "You are lying. If the ghostly beings truly could not escape your grasp, why did you write in your journal that their power was growing, and you were close to losing control? Furthermore, Lord Lu's records also mentioned that you experienced a period of significant forgetfulness, seemingly even affecting your memory. Upon hearing this question, the smile on Lin Xiaozi's face instantly faded. His voice turned ominously dark. Xiaojiao, you do not understand me at all. What I cannot control is not the ghostly beings, but myself. He abruptly lifted his head, his hollow eye sockets resembling those of a skull, his expression somewhat deranged. Those eyes were the very ones I had personally excavated. Had I delved a little deeper, my own life would have been forfeit. Nonetheless, it matters not, for liberation from this mortal coil is imminent, provided you are willing to fulfill my desires. He stepped forward, laughing heartily. Once I acquire the food demon divine ability and combine it with the ghost-rearing techniques of Yinshan Pai, I shall undoubtedly ascend to immortality. At that time, even the illustrious Zhuge Qixing shall pale in comparison to me. Yuling seemed to sense something amiss and coldly demanded, "Who exactly are you?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Lin Xiaozi's demeanor suddenly calmed, his voice becoming sluggish. "Who am I? That is indeed a splendid question. In Jingdu, at the Qin Tianjian, within the Tianjiga, it has been said that the most formidable aspect of the Qin Tianjian is not the various adept individuals, but rather its omnipresent intelligence agency, the Tianjiga. This colossal entity, established 6 centuries ago by the national teacher Zhuge Qixing, has long since become a pillar of state security for Daqian. With substantial financial and material resources allocated annually, 30% of these resources flow to other institutions under the Qin Tianjian, while 70% is directed towards the Tianjiga. In the battle against malevolent entities, intelligence is of paramount importance. At this very moment, within the Tianjiga, all were bustling about, some poring over various documents at their desks, while others scoured the towering bookshelves. Their fervor was driven by a singular name, Xu Heshan. This was the task relayed by Ling Tai Long Yuling. Lin Xiaozi's father was named Xu Heshan, and he himself hailed from Yinshan Pai, likely the contemporary leader of the sect. Having been severed from lineage for many years, Xu Heshan undeniably represents a breakthrough, given the case's classification as a lethal level incident. And with the esteemed Yuling personally overseeing it, alongside potential connections to the Huanchuan case, the higher-ups were taking it very seriously, resulting in their sleeplessness for 3 days and nights. However, this time, the Tianjiga, previously infallible, encountered a significant setback. After 3 entire days of investigation, none of the individuals named Xu Heshan met the criteria. It was not until a junior clerk discovered what seemed like a trivial record within an ancient, yellowed document that an epiphany struck, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment, "This is impossible." In an instant, all eyes turned toward him. Moments later, that record was urgently delivered to the overseer of the Tianjiga, Xu Jianho, who, upon reading it, felt a chill run down his spine. Nearly dropping his pen, he hurriedly sought out the chief supervisor, Zhuge Yunhu. In a quiet chamber, he found the chief supervisor recuperating, clad in a simple azure long robe that appeared somewhat faded. His countenance was remarkably ordinary, yet his eyes exuded a warmth and tranquility. It was hard to fathom that such an unassuming elder was the descendant of Zhuge Qixing, the chief supervisor of the Daqian Qin Tianjian, and one of the rare 6th-tier grand cultivators of this age. "Zhongqing, you have always been composed. Why this uncharacteristic agitation?" Zhuge Yunhu inquired with a slight smile. Gesturing for him to sit, Xu Zhongqing promptly handed over the document he held, pointing out a particular line. "It seems we have identified Lin Xiaozi's true identity. But please see for yourself." Zhuge Yunhu focused intently on the highlighted phrase. In the 3rd year of Qin Yuan, the national teacher established the star array, vanquishing Yinshan Pai at 100 Ghost Mountain. The leader, Devouring, perished, his father surnamed Xu, a commoner seeking to bury him, wept in despair. Yet the emperor did not grant permission. Chapter 70. The ant sees the sky. I have been a ferryman, a merchant, an official, and even a woman. Oh, and once, I was a wanderer of the netherworld. That physical form was quite remarkable, allowing me to learn some secret techniques of the wanderers. But if you ask who I initially was, Lin Xiaozi's voice revealed a semblance of confusion, as if recalling a long-buried past. "Ah, I remember. My name is Xuqing. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with this name, but I have another name you must know." He gazed at Yuling and smiled. "Little girl, do you recognize Devouring?" Zhang Jiuyang felt a jolt of shock. Devouring was none other than the leader of Yinshan Pai 6 centuries ago, was he not? He recalled that Lao Gao once mentioned a leader of extraordinary talent and ambition from Yinshan Pai named Devouring, who sought to cultivate disaster-level spirits and ultimately perished at the hands of the national teacher, Zhuge Qixing. No wonder he possessed the secret techniques of the 5 elements, only accessible to the leader of the sect, and no wonder he wielded the soul-scattering talismans of the wanderers. And why he trembled at the mere mention of Zhuge Qixing's name. But how could one who should have died 6 centuries ago still be alive? You cannot possibly still exist. Yuling declared coldly. Zhuge Guosher would never falter. Lao Gao's face also displayed skepticism. Each member of the Qin Tianjian held deep reverence for that extraordinary national teacher from 6 centuries past. They could not fathom how Devouring could have survived an encounter with him. Indeed, Zhuge is formidable. I had no path to survival. Yet he did not personally confront Yinshan Pai, and with the aid of someone in the shadows, I managed to preserve my soul and seize the opportunity to borrow a body. Who aided you? Yuling stepped forward, questioning him. She seemed to have surmised something, her voice somewhat urgent. Lin Xiaozi smiled faintly and replied, "Little girl, you guessed rightly. The one who helped me survive is none other than Tianzuan, the lord of the underworld, Tianzuan." Yuling's hand trembled slightly around her blade, an unusual reaction for a master swordswoman. She harbored a deep-seated enmity with Tianzuan. Yet despite years of investigation yielding no results, she finally acquired a vital lead. Only to learn that Tianzuan had managed to rescue Devour's soul from Zhuge Guoshi's grasp 6 centuries prior. If even the astonishing Zhuge could not prevail against the passage of time, what hope had Tianzuan? Little girl, you possess remarkable talent, a natural golden dragon elephant. You attained the 5th tier before 30, a true prodigy. However, I advise you, should you seek trouble with Tianzuan, you are still far from ready. I cling to life through the art of borrowing a body, but Tianzuan, he has genuinely lived for 600 years. Even I, when facing him, feel an unfathomable depth. As if, he sighed, an ant sees the sky. As the most gifted leader in Yinshan Pai's history, he not only mastered the sect's secret techniques of the 5 elements, but also perfected a divine ability long forgotten, the art of borrowing a body. This technique serves as an alternative means of longevity. Stunning as Zhuge was, he succumbed to the ravages of time. While this technique allowed Devour to extend his life for a full 6 centuries, constantly changing bodies to prolong his existence. Yet, the practice of borrowing bodies carries severe repercussions. The more he borrowed, the heavier the deathly energy accumulated within his soul, leading to rapid decay and putrefaction upon merely changing bodies. Even more dreadful was the infiltration of this deathly energy into the depths of his soul, inciting a profound aversion to life. Initially, he paid little mind to it, until one night he awoke to find he had gouged out his own eyes. In an effort to suppress the deathly energy within, he often wandered the brothels, repeatedly dwelling on the humiliation he faced against Zhuge, hoping to mitigate the deathly energy in his soul with desire and hatred, until he discovered that even those memories were gradually fading. In stark contrast to his disheveled state, Tianzuan remained impervious to the ravages of time, standing tall and unwavering, as lofty as the heavens, as deep as the abyss. Even someone as proud as he could not deny the truth of the saying, "An ant sees the sky." Sometimes, an utterly absurd thought would cross his mind. Could the face hidden beneath Tianzuan's mask belong to Zhuge? For it was only that feather-fan-clad man who had instilled such fear in him that he struggled to forget even after 6 centuries. "But little Jiu, with you, everything shall be different." His voice suddenly became fervent. "You will be my final vessel. Armed with the food demon divine ability, I shall swiftly attain immortality and realize true eternal life. Once I achieve immortality, all obstacles shall be effortlessly surmounted." The character Shen seems to possess an extraordinary magical power, leaving countless heroes in its thrall. It is said that the 9th realm is unattainable, yet those who achieve it transcend humanity to become immortals, living in eternal glory alongside the sun and moon. Which cultivator would not yearn to ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal path and behold the vistas above? Soon, when the hour of Z arrives, the opportunity for resurrection through another's body will present itself. Upon hearing this, Zhong felt a chill run through him. Grasping Lin Xiaozi's true intentions, he desired his physical form, or rather, the visualization within his sea of consciousness. Xinjia village was the site he intended to use for this resurrection. It was no wonder he had deliberately left the first 3 illustrations of Yuding Xuangu to Zhong. It was not out of kindness, but rather a way to pave his own path. After borrowing a body, all of Zhong Jiuyang's painstakingly cultivated achievements would merely serve as a wedding garment for another. "I am aware that your body harbors great mysteries. Yunyang wished to possess you, but has not emerged, instead becoming your strength. Fear not. This time I shall ensure your complete demise, extracting your soul and leaving behind only a shell before proceeding with the resurrection. You cannot escape." Clang. The response came from Yuling's dragon sparrow blade. Her grip on the weapon steadied once more, her gaze sharpened and illuminated, golden flames igniting within her pupils, fierce as the sun. Ding. The golden ghost reappeared to obstruct her. Although it had been shattered previously, golden liquid soon surged forth, swiftly repairing it to an almost indestructible state. Not only the golden ghost, but also the wood ghost, water ghost, fire ghost, and earth ghost all joined in, surrounding Yuling as they unleashed their powers. Resembling 5 banners in formation, seemingly intent on refining her through the might of the 5 elements. The golden ghost forged a cauldron, the fire ghost ignited flames. The wood ghost added fuel, the water ghost dissolved bones, and the earth ghost obstructed the winds. Lin Xiaozi smiled faintly, stating, "Your golden dragon elephant's root bone and the cultivation of the 5th realm nurturing the sacred fetus shall be graciously accepted by me. They are just what I need to refine a great elixir for my post-resurrection cultivation." The wooden box behind Zhang Zhuyang had already been untied and placed on the ground. He unlocked the clasp, his eyes gleaming with an indescribable confidence. Even upon witnessing the terrifying might of the five ghosts and realizing Lin Xiezi was the master of the Yinshan sect from 600 years ago, he remained undaunted. The reason for his composure lay within this very box. Old gal, Ali, keep a watch for me. After a brief pause, a glimmer of lethal intent flashed in his eyes, filled with ferocity as he uttered a few words. Watch me slay him. Chapter 71. The contents of the box unexpectedly. Lin Xiezi's expression darkened as he smiled ominously. In the next moment, ghostly hands emerged from beneath Zhang Zhuyang's feet, grasping the wooden box that was about to be opened. The earth ghost of the five elements. After restraining Yuling, Lin Xiezi still had the energy to manipulate several spirits from Qinjia village. Using the art of earth escape to stealthily approach Zhang Zhuyang and snatch the box away. Xiaojiu, your abilities are still far from my own. Lin Xiezi caressed the wooden box, chuckling. You always manage to pull off surprising victories with your ghost-slaying incantations, your ghost-slaying sword, and this wooden box. Although I am blind, my mind is not. He grinned widely, his expression one of pride, as he prepared to open the wooden box. Let me see what treasure you have presented. Crack. The wooden box was entirely opened, revealing its contents, and in that instant, Lin Xiezi's smile froze, revealing genuine surprise for the first time since his appearance that night. The box was empty. No, it was not empty. Rather, a multitude of colorful powders suddenly burst forth, vibrant and dazzling, each a potent poison. Arsenic, coxcomb red, aconite, and heartbreak grass. These were lethal toxins, ground into powder and concealed within a specially designed mechanism, ready to spring forth upon opening. Even the cunning Lin Xiezi could not help but inhale a small amount, and to his further anger, some powders merely touching his skin proved to be exceedingly toxic. His already unattractive and aged face turned a ghastly green, his skin corroded by the poison, black blood oozing from his nostrils and mouth, rendering him a grotesque sight. Lin Xiezi let out a piercing scream, filled with unrestrained rage and humiliation. Zhang Zhuyang. A lifetime of scheming from the shadows had culminated in being outsmarted by a novice today. A smile crept onto Zhang Zhuyang's face as he stepped back and called out. Ali, coming. Little Ali chirped, then patted her small belly and let out a satisfied burp. Suddenly, her mouth opened wide, expelling a wooden box nearly as tall as she was, identical to the one Zhang Zhuyang had previously carried. The second box. As a ghostly entity, Ali possessed certain unique abilities, such as her dual blades, which were typically stored within her belly. Zhang Zhuyang had an epiphany. Could he not engage in a trick against Lin Xiezi? After all, Lin Xiezi was well acquainted with him. And carrying such a conspicuous box was akin to openly warning, beware, I have a secret weapon to deal with you. Zhang Zhuyang was not so foolish. Thus, he had meticulously prepared two boxes, one rigged with mechanisms and filled with copious amounts of toxic powders, enough to ensure that even Hua Tuo would find it troublesome. He had intended to include gunpowder, but regrettably, as a liberal arts student in his past life, he lacked knowledge of the proper ratios and had to abandon that idea. After arriving in Qinjia village, he often feigned an exaggerated concern for the box to draw Lin Xiezi's attention. And it was evident that he had indeed outsmarted this old fox. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhuyang opened the box in his hand, revealing a formidable statue of a ghostly deity under the moonlight, clad in a red robe, with black boots on its feet and a crown upon its head. It bore a sword at its waist. Its leopard-headed, ring-eyed, bearded visage radiated an aura of heroism, ever ready to confront malevolent spirits. It was the statue of the revered deity Zhong, the heavenly master who blesses and protects homes, vividly crafted and exuding remarkable power. Zhang Zhuyang, with flowing hair and sword in hand, recited arcane verses. Zhongnan scholar, the nation's general, with a voice as thunderous as a storm and eyes like lightning. Accompanied by Jingda and Lord Qin to subdue demons, alongside Shen and Yulei to feast upon ghosts, commanding 3,000 ghostly soldiers. The incantation invoked a miraculous transformation. As the verses were chanted, brilliant light radiated from the statue, enhancing its lifelike appearance as the beard seemed to sway in the wind. Zhong appeared poised to awaken. Thunder roared. The sky shifted dramatically, with thick black clouds coalescing into a colossal eye, gazing intently upon the diminutive statue. The overwhelming presence sent shivers through both Ali and Old Gao, while even Lin Xiezi, who had lived for 6 centuries, felt an immense sense of pressure. His immediate instinct was to thwart Zhang Zhuyang, but the poison that had spread through his body began to take effect, were it not for his profound magical prowess. He would likely be compelled to seek resurrection. However, as some of his power was diverted to suppress the toxins, his control over the 5 ghosts faltered. Boom! A series of thunderbolts descended from the heavens, and the keenly perceptive Yuling, restrained by the 5 ghosts, seized upon this fleeting opportunity to unleash her lightning techniques. The lightning surged like a dragon, not striking the 5 ghosts but instead descending upon her dragon sparrow blade. In an instant, the blade crackled with lightning and flames. transforming it into a weapon of unmatched resilience. One strike shattered the golden ghost. She leaped through the fiery sea conjured by Lu Yaoxing, emerging unscathed, wielding her long knife. Her hair billowing as her bright eyes reflected Lin Xiezi's figure. Crack! The earth bore a massive scar, revealing countless lost souls merging into dust. Much like the boundaries of the Chu and Han dynasties, obstructing Lin Xiezi's path. She stood protectively in front of Zhang Zhuyang. Adopting the stance of the Daitao style from the 12 formations of battle, her breath slightly labored, the golden flames in her pupils dimming somewhat. Yet her gaze remained sharp. I have stated that I shall take your head. In Jingdu, at the Qintian monitor, Zhuge Yunhu's expression grew exceedingly grave. Could it be mere coincidence? Su Jianhou inquired. Zhongqing, do you truly believe this? Zhuge Yunhu gazed at the words on the scroll, his eyes profound, and said, my father's surname is Su, the headmaster of Yinshan, adept in the secret arts of the 5 elements and celestial demons. When all these coincidences accumulate, they cease to be mere coincidences, although I am reluctant to believe it. The ghostly beings indeed survived from our ancestors. Su Jianhou's expression stiffened as he said, Monitor, what do you plan to do? Sending someone for assistance now may be too late, yet Longhu remains there, and she may not be a match for the ghostly beings. As Zhuge Yunhu's trusted aide, he understood that the monitor held great admiration for Longhu, even intending to groom her as the next monitor. If Yuling were to perish in Qinjiao village, it would undoubtedly be a significant loss for the Qintian monitor, and the Duke's residents would find it hard to explain. Zhuge Yunhu rose and opened the window, gazing at the vast expanse of stars in the night sky, his eyes deep, and said, Zhongqing, do you remember how our ancestors bloodily cleansed the Yinshan sect? Su Jianhou's spirit jolted as he replied, the stellar array? Zhuge Yunhu sighed lightly and smiled. The world calls me the sick cat, and indeed, I have been frail since childhood, losing more than winning in battles of magic until my later years, when I finally achieved some measure of success. In terms of talent, I am but a fraction of my ancestors. However, if I can emulate my ancestors' grand feats, filling in the gaps, it would be the honor of this unworthy descendant. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, his blue robe fluttering slightly in the night breeze, and that ordinary face suddenly shone with brilliance, his demeanor radiant and ethereal. His silhouette bore a faint resemblance to the statue standing proudly at the very heart of the Qintian monitor. Chapter 70. The Art of Summoning Spirits. The arrival of Zhong Kui, Exorcist General, Iron-Faced Deity of Zhongnan, sweep away the demons. Hear my call, descend swiftly. Thousands of demons and evils, bound to present themselves. Hasten as commanded. Zhang Zhuyang recited the incantation of Zhong Kui, drawing forth the righteous qi of the 3 lights, harnessing the true essence of the 9 phoenixes, commanding myriad deities, stepping upon the heavenly patterns, and establishing the barrier. The statue of Zhong Kui began to tremble violently, its radiance intensifying. However, at the same time, the eye formed from the black clouds in the sky grew increasingly indifferent, as if the heavenly laws were sensing it, forbidding the true deity from descending. Indeed, the 3rd visual inheritance Zhang Zhuyang received was that of summoning deities. A true deity cannot descend. If it does, it is not a true deity. The mortal vessel cannot endure the presence of a divine being. Thus a statue must first be prepared, inscribed with secret texts, followed by stepping in accordance with the heavenly patterns, and supplemented with mystical words, to summon the true deity to the mortal realm. The incantation of Zhong Kui is the most critical part of this process. It can summon the divine and guide its direction. Yet this realm is not Earth, and it is evident that the Tianshi Zhong Kui encountered some obstruction during his descent, resulting in the appearance of a detached eye formed from black clouds in the sky. Lin Xiaozi felt an overwhelming sense of dread, his hair standing on end. He had seen countless ghosts in his lifetime, even the Ghost King worshipped by the Yinshan sect. Yet he had never felt such a terrifying aura. It was as violent as a volcano, as tumultuous as a giant wave. He seemed to hear the wails of innumerable spirits, and even his proud 5 ghosts felt as insignificant as ants. Is this Zhang Zhuyang's secret? He decisively formed a hand seal, merging the 5 ghosts into one. The secret art of the 5 elements and celestial demons can scatter into malevolence or unite into disaster. Only by merging the 5 ghosts can a true celestial demon be nurtured. In truth, the optimal moment had not yet arrived. It was best to unite when the 5 ghosts' powers reached a certain balance, as the resulting celestial demon would be the strongest. However, he could wait no longer. The golden ghost, wood ghost, water ghost, fire ghost, and earth ghost all converged together, their forms swelling until they reached an astonishing height of 10 zhong, becoming exceedingly distorted. At this moment, the powers of the 5 ghosts were unbalanced. Forcibly merging them rendered their bodies highly unstable, as if they might collapse at any moment. Yet their strength soared to an unimaginable level. The distorted celestial demon was covered in human heads, resembling swollen tumors, continuously emitting wails, sometimes radiating golden light, sometimes engulfed in searing flames, at times shrouded in mist, alternating between decay and vitality, and occasionally shedding sand and gravel. Chaotic, violent, distorted, eerie. Yuling swung her blade. But it only sank 3 inches into the flesh. For the first time, the indomitable Longke blade met something it could not sever. Boom. Her figure was sent flying by the celestial demon, and as she braced herself against the ground with her blade, she carved a deep trench, blood trickling from her mouth. As she experienced the crushing weight of power for the first time, the forcibly merged celestial demon had undoubtedly reached the 6th realm, qualifying as a disaster-level ghost king. One she was in no position to contend with. However, this celestial demon was in an unstable state, seeming as though it might collapse at any moment. She turned to see Zhang Ziyang raising his magic sword high, his complexion pale, as the statue of Zhong Kuei trembled violently, seemingly trying to break free from some invisible shackles. The black clouds above grew heavier, almost forming a vortex. Just hold on a little longer. Just as she prepared to push through and battle again, countless rays of starlight suddenly descended from the heavens, piercing through the black clouds, binding the celestial demon like chains. Heaven and earth, the 3 talents, the 3 lights of sun, moon, and stars. Practitioners of the Tao possess a common understanding. One must not point at the sun, moon, or stars with a finger, lest they offend the deities. The chi of the 3 lights is boundless and unmatched, capable of vanquishing evil spirits. In an instant, the celestial demon let out a howl, black smoke billowing from its body. This is the monitor. Yuling's eyes brightened. It cannot be mistaken. This is the stellar array of Zhuge Guoshe, capable of wielding the power of the stars to vanquish demons from miles away, a divine technique. In this world, only the monitor can set up such an array. Zhuge Qixing. In that moment, Lin Xiaozi was struck with terror. His voice filled with rage but underpinned by profound fear. 600 years ago, he had nearly perished beneath this very formation. The Yinshan sect had been thoroughly cleansed by the power of the stars. Since then, the name Zhuge Qixing had become an inescapable nightmare for him. His body trembled, instinctively wanting to flee. Yet he quickly realized that Zhuge Qixing had long since perished. And the power of this stellar array was far inferior to that of 6 centuries ago. How could it possibly be the work of that individual? As if to confirm his thoughts, the enraged celestial demon became even more violent, the heads that resembled tumors roaring in unison. Their resentment forming a black cloud that soared to the heavens. Crack! The chains forged from the power of the stars began to show cracks, finally exploding with a resounding boom. Huh, a mere sick cat has startled me. Lin Xiaozi's voice held an unexpected note of relief. An emotion he was not even aware of himself. So it is a descendant of the long-dead Zhuge Qixing, Zhuge Bingmao. A white-haired child dares to emulate your ancestor? Just as he let out a breath of relief, Zhang Ziyang's voice suddenly echoed. Lin Xiaozi, farewell. In your next life. Zhang Ziyang shook his head and said, you shall not have a next life. As soon as the words left his mouth, with a point of his magic sword, the statue of Zhong Kuei slowly raised its head, its leopard-like eyes scanning the surroundings, its whiskers like halberds. Its form gradually rising until it reached around 9 feet before halting. Boom. A thunderbolt suddenly descended from the heavens, striking the seemingly living Zhong Kuei. Yet that thunder was grasped in his presence, as if a green serpent had been seized by its vital points. Zhong Kuei opened his mouth, crushing and swallowing the thunder. Not enough, still not enough. He redirected his gaze, enticed by a sumptuous feast, his belly rumbling like thunder. That was in the direction of the celestial demon. In an instant, the heads of the Tiangui, writhing in anguish, momentarily ceased their lamentations, and the surroundings fell into an unexpected silence. Perhaps it was an illusion. But Zhang Ziyang seemed to perceive a glimmer of fear amidst the faces brimming with resentment. Zhong Kuei stirred, gradually advancing towards the Tiangui. Though his towering frame reached 9 feet, he appeared diminutive in comparison to the Tinzhong tall Tiangui. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the fierce Tiangui began to retreat. As if a colossal elephant was being repelled by myriads. The Tiangui trembled in fear, while Zhong Kuei swallowed hard. He inhaled deeply, like a great whale drawing in water, and the atmosphere around him seemed to spiral into a tempest, sending dust and debris swirling, shrouding the world in darkness. With a thunderous roar, his voice resounded like claps of thunder, shaking the very earth beneath. Within that voice lay an ancient cadence, obscure yet imbued with profound mystery. It is said that the language of the divine encapsulates the primordial forces of the universe, capable of invoking celestial phenomena, where words manifest into reality. At this moment, Zhong Kuei exhibited such divine prowess. As his fury erupted, his flowing beard danced wildly, and the heavens roared with thunder and lightning, suffused with an unwavering righteousness. Unbeknownst to all, the Tiangui was now riddled with cracks, as if burdened by an immense pressure. Zhong Kuei extended his large, coarse hands, his movements deliberate and slow, akin to shifting Mount Tai, revealing an overwhelming strength as he gradually brought it to rest upon the Taoist's sword at his waist. The masculine energy surged like a radiant rainbow, piercing the sun, compelling the Tiangui's dark hair to stand on end. A flicker of anticipation gleamed in Zhang Ziyang's eyes. Let this world witness the true essence of divinity. As Zhong Kuei unsheathed the dais sword, the blade resonated with a harmonious clang in Zhang Jiuyang's grasp. The dazzling crimson glow ascended like the sun breaking through the night, and to the unknowing observer, it might have seemed as though dawn had arrived prematurely. One of the Tiangui's arms was severed, the wound charred black as coal. With a thunderous crash, that massive limb plummeted to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, while the countless ghostly visages upon it wailed in horror. The terror that permeated their very souls resembled that of a fat rodent confronted by a famished feline. Though Zhong Kuei may not be the most formidable among the deities of Huaxia, he undoubtedly reigns supreme in the realm of ghost hunting, renowned throughout the mortal world as the divine slayer of spirits. Regardless of how ferocious the malevolent ghost, all meet the same fate before Zhong Kuei. The fruits of his labor are hard-earned, and it is precisely due to his ability to intimidate myriad spirits that he oversees the punitive department of the underworld. For Zhong Kuei, the more vicious the ghost, the more delectable it becomes. His black boots pressed against the enormous Tiangui's arm, and with a single gulp, he devoured it, his beard dancing as if poised for battle, his mouth resembling the gates of the underworld, transforming the essence of the Tiangui into a force to vanquish demons. The resentful aura, the malevolent energy, the ghostly presence, the dark energy, all the impurities of the world cycled within him, purifying and transmuting into the power to dispel evil. In the blink of an eye, the arm was consumed completely, leaving Zhong Kuei yearning for more, like a glutton unsatisfied. With his appetite awakened, he could not refrain from feasting. His piercing gaze fell upon the remaining Tiangui, revealing unabashed longing as he swallowed again. A low hum reverberated, not thunder, but the sound of his belly, a ravenous growl urging for sustenance. The soul of the Tiangui teetered on the brink of collapse, disregarding Lin Zizi's commands as it turned and fled into the earth. Fear of Zhong Kuei overpowering the control Lin Xiazi had over the ghost. Lin Xiazi's face darkened with despair. If you flee, at least take me with you. Zhong Kuei lowered his gaze, surveying the ground beneath him, his vision seemingly piercing through the layers of soil to glimpse the fleeing prey. Escape? Not a single spirit in this realm, not even a ghost king, could evade his grasp. With a gentle clap, he opened the gourd at his waist, its mouth deep and dark as a black hole, emanating an immense force akin to a magnet, drawing in all spirits within a radius of several dozen miles. Zhang Jiuyang quickly shielded a li, preventing the young girl from being affected. The fleeing Tiangui's speed diminished, and in a moment of despair, it realized it was being drawn back. Its colossal form was extracted from the ground, shrinking from 10 zhang to 5, then to 1.3 inches, until it was reduced to mere inches in size. Despite its desperate struggles and the invocation of various powers, it was futile, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Zhong Kuei closed the gourd, hearing the voices of countless angry spirits within, and a satisfied smile graced his face as he gently shook the gourd. The cries of the spirits gradually diminished, eventually quieting. Lin Xiazi felt the dissipating aura of the Tiangui, as if struck by lightning, his expression one of shock, disregarding the rampant toxins within him, as though he had received a shattering revelation. This was the Tiangui he had meticulously crafted over decades, poured countless efforts into. A ghost king chronicled in the texts of the Yinshan sect. Once unleashed, it would wreak havoc upon the world, flooding the realm in blood. For the opportunity to vanquish Zhuge Qixing and redeem past humiliations, he had labored tirelessly over 600 years, yearning to cultivate the mightiest ghost in history. Was it all for naught? He gazed at the iron-masked figure before him, his centuries of ghost-rearing instinct warning him of the entity's true nature. Yet through the lens of his divine sight, he perceived a soul radiating with a brilliance akin to the sun. Zhong Kuei opened the gourd once more, drinking deeply, his iron visage gradually reddening, his leopard-like eyes growing ever brighter, as if storm clouds were gathering. In that moment of elation, Zhang Jiuyang seemed to recall something. Communicating through thought a series of words, he and Zhong Kuei shared an extraordinary resonance, as if they could sense each other's emotions, bound by a mystical connection. Zhong Kuei honored him, exhaling to release numerous forms that scattered like locusts. These were the souls freed from their resentments, their ethereal bodies transparent, as if they might vanish at any moment. Among them were many villagers from Chenjiakan, as well as Yun Yang's daughter and the pair of children once buried beneath the locust tree. As for Lu Yaoxing, he was left to his fate. The villagers of Chenjiakan gazed at Zhang Jiuyang with gratitude, bowing deeply before gradually fading away, not dissipating, but entering the realm of the underworld, with hopes for reincarnation. What had once been a crowded assembly now contained only 2 figures. Zhang Jiuyang's gaze fell upon one, whose expression was complex. That individual was also looking back at him, a gentle smile illuminating his features. It was Jin Gui, or rather, Zhang Jiuyang's original self. Jin Gui nodded at him, then traced a circular pattern on the ground, depicting 2 swimming fish. Zhang Jiuyang was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the meaning behind this gesture. Before he could inquire, Jin Gui began to dissolve slowly, leaving behind his final words for this world. Finally, I no longer need to struggle so hard. Zhang Zhuyang fell into a prolonged silence, his heart a tumult of emotions. Throughout his time in this realm, his interactions with the people of Yunxian County had revealed that his original self was a delicate and kind-hearted individual. Due to the auspicious fate of the Sanchi noble, he had been taken in by Lin Xiaozi from a young age. Over the years, had he truly not noticed anything amiss with Lin Xiaozi? Perhaps he had, but with his innate purity and filial piety, how could he harbor hostility towards Lin Xiaozi, who was both mentor and father figure? His heart must have endured tremendous suffering. Finally, only a small figure remained before him, the daughter of Yunyang, Xiao Doufu. Quiet and obedient, gazing up with her bright, dark eyes at Zhang Zhuyang, timidly asking, "Mother?" Zhang Zhuyang was taken aback, soon realizing that he had once consumed Yunyang's soul, which might explain the faint trace of her essence within him. As he looked at the adorable little girl, memories of Yunyang surfaced in his mind, evoking a poignant recollection. They washed beans together and crafted tofu, sometimes enduring the biting cold of winter, unable to sleep. Unable to afford charcoal, the mother and daughter would huddle closely, humming songs and sharing stories, gradually weathering the harsh winter. Their modest home, though simple, radiated warmth. To be honest, Yunyang left a profound impression on Zhang Zhuyang. He had consumed numerous spirits and endured countless vengeful assaults. Yet it was only Yunyang's memories that lingered in his mind. The other malevolent spirits he encountered were steeped in hatred, but Yunyang, even after transforming into a vengeful ghost, cherished her daily moments with her daughter above all else, recounting them like an elderly mother who fondly repeats the same stories. Zhang Zhuyang gently extended his hand, mirroring the stiff arm of Yunyang, as he caressed the head of little Doufu tenderly. Little Doufu beamed with joy, her spirit gradually fading away. A sense of melancholy washed over Zhang Zhuyang as he realized that capturing ghosts and exorcising evil was far more complex than he had imagined. It was easy to slay the malevolent spirits of the world, yet difficult to quell the malice harbored in human hearts. In a desperate bid to have a son, Lu Yaoxing struck down his own daughter, leading to the ruin of their family. Meanwhile, in pursuit of nurturing a heavenly spirit, Lin Xiaozi orchestrated a series of events that caused untold suffering for many. When wicked thoughts arise, calamities follow. Suddenly, as Zhang Zhuyang contemplated these truths, dark storm clouds loomed overhead, seemingly brewing a terrifying power, with flashes of purple and gold lightning barely visible. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with thunder and torrential rains. Zhong Kuei let out a powerful roar, his crimson robe billowing like flames, hair and beard bristling with fury, rising to confront the heavens, his imposing presence unwavering. Yet, Zhang Zhuyang understood that the time to summon the divine was fast approaching. At that moment, Zhong Kuei glanced at him, his figure flickering into existence before him, presenting a golden talisman. Was this a gift after indulging in a meal together? Zhang Zhuyang hastily accepted it, exclaiming, "Thank you for your blessings, O Holy Lord." Zhong Kuei nodded, then cast a sidelong glance at the timid Xiao Ali, who dared only to peek with her eyes, and broke into a grin. A true ghostly visage. Xiao Ali quickly withdrew her head, trembling in fear, closing her eyes tightly. Subsequently, Zhong Kuei produced a fan adorned with red bats, shimmering with a radiant glow, a legendary artifact known as the Blessing Fan. It was said that this fan could bestow blessings upon people. Zhang Zhuyang extended his hand eagerly, marveling at Zhong Kuei's generosity. He had merely treated him to a meal, and yet he was bestowing two treasures. Zhong Kuei circled around Zhang Zhuyang, gently tapping Xiao Ali's head with the fan before putting it away. Both the man and the deity fell into a contemplative silence. Thunder rumbled once more, the storm clouds above intensifying, transforming the sky into a vast ocean of lightning. As if heaven were issuing a final warning, Zhong Kuei's form began to shrink, reverting once more to a statue-like state. The storm clouds above seemed to lose their focus. And before long, the winds ceased, the rains diminished, and the stars sparkled brightly, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Zhang Zhuyang reached out to touch Zhong Kuei's statue, only to hear a crack, as the statue crumbled to dust. "Brother Ji, am I going to be eaten?" Xiao Ali's face turned pale, her eyes filled with terror. Having just been tapped, she nearly believed she had met her end. Zhang Zhuyang burst into laughter, ruffling her hair. But suddenly he felt a jolt, a surge of excitement flickering in his eyes, which he quickly concealed. At that moment, a profound transformation occurred in his mind's eye. The image of Zhong Kuei devouring ghosts began to flip like the pages of a book, revealing the next scene. A fierce figure with a red face and a bearded visage, clad in golden armor and a crimson robe, with 3 glaring eyes, standing upon a fiery wheel, holding a precious seal in one hand and a golden whip in the other, exuding an imposing might that inspired dread. The 3 eyes could perceive all matters of the world, and the whip could awaken the hearts of men. The great spirit officer of the heavens, Wang Lingguan, manifested as a divine presence. Upon seeing the figure in the vision, Zhang Zhuyang was struck with astonishment, a flicker of joy illuminating his expression. It was the revered Taoist protector, Wang Lingguan. He had heard tales of Wang Lingguan from his grandfather in his previous life and held great respect for this formidable protector of the Tao. In Taoism, there are 500 spirit officials, with Wang Lingguan being the foremost, known as the Great Spirit Officer of the Heavens. It is said that his original name was Wang Yi, a temple deity from Xianyin Fuyang, who, for reasons unknown, had a feud with one of the 4 great heavenly masters of the Tao, Sa Shoujin. After Sa Shoujin struck down his temple with thunder and fire, Wang Yi was transformed into a being with fiery eyes. Outraged, he appealed to the heavenly court, and the Jade Emperor granted him wisdom and a golden whip, permitting him to follow Sa Zhenwu and take revenge if any fault was found. For 12 years, Wang Yi observed without fail, finding no fault to attribute to Sa Zhenwu. Eventually, upon arriving in Fujian, he appeared before Sa Zhenwu to pledge his service. Sa Zhenwu, seeing his virtue, renamed him Wang Shan and reported to the heavenly court, enlisting him as one of the Thunder Lords of the Leibu, also known as the Spirit Officer of Liberation. Few people in later generations may know of Wang Lingguan, yet many have encountered him. In most Taoist temples, the first hall is the Lingguan Hall, where Wang Lingguan is enshrined, leading to the saying among the folk that one must first pay respects to Wang Lingguan before ascending the mountain. The Yongle Emperor Zhu Di of the Ming dynasty was a fervent admirer of Wang Lingguan, having crafted 26 heavenly generals, with Wang Lingguan as their leader. He even possessed a statue of Wang Lingguan that he revered in his palace, treating it with the utmost respect, as if it were a guest. Even in military campaigns, he brought along Wang Lingguan's statue as a protective deity, but during his 5th expedition to the northern desert, when he reached the Jinchuan River, the statue suddenly became too heavy to lift. Shortly after, Zhu Di fell gravely ill and could not continue, ultimately passing away on his return journey to the capital. In the journey to the west, the Monkey King sought to storm the heavenly palace, but he was ultimately thwarted by Wang Lingguan, leading to a fierce struggle where neither side emerged victorious. Their fierce contest showed no sign of yielding, with neither able to showcase their divine powers. Wang Lingguan possessed heavenly eyes akin to Erlang Shun and rode a fiery will similar to Nezha's, capable of contending with the Monkey King without falling behind, illustrating his formidable strength. Before his transference, Zhong had visited the famed Buddhist sanctuary of Zhenwu Mountain, where he discovered a curious fact. Although Zhenwu Mountain is the domain of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, it is protected by the Taoist Wang Lingguan. He even investigated this matter, learning that Zhenwu Mountain was originally Wang Lingguan's domain, which was taken over by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who then invited the Buddhist protector Weda Bodhisattva to safeguard the temple. However, not long after, Zhenwu Mountain was engulfed in flames. It is important to note that Wang Lingguan is the heavenly general of the Jade Pivot Fire Palace, one of the Thunder Lords. Consequently, he was invited back to Zhenwu Mountain to serve as the temple's protector, leading to a harmonious coexistence thereafter. Even Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and Weitawa Bodhisattva could not quell him, indicating his ferocity. Zhong felt a surge of excitement. Wang Lingguan presides over heavenly fire and thunder. Could this mean he would have the opportunity to learn these 2 formidable powers? He was exceedingly envious of Yuling's thunder arts. What practitioner wouldn't desire to practice the art of thunder, regarded as the pinnacle of techniques? Summoning heavenly fire, controlling flying swords, and calling forth thunder. He envisioned the splendid scene, only to realize that a surge of heat was accumulating within him, making his skin feel as if it were scorched by flames. A wave of irritation welled up in his heart, clamoring for release. He suddenly recalled that upon obtaining the image of Zhong devouring ghosts, he had acquired the ability to consume spirits, a divine power unique to Zhong. By this reasoning, since he now possessed the vision of Wang Lingguan, could he not also inherit the divine powers of this deity? Arlie's small hand was originally grasping a few of his fingers, but she suddenly gasped, as if burned. Her gaze at Zhong filled with uncertainty. How could Jia's yang energy have suddenly become so potent? Even her own yin energy was scorched. Zhong felt an intensifying rage and restlessness within him. His eyes turned ferocious as they shifted and eventually settled on one person. That was Lin Xiezi. Collapsed on the ground, poisoned. With the Tian Gui devoured, his greatest support was lost, and coupled with the imminent collapse of his physical body, Lin Xiezi realized he was utterly doomed. He had once thought he understood the secrets surrounding Zhong, only to discover that what he had seen was merely a drop in the ocean. This unfamiliar disciple might indeed become the most significant variable in this world. The Tianzuan would surely take great interest in him. Contemplating this, a curious thought suddenly sprang to Lin Xiezi's mind, stirring his long life with intrigue. He was eager to witness that moment unfold. Instinctively, he grinned, revealing his yellowed, charred teeth. Bang! Zhong fist smashed into his foul face, still unsatisfied. He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at him with ferocity, again and again, until the stone shattered into powder. Finally pausing to gaze at the bloody teeth scattered on the ground, panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot, filled with malice. Damn it! I have endured your teeth for far too long. He stood up, lowering his eyes to stare at Lin Xiezi, his gaze seemingly imbued with something chilling. Lin Xiezi spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed maniacally. Zhang Zhuyang, to truly defeat a person is not merely in the flesh, but in the heart. Zhang Zhuyang abruptly drew the Zhongguo sword, driving it into Lin Xiezi's lower body, both hands twisting the hilt as he spoke calmly. But I only wish to make you feel pain. With that, he withdrew the bloodied sword and thrust it into Lin Xiezi's kneecap. Today, I will sever your limbs. Blood gushed forth, resembling a small stream. Not far away, Lao Gao's expression shifted as he attempted to intervene, only to be stopped by Yu Lingyu. Lin Xiezi is a ghostly figure. He must know many secrets. Is it not too wasteful for him to die like this? Yu Ling gazed at Zhang Zhuyang. Her eyes complex. Let him vent. He has accumulated too much resentment in his heart during this time. After a pause, she continued. I too wish to learn more about Huang Quan, but he is ultimately a ghostly figure. If he seeks death with all his heart, none of us can stop him. Lao Gao fell silent, reluctantly admitting that Yu Ling was right. Observing the situation, it was evident that Lin Xiezi was nearing death. The Qintian supervisor possessed the ability to interrogate souls, but to manipulate this man, who was reputed to be the most distinguished leader of the Yinshan sect in history, would undoubtedly be a foolish dream. There was one point he did not articulate, Zhang Zhuyang. How could a mere second-tier cultivator of the 100-day barrier summon that horrifying crimson-robed ghost, treat Tian Gui as inconsequential, and even provoke celestial phenomena? Who exactly was Zhang Zhuyang? Could he be the reincarnation of a legendary immortal? Huang Quan Road, Ghost Gate, 10 heavenly stems, all chaos in the world. Lin Xiezi gasped for breath, coughing blood as he gazed at Zhang Zhuyang, revealing a sinister smile. Little Gio, I must bestow upon you one final grand gift. Though this gift comes at a price. Chapter 74. The sword dismembers Lin Xiezi. So, how is the San Hun Fu resolved? Zhang Zhuyang remained expressionless, ignoring him. Instead, thrusting his sword into Lin Xiezi's elbow, continuing to twist the hilt, allowing blood to surge forth. He had never hated anyone so fiercely. The tragedy of Yunyang. The tragedy of Xiaodofu, the tragedy of Qinjiao village, and those children hidden within the locust tree, all stemmed from this man before him. You truly deserve to die? Lin Xiezi emitted continuous cries of agony, yet his voice grew weaker, until finally, perhaps numbed by the pain, he burst into mad laughter. Little Gio, I was correct. You and I are of the same ilk. One day, you will become even more ruthless, more terrifying, more evil than I. I can hardly wait to see that scene unfold. With that, a dark light surged forth from his Niwen palace, darting towards Zhang Zhuyang. Clang! Zhang Zhuyang reacted swiftly, slashing the Zhongguo sword towards the dark light, initially believing it to be Lin Xiezi's soul. To his surprise, the dark light passed through the sword as if it were an intangible entity, burrowing into his mind. A slight chill washed over his brain, yet he felt no abnormalities, nor sensed any danger. Within his sea of consciousness, the dark light attempted to penetrate deeper, but suddenly halted near the visualization diagram, as if startled, obediently remaining outside. Not daring to act out again, seeing that the visualization diagram did not drive it away, Zhang Zhuyang felt a slight relief, indicating that this dark light posed no threat to him. At this moment, Lin Xiezi was already gasping for breath, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. How is the San Hun Fu resolved? If you do not speak, Zhang Zhuyang crouched beside him, leaning close to his ear, his voice low and grave. I will chop your father's spirit tablet and burn it for firewood. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiezi's body quivered slightly, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Little Gio, you are indeed born to be a villain. He shook his head, straining to utter, Isn't the San Hun Fu already resolved by the one you summoned? Zhang Zhuyang was taken aback, then heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder the mighty Zhong Kuei had lightly tapped Arlie with the blessing fan. It was to help her dispel the San Hun Fu within her soul. As Lin Xiezi neared death, Yu Ling could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward, asking, Where is Huang Quan? Who is the Tianzuan? Hearing this, Lin Xiezi summoned his last vestige of strength and smiled faintly. I can only say that among the Huang Quan, I am the weakest and most benign. As for more matters, he looked towards Zhang Zhuyang, a profound smile gracing his lips. You may inquire. His voice grew increasingly faint. He could no longer articulate words, the sensation of death enveloping him. The last flicker of his spirit allowed him to glimpse the most deeply etched memory of the past 600 years. It was a figure clad in feathers and silk, graceful and elegant, the national master of Deqian, Zhuge Qixing. In truth, he had never faced Zhuge Qixing in person. The latter had crushed all his pride from a distance of 1,000 miles. Later, as he struggled to survive, he trembled at the mere mention of Zhuge. Wherever Zhuge Qixing appeared, he would flee for miles. Just hearing that name kept him awake at night. The first time he saw Zhuge Qixing was at the latter's funeral. Separated by a coffin, he could not believe that the formidable man had truly perished. He wanted to test the waters, but ultimately refrained. For he feared any tricks Zhuge Qixing might have. The shrewd and uncanny visage of Zhuge Qixing was deeply imprinted in his soul. When Zhuge Qixing was alive, he could not win. Even in death, he remained unable to prevail. For 600 years, he had clung to life for a singular obsession, to triumph over Zhuge Qixing. If he could cultivate the Tiangui and obliterate the Daiqian that Zhuge Qixing had devoted his life to supporting, it would serve as his second confrontation with Zhuge after 6 centuries. Alas, he lost again. Contemplating this, strength surged from an unknown source, as if he were rejuvenated, and he let out a mighty roar, his white hair billowing. "Zhuge, you scoundrel!" Clang. Zhang Zhuyang's sword severed his head, and as he watched it roll to his feet, he lightly kicked it, remarking nonchalantly, "Does it hurt?" Naturally, the corpse could not respond. Lin Xiezi had completely closed his eyes. This man, who had lived for over 600 years as the leader of the Yinshan sect and a ghostly figure, had finally reached the end of his life. "Arlie, prepare the firewood. Evil must be eradicated entirely, and the roots must be severed." Zhang Zhuyang prepared to ignite a fire to reduce him to ashes, lest this old fiend leave behind any lingering means, inciting endless calamity. There is no need for such trouble. Yuling stepped forward, her hands forming a seal, and fiery flames erupted from Lin Xiazi's corpse, swiftly engulfing him. This fire burned hotter than ordinary flames, and in mere moments, Lin Xiazi was reduced to ashes. Zhang Zhuyang turned to meet Yuling's gaze. His mouth opened slightly, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Some matters were destined to remain inexplicable. The two fell into silence. After a while, Zhang Zhuyang broke the stillness, asking, "Don't you have anything you wish to inquire of me?" With a calm voice. Yuling replied, "If I were to ask, would you truly tell me?" Zhang Zhuyang stated. She tied her flowing hair with a ribbon, her voice soft yet resolute. "All I know is that you faced death at Shaoyan River, slaying Yun Yang to protect the innocent. I know that you stood against a fox demon for a girl imprisoned in a brothel. I know that at Xinjia village, you turned the tide of battle, fighting alongside me as a comrade." Her bright eyes, reminiscent of stars, gazed directly at Zhang Zhuyang, exuding sincerity and openness. "Who you are is of little consequence. It is what you have done that truly matters." Zhang Zhuyang met her gaze, observing the valorous woman illuminated by moonlight, and felt a profound stirring within. At that moment, he finally comprehended why individuals like Luo Ping and Old Gao held her in such high esteem. Yuling possessed an unparalleled charisma. "Thank you," he managed to utter, his voice barely above a whisper. On the site of Xinjia village, a new grave arose, the tombstone inscribed with the words, "Grave of Luo Ping, comrade of the Qinianjian. Why not take him back for burial?" Zhang Zhuyang suddenly inquired. Yuling replied solemnly, "Because it was Luo Ping's dying wish." She then produced a letter and handed it to Zhang Zhuyang. Before the Qinianjian conducts any case, they must prepare a coffin and draft a farewell letter, typically entrusted to family members. But Luo Ping was different. He had no family. His parents and siblings perished at the hands of evil spirits, and he was the sole survivor of that incident. Zhang Zhuyang felt a wave of understanding wash over him. He grasped why such a young boy could fight to the point of exhaustion amidst flames, refusing to fall even when his body was scorched. He glanced at the letter, which contained only 2 sentences, written in a clear yet unremarkable hand. "If I die, please bury me at the site of my last battle. May my grave continue to guide my comrades." Chapter 75. The divine ability and the fire of Yushu. Zhang Zhuyang and his companions departed from Xinjia village. The journey had begun amidst a swirling mist, obscuring the sun and moon, but they now walked under a clear sky, the moon and stars shining brightly. He could distinctly sense the dramatic transformation of the environment. The ominous energy had dissipated, and even the once murky pond appeared to have become crystal clear. He cast a final glance back. Though the evil spirits had been vanquished, it seemed that human presence would be scarce in Yunsong Mountain for a long time. With such a plethora of malevolent entities in Qingzhou alone, one could only imagine the number of demons lurking throughout the vast expanse of Deqian's 9 provinces. He felt a burgeoning admiration for Zhuge Qixing, the founder of the Qindianjian. Were it not for their sacrifices over the past 6 centuries, battling tirelessly against the spirits, the land would have long since succumbed to the demon's predation. Individuals like Luo Ping, who had sacrificed so much, were particularly noteworthy. As he pondered these thoughts, Yuling suddenly halted, her gaze sharpening. Zhang Zhuyang immediately drew his sword, sensing the abnormality around them. Shadows surrounded them, resembling small children or monkeys, emitting strange cries akin to a child's wail. They were mountain spirits. Yuling gestured for him to lower his sword, saying, "They are expressing their gratitude." Previously influenced by malevolent energy, the mountain spirits had turned violent, but now, their eyes exhibited clarity. Leading them was an elder mountain spirit, its fur as white as snow, who approached, offering an object. It resembled a blood-red fungus, about 6 inches tall, curiously writhing, as if alive. From a distance, Zhang Zhuyang caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance, invigorating him and accelerating the flow of his internal energy. "Is that Tai Sui? Do these mountain spirits possess Tai Sui?" Old Gao exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Zhuyang paused, recalling the legends surrounding Tai Sui. In folklore, it was both revered and feared, often referred to as the Tai Sui god. If someone unearthed Tai Sui in their home, They would first seek out a person with strong fortune to strike it with a whip before reburying it to avoid calamity. However, traditional medicine regarded Tai Sui as a precious medicinal herb. In Binchao Gongmu, Li Shizhen referred to it as meat lingji, esteemed as a top-tier herb that could prolong life when consumed regularly. Shenong Binchao Jing claimed it could enhance vitality, wisdom, and alleviate ailments. Gong, in Biopuzi, also called it a remedy for immortality. The Tai Sui before them appeared extraordinary, emanating an enchanting aroma, its age unknown, seemingly alive. At that moment, the elder mountain spirit bowed toward a certain direction, lifting the Tai Sui high. It is the spirit of Yunsong Mountain. Yuling's eyes glimmered. Tai Sui is the essence of the mountains, possessing magical properties. It is fierce by nature. But this specimen has been subdued by the spirit of Yunsong Mountain and sent here by the mountain spirits. She stepped forward to accept the Tai Sui from the elder mountain spirit. This has no use for me, but it will be invaluable to you. If refined into the Sanbao Rui Dan, it can aid cultivators in swiftly breaking through to the third realm of small Zhoutian. I will keep it for now, and upon my return to the capital, consult an alchemist to help you refine it into pills sufficient for both of you. Zhang Jiuyang expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Once, the Ziji Yukin pill had merely accelerated his progress in the first realm, deemed exceedingly precious. The prospect of a pill that could facilitate a breakthrough to the third realm was unimaginable in its value. Old Gao was equally intrigued but hesitated. Yuling, is this permissible? According to regulations, spoils from slaying evil spirits must be reported first and approved for personal use. Rare treasures may even be allocated elsewhere. Yuling replied nonchalantly. This may indeed breach protocol, but if neither of us speaks of it, who would know? Would Zhang Jiuyang report me to the capital? After a brief pause, she scoffed. Rules are not always just. Our blood-soaked gains should not be denied to us. Rest assured, I will bear any consequences. She patted the dragon sparrow blade at her waist, her expression resolute and fierce. Though she was a woman, there was an indescribable dominance about her, one that instilled a sense of security. After presenting the Tai Sui, the mountain spirits swiftly vanished into the wilderness, visibly shaken by the aura of lethality exuding from Yuling. It seemed that the spirit of Yunsong Mountain was not entirely malevolent. Zhang Jiuyang mused. It appears to possess a keen understanding of human sentiments. Yuling chuckled coldly. You fail to comprehend. If Yunsong Mountain lacks human presence, its spirit would gradually lose its vitality and ultimately fade away. Zhang Jiuyang realized. So the mountain spirit's offering of Tai Sui is a hope for continued habitation here. Given the severity of the recent events, who would dare settle in such a place without intervention? Yuling answered without hesitation, I would intervene. But not for the mountain spirit. Rather, for young Luo. Her voice was calm, yet unwavering. I shall not allow my comrade's sacrifice to be in vain. I will ensure he witnesses that the site of his final battle is now thriving and peaceful. 3 days later, the group finally returned to Qingzhou City. The street vendors peddling their wares, the children frolicking with laughter, the women adorned with flowers in their hair, and the tourists holding the reins of their horses all contributed to the vibrant atmosphere of human life. In this moment, Zhang Jiuyang felt an almost otherworldly sensation, a profound relaxation washing over him. Lao Gao's face also broke into a smile as he exclaimed his desire for a grand feast. Upon returning home, Ali prepared a lavish spread of delicacies, and after indulging heartily, everyone retreated to their respective quarters to rest. Yet, Zhang Jiuyang found sleep elusive. He sat on his bed, reflecting on the insights gained from his journey to Qinjia village. The most significant revelation, of course, was the transformation of the visualization diagram. The Zhong Kuei Che Gui too had been turned, but fortunately, his ability to summon the food demon had not dissipated. It merely seemed that his connection with Zhong Kuei was temporarily severed, preventing him from invoking the deity's descent. He understood that summoning a deity was akin to receiving a final reward from a visualization diagram, allowing the divine being to descend and assist him in vanquishing evil. However, even deities must pay a certain price, enduring specific pressures. Zhong Kuei's descent had triggered tremendous celestial phenomena, suggesting that he was being resisted by this world, indicating that the process was far from easy. Thus, Zhang Jiuyang was mentally prepared for the inability to summon Zhong Kuei again, and he did not feel disheartened. His greater concern lay with the Wang Lingguan Zhen Shu Ling Xiao Tu. He needed to find ways to propagate faith in this protective deity of Taoism and garner incense offerings to facilitate the transmission of his teachings. Perhaps one day, he could summon this celestial general of the Jade Pivot Fire Court and witness his formidable divine might firsthand. Oh, it seems my Liaozhai master is about to make a comeback. Brother Jiu, what is the purpose of this talisman? Ali asked, holding the golden talisman bestowed by Zhong Kuei, having scrutinized it for quite some time without discernible understanding. Yet, an innate spiritual intuition told her that this talisman held profound significance for her, a desire stemming from the essence of her soul. Zhang Jiuyang smiled gently and replied, to utilize this talisman, one must first bathe and burn incense, observe a fast for 9 days, and prepare all necessary ceremonial tools. Haste is inadvisable. Zhong Kuei had instructed him on its usage when he bestowed the talisman. The procedure was somewhat intricate, but he held high hopes for its effects. Once successful, Ali might undergo a transformative change, and he would gain a powerful ally. The playful words exchanged beneath the starlit sky might one day manifest into reality. Ali, step back a little. Zhang prepared to experiment with the innate abilities of Wang Lingguan, ensuring he was well informed for future confrontations. Ali retreated to the table's edge. A bit further, please. Obediently, Ali moved to the doorway, peeking with anxious eyes as she observed him. Brother Jiao, your yang energy is intensifying again. It's quite blinding. From a distance, she felt a stinging sensation in her eyes, which began to well up with tears. The burgeoning yang energy surrounding him coalesced into what resembled a small sun. Instinctively, as a ghostly being, she felt a twinge of fear, contemplating escape. Nevertheless, out of concern, she clenched her small hands tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks, unwilling to leave or shift her gaze, terrified that in a moment of distraction, Brother Jiao might be overwhelmed by the surging yang energy. Zhang felt the oppressive heat once more, as if he had swallowed countless red-hot coals. His throat was parched, and it seemed every pore on his body was exuding smoke. The sensation was excruciating. He felt as though he were being roasted alive. The outer layer crisp, while the inside remained tender. What was even more troubling was the resurgence of that terrible malevolence within him, igniting his rage, filling him with a murderous intent, wishing to incinerate everything in existence. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, the heat within him reached a critical point. His eyes turned crimson, as if fierce flames were ablaze. The temperature in the vicinity escalated rapidly. Zhang could no longer contain himself and let out a harrowing cry. In the next moment, flames erupted from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, transforming him into a fire demon among the 5 elements celestial spirits. Yet the fiery golden flames were more resplendent and formidable than any fire demon. It was as if the golden crow had descended upon the world, the great sun dominating the sky. In the room, Yuling unfastened her belt, removed her battle robe, revealing a gracefully curved torso, her skin glistening like jade beneath the flickering candlelight, reminiscent of fine cream. The only blemish was the winding black scar on her abdomen. With gritted teeth, she delicately scraped the scab from the scar with a dagger, excising the charred flesh above it, blood instantly staining the blade. A light sheen of sweat formed on her forehead, yet her grip on the dagger remained steady. Once she had removed all the charred flesh, she applied a medicinal ointment, a cool sensation alleviating the intense pain. Yuling sighed with relief, then wrapped the wound with a white cloth. This was a specially formulated external medicine from the Qingtian Supervisory Office, made by crushing the flesh and blood of geckos, combined with various precious herbs, effective in stopping bleeding, relieving pain, and healing wounds. Most importantly, it left no scars. Otherwise, after years of battle and countless injuries, her body would be riddled with scars. Having tended to her wound, Yuling dressed, concealing her exquisite form, and transformed once more into the imposing figure of a fierce female general. She did not seek rest. Instead, she opened a book by candlelight, the tale of Zhong Kuei capturing ghosts. She had perused this book numerous times, each reading stirring her emotions and yielding insights. And this time, having witnessed Zhong Kuei in Qingjia village, she pondered whether the stories within were indeed true if Zhong Kuei was real. What connection did Zhang have with Zhong Kuei? Could it be that he was the reincarnation of Zhong Kuei? As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes shimmered with intrigue. Could it be that this book served as his autobiography? The candle flickered, and before she knew it, it had burned down, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Only then did Yuling realize she had been lost in thought for so long. She tucked the book close to her and was about to retire for the night, when suddenly her gaze sharpened. Something was amiss. The fire energy was overwhelmingly potent. She moved swiftly, crashing through the wall and onto the roof. In the distance, a fiery golden blaze erupted, waves of heat surging. It was Zhang dwelling. Chapter 76. The ferocity of the spirit officer and the grief of Yuling Wah, Sister Ming Wang. Brother Jiao is on fire. Ali's face was smeared with soot. She refrained from recklessly charging into the flames. Being a spirit, she knew the fierce, masculine nature of the fire would not only render her incapable of saving Brother Jiao, but would also burden him. Thus, she immediately sought out Sister Ming Wang. Yuling's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, she dashed toward the inferno. Flames danced wildly, the heat surging. As she drew near, she felt the terrifying power of the fire, its dreadful temperature threatening to incinerate all, warping the very fabric of the void. Her mastery lay in the revered true scripture of the 3 realms, one of the 3 great texts of the Qingtian Supervisory Office, enabling her to wield thunder and the fire of the Ming Wang. Since mastering the Ming Wang fire, she had become nearly immune to other flames, able to remain tranquil amidst the fiercest fires like a red lotus. The fire demon among the 5 elements celestial spirits had reached the level of spirit fire, yet it could not harm her. But now, she sensed a long-forgotten heat. This flame was no ordinary fire. It could injure her. You too. Lao Gao was also jolted awake, hastily donning his clothes as he hurried over. Before he could speak, he saw Yuling resolutely plunge into the flames, her form disappearing into the sea of fire. He yearned to follow, but before he could approach, he was already drenched in sweat, his body ablaze with heat. Bang bang bang. The old spirit in the altar was thrashing violently, radiating an overwhelming sense of fear. Lao Gao quickly retrieved a talisman, gesturing and chanting incantations. Sunlight flowing crystal, moonlight flowing radiance, law water spread forth, may all blessings come. In the next moment, the talisman ignited spontaneously, enveloping the surroundings in a mist of water vapor. Before long, rain began to fall, but it was not a widespread downpour. It was confined solely to the burning house. This was the limit of Lao Gao's abilities. His face turned pale as his spiritual energy rapidly diminished. However, to his astonishment, even as the rain poured down, the flames showed no sign of waning. Instead, they blazed even more fiercely, as if the rain itself could serve as fuel. What kind of fire could withstand water? Yuling rushed into the room, where charred beams fell and shattered upon impact. As fire serpents surged toward her, she drew her sword and struck. The blade's aura surged forth, carving a path through the inferno. Her hair danced wildly, her gaze fierce, surrounded by golden flames, exuding an aura of divine majesty. This fire was indeed formidable. Even her Mingwang fire felt a subtle suppression. Fortunately, the wielder of the flames was still inexperienced. Lacking sufficient cultivation, she could still overpower it. Before long, she identified the source of this sea of flames, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Zhong stood before her, entirely bare, his pores emitting fierce flames, as though clad in a suit of fiery golden armor. Only his blood-red eyes, filled with malevolence, betrayed his inner turmoil. He seemed to be struggling to contain himself, emitting a low growl akin to that of a beast. Upon noticing her presence, he abruptly lifted his blazing gaze, and the pent-up rage within him exploded uncontrollably, charging toward Yuling. Boom. His speed was astonishing, as if propelled by countless waves of heat, emitting a roar akin to a freight train. The tiles beneath his feet shattered, turning to charcoal. Yuling's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. Such speed rivaled many powerful beings of the fourth realm. Had it been any other Ling Tai Lang, self-preservation would have necessitated a desperate fight, but fortunately, she was Yuling, the undisputed strongest among the 36 Ling Tai Lang. The dragon sparrow pivoted as she reversed her blade. Her speed surpassed Zhong. Her movements were exquisite, narrowly evading his onslaught, a strand of hair singed to ashes. Clang! The back of the dragon sparrow blade shattered the red flames, striking the back of Zhong head with a sound akin to metal clashing. He staggered, his rage-filled eyes momentarily bewildered. Such a hard head. Yuling was astonished. This strike, capable of rendering a fourth-realm cultivator unconscious, had only caused him to falter. With her left foot advancing and arms slightly raised, she pressed down like a fierce tiger. The 12th form of the assault array, the pressure blade. Clang! Clang! Despite Zhong's efforts to evade, the dragon sparrow blade struck with unparalleled swiftness and precision, landing 2 successive blows to the back of his head. Thud! This time, Zhong collapsed, unconscious. Instantly, the surging flames began to dissipate, and the surrounding temperature plummeted, yet within moments, the spacious room had turned to charcoal. Zhong lay on the ground, still murmuring in his sleep. Stop, it hurts. Yuling regarded him, her brow slightly raised. 2 days later, Zhong stirred, feeling a lingering haze in his mind, particularly at the back of his head, which ached as though struck by a blade. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Li's small face before him, her expression one of melancholic beauty. She excitedly burrowed into his embrace, choking back tears. Brother Jiu, you were so terrifying that day, nearly roasted alive. If you had died, I would have had a companion. Zhong was momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether she wished for his demise or wished to keep him alive. Pain radiated from his body, many areas wrapped in white cloth, indicating severe burns. He offered a bittersweet smile. The Lingguan was indeed formidable, but perhaps too fierce and aggressive. His innate divine ability was the Yushu Tianhua. When the Lingguan had been burned by the flying talismans of Master Sa, he had forged the fiery eyes of a golden gaze, thus acquiring fire-related divine powers, earning a title that included the word train, indicating his might. Eventually, he became the foremost among the 500 Lingguans, a guardian deity of Taoism, wielding a golden whip, treading upon fiery wheels, observing the world with a third eye of justice, executing divine retribution against evil. It was said that his temperament was fierce and violent, which is why Master Sa initially destroyed his temple. However, after following Master Sa for 12 years, influenced by his words and actions, he attained profound enlightenment, transforming his fury into a fire that vanquished demons, henceforth becoming a nemesis of evil. That demon-vanquishing fire was none other than the Yu Shu Tianhua, his intrinsic divine ability as the heavenly general of the Yu Shu Fire Palace. This flame was exceedingly ferocious. Without the resolve of a Vajra, it could not be suppressed. Though Zhang Jiuyang had forcibly acquired this divine ability through visualization, his current cultivation was insufficient, rendering it a double-edged sword. Beneath the heavenly fire, familiarity breeds danger. It was akin to the ghost-eating ability of Zhong Kuei, whose side effects involved enduring the backlash of resentment. The Yu Shu Tianhua was even more potent, with greater side effects, not only laden with malevolence, but also capable of inflicting harm upon oneself if one lacked sufficient cultivation. It was neither a deficiency of the divine ability nor Zhang Jiuyang's weakness. For the Lingguan, malevolence was merely fuel for the heavenly fire, the heavier the malice, the mightier the flames, capable of incinerating evil and punishing wrongdoers. To reiterate, a speck of dust upon a deity is akin to a towering mountain for mortals. Nevertheless, this venture proved exceedingly valuable. Zhang Jiuyang sensed that should his cultivation break through to the third realm, he could momentarily wield the heavenly fire without sustaining harm. At that time, the Yu Shu Tianhua would become his secret weapon, undoubtedly elevating his strength to astonishing heights. Ali, your brother Jiu is still injured. Do not disturb him. He has awakened, and you need not remain here. Go out and play. A cool voice chimed in, and Zhang Jiuyang noticed that Yuling was seated by the window, quietly engrossed in a book. It seemed familiar, akin to his own Zhong Kuei Captures Ghosts. She truly adored this book. Ali, fearful of Yuling, obediently acquiesced, but whispered a few words to Zhang Jiuyang. Brother Jiu, Sister Ming Wang has been watching over you these past few days, even personally changing your bandages. She chased me out, so she must have seen everything. According to the story, Brother Jiu, are you not to offer yourself in exchange for your kidneys? Zhang Jiuyang felt as if struck by lightning. She saw everything. He suddenly recalled that his garments had been reduced to ashes by the heavenly fire. He also remembered that with the power of the Yu Shu Tianhua, neither Gao nor Li could have stopped him. The only one capable of doing so was Yuling. By this reasoning, he must have fought Yuling while entirely unclothed. Hiss, a headache. Zhang Jiuyang suddenly regretted not remaining unconscious a bit longer. He now dared not meet Yuling's gaze, his face burning with embarrassment. Ali hummed a tune as she departed, her pink kitchen knife in hand, bouncing off to slay fish, intending to prepare fish soup to nourish Brother Jiu. The room was left with only Zhang Jiuyang and Yuling. The atmosphere grew awkward. He opened his mouth several times, yet no words escaped. Ultimately, he could only silently cover his face with the blanket, hiding his shame. After living so many years, he had never experienced such social embarrassment. Grandfather, I wish to become a monk. The Qintian supervisor had been persistently urging him, so he could only send Xiao Gao back to Beijing first to report. There are too many secrets surrounding you, and I cannot trust anyone else to change your bandages. So I came myself. After a pause, she glanced sideways, noticing Zhang Jiuyang hiding beneath the blanket, a smile creeping onto her lips. The soft golden sunlight bathed her cascading hair, and as her smile blossomed, her heroic features softened, her beauty akin to a painting. True men, even when blood flows from their wounds, do not falter. As heroes, we need not be bound by trivial matters. Zhang Jiuyang sighed. Guanyin is indeed a hero, unflinching even when undergoing painful treatments. But would you dare have him gallop naked upon the red hare for a spin? Well then, do you have any explanations regarding that inferno? Yuling proactively shifted the topic. Zhang Jiuyang, confined to the bed, held back for a moment before uttering a single sentence. I may have been a bit fiery lately. Yuling closed the book, shook her head, and said, Since you do not wish to speak, I shall refrain from further inquiry. However, that flame is exceedingly fierce. Do not attempt to manipulate it until you have advanced to the third realm of Xiaozhou Tian. Zhang Jiuyang nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. After a brief hesitation, Yuling continued, If you truly wish to thank me, there is one matter I would like to entrust to you. What matter? He inquired. Huang Quan, she replied, her voice tinged with gravity. If you come across any information regarding Huang Quan in the future, please inform me at once. It is of utmost importance to me. Zhang Jiuyang, intrigued, asked, Why are you so fixated on Huang Quan? Since their initial acquaintance, Yuling had left an admirable impression on him. Courageous, formidable, loyal, sincere, and composed, embodying all the noble qualities of a warrior. Yet, there was one aspect that troubled him, Huang Quan. Whenever the topic arose, her demeanor would shift, losing its previous calmness. Upon hearing the question, Yuling fell silent for a moment, her gaze momentarily lowered. It is inconvenient to elaborate, she said, but my sister died because of Huang Quan. Her voice was heavy, and even after many years, the mere mention of that incident caused her to instinctively clench her fists. Zhang Jiuyang was taken aback. Sister? He had indeed sought to understand Yuling's background. The current generation of the Dingwa Gongfu was not particularly numerous. Aside from Yuling, there seemed to be only 3 sons, and he had never heard of a sister. Lao Gao had once mentioned that Yuling's mother had carried her for 18 months before giving birth, during which there were signs of dragons and tigers. The emperor dispatched an inspector, and upon discovering she had given birth to a daughter, he deemed her a vital asset to the nation, praising her as a paragon of dragon and tiger. Quite legendary indeed. You must be aware of my origins. Behind that widely known tale lies another character, one often overlooked. As she thought of her sister, a flicker of compassion and guilt crossed her eyes. My mother gave birth to both my sister and me, but unlike me, my sister was frail, barely surviving her first winter. I began my training at the age of 5, wielding swords and spears, while my sister was confined to her bed, relying on medicine to sustain her life. As she grew older, even taking a few steps would leave her breathless, frequently falling ill. I felt as though I had drained her vitality, yet she would comfort me and remained very close to me. Our life was stable until one day. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes, her murderous intent as chilling as the onset of winter. For a certain object, a celestial being from Huangquan attacked the Gongfu, and my sister suffered an undeserved calamity, being tormented to death by the malevolent entities released. Her voice trembled slightly as she continued. She was only 14, and we had promised to fly kites together come spring. But when I rushed back from the battlefield, her body was still not fully recovered, the coffin filled with dismembered remains. Zhong finally comprehended her anguish. He offered no platitudes of sympathy, merely uttering 4 words. Very well, I shall assist you. Chapter 77. Cultivation progress. A frog's marriage with chest out, arms raised, and abdomen drawn in. Power emanates from the waist. In the courtyard, Zhong donned a white short robe, his long hair tied back with a pure yang scarf. Exuding an air of vitality and handsomeness, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, he diligently practiced the Liuhe sword technique, while Ling stood nearby, holding a branch, occasionally tapping it to correct his subtle deficiencies. One was a stern teacher, the other a promising disciple. In recent days, Zhong swordsmanship had soared, leaving Ling in awe. After practicing for a full hour, she finally nodded in satisfaction, a hint of a smile gracing her face. Not bad. You have entered the threshold. Your movements are now devoid of flaws, and your coordination with the breathing technique is proficient. However, your mastery of strength still requires improvement. With that, she casually tossed the branch, which whistled through the air and lodged itself firmly in the artificial mountain without a quiver. To strike wood against stone, yet maintain such force without trembling, is indeed a sign of accomplishment. Zhong shook his head, wiping away sweat as he laughed. By that measure, I still have a long way to go. You are progressing quite rapidly, Ling contemplated before adding, only slightly slower than I. Zhong smiled as he observed her graceful figure standing tall beneath the evening sun, her eyes sparkling like lakes illuminated by the twilight. He was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile broke across his face. Since their last conversation, the bond between them seemed to have deepened, and their interactions had become more casual. Even someone as serious as Ling occasionally engaged in playful banter with him. Your injuries have mostly healed, and I must take my leave, she said with a carefree smile. If I delay returning to the capital any longer, the inspector may come looking for me personally. For Zhong, she had already lingered too long. Some in the capital might be raising eyebrows, though her significant contributions to the case alleviated her worries. In fact, some individuals might be losing sleep over her return, as it was likely she would be promoted to Jingho based on her merits. At that point, she would have access to more classified information regarding Huangquan. So soon? Very well. As a friend, I wish you soaring success and steady advancement. Although Zhong felt a twinge of reluctance, he was not one to dwell on such matters. He clasped his fists and smiled, offering his heartfelt congratulations. Ling returned a faint smile, saying, your external identity has been approved. Once I return to the capital, I will send you your identity token and the inventory of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau's treasures. Zhong interest was piqued. The legendary treasure trove of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau had long been the subject of his admiration, as Lao Gao had sung its praises countless times. It was said that even the Xiang Sanshi Ming Wang Jinjing, which Ling practiced, resided within that treasury and could be exchanged for merits. While he possessed a visualization diagram inheritance, it required the accumulation of faith, sometimes making it less convenient than simply exchanging items from the treasury. He was curious about the value of the treasures and how many merits he had, due to the need to conceal certain matters in this case. I cannot grant you the primary credit. You will only receive recognition for auxiliary contributions, thus the reward will be limited to 100 merits, Ling explained. Zhong nodded, smiling, I understand. However, Ling shook her head, saying, you need not understand. In military affairs, there must be reward for merit and penalties for faults. If the higher-ups do not reward you, I shall compensate you myself. Upon returning to the capital, I will use my merits to exchange for some valuable items as your reward. Zhong felt a bit embarrassed, but could not help but admire Ling's character. She must have been an exceptional commander in her day, had it not been for her sister's death driving her to join the Qintian Supervisory Bureau. She might have become a renowned general by now. In front of the estate, Ling mounted her horse once more, this time without armor. Clad in a striking red battle robe that accentuated her graceful figure and beautiful features, still radiating an aura of formidable confidence. As they prepared to part ways again, their emotions contrasted starkly with their previous farewell. The clouds had dispersed, and the moon hung high in the sky. Zhong Jiuyang, there is something you must prioritize, she said, looking down at him from her elevated position, her gaze exuding an unspoken authority. What is it? He replied, startled, wondering where he had offended her. With the conclusion of the Lin Xiaozi case, you should have time to write. I have been waiting eagerly for the continuation of Zhong Kuei captures ghosts. As she spoke, she lightly tapped the dragon sparrow blade hanging from her saddle, the sound crisp and clear. Each time she read it, it clawed at her heart like a cat's paw, leaving her impatient to discover what came next. Previously, she had refrained from urging him due to the urgency of the case, but now that matters had finally reached a conclusion, if Zhang Jiuyang dared to delay further, she would resort to more forceful means. May I inquire if my blade is sharp? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiuyang couldn't help but smile wryly. If he were to reveal to Yu Ling that Zhong Kuei captures ghosts had no continuation and that he was planning to write a new book titled Lingguan Jiang Mo Lu, would he risk his life? Perhaps it would be best to reluctantly pin a continuation for her. What is it like to have a reader who can threaten you with a blade at any moment? Zhang Jiuyang was not afraid. He simply enjoyed writing and did not wish to leave any regrets. Farewell, Sister Mingwang. As Yu Ling's figure gradually vanished from the alley, Ali continued to wave her small hand, her large eyes brimming with reluctance. Her feelings for Yu Ling were a blend of fear and affection. Just as Zhang Jiuyang was about to offer her some words of comfort, he heard the little girl let out a feigned melancholic sigh and say, Jiuge. Ali wishes to have an elder sister-in-law. When will you be able to give Ali a home? Zhang Jiuyang's expression darkened, and with a clang, he drew out the demon-slaying sword. Instantly, chaos erupted in the courtyard. Whoa, Sister Mingwang has just left, and you want to hit Ali. This family cannot possibly continue. A month later, Zhang Jiuyang sat cross-legged in the courtyard, basking in the morning glow, breathing in and out with renewed vigor. From a distance, one could observe a layer of hazy purple aura swirling around him, accentuating his handsome features, making him appear even more ethereal. His pores, akin to golden locks, absorbed essence without losing any, achieving a pure yang body. Even upon closer inspection, his skin was as white as jade, without a trace of blemish, radiating a subtle brilliance, and even each strand of hair shimmered with clarity. This indicated that he had thoroughly mastered the Chongyang Zhenrenjin Guanyin Seju, and his cultivation was profound, allowing him to exude a celestial essence, far from that of ordinary mortals. Furthermore, he discovered that this technique complemented the Zhongli Ba Duanjin remarkably, creating a harmonious synergy. It is said that Zhongli Ba Duanjin was passed down from Zhongli Quan among the 8 immortals, and one of the 2 immortals encountered by Chongyang Zhenren and Ganha was also Zhongli Quan. Perhaps these 2 techniques share a common origin. In summary, Zhang Jiuyang had made significant progress during this period, especially in terms of physical prowess, transforming nearly every day. Little Ali sometimes expressed her fears, stating that his vitality was overwhelming, resembling a furnace, almost like Sister Mingwang. His magical power had also seen considerable advancement. Having surpassed the halfway mark of the 100-day pass, his magical abilities had nearly doubled compared to his time in Qinjia village, demonstrating the marvels of refining essence into energy. Once the 100-day pass concluded, his magical power could potentially double again, at which point he would have the confidence to challenge the 3rd realm. Upon entering the 3rd realm, he could attempt to harness the jade pivot heavenly fire wielded by the spirit officer. According to Yu Ling, although he appeared somewhat disheveled that night, his short burst of strength was comparable to that of an ordinary 4th realm practitioner, showcasing the formidable nature of the jade pivot heavenly fire. With determination to push towards the 3rd realm, Zhang Jiuyang felt invigorated. Jiuge, it's time for dinner. Little Ali bounced in with a food box, her little braids swinging, revealing a radiant smile from afar. Zhang Jiuyang opened his eyes, which sparkled brightly, as if imbued with a glimmer of spirit. He casually picked up a twig and tossed it. Bang! The twig lodged itself into the rockery, undisturbed and unwavering. A satisfied smile spread across his face. His physical advancement had allowed him to master his strength, meeting the standards set by Yu Ling. Yes, let's eat. Today's meal was particularly sumptuous. In addition to braised pork and soy sauce pork knuckle, there was even a braised frog. Zhang Jiuyang expressed his surprise, asking, "What made you think of making this today?" Upon hearing this, little Ali looked as if she had been waiting to share her news and eagerly replied, "Jiuge, I went out today to learn how to cook, and guess what I heard?" "What did you hear?" He prompted, intrigued. Hee. She burst into laughter and said, "Jiuge, it hasn't rained for the past half month, so someone has planned a wedding for 2 frogs, claiming it will bring rain. Isn't that ridiculous?" Amused, Zhang Jiuyang found it fascinating. In his previous life in Huaxia, there existed ancient worship surrounding frogs. For instance, in certain regions of the Zhuang ethnic group, the Frog Mother Festival was a traditional event aimed at invoking rain. Pu Songling also recounted a tale in strange stories from a Chinese studio about a young man with the surname Shui who married the daughter of the frog god, whose relationship faced many trials but ultimately blossomed into happiness and prosperity, earning them the title of the Shui frog family among the locals. Zhang Jiuyang glanced up at the sun overhead. Indeed, It had been a long time since it last rained. Farmers depended on the weather for their livelihoods, and hope for survival lay in the land, naturally leading to impatience. However, the notion of frogs marrying was certainly peculiar. Just then, Ali giggled again and asked, "Zhou, do you know what is even funnier than frogs getting married?" "What is it?" he inquired. With a sigh of a little adult, she exclaimed, "It's that even frogs can marry, yet some people nearing 20 still cannot find a wife." Suddenly, Zhong felt that the food in his hand had lost its appeal. He absent-mindedly picked up another twig, and instantly, the courtyard echoed with the cries of the little girl. In the evening, Zhong noticed Ali sulking in the corner, ignoring him. And couldn't he help but shake his head and smile. "Ali, your negative energy has significantly condensed lately. It's time to use that talisman." Ali's ears perked up immediately. She turned around eagerly, asking, "Is it that golden talisman?" Zhong nodded and replied, "This item is called the Duchang Shunwang talisman. It can be used to command spirits. Tomorrow." His eyes glimmered with anticipation as he proclaimed, "I shall bestow divinity upon you." Chapter 78. Duchang Shunwang Zhong Yuli. The following night, during the hour of the rat, Zhong bathed in his room, using a fragrant bath made from ingredients like baiji, peach skin, cypress bark, ling xiang, and qingmu xiang, which cleansed the body, purged impurities, and eliminated filth. As he bathed, he silently recited mystical incantations. Eliminate the inauspicious. With twin guardians, the 7 spirits stabilized the dwelling, cleansing the clouds, harmonizing the myriad energies. This was a Taoist bathing ritual. Ordinarily, such measures were unnecessary, but when preparing to conduct a ritual, one must adhere strictly to these protocols. This was also one of the preparations for bestowing divinity. Notably, one must not overlook any details during bathing, or all efforts would be in vain. After a while, Zhong completed his bath, donning a blue Taoist robe. The color blue symbolizes the pivotal energy of the East, the auspiciousness of the azure dragon, and represents the lineage of the Eastern Emperor. His shoes and socks were also in shades of blue and white, symbolizing that a practitioner should maintain purity and modesty, free from worldly desires. Upon opening the door, a striking Taoist clad in a blue robe and adorned with a Zhenwu hairpin appeared under the moonlight, standing tall, with an elegant demeanor, radiant as the moon. Ali had prepared the star altar, adorned with incense burners, yellow paper, and ritual candles. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zhou had promised to bestow divinity upon her, and the Duchang Shunwang talisman sounded incredibly powerful. "I, Ali, will also achieve greatness." "Ali, the time has come, are you ready?" She nodded vigorously. Zhong smiled slightly, then took out the golden talisman, where the character for Chong was faintly visible. The brush strokes roared like thunder, exuding a menacing aura. This was an exceptionally fierce talisman, known as the Duchang Shunwang. In Chinese folklore, there has always been a tradition of worshipping the 5 Chong, with many regions hosting temples dedicated to the 5 Chong, referred to as the 5 Chong Army by the Taoist sections. The so-called 5 Chong Army is akin to a special forces unit composed of spirits, typically comprising 2 factions. One faction consists of the generals and soldiers who perished under the command of the Yellow Emperor, later sealed by the 9 heavens Shen Nu's decree in Fengdu Iron Dynasty Mountain, granting them eternal life but stripping them of their autonomy, leaving them to obey the talismans. The other faction belonged to the remnants of the 6 cave heavenly demons subdued by General Zhao and Zhang Tianshi, serving under the Northern Emperor. Consequently, the Bane Fengdu Black Law records that to command the 6 cave heavenly demons and their subordinate spirits, one must offer sacrifices to Marshal Tianpeng to suppress them. Otherwise, the demon soldiers may harm the common folk, and the judges would face execution for their negligence. The 5 Chong army is notoriously fierce, and the 300,000 soldiers mentioned in the Tianpeng incantation refers to this very army. It is said that when a sorcerer summons the 5 Chong, if their words are unclear, once unleashed, the 5 Chong will often sweep away even ordinary wandering spirits without exception. What is truly terrifying is that if the Wusong is released and discovers there are no enemies present, or if the foes have already fled, it may turn around and capture the soul of the sorcerer instead. In certain locales, if the Wusong temple has long been devoid of offerings, it can become a cold altar, and the ferocious Wusong cavalry will seek out disturbances on their own. Should anyone cross paths with them, they may succumb to madness, become incoherent, or fall into silence. This phenomenon is known as the tyranny of the cold altar. Consequently, the Wusong cavalry across various regions require a leader of absolute prowess, referred to as the Duchang Shunwang, who is tasked with managing this unruly and formidable assembly of Wusong warriors. The golden talisman bestowed by the great deity Zhong serves as the Duchang Shunwang talisman, not for combat against foes, but to officially appoint the Duchang Shunwang. Generally speaking, only the most fearsome among the malevolent spirits and demons, the fiercest within the Wusong ranks, can be conferred the title of Duchang Shunwang to suppress the unruly Wusong warriors. Yet, in this world, there are no such Wusong warriors. Zhong has only encountered the Yin soldiers once, which resembled bizarre creatures covered in red fur, appearing exceedingly eerie. The sole entity he can officially appoint is Ali. As for the outcome of this appointment and the abilities Ali might gain, he is uncertain. But he believes that the great deity Zhong would not lead him astray. Moreover, Ali's divinatory powers have indicated that this talisman is of paramount importance to her, and she yearns for it immensely. Naturally, Zhong is eager to oblige. In this realm, Ali is the person he trusts the most and is also his sister. So good things should naturally be prioritized for family. In the pursuit of knowledge, one must labor diligently, gathering faith and cultivating sincerity. With incense offered to the Tai, the true essence mingles with the fragrant smoke. One can only hope for great mercy, as the 7 ancestors feast in the netherworld. As he recited these words, he turned towards the stars, performing 3 bows with incense in hand. In Taoist rituals, there are distinctions between burning incense, walking with incense, lighting the first incense, hard incense, and pinching incense. The act of pinching incense requires the left hand to hold the stick, never the right, followed by 3 pinches while reciting praises and burning the talisman. This symbolizes the offering to the 3 revered deities of the Yuqing Palace, the Qing Palace, and the Taiqing Palace. Inserting the incense into the turtle crane incense burner, Zhong ignited a piece of yellow paper inscribed with Ali's name and birthdate in cinnabar. As the yellow paper turned to ash and fell into the incense burner, all preparations were concluded, leaving only the final step. Holding the Dushang Shenwang talisman, he stood firmly, reciting incantations. Disciple Zhong. Having received the talisman from the great deity Zhong, hereby appoints Zhong's young Ali as the Dushang Shenwang, commanding the Wusong cavalry, subduing demons and vanquishing evil, promoting virtue. As he uttered the final line, the Dushang Shenwang talisman erupted in resplendent golden light, illuminating the previously dark courtyard, and in a daze, he seemed to hear the sounds of countless battles and roars. The thunderous cries of 300,000 Wusong warriors shook the heavens. Their military might capable of unsettling the sun and moon. It rendered the world devoid of color. Subsequently, the Dushang Shenwang talisman transformed into a streak of luminous energy, flying into Ali's brow, enveloping her entire form in golden radiance. A hint of majesty seemed to flicker across her youthful visage. The dark energy surrounding her rapidly intensified, yet unlike ordinary malevolent spirits, within that overwhelming aura of ferocity, there was a semblance of dignified grandeur. Zhong felt a slight tension in his heart, his gaze fixed intently on Ali. Time passed, and eventually, the golden glow surrounding Ali began to dissipate, and her rapidly increasing dark energy came to a halt. It was only then that Zhong noticed her white dress was almost entirely stained crimson with blood, leaving just a small corner untouched. She had already stepped half a foot into the realm of malevolence, akin to the earlier Yunyang. Zhong marveled quietly, as the once easily subdued little spirit that Yunyang had handled with ease was now a formidable presence in her own right, and with those 2 pink kitchen knives. In a confrontation, Yunyang would likely not stand a chance against Ali. With a flutter of her eyelashes, Ali slowly opened her eyes, her gaze imbued with curiosity. How do you feel? Zhong inquired. It feels, she mused, glancing at her hands, like I've eaten a slightly warm tanghulu. Zhong shook his head with a chuckle, for such a description was undoubtedly that of a young girl. At that moment, Ali looked up at Zhong, letting out a soft exclamation. Jogu, why do you have so many strange fireworks about you? She sniffed and exclaimed, it smells wonderful. Zhong's heart jolted. Fireworks? Could they be offerings? Although the Zhong Che 2 had been replaced with the Wang Lingguan Zhengshu Lingxiao 2. The legend of Zhong capturing ghosts still drew many offerings daily, which vanished into his consciousness. This was a source of great regret for Zhong. Had he been able to present these offerings to Wang Lingguan, perhaps he could have attained a legacy by now. These offerings were formless and invisible, even beyond the perception of Yuling's mystical sight, and previously Ali could not see them either, yet now she was able. Can you consume these offerings? Zhong asked. If Ali could indeed feed on the offerings to grow stronger, could the surplus offerings be given to her? Ali attempted to take a breath, but the offerings entered her mouth only to escape through her nose, proving impossible to absorb. She was so tempted that she nearly drooled. The aroma was delightful, yet she could not consume it. Zhong understood. It appeared she could not feed on others' offerings, leading to the implication that others might need to worship her instead. Ali, if you have the opportunity in the coming days, you should do good deeds and assist others, he encouraged, contemplating the possibility of guiding Ali along the path of divinity. Although Ali did not comprehend the reasoning, she quietly noted it. She had always followed Jiuji's instructions without question. By the way, Jiugu, aside from divination, I seem to have acquired another ability. What ability? She proclaimed proudly, patting her chest. I can summon the Wusong cavalry. Zhong was taken aback. The Wusong cavalry? Logically, Ali was now the first Dushang Shenwang of this world, capable of commanding all Wuzang cavalry. Unfortunately, she was merely a figurehead. Having authority without power was of little use. However, If she could indeed summon the Wusong cavalry, that would be formidable. He recalled the fierce Wusong cavalry from earlier, and his heart raced with excitement. Ali's power would be his. If he could command such a strong legion of spirits, he would be invincible. What of the underworld? In an instant, it would be washed in blood. Under his expectant gaze, Ali began to cast her spell, wielding 2 small pink kitchen knives, dancing under the moonlight as if performing a shamanic rite. Chanting incantations in a language Zhang Zhuyang could not comprehend, seemingly not of the mortal realm. Suddenly, the night wind howled, and a chilling aura enveloped the courtyard. As though an invisible force had descended, Zhang Zhuyang swallowed nervously. Minutes passed, and soon Ali herself grew weary, collapsing onto the ground, panting, "Something's off. I should have been able to summon them." At that moment, Zhang Zhuyang abruptly raised his gaze toward the southeast corner, extending his hand. The ghost-slaying sword flew into his palm, radiating a crimson light under the moon. Yet, he soon relaxed, for approaching was merely an ordinary wandering soul. An elderly man who moved slowly, stopping every few steps to rest his weary legs. Even more pitiable was a sickly ghost resembling a scholar, who coughed incessantly. Spewing black blood, his face pale as he staggered, needing to pause several times to cough. Their competition resembled a contest of endurance. While nearby snails had already reached their destinations, still, they struggled to settle the outcome. Suddenly, a figure flew through the air, capturing Zhang Zhuyang's attention. This one seemed somewhat reliable. However, before he could rejoice, a gust of wind swept through, causing the figure to stumble and fall into the pond with a splash, producing gurgling sounds. Ali, slightly embarrassed, rushed to the pond's edge to rescue him. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Zhuyang realized the ghost was a small infant. Still in the age of pacifiers, no wonder the wind had toppled him. "Greetings, Wusong Wang heir, I have met the leader," the Wusong exclaimed, coughing. "Fan Changsheng." "At your service," the sickly scholar ghost uttered, unable to contain himself as he expelled a piece of his own entrails. As for the ghostly infant, it emitted a series of whimpering sounds, clearly still in the process of learning to speak. Zhang Zhuyang's expression darkened. "What is this? You dare to call this a Wuchang Bingma? This is nothing more than a combination of the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. Do not even mention bloodbathing in the Yellow Springs. Taking a bath would be a Herculean task." However, Ali showed no disdain as she gazed at her 3 subordinates and began to paint a grand vision. "From this day forth, you shall be the 3 great generals of my Wuchang Bingma, my left and right arms alongside Gong." She pointed at the old man and declared, "You shall be the brazen general, overseeing mountain expeditions and hunting, collecting souls, and establishing the Wuchang." Then she gestured toward the scholar-like ghost and stated, "You shall be the steam general, responsible for alleviating pain and sealing blades and bones for the Wuchang." Finally, she pointed at the ghostly infant and proclaimed, "You shall be the fried general, responsible for rallying and raising flags for the Wuchang." The 3 ghosts were overjoyed and bowed in acceptance of their duties. Zhang Zhuyang fell silent. However, he soon noticed something unusual. After Ali conferred titles upon the 3 ghosts, the yin energy surrounding them seemed to solidify significantly, and even their dull gazes became clear and perceptive. Ali found a jar, waved her hand, and drew the 3 ghosts into the jar, sealing it with a design crafted from her own blood, presenting it to Zhang Zhuyang triumphantly. "Gong, this is called the Wuchang Bingma jar from now on. They can practice their martial skills within." Zhang Zhuyang leaned closer to the jar's opening and was taken aback. Inside, there were mountains, rivers, and training grounds, with the 3 ghosts resembling tiny figures, cultivating their yin energy, practicing martial arts tirelessly, as if Ali's words were a divine decree to them. "Gong, they cannot defeat anyone right now, but once they grow stronger, we can send them out to sweep the land and subdue ghostly beings as our army." Ali envisioned a scene of 1,000,000 soldiers under her command, commanding the winds and clouds, her little face beaming with delight. Zhang Zhuyang finally understood that Ali's so-called summoning of the Wuchang Bingma was, in fact, gathering local ghostly beings, which, once summoned by her sorcery, would have their consciousness altered to believe they were Wuchang and would be utterly obedient to Ali. Yet, this might not be a misfortune for them. For instance, these 3 wandering souls were on the brink of dispersing, yet now, as Wuchang, they could not only survive, but might also grow stronger in the future. Given time, that small Wuchang Bingma jar might very well become a refuge for a 1,000,000-strong army. Contemplating this, Zhang Zhuyang's gaze towards Ali shifted. This little girl was likely to become something extraordinary. Little Ali proudly presented the jar to him. "Gong, they are Ali's great generals. And Ali is your great general." Zhang Zhuyang, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter, ruffling her little braid, a surge of ambition swelling within him as he declared, "Very well, let us cultivate a 1,000,000-strong army together and let the malevolent forces of this world witness the ferocity of the Wuchang Bingma." Chapter 79, Qingzhou's Dragonfall. Zhuyang seeks rain. The next day, Zhang Zhuyang, for once, did not engage in arduous cultivation, but rather prepared to venture out with his new creation. Indeed, after a month of relentless toil and contemplation, The author of Liao Zhai finally produced a new work entitled Lingguan Mo Lu. He believed it would undoubtedly stir a new wave of enthusiasm. In his study, he carefully tucked the Lingguan Mo Lu into his robe and glanced at the sleeping little Ali beside him. Last night, she had summoned the Wuchang Bing Ma and crafted the Wuchang Bing Ma jar, exhausting herself to the point of sleeping in until now. Zhang Zhuyang smiled faintly and concealed another book on his desk. This was a work he had written out of boredom during a creative block, which unexpectedly sparked his inspiration, leading to the early completion of Lingguan Mo Lu. This time, he had learned from experience, ensuring a satisfying conclusion for the Lingguan. In order to prevent Yu Ling from pressuring him for more, after carefully locking away the work written in his idle moments, Zhang Zhuyang rose to cover the Taoist robe that Ali had kicked off. Although he knew she was a ghost and would not feel the cold, he could not help but tuck in the edges of her clothing. The little girl seemed to dream of something delicious, smacking her lips. Zhang Zhuyang shook his head and chuckled, not waking her, and gently closed the door as he departed the room. Not long after he left, little Ali suddenly opened her eyes, bright and alert, devoid of any traces of sleepiness. With a swift movement, she darted toward the cabinet. What has Gong written that he refuses to share with me? Humph, I can recognize many characters now. If you want to tell me, I shall read it myself. Instead of breaking the lock, she slipped her hand into the cabinet and retrieved the book, opening it to find herself frowning. What does Ro Pu Tuan mean? After flipping through a few pages, she furrowed her brow even more, exclaiming, why is it all and ya? How boring. I want to see battles and rivers of blood. Saying this, she somewhat disinterestedly closed the book, put it back in the cabinet, and turned to continue sleeping. Zhang Zhuyang emerged from Qingzhou's largest UMO bookstore, a smile gracing his face. The process had gone exceedingly smoothly. The shopkeeper had been eagerly awaiting him. And without needing to say much, the latter had already offered numerous generous terms. Of course, for him, the Liao Zhai author who could navigate the bureaucracy and write forbidden topics without facing any pursuit, the shopkeeper held a deep respect. Walking down the street, Zhang Zhuyang bought a candied hawthorn for Ali, preparing to head home when he suddenly heard the sounds of drums and gongs resonating through the street. Look, the frog bride is coming. Haha, the groom is also a frog. What a spectacle, and it seems quite the occasion. I wonder if I can join in the festivities tonight. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhuyang's heart stirred. Is this what Ali referred to as frogs getting married? In the distance, a procession approached, with people beating drums, blowing swana, and children scattering peanuts or grains, creating a jubilant atmosphere. The bearers carried an open bamboo litter, on which two frogs were bound with red strings, wearing expressions of utter disinterest. Most amusingly, one frog wore a red headscarf that occasionally slipped off, prompting a nearby person to adjust it, eliciting laughter from the onlookers, who regarded it as a marvel. However, Zhang Zhuyang found little to laugh about. He noticed many people kneeling before the two frogs, bowing their heads to the ground, their fervent devotion highlighted amidst the laughter of the crowd. They wore the coarsest hemp garments, their skin rough, and under the scorching sun, sweat poured down, yet they dared not order even a bowl of tea costing 2 coins. They understood the absurdity of the situation but had no choice but to regard the two frogs as their last hope. They were farmers. Zhang Zhuyang, having cultivated the land with his grandfather in his youth, was acutely aware of the farmers' struggles. At that moment, as the crops approached maturity, they had invested immense sweat and labor, and just as they were about to reap their rewards, a prolonged drought loomed. If rain did not come soon, the crops would perish, and how would they survive the winter? The winters of ancient times could indeed be fatal, but would having the frogs marry truly be effective? Zhang Zhuyang was uncertain. He possessed no divine powers to summon rain. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to assist the people of Qingzhou in overcoming this hardship. He wondered if anyone in the Qingtian supervisory office could pray for rain. Perhaps he could write to Yu Ling for advice. Thinking of Yu Ling, he realized he had not received any news since her return to the capital and felt a twinge of concern, as she was supposed to help him maintain his facade. As he pondered, he unwittingly arrived at a temple. This was a rather desolate temple, with a sign draped in cobwebs, reading Dragon King Temple. Zhang Zhuyang felt a spark of curiosity, since they were seeking rain. Why did the people of Qingzhou not come to this Dragon King Temple, but instead orchestrate a frog wedding? Perhaps something had transpired at the Dragon King Temple? Driven by curiosity, he slowly stepped into the Dragon King Temple. Upon entering, he could smell the unmistakable odor of damp wood. Inside the temple stood a statue of the Dragon King, adorned in a yellow robe and crowned, with a serene visage that commanded respect without anger. Zhang Zhuyang observed that the temple appeared to be quite ancient, yet the statue of the deity seemed relatively new, creating a striking contrast. At that moment, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he beheld a frail, white-haired old gentleman, who approached with 3 incense sticks trembling in his hands. Upon seeing Zhang Zhuyang, the old man's murky eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Young man, you are not a local from Qingzhou, are you? Before Zhang Zhuyang could respond, he asked this question spontaneously. Zhang Zhuyang nodded and inquired, Elder, why do you say that? The old man waved his hand and chuckled. These days, Aside from old folks like me who are nearing the end of their days, there are hardly any young people from Qingzhou who still come to pay their respects to the Dragon King. He paused and sighed. Nowadays, very few remember the Dragon King. What is this nonsense about frogs getting married? Zhong felt a stirring in his heart and asked, Elder, could you tell me what has transpired here? Why do people no longer wish to worship the Dragon King? The old man, seemingly having not conversed with anyone for a long time, appeared to have found his enthusiasm, and a glimmer of nostalgia shone in his eyes. In the past, this place was bustling. Whenever there was a drought, everyone would rush to worship the Dragon King. And soon after, rain would come. It was remarkably effective. He pointed to a corner and laughed. I was only 8 years old at the time. I offended the Dragon King with a careless remark and was chastised by my father with a broom right here, as a form of atonement. The old man seemed to relive the vibrant scenes from decades ago, contrasting them with the desolation of the present. And he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh as he recounted the tale of the Dragon King's temple. It was approximately 70 to 80 years ago that an extraordinary event occurred in Qingzhou. A dragon fell from the sky. A colossal dragon plummeted from the clouds, landing beside an ancient town in Qingzhou, its body coiling around mountains, measuring hundreds of feet in length, its head resembling a small hill, and its eyes like the sun and moon, truly fearsome. Its golden scales bore distinct charred marks, as if struck by lightning and scorched by fire. At that time, the villagers speculated that this was the Dragon King's failure in overcoming a tribulation, for not long before, Qingzhou had endured a period of thunder and torrential rain that had inundated the fields. However, the simple villagers bore no ill will. They spontaneously banded together to construct a shelter for the ailing dragon, tirelessly fetching water to quench its thirst. This continued for 2 days, though the old man was still a child then. He too had contributed by using a small bucket to pour water over the dragon's scales and had witnessed the magnificent creature with his own eyes. One night, amidst a resounding thunderclap, a torrential downpour commenced. The following day, when the skies cleared, the villagers discovered that the dragon had vanished without a trace, leaving only the imprint of its massive body upon the terrain. Subsequently, the people of Qingzhou pooled their resources to erect a Dragon King temple in the city. This temple proved to be remarkably effective, answering nearly every prayer. For many years, Qingzhou enjoyed favorable weather, abundant harvests, and became one of the wealthiest regions in the realm. Consequently, the Dragon King was officially recognized as a deity by the imperial court. Everything progressed positively, and the tale of the dragon's fall became a legend, with the temple flourishing in incense offerings. Until one day, the statue of the Dragon King suddenly shattered. The cause remained a mystery, and even the temple's caretaker inexplicably descended into madness, soon taking his own life. The villagers raised funds to sculpt a grander and more impressive statue. Yet from that moment on, the temple ceased to be effective. Initially, some still came to light incense, but as time passed, the number of worshippers dwindled. Once the eyewitnesses of the dragon's fall began to pass away, many started to doubt the authenticity of the event, believing it to be a fabricated tale to swindle offerings. Nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. I even poured water for the Dragon King. If my father hadn't held me back, I would have touched the dragon's scales. The old man exclaimed passionately, his voice rising in indignation. He began to cough, prompting Zhong to gently pat his back. Young man, do you believe me? He gasped between breaths. Zhong nodded. I believe you, elder. Please rest for a moment. The old man, appearing somewhat breathless, trembled as he sat against a pillar, gazing at the familiar yet strange statue, his eyes glistening with moisture. Dragon King, the ones who once poured water and sheltered you are nearly all gone. When I pass, who knows what they will say about you? He lamented. Great Dragon King, if you are indeed benevolent, grant a dream to that little boy so I can depart in peace. Zhong paused for a moment, and as he observed the old man's tear-filled eyes, an unexpected emotion stirred within him. Incense offerings are not merely a ritual. When deities receive such offerings, they offer protection to their devotees, serving as a spiritual refuge for countless souls. This relationship resembles an unwritten pact, embodying an inexplicable bond. The old man attempted to rise to light incense, but he felt a wave of fatigue. He was too old now, no longer the vigorous youth who could dash through the mountains with a bucket in hand. Even the act of lighting an incense stick had become a strenuous endeavor. Zhong, feeling a sense of compassion, approached and said, Elder, allow me to light the incense for you. As a disciple of the Tao, it would not be a slight to the Dragon King. The old man, taken aback by this gesture, nodded appreciatively. Young man, I am grateful to you. Zhong accepted the incense, ignited it, bowed 3 times, and then placed it into the slightly hardened incense burner. Great Dragon King, I, Zhong, offer this incense and pray for rain. Qingzhou has suffered drought for many days, and the people are in dire need. I beseech the Dragon King to wield your divine power and bestow the rain, nourishing the lives of the populace. The smoke rose and gradually dissipated. He assisted the old man back home, ensuring he arrived safely before taking his leave. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he finished lighting the incense, deep beneath the dark waters of a vast marsh several hundred miles from Qingzhou, A pair of enormous eyes suddenly illuminated the depths. Chapter 80. The White Dragon Brings Rain. Yuling sends word as Zhong walked through the streets. He could still hear the townsfolk discussing the matter of frogs getting married. Ribbit, ribbit, riding in a flower palanquin, laughing heartily, asking why it isn't raining. And it replies ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Someone had turned this event into a nursery rhyme, and children sang it joyfully, prompting laughter from the crowd. Yet, many were filled with concern. If this year's harvest in Qingzhou were to be poor, every industry would be affected. For the people, food is paramount. And it is not just the farmers who would suffer. Zhong looked up to see another bright, sunny day, the scorching sun high in the sky, offering no indication of impending rain. He sighed softly, feeling helpless in the face of the situation. However, after a few steps, the sky suddenly darkened, as if something had obscured the blinding sunlight. Upon glancing upward, he was astonished to see a vast expanse of dark clouds gathering. A rumble echoed, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, followed by a tempestuous wind. The wind carried moisture, a damp warmth, and the scent of earth, making it clear that a heavy downpour was imminent. It's raining. It's going to rain. The frog's spirit has manifested. Hooray, the crops are saved. The people cheered, and children began singing the nursery rhyme joyfully. Their spirits lifted. Zhong, however, grabbed a small child and pointed to the large clouds overhead, asking, "Little one, can you see what is up there?" The boy gazed earnestly at the sky and replied, "There are clouds. Anything else?" "No, uncle, don't scare me. I'm scared." Zhong gently patted the boy's head, but his gaze turned grave as he focused intently on the clouds, fixating on the faint outline of a tail that seemed to shimmer through the mist. It was a dragon's tail. He beheld a long, snow-white tail flickering in and out of the clouds, its scales gleaming like jade, shimmering with an ethereal glow, occasionally revealing itself, but remaining unseen by most. Or rather, it was concealed from mortal eyes. The dragon's silhouette, shrouded by the clouds, was obscured, yet it appeared to be nearly 100 feet long, undoubtedly a magnificent creature. Where the true dragon roams, storms and rain follow. Before long, a torrential downpour began to fall, and Zhong sheltered under an eave, continuing to gaze at the true dragon hidden among the clouds, summoning the winds and rain. Despite knowing that this world is inhabited by many legendary beings, as a descendant of Huaxia, he felt a profound shock upon witnessing the true dragon with his own eyes. Even through the thick layers of clouds, he could sense its innate nobility, mystery, majesty, and power. The dragon is undoubtedly one of the most perfect beings in existence. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. Zhong focused his magical energy to his ears and faintly heard the dragon's roar, resonant, vigorous, imbued with an indescribable ancient aura that sent shivers down his spine. It was not fear, but rather an ineffable sensation, as if a tremor was etched deep within his bloodline. Suddenly, he recalled the Dragon King temple. Could it be that the Dragon King truly manifested? However, he quickly dismissed this notion, for according to the old gentleman, the Dragon King's scales were golden, and its length measured hundreds of zhong, encircling the mountains. The dragon before him was a white dragon, nearly 100 zhong long, considerably smaller than the Dragon King. Nevertheless, the arrival of the white dragon's reign was undoubtedly a boon for the people of Qingzhou. Regrettably, Zhong's current cultivation was still too weak. Otherwise, he would have longed to ride the clouds and negotiate with this mythical white dragon. After all, he too was a descendant of the dragon. The heavy rain did not last long, tapering off after less than half an hour. Zhong extended his hand to wash it in the rainwater dripping from the eave. The water was clear and icy, imbued with a magical essence. Although only remnants remained, it was still easy to infer the immense power of the white dragon. Not to mention that Zhong could not compare. Even Yuling would be dwarfed. Of course, in a true confrontation, it was not merely a matter of who possessed greater magical prowess. One must also consider divine abilities, martial skills, magical artifacts, and strategies. For instance, although Lin Xiaozi had lived for over 600 years, countless reincarnations had severely impacted his cultivation, forcing him to start anew with each rebirth, resulting in a decline from his former realm. His ability to suppress Yuling and Qingjiakan stemmed entirely from decades of planning. Having cultivated the 5 elements heavenly ghosts and secured a significant home field advantage in Qingjiakan, in a different setting, Yuling could easily crush him. Nevertheless, the white dragon's magical power was indeed remarkable. After summoning the clouds and rain, the white dragon vanished without a trace, seemingly retreating beyond the heavens, leaving Zhong unable to catch even a glimpse. He shook his head, committing this scene to memory, and then continued on his way home. One day, his magical prowess and Taoist cultivation would surpass that of this white dragon, and he believed he would then behold a more wondrous world, one where he would no longer have to simply stand by and speculate from afar. At the Dragon King temple, a woman clad in white entered, her garment like snow and her attire flowing like clouds. Her long black hair cascaded delicately, fluttering in the gentle breeze. As she walked, her steps were light, and her silk stockings left no trace of dust. She wore a veil that obscured her features. Yet her exposed eyebrows and eyes were as picturesque as a painting, especially her eyes, which appeared as clear and elegant as white clouds, seemingly untouched by the mortal realm. The white-clad woman stepped lightly into the temple, her glass-like pupils quietly observing the statue of the Dragon King, her gaze carrying a hint of complexity. After a long moment, she lowered her eyes, her gaze falling upon the 3 burnt incense sticks. Her right hand emerged from her flowing sleeve, performing intricate gestures. Her fingers were slender and delicate, emanating a faint white light, reminiscent of translucent white jade glistening in sunlight, embodying an enigmatic Taoist aura. Her hair floated gracefully, and her white robe exuded an ethereal quality. After a moment, she ceased her calculations, stepping out of the Dragon King temple and moving towards a certain direction. Strangely, although this white-clad woman wore a veil, her figure was slender and graceful, her demeanor extraordinary, yet the passing townsfolk appeared oblivious to her presence, as if they could not see her at all. Only a spirited child, sensing something, exclaimed, "Oh, there seems to be a very beautiful big sister, but now she is gone." Ultimately, the child was pulled away by their parents. The white-clad woman walked quietly through the bustling city, where many were celebrating the recent rain, but she paid no heed, her expression devoid of any emotion. Eventually, she arrived at her destination, a simple, worn-down farmhouse. Without knocking, she passed through the door. Inside lay an elderly man, on the brink of death, seemingly alone and abandoned, lying in bed, frail and decrepit. Had Zhong been present, he would have recognized this dying old man as the one who had offered incense at the Dragon King temple earlier that day. After visiting the temple, he appeared to have exhaled his last breath, returning home to lie bedridden, nearing the end of his life. At that moment, amidst the haze, he seemed to hear someone calling his name. "Did you bring me incense?" The voice was as clear as a cool spring, unlike anything he had ever heard. The old man slowly opened his eyes to see a woman radiating celestial light, with every strand of her hair shimmering, her glass-like pupils gazing at him intently. Upon hearing her words, the old man's spirit trembled, his expression suddenly filled with excitement. You're the Dragon King?" The white-clad woman shook her head and replied, "I am not." She then inquired, "Did you bring me incense?" The old man quickly nodded, tears streaming down his face. "Dragon King, you are all right. That dog child can rest easy now." Such a fervent believer would earn the respect of others. However, the white-clad woman remained indifferent, stating, "I believe you are lying." Seeing the old man about to fervently protest, she gently interjected, "Let me see for myself." With a touch to the old man's brow, she delved into his memories, uncovering the events that transpired at the Dragon King temple that day. It turned out the person who offered incense was a young Taoist in a blue robe. She was puzzled as to why an ordinary young priest would wield such immense incense power, nearly overwhelming her, compelling her to personally descend from the palace to summon clouds and rain in return for the incense. "You are not the Dragon King." The old man finally regained his composure, feeling a tinge of disappointment, and then eagerly asked, "Then you must know the Dragon King. Is he well?" The white-clad woman hesitated for a moment before responding, "He has passed away." The old man trembled, tears streaming down his face, and his breath began to fade. Just before consciousness slipped into darkness, he heard that celestial voice once more. "You do not owe him anything. The water you poured long ago has already been repaid. He merely could not bear to part with you." Zhong returned home to find Ali awake, brandishing 2 pink kitchen knives as she captured a peculiar little figure in yellow by the pond. The little figure, chubby and only 4 inches tall, donned yellow clothing, a yellow cap, and carried a large bundle on its back. Currently, it was pinned to the shore by Ali, shouting desperately, "Help! I am not a thief. I am Qingji, a messenger of Yuling. Please don't kill me. I came to deliver a message to Zhong." Ali gently tapped its head with the back of her knife, then curiously pinched its plump flesh, exclaiming, "You're so chubby. How can you run so fast? I almost didn't catch you." She tossed the little figure around playfully, thoroughly enjoying herself. Zhong sighed softly and chuckled, "Ali, behave yourself." The little girl, having been idle at home for too long, was suddenly delighted by the unexpected arrival of such a fascinating little figure, leading her to indulge in playfulness. If she had truly attacked, the little figure would have long since met its demise. Only then did Ali release her grip. The figure in the yellow robe let out a cold snort, adjusted his robe and mustache, and handed a bundle to Zhong, saying, "This is something my master asked me to deliver to you." Pausing, he cast a wary glance at the pink kitchen knife in Ali's hand and added, "I am not afraid of her. I merely worry about damaging the contents of the bundle." Zhong chuckled and replied, "Your efforts are appreciated. Please have a seat." However, the figure in the yellow robe did not sit down. Instead, he dove into the pond, happily swimming about, saying, "We Qingji are the essence of the waters. It is far more comfortable here than on a chair." Observing his cheerful demeanor, Zhong smiled faintly, displaying a generous spirit, not holding a grudge. He opened the bundle and discovered 5 items within: a waist badge, a small booklet, a letter, a bottle of elixirs, and a small yellow egg that seemed to emanate a potent aquatic energy. The waist badge was, of course, a symbol of identity for the outer circle of the Qingtian monitor, but unlike the one given by Lao Gao, this badge appeared more distinguished and imposing, with the characters Qingtian engraved on the front and a 5-clawed golden dragon on the back. Additionally, at the very bottom of the badge was the character Ling, signifying that Zhang Zhuyang was part of the outer circle of Yuling. Thus, their fates were intertwined. Should one rise in status, so too would the other. Conversely, if Zhang Zhuyang were to commit any misdeeds, Yuling would bear the consequences. After carefully stowing the waist badge, Zhang Zhuyang picked up the small booklet, which turned out to be a catalog of treasures from the Qingtian monitor, categorized into 6 types: elixirs, formations, talismans, artifacts, techniques, and special treasures, each entry dazzling and overwhelming. He decided to set it aside for later examination. Upon opening the letter, elegant handwriting greeted him. To his surprise, the formidable Yuling possessed such exquisite penmanship. Zhang Zhuyang, it has been a long time. I wonder if your swordsmanship has progressed. I hope you have not been idle. You have made a name for yourself at the Qingtian monitor. As my outer circle member, your martial skills must not be lacking, lest they mock my judgment of character. Everything has been arranged, and with the waist badge, no one at the Qingtian monitor will dare to trouble you. The bottle contains 2 Sambao Rui pills. Do not dismiss their scarcity, as only 4 were refined in total. 1 for Lao Gao, 1 taken by that old fellow Zhong, and if I hadn't drawn my sword, the head of Lingdan Pavilion would have sought to claim another. Once I can best Zhong, I shall help you pluck a few whiskers from him. Reading this, Zhang Zhuyang couldn't help but smile. Although the handwriting was delicate, it still carried a fierce spirit. Truly, this was Yuling. I expended some merit to exchange for a water essence egg for you. For its specific usage, you may inquire with Qingji. Please extend my regards to little A Li. The handwriting seemed to conclude here, but as if recalling something, she wrote an additional line. It has been a month. If you cannot produce anything by then, you should not remain in Qingzhou. I shall send someone to escort you to the capital. I believe that under the dragon sparrow blade, your thoughts will flow like water and your pen will fly. Zhang Zhuyang folded the letter with a smile on his face. Ali had jumped into the lake, mingling with Qingji as they both looked at Zhang Zhuyang and chuckled. Look at him smiling, radiant as spring, Qingji remarked, nodding. When my master writes letters, she also wears a smile, though not as lewd as your master S. It is still a rare sight. Zhang Zhuyang replied, Hey, I can hear you, you know. And weren't you just fighting moments ago? How did you suddenly become so playful? Truly, you two are light-hearted creatures. Qingji, how should this egg be used? Zhang Zhuyang asked, retrieving the small yellow egg, no larger than an inch, resembling a quail egg, yet surrounded by a rich aquatic energy, making it seem quite peculiar. Qingji exclaimed, This is a condensation of water essence. Once hatched, it will produce a Qingji. Noticing Zhang Zhuyang's astonished expression, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, Our Qingji clan does not reproduce in the conventional sense. We are all transformed from water essence, gentle in nature and lacking in self-defense, yet capable of riding small steeds and traveling 1,000 miles to deliver messages for people. He reflected, though we appear small, we are quite precious. Within the entire Qingtian monitor, there are only a handful of Qingji to follow. This egg is worth 1,000 merits, and it is a rare commodity. Several Lingtai lords have coveted it, but were frightened off by my master. The conditions for the birth of a Qingji are exceedingly stringent. It requires hundreds of years of desiccated waters, in a valley that is neither barren nor lacking in water, and even across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. There are few. Moreover, once a Qingji recognizes its master, it will follow them faithfully for life. Zhang Zhuyang felt warmth in his heart. Yuling had previously mentioned that rewards not granted by the higher-ups would be compensated by her, and it seems she was true to her word. How is your master faring in the capital? Is she well? Qingji proudly replied, My master is now the youngest monitor in the Qingtian monitor. Presiding over the White Tiger Pavilion, conferred the title of Minglai Ho by His Majesty. Her renown echoes throughout the capital. Zhang Zhuyang was taken aback, exclaiming, A marquis? In this world, titles are divided into 5 ranks: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. The great Qian has not seen war for a long time, making it difficult to rise through military merit, and with the national treasury not brimming, the bestowal of titles has naturally diminished. In such an environment, attaining the title of Marquis is indeed challenging. Yes, otherwise, do you think the title of Monitor includes just any Marquis? Qingji counted on his fingers. Cases at the Qingtian Monitor are perilous and belong to military merit. My master has fought for many years, slaying over a dozen formidable evils and countless more dire ones. If not for her youth, she could have been conferred the title of Marquis 2 years ago. Zhang Zhuyang was astonished, secretly admiring her. No wonder Yuling's reputation was so grand, having truly emerged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. All of this was indeed her due. Under Qingji's guidance, Zhang Zhuyang placed the shimmering water egg into the pond, and shortly thereafter, a miraculous scene unfolded. The eggshell trembled continuously before shattering with a loud crack. Yet it appeared empty inside. No, it was not empty. Zhang Zhuyang saw a nearly transparent figure swimming out from within the shell. Taking a deep breath, he called out, Qingji. The Qingji are truly remarkable beings. Though they are born from water essence, they require someone to call their name to awaken them. The first person to utter their name becomes their master, even akin to a parent, for it is that call of Qingji that grants them their name and form. Thus, a Qingji will follow faithfully throughout its life, obediently serving its master. Even if the master perishes, they will return to the very pond where they first met, waiting silently for that name until their own demise. In the next moment, a figure leaped from the pond, palm-sized, clad in yellow, crowned in yellow, riding a yellow steed, with pure eyes filled with joy that reflected Zhong Zhuyang's silhouette. Were you calling for me? It asked in a voice as innocent as a child. Its cheeks plump and youthful, unlike Yuling's Qingji that bore whiskers. Seeing Zhong Zhuyang nod, it beamed with a brilliant smile, dancing about, only to be playfully smacked on the head by a Li. From now on, in this family, you are the eldest brother, I am the second sister. And you are the third, do you understand? Little Qingji chirped, understood, second sister. Zhong Zhuyang, from this point forward, could send messages to my master through Qingji, including what he wished to exchange for with merits. There was no need for him to make the journey himself. Little Qingji's eyes sparkled at this, nodding vigorously. Wonderful. Master, you can command me anytime. I love delivering messages. It showed no signs of resentment for being a laborer, delivering messages for its master, traversing great distances. Was its mission and a way to repay the kindness of that first call of Qingji. Zhong Zhuyang, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. By the way, do you have anything you need me to bring back to my master? Zhong Zhuyang pondered for a moment, then retreated to his study to compose a letter. He retrieved a book from the cabinet, a sequel he had meticulously pinned to Zhong Kuei Chasing Ghosts, which he had kept alongside Ro Pu Tuan, securely locked away and unseen by others. After all, he had made a promise to Yuling that she would be the first to review the sequel upon its completion. However, he noticed something peculiar in Ali's gaze, as if she wished to speak but hesitated. Please deliver this letter and the book to Yuling for me. Rest assured, the task will be accomplished. With that, she summoned her innate abilities, and a small yellow horse appeared beneath her. With a neigh, it transformed into a whirlwind and vanished from sight. Qingji, skilled in speed, could traverse 1,000 miles in a day. Zhong Zhuyang smiled faintly. Yuling had aided him immensely, and this sequel to Zhong Kuei Chasing Ghosts was his modest token of gratitude. He hoped she would appreciate it. Turning to see Ali's downcast expression, he approached her with a gentle smile, asking, what troubles you? Is it the addition of another family member that disheartens you? Little Qingji chimed in cheerfully, sister. Would you like to ride the little horse? Ali remained sullen, finally lifting her head to timidly say, Brother Jiao, it seems you've taken the wrong book. Taken aback, Zhang Zhuyang paused. Then a chill coursed from his feet to the crown of his head as a realization dawned upon him. He dashed into the study, opened the cabinet, and flipped through the book within. As it was handwritten, he had not inscribed the title on the cover, but rather on the inner pages. Upon opening it, darkness enveloped his vision, and the world spun around him. To his horror, the first page boldly declared Zhong Kuei Chasing Ghosts in large letters. If this was indeed Zhong Kuei Chasing Ghosts, then the book he had just sent with Qingji to Yuling was. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse a flash of a gleaming blade. The Ming Lai Ho, personally sealed by the Emperor, Yuling, slowly unsheathed her dragon sparrow blade amidst the raging flames, her murderous intent as fierce as a howling north wind. That night, it was mid-month, the moonlight flowed like water, casting a full orb in the sky. Although it was not the mid-autumn festival, Ali had made some mooncakes, hoping to comfort Brother Jiao. Qingji had dutifully returned to the water to sleep, as a newborn was not accustomed to staying awake late. Zhang Zhuyang sighed heavily. There was no recovering what was lost. He could only resign himself to fate, lamenting the ruin of his once great reputation, uncertain of how Yuling would perceive him henceforth. He could hardly even bring himself to eat the mooncakes. If worst came to worst, perhaps he should seek a new life in a city where no one knew him. Brother Jiao, please do not be angry. It's just a book. You can say Ali wrote it. After all, the contents are rather dull, she reasoned. Little children do not understand. That book was a treasure, albeit one that was best kept hidden. As Ali prepared to retort, her eyes suddenly widened. Brother Jiao, why is your body becoming transparent? Just as Zhang Zhuyang intended to dismiss her words, he witnessed an astonishing sight. Under the moonlight, his hands seemed to fade, as if he were gradually vanishing. Yet, he felt no harm. What on earth was happening? Brother Jiao, do you not want Ali anymore? As Zhang Zhuyang began to dissolve, his very essence waning, Ali panicked, scattering the meticulously crafted mooncakes across the ground as she rushed towards him. But she grasped at nothing but air. Zhang Zhuyang had vanished, leaving behind a lingering echo of his final words. Do not be afraid. Wait for me here. I shall return shortly. Zhang Zhuyang felt the world around him distort, as if the stars were shifting, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself on a small boat. Overhead, the moon was absent, replaced by a murky haze, as if the world had lost all color, leaving only shades of black, white, and gray. The sole exception was the vast yellow river beneath the boat, calm and profound, flowing endlessly toward an unknown destination. Zhang Zhuyang was uncertain of his whereabouts, but he knew he was far from Qingzhou, for the oppressive aura of yin energy surrounding him seemed otherworldly. Suddenly, two words sprang to mind: Huangquan. A jolt of realization surged through him as he glanced into the depths of his consciousness. He beheld the dark energy that had once infiltrated his mind, now fully manifested as a talisman shaped like a ghost gate, stained with indelible blood, exuding an ancient and malevolent aura. Merely gazing upon it instilled a sense of foreboding within him. On the back of the talisman, an ancient script bore the character Ren. Zhang Zhuyang recalled a phrase once uttered by Lin Xiazi, which Yu Ling had also mentioned: Huangquan Road, Ghost Gate, 10 heavenly stems, chaos in the mortal realm. A wave of shock washed over him as a hypothesis formed in his mind, recalling Lin Xiazi's frantic utterances before his demise. Speaking of a day when one would become more cruel, terrifying, and wicked than himself. Zhang Zhuyang finally grasped the meaning behind those words. The so-called 10 heavenly stems referred to Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gong, Xin, Ren, and Gui, with Lin Xiazi being the 9th stem, Ren. He intended for Zhang Zhuyang to join the nefarious organization of Huangquan, replacing him as the 9th stem. With this realization, Zhang Zhuyang's heart raced. This boat was destined to take him to the lair of Huangquan, where he would encounter numerous malevolent entities of the highest order, as well as the enigmatic celestial master who had been a force of nature 6 centuries prior, one whom even Lin Xiazi regarded as a mere mayfly in the presence of the heavens. Chapter 82. The 10 Ghost Kings, the 9th heavenly stem above Huangquan. A solitary boat drifted, as if he were the last remnant of life in this desolate realm, unsure of its destination. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. Even more bizarrely, Zhang Zhuyang concentrated his power in his eyes and discerned something lurking beneath the yellow waters, circling the small boat as if drawn by the vitality of the living. Hungry for a feast, the distorted silhouettes, glimpsed only briefly, instilled a chilling dread. Zhang Zhuyang recalled terrifying tales recounted by his grandfather in his past life, one of which spoke of a creature lurking beneath Huangquan, subsisting on the souls of the deceased. They coveted the ferries that guided the departed, attempting to capsize them and feast upon the souls within. Should a living person inadvertently wander into the underworld, their radiant life force would be a delectable delicacy to these creatures, enough to drive them into a frenzy. Thud, thud. Suddenly, Zhang Zhuyang felt the small boat sway beneath him, as if something were colliding with its hull. Fortunately, his formidable physique allowed him to maintain his balance. He then witnessed a blood mist emanating from the creature beneath the water, as it let out a silent wail, ceasing its assault and merely following in silence. It was the light. Zhang Zhuyang turned his gaze toward the white lantern on the ferry, where ethereal blue flames danced like ghostly fire. It was the brilliance of this lantern that had caused the creatures lurking beneath to recoil as if burned, splattering the surface with blood mist. Clearly, this lantern was a protective charm for the ferry. Had Zhang Zhuyang been a spirit, those creatures might have retreated, but being a living soul, the allure of his life force rendered them ravenous. Before long, the sounds of collision echoed beneath the boat once more, despite the burning light. The creatures persisted in their relentless assault. The sway of the small boat grew more pronounced, and had Zhang Zhuyang not been a cultivator, endowed with magical prowess, he would have surely been thrown into the water, to be devoured by the monsters below. A glimmer of fierce determination shone in his eyes. Ever since his arrival in this realm, he had felt the pervasive yin energy, perhaps due to the influence of the Wang Ling Guanyin Shu Ling Xiao Tuesday. Deep within, he harbored a profound aversion to this place, where the foul and corrupt thrived. He yearned to eradicate it, to cleanse the world of its malevolence. As the malevolence began to burgeon uncontrollably within him, his vital energy surged with increasing vigor, and a searing heat ascended within his body, akin to that of a steam furnace. This incited the creatures below to become even more frenzied, recklessly attempting to overturn the small boat despite being scorched by the light. In an instant, the vessel teetered perilously, resembling a frail leaf amidst a tempest. Zhang Zhuyang, rather than succumbing to fear, revealed a sinister grin, his pupils inexplicably transforming into a crimson hue, as if ignited by a blazing golden flame. He even contemplated leaping from the boat to incinerate these vile entities into ashes, wishing to cleanse the polluted yellow springs with the roaring heavenly fire. Just as his reason was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the brutish malevolence, the scene before him suddenly shifted. The underwater monsters ceased their assault, silently following instead, as if something ahead instilled fear in them. Before him stood a grand door, towering 10 zhang high, its form vaguely familiar to Zhang Zhuyang, who recalled it resembling the token imprinted in his mind. The ghostly door diagram once drawn on the ground by Lin Xiazi, using his own blood. The road to the Yellow Springs, the Ghost Gate, the 10 heavenly stems. A tumultuous world. This phrase resurfaced in Zhang Zhuyang's mind. He had traversed the road to the Yellow Springs and arrived at the Ghost Gate, leading him to ponder whether he was to encounter the 10 heavenly stems next. The Ghost Gate remained tightly shut, adorned with a lock depicting a fierce Guanyin. Strangely, When Zhang Zhuyang gazed upon it, he could have sworn that the Bian's eyes flickered slightly. Legend has it that the dragon begets 9 offspring, each unique. Bian, the 7th, also known as Xianzhong, resembles a tiger and possesses formidable strength, often inscribed upon the gates of the underworld. Indeed, there is no fault in this, for hell is, after all, a prison. The small boat continued its journey, and as it approached the ghost gate, the token in Zhang Zhuyang's mind emitted a dark radiance, illuminating the Bian's eyes. In the next moment, the eyes blinked, awakening to reveal a brutal demeanor, as if disturbed from a deep slumber. Yet, meeting its gaze was a pair of eyes more ferocious, imbued with an even greater malevolence, where the crimson flames flickered ominously, instilling dread even in the Bian of the ghost gate. It obediently opened its mouth, and the grand ghost gate parted, akin to a colossal beast exposing its gaping maw. The small boat drifted in slowly. The Bian's pupils shifted slightly. Out of some selfish desire, it did not immediately close the door, but rather kept it ajar for a while, allowing the creatures lurking in the yellow springs to swim in as well. However, not long after, it seemed to witness a terrifying scene, a hint of fear manifesting in its eyes. This newcomer was nothing short of a monster. What kind of flame could possibly boil even the most frigid waters of the yellow springs? So scorching. Smoke billowed from the Bian's eyes, as if it were being roasted. Its once bronze body gradually turned a fiery red, reminiscent of a searing iron brand. As the boat passed through the ghost gate, darkness enveloped them entirely, and the lights aboard flickered more erratically, as if ceaselessly besieged by the encroaching gloom. Ultimately, after a brief struggle, the lights extinguished completely. In the next moment, Zhang Zhuyang felt the vessel plunge suddenly, as if bereft of buoyancy, sinking into the yellow springs. The creatures that had long coveted him surged forth, and Zhang Zhuyang finally beheld their visages. They were monkey-like monsters, covered in crimson fur, as though stained with blood, glistening with a dark red sheen. Their pupils were blood-red, with numerous decaying and oozing wounds adorning their bodies. Their teeth were yellowed and foul, with remnants of rotting flesh still clinging to them, suggesting they had resorted to cannibalism in their desperation. Observing their crimson fur reminded Zhang Zhuyang of the Tuyin soldiers who had once abducted Jiangshu. These creatures bore some resemblance to them, yet were vastly different. The Tuyin soldiers had displayed intelligence, while this horde of monsters was consumed solely by their lust for blood and hunger. Clawed hands, thick with crimson fur, grasped at Zhang Zhuyang's calves and limbs, attempting to dismember him, yet he felt no fear. Instead, a malevolent smile graced his face. In an instant, his form transformed into a blazing furnace, the oppressive heat radiating from his pores, overpowering even the golden lock arts of the rejuvenation master. A strand of crimson flame danced, remaining incandescent even beneath the frigid waters of the yellow springs. Above the yellow springs stood a divine mountain, towering 100 zhang high. Legend has it that in the underworld, 10 of the most ferocious ghost kings existed, known as the 10 cave ghost kings, commanding legions of malevolent spirits, dominating the netherworld. The 10 cave ghost kings forged a brotherhood upon Vanquishing, vowing to ascend to the mortal realm together. However, one ghost king broke this vow, faltering at the critical moment and remaining in the underworld, while the remaining 9 wreaked havoc in the mortal realm, only to encounter the reincarnated body of the Vajra Wang. This incarnation of the Vajra Wang, wielding heavenly fire and thunder, was immensely powerful, slaying all 9 ghost kings before succumbing to exhaustion himself. Thus, only the traitor remained alive, the one known as Yinshan, the ghost king worshipped by the Yinshan sect. It is said that from that day forth, the Vanquishing echoed with the cries of ghosts and gods, standing as a place of great malevolence, shunned even by the fiercest spirits. Yet at this moment, atop Vanquishing, several figures could be seen. They sat high upon the thrones where the 10 cave ghost kings once forged their brotherhood, enveloped in mist, obscuring their faces, their silhouettes appearing exceptionally grand and imposing. The thrones were not fully occupied, with seats inscribed with the characters Bing, Ren, and Gue remaining vacant. A voice emerged, somewhat shrill. Where's the old ghost? Weak as he may be, he still has such a lofty demeanor. He previously spoke mysteriously of nurturing a heavenly ghost. Yet now we see not a feather. The speaker was the 7th of the heavenly stems, Gong, whose temper seemed exceedingly irritable, displaying a hint of disdain towards Lin Xiazi. The other heavenly stems remained silent, seemingly unwilling to engage with him. Gong, however, was a loquacious one, continuing his incessant chatter, ultimately drawing the ire of the 8th heavenly stem, Xian. Though the old ghost is a fool, he possesses some skill in ghost nurturing. If he truly succeeds in cultivating a heavenly ghost, do you think you could still contend with him? Xian's voice was hoarse and deep, akin to countless venomous serpents slithering within his throat, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Gong's temper flared once more, and with a sneer, he retorted, "Be quiet. Even the palace's old eunuchs have a more pleasant voice than yours." Just as Xian was about to retort, a resonant and imposing voice, imbued with an overwhelming pressure, echoed forth. The old ghost is dead. All the heavenly stems were taken aback, turning their gazes towards the grand figure shrouded in clouds. Seated at the foremost throne, he occupied the throne inscribed with the character Jia, once held by the leader of the 10 cave ghost kings, the Deluo Ghost King. Revered as the sovereign of the Yellow Springs and the master of the underworld, known as the King of Kings among ghosts. Although the reincarnated Vajraming Wang had slain the 9 ghost kings, he too met his demise at the hands of the Deluo Ghost King, who extracted his heart. The figure now occupying the seat was known as Tianzuan. Even Gong, with his rebellious spirit, momentarily subdued his arrogance, falling silent. The second in rank, Yi, spoke slowly, his voice resonating like a great bell. It must have been the Qintian Monitor's doing. Although the old ghost is lacking in ability, he is still one of the 10 heavenly stems. Few within the Qintian Monitor could kill him. Could it be that Sickly Cat took action? His words suggested a familiarity with the Qintian Monitor, laced with a hint of disdain. Once more, Tianzuan's voice resonated, deafening as if the entire Vanquishing quaked slightly in response. The one who killed the old ghost was the head of the Qintian Monitor's spirit platform, Ming Wang Yueling. Ming Wang. Gong's fury surged again, scoffing. A mere girl dares to call herself a Ming Wang. Does she not fear the burden it entails? He paused briefly before stating, I shall personally confront Da Qian and meet her. Although the old ghost is despicable, he would not allow an outsider to slay him. Despite his disdainful words about the old ghost, upon learning of the ghost's demise at the hands of Qin Tianjian, he was the first to voluntarily offer assistance for vengeance. At this moment, he interjected with a word of caution. The Qin Tianjian is not as simple as you might think. Otherwise, after battling them for so many years, I would have long since eliminated that sickly cat. Rather than delay until now. Diba Tianganxin also concurred with Yi's perspective, his voice raspy as though damaged by smoke and fire. Ming Wang Yueling indeed possesses considerable skill. Over the years, many of my subordinates have fallen beneath her blade. Gong, feeling somewhat indignant, wished to voice further objections, but was interrupted by the voice of Tianzuan. The focus of today's gathering at Huangquan is not revenge, rather, a newcomer is to take the place of the old ghost and become the 9th Tiangan. He is the old ghost's choice and has received the endorsement of the Huangquan decree. Upon hearing this, even Ding, who had remained an observer, was stirred, remarking, It seems it has been ages since a newcomer joined us. The last participant in the assessment was merely a spy from Qin Tianjian, who was disemboweled by the old ghost. He paused, swallowing hard as he reminisced. That heart was exceptionally delectable, truly worthy of a practitioner of the 5th realm. I relished it thoroughly. Gong snorted disdainfully, a newcomer? I shall see what abilities he possesses to succeed the old ghost. Let us hope he can even cross the Huangquan. Ding merely smiled faintly, his voice laced with yearning. I simply wish to taste his heart. He softly chanted a Buddhist mantra, adding, if he lacks the ability to cross Huangquan, how can he speak of ascending the mountain? Diba Tianganxin then smiled ominously, sending chills down spines. To become the 9th Tiangan, according to the rules, he must first cross the river and then undergo my assessment. I do hope his abilities are substantial. That way, I can enjoy myself more thoroughly. Gong shook his head at these words, for Shen's methods were excessively strange and cruel. Even he held some trepidation. It seemed the newcomer was in for a dreadful fate. Perhaps he would struggle just to cross the river, as it had been quite some time since he had shown himself. He must be trapped in the river. The waters of Huangquan are bone-chilling and laden with malevolence. Whether human, ghost, demon, or fiend, anyone who falls into these waters will be eroded by the deathly aura, especially considering the bloodthirsty monsters lurking beneath. Just the act of crossing the river has claimed countless newcomers. As time passed slowly, just when everyone assumed the newcomer had met his demise beneath the waters, an unexpected change occurred. The waters, purported to be the most sinister and cold, suddenly began to boil, emitting a bubbling sound, with a faint crimson hue becoming visible. It appeared as though a blazing sun was igniting beneath the surface. Following this, the bodies of numerous red-haired monsters surfaced, all charred and blackened. A figure, enveloped in blazing crimson gold flames, emerged slowly from the water. Even the obscuring mist could not hinder the overwhelming heat and dominance radiating from him. A terrifying aura surged forth. Zhong held aloft a monster's neck. Beneath the heavenly flames, the creature emitted a heart-wrenching scream, swiftly turning to cinders. He fixed his blood-red gaze, filled with malice, upon the Tiangan gathered atop Yin Fushan. Slowly squeezing out the words between his teeth, You rabble, have you been waiting long? Chapter 83. The most ferocious newcomer at Huangquan this time. Zhong did not conceal his malevolence. The Yushu Tianhua raged upon him, and truth be told, it was painful. He felt his skin scorching red, akin to a lobster being cooked. Yet, this searing sensation only fueled his wrath, rendering him a fearsome sight, as if a demon had descended from the heavens. In truth, he had not lost his rationality. After a month of arduous training, his magical prowess had significantly advanced, and the refinement of Zhongli Ba Duanjin and Chongyang Zhenrenjin Guanyin Suaju further strengthened his physique. At this moment, although he was in agony, it was far less than the last time. Zhong acted deliberately. The question arose, How to infiltrate an organization rife with malevolence without arousing suspicion. The answer lay in appearing more malevolent than the malevolence itself. Upon noticing the obscuring mist concealing his countenance and aura, he became even more unrestrained, even tauntingly addressing those on the mountain as rabble. It proved that his fierce demeanor indeed intimidated some. The pulsating crimson gold flames, embodying the essence of both utmost yang and ferocity, were a paradoxical amalgamation. The charred remains of the ghostly creatures upon the water's surface bore witness to the terror of that flame. In that moment, even Gong, known for his fiery temper, was taken aback, failing to respond immediately. After a lengthy pause, he realized, did this newcomer dare to insult me? Instead of feeling anger, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. He found himself looking forward to this newcomer even more. Good. Finally, I have encountered someone with a temperament even more volatile than my own. How exhilarating. For so many years, the other Tiangan had been increasingly inscrutable, none of whom suited his taste, but this newcomer appeared quite promising. Diba Tiangan Shen let out a cold chuckle, his voice still hoarse. Zhong Ziyang's fiery crimson gaze instantly turned toward him, his malice erupting like a volcano, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge that demanded retribution. A cold, authoritative voice imbued with magnetic intensity and murderous intent rang out, echoing the ventriloquism he had learned from Erlang. Old eunuch, what are you laughing at? Diba Tiangan Shen immediately ceased his laughter, his sinister eyes, shrouded in mist, fixated on Zhong Ziyang. From a distance, one could almost feel the terror emanating from those crimson gold flames. At the Huangquan gathering, veiled by mists, not only were their appearances concealed but also their cultivation levels, leaving them to rely on gradual interactions to discern one another. Yet, this newcomer, having just arrived, audaciously displayed his prowess, boiling the waters of Huangquan and seizing the water monster, his malice weighing heavily like a mountain of corpses, utterly brazen. This very audacity instilled a newfound respect and caution within him, and he no longer dared to underestimate him. After a moment of silence, Shen ultimately refrained from uttering any harsh words, merely letting out a cold snort. Observing Shen's discomfiture, Gong almost burst into laughter. As refreshing as drinking ice on a summer day, this newcomer is truly ferocious. It had been ages since he had encountered such a fierce and brutal newcomer. Even the old master of the skin pasting technique had been bested. How utterly delightful. The fourth Tianganding declared with a hearty laugh, Aside from my fondness for consuming hearts, my greatest pleasure lies in befriending the strong. It seems you surpass the old ghost. Truly deserving of the title of ninth Tiangan. His voice, deep and resonant as thunder, echoed throughout the mountains and rivers, stirring a tempestuous wind. The second Tiangan chanted a Buddhist mantra, stating, only the fierce dragon can cross the river. Congratulations, Tianzuan. It appears Huangquan will soon gain another formidable warrior. Even Wu and Ji, who had remained silent, spoke up. Though Zhong Ziyang was somewhat surprised to discover that they appeared to be women. I have no objections to him assuming the position of ninth Tiangan. Ji's voice was melodious yet chilling, akin to delicate jade. Wu's voice was even colder, succinctly stating but a single word, acceptable, upon making their presence known. Aside from the vacant positions of Bing, Ren, and Gui, Zhong Ziyang's performance garnered the approval and respect of the majority. Even if there were grievances and other sentiments, they could only be stifled for the time being. In a daze, he seemed to hear Lin Xiaozi's voice echoing once more in his ears. Xiaojiu, I knew I did not misjudge you. You and I are of the same ilk. One day, you shall become even more ruthless, terrifying, and wicked than I. A faint smile graced Zhong Ziyang's lips. If he could rid the world of evil, what harm would it be to become a villain? Reflecting upon Yunyang and her petite daughter, recalling the citizens of Chenjiakan who were buried alive, remembering the valiant Xiao Luo who fought to exhaustion amidst the blazing inferno, and thinking of the fervent prayers and incense offerings, he vowed that one day, he would eliminate each of these malevolent beings, one by one, and feed their remains to the dogs. With this thought, he lifted his gaze towards the summit, where the supreme figure resided, even shrouded by clouds and mist. The vast aura emanating from that presence was palpable. Zhong Ziyang sensed, within the swirling vapors, two ominous gazes fixated upon him. The flames of Yushu Tianhua that enveloped him seemed to shrink momentarily, as if responding to an overwhelming pressure, mysterious and unfathomable as the abyss. Zhong Ziyang had previously witnessed the descent of Zhong Kui and had felt the divine might that contended with the heavens. Yet the current Tianzuan exuded a formidable presence that rivaled even Zhong Kui, perhaps even more profound, grand, and enigmatic. It was no wonder that Lin Xiaozi, a man of such pride, would liken himself to a mayfly in the presence of the Tianzuan, akin to a clear sky. However, Guanyin, a deity of temperamental disposition, the protector of Taoism, could hardly be intimidated by a mere malevolence. In an instant, the flames surrounding Zhong Ziyang roared to life, as if ignited by boiling oil. He met the gaze of the Tianzuan from afar, stepping forth from the yellow springs and onto the mountain's base, each footfall leaving behind a charred imprint. with wisps of flames still dancing upon it. Gong was taken aback. Was this newcomer daring to provoke the Tianzuan? Brother, you are truly bold. Are you courting death? Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Zhuyang was also a puppet of circumstance at the end of his rope. His recent outburst had reached its limit. He intended to quell the Tianhua and conclude this facade. Yet the oppressive force from the Tianzuan had stirred the rebellious nature of the Yu Shu Tianhua within him, compelling it to grow fiercer, nearly beyond his control. At that moment, Zhang Zhuyang felt as though every fiber of his being was being scorched by flames. Had it not been for the significant advancements in his cultivation and physique over the past month, he might have been reduced to ashes. If this continued, he would perish before the Tianzuan even intervened. Fortunately, he suddenly felt a reprieve from the pressure as the Tianzuan withdrew his gaze from the clouds. The Yushu Tianhua gradually subsided, dissipating under Zhang Zhuyang's careful control. He exhaled silently, relieved. That was close. However, this display had proven remarkably successful. He had leveraged the awe of Yushu Tianhua to intimidate the malevolences, earning their attention and respect. Little did they know, he was but a fleeting shadow. Unable to maintain this facade for long, his cultivation was still in the second realm, and it was only due to the obscuring clouds that he could maintain the illusion of being a formidable figure. He believed he had successfully infiltrated their ranks. As he prepared to ascend the mountain, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Amidst the swirling mist, a pair of exceedingly sinister eyes glinted, akin to a venomous serpent in the dark night, and the voice that emerged was gravelly and hoarse. While your strength has been acknowledged, according to our customs, to ascend as the 9th Tiangon, you must first undergo my assessment. Only upon passing may you proceed. Zhang Zhuyang's eyes flickered. It was the 8th Tiangon, Xian. Thus, the assessment of newcomers followed a sequential order, with the 8th testing the 9th, and the 9th testing the 10th. He appeared indifferent, yet his heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that he was to face this Xian in battle once more? Not only was he devoid of fighting strength at present, but even in peak condition, he would be no match for Xian. Although the grade of Yushu Tianhua was exceedingly high, it could not compensate for his current weakness. According to Yu Ling, the malevolences in the Yellow Springs were at least of the Sha, or even Zai level, and Lin Shezi had previously stated that he was the weakest within the Yellow Springs. However, Zhang Zhuyang understood that he must not reveal any vulnerabilities, otherwise, he would meet a swift demise. In this den of demons, even the slightest hint of fear or kindness could prove fatal. He sneered disdainfully, his voice laced with arrogance. Zhazhui, are you seeking death? His pupils turned a fierce crimson, and the previously dissipated malice coalesced once more. Xian clearly felt the mounting pressure. The sinister eyes beneath the mist flickering uncertainly before settling into a dark smile. At the hour of the rat 10 days hence, go to the execution grounds at the western market of Luotian County in Qingzhou and witness an execution. Then, he added with significance, seize the head of the second person to be executed and bring it to the next gathering of the Yellow Springs, and you shall pass your assessment. Zhang Zhuyang gazed at him intently, feeling a sense of relief, yet his expression remained cold and domineering. At that moment, the Tianzuan's voice resonated. Ascend the mountain as an immortal, descend as a ghost. The assessment has begun. Whether you ascend or not depends on your own fortune. Zhang Zhuyang suddenly inquired. I am willing to adhere to your customs, but you must inform me of the benefits of ascending the mountain thereafter. The Tianzuan was unfazed, his voice remaining grand and profound, as calm as an ancient well. Once you ascend, you shall naturally find out. He paused before continuing. According to our customs, we are forbidden from intervening or observing the assessments of newcomers. To do so is punishable by death. And any candidate who shows cowardice or retreats shall be executed by us, the Tiangon of the Yellow Springs, collectively. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhuyang's heart tightened. The first half of the Tianzuan statement was protective of newcomers, while the latter half served as a warning. Although obscured by the clouds, their true identities remained concealed. Yet this world was fraught with the extraordinary, and the Tianzuan was inscrutable. Who could say whether others had means to discover him? This effectively severed Zhang Zhuyang's retreat. He now faced two choices: either pass the assessment to join the Yellow Springs, or perish within it. Under such immense pressure, a cold smile crept onto his lips, revealing an underlying ferocity that ignited his defiance. Then I shall forge a third path, join the Yellow Springs, and then send you all on your way. 10 days hence, I will witness the execution. I hope your task proves entertaining. Otherwise, Zhang Zhuyang tilted his head slightly, fixing his gaze on Xian, his crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent. I will take your head and roast it over a fire. Chapter 84. Tianzuan's case. The meat Putuan in Qingzhou City. Night fell, and the winds and rains began to rise. Zhang Zhuyang's figure gradually materialized on the street, becoming solid from transparency. He had not returned to his previous location, evidently. There had been a deviation. He stepped toward his home, the rainwater cascading upon him, evaporating into wisps of vapor, a testament to his elevated body temperature. As the frigid rain soaked his entire being, the intense heat finally subsided. At last, he could relax completely, only to feel the soreness throughout his body. Rolling up his sleeves, he discovered red marks on his arms akin to burn injuries. Indeed, with his current cultivation, wielding the Yushu Tianhua was still too taxing. Nonetheless, he had made significant progress this time, and he believed that upon breaking through to the third realm, he would be able to utilize the Yushu Tianhua as a means of offense. Additionally, the token in his mind, reminiscent of the gates of the underworld, had dimmed but was gradually absorbing the moonlight from the heavens, slowly rekindling its brilliance. Once it regained its radiant glow, he would be able to initiate the next gathering of the Yellow Springs. It seemed this token was indeed a formidable treasure, capable of transporting his true self to the netherworld. Though he had not encountered the fabled underworld, he had traversed the Yellow Springs. Bridging the realms of Yin and Yang was akin to altering certain celestial rules, a power not to be underestimated, should it be usable at will. Encountering an overpowering adversary would allow for a direct retreat into the netherworld for escape. Alternatively, he could confine an enemy within the netherworld for 100 or 80 years. What difference would that be from death? Such a remarkable artifact was possessed by every Tiangon in the Yellow Springs. Zhang Juyan's assessment of the dangers within the Yellow Springs intensified. This organization exuded an aura of the uncanny, particularly the Tianzuan, who was truly terrifying. Before possessing absolute strength, it is prudent to avoid a direct confrontation with the Tianzuan. It is wiser to first attempt to win over, corrupt, divide, and eliminate other celestial beings, particularly the seventh celestial, Gong. For reasons unknown, he seems to harbor a certain fondness for me. Before departing, he discreetly conveyed a message, suggesting that the one responsible for assigning him assessment tasks, Xian, is a cunning individual who harbors grudges, indicating that the task will undoubtedly be challenging, and advising him to exercise caution. Next time, I might try to cultivate a rapport with Gong, striving to establish my own circle in the Huangquan. Perhaps one day, he might dare to say to the Tianzuan, "Stand down, Tianzuan, for all in Huangquan are mine." As Zhang Juyang reflected on these thoughts, he returned home and was about to call for Li when he noticed a small figure standing alone by the distant, empty pond, resembling a lost young creature. She stood at the water's edge, too frightened to move, allowing the rain to drench her hair and little white dress. "Li," just as Zhang Juyang called out. The small figure leaped into his embrace, her tiny braids swinging as her body trembled slightly. "Woo, Zhigo, I thought you no longer wanted Li." The little Li was genuinely frightened. Ever since her father was taken by villains, she had relied on Zhang Juyang for companionship. Zhigo would buy her candied hawthorn, tell her delightful stories, and keep watch over her while she slept during thunderstorms. If even Zhigo abandoned her, she would truly be a lonely, unwanted spirit. Zhang Juyang, both amused and touched, gently patted her braids, saying, "Did I not tell you not to be afraid and to wait for my return? How could I ever forsake you?" After a moment, he lightly chastised her. "After being with me for so long, how can you still be so foolish, standing there in the rain without seeking shelter?" Li raised her small face earnestly, replying, "But Zhigo, you said to wait here for you, and that you would return quickly." Zhang Juyang paused, then understood why she had been standing motionlessly by the pond. "What a silly child, when I asked you to wait. I didn't mean for you to remain rooted to the spot." He used his sleeve to wipe the raindrops from her face, and Li clutched his clothing tightly, finally revealing a smile once she confirmed he would not vanish. "Whatever Zhigo says, I will certainly do." After a moment, she seemed to realize something, her expression dimming. "Zhigo, were you just scolding me for being foolish?" Zhang Juyang burst into laughter, carrying her to shelter under the eaves to escape the rain. "Fools enjoy foolish blessings. If you weren't foolish, I wouldn't like you as much." Seeing his joy, Li took the opportunity to act coyly. "Zhigo, you're not still angry about that time I mistakenly took the book about Ro Tuan, are you?" Zhang Juyang's smile instantly vanished, unable to muster any mirth. How could I have forgotten about that? He fell silent for a moment before squeezing out a response through gritted teeth. "Starting tomorrow, I will teach you to read, and there will be assignments in the evening. If you do not complete them by the next day, you shall face the willow branches." Oh, the blissful childhood of this innocent little ghost has come to an end. In Kyoto, at the Qintian Bureau, in the Baihu Pavilion, the newly appointed Jianhou, Minglai Ho Yuling, was reviewing various documents in her chamber. These records pertain to cases suspected to be related to the Huangquan over the past century. Some cases were previously inaccessible due to her prior position, but now, as a Jianhou, she could peruse them freely. After many days of analysis, comparison, and classification, she found herself increasingly alarmed. Suddenly, she recalled a statement made by the bureau chief when she requested these documents. "Do not gaze lightly into the abyss. The more you understand, the more despair it may bring." At that moment, Yuling fully grasped the weight of those words. Upon examining these records, she discovered that the Huangquan organization was far more terrifying, malevolent, and overwhelming than she had anticipated. Each shocking case challenged the limits of human morality. The evil ghost heart extraction case involved the horrifying incident in which the hearts of over 300 infants were extracted from the Compassionate Infants Bureau overnight. Among the 3 officials sent to investigate, 2 had their hearts removed, and 1 went mad and died. leaving the case unsolved. The Yangzhou skinning case involved a skinning butcher who haunted the midnight hours, appearing periodically to slice away hundreds of human skins, leaving behind countless mutilated corpses, writhing in agony as they perished. The Demon Buddha fusion case featured a bizarre statue revered in some secluded villages, depicting a being with two faces, one compassionate, the other cruel. Villages that worshipped this statue eventually fell into ruin, with the deceased citizens found naked, sewn together in pairs, resembling conjoined twins. Forensic analysis indicated that the villagers had sewn themselves together, their faces still wearing an expression of pious serenity at the time of death. Such unsolved cases and heinous crimes were numerous. The Xinjiang Bureau had made tremendous sacrifices, yet few had been resolved. All these cases subtly pointed to a common entity, Huangquan. Although reluctantly, Yuling had to admit that with her current strength, there remained a significant gap compared to the colossal Huangquan. However, Huangquan was not without its flaws. A former Ling Tai Lang from the Xinjiang Bureau had successfully infiltrated its ranks, yet regrettably, he failed to pass the so-called assessments and ultimately perished at the hands of malevolent forces. After much contemplation, Yuling finally withdrew a document bearing 3 bold characters: Tianzuan Case. Title: Tianzuan Case. Location: Daqian Zhizhou, Dinghua Gongfu Organizer. Zhuge Yunhu. Danger Level: Abyssal Status. Unsolved. Confidentiality: Class A, unauthorized for anyone below Jianhou. As she opened the document, the contents were shocking, each word like a blade piercing her heart. In the 17th year of Linda, the Tianzuan launched a nocturnal assault on the Dinghua Gongfu, resulting in the death of 176 individuals. This marked the Tianzuan's first appearance, accompanied by other disaster-level malevolent entities. After that night, the Dinghua Gong was left crippled. The second daughter perished, and the Yu family suffered a massacre, leaving only 3 sons, 2 of whom were born later. Had Yuling not been dispatched to the battlefield for training, she too might have met her end that fateful evening. The Yu family, descendants of the founding General Yu Jingzhong, were renowned for their loyalty and valor. The repercussions of this incident were profound, inciting unrest within the military. It was only when the Dinghua Gong hobbled into the military encampment, leaning on a cane, and sternly reprimanded the troops that the 20,000 soldiers of the Zhizhou Iron Army were quelled. The court was disgraced, and in a fit of rage, the previous emperor ordered Zhuge Yunhu to personally investigate the matter. It was during this investigation that Zhuge Yunhu suffered severe injuries, which he has yet to recover from, earning him the moniker Sick Cat. At the conclusion of the document, Zhuge Yunhu inscribed a poignant remark regarding this case. This indeed requires the sacrifice of 3 generations of Xinjiang Bureau heroes and the expenditure of a century's efforts. This implied that to solve this case and eliminate the Tianzuan, the Bureau would need to sacrifice 3 generations and invest 100 years. As the average lifespan of individuals within the Bureau was only around 30 years, the previous emperor was naturally displeased with such a conclusion. It was said that he was greatly angered at the time. Yuling did not blame the Bureau chief, for the more she learned, the clearer it became how grave the chief's injuries had been. Much of the intelligence concerning Huangquan and the Tianzuan had been won through his very life. Were it not for his lingering injuries, how could he have remained in the 6th realm for 2 decades? Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, accompanied by 2 distinct coughs. Longhu, I see your lamp is still lit. You must not have retired for the night. It was the voice of the bureau chief. Yuling hurriedly opened the door to find an elderly man clad in a coarse blue robe, white-haired and frail, his skin dark and wrinkled, wrapped in a heavy cloak, slightly hunching against the night wind. Cough, cough. I am old now. My body is not what it used to be. A gust of wind sets me to coughing. Ha! Cough, cough. Zhuge Yunhu tightened his cloak, nearly freezing his nose. To anyone who gazes upon this scene, it is nearly unfathomable that this figure is a master of the 6th realm, the current head of the Xinjiang Monitoring Bureau. Please come in. Yuling hastily welcomed him into her abode, simultaneously igniting the charcoal fire. As Zhuge Yunhu settled down, he relished the warmth radiating from the embers and gradually began to relax. Recently, I sought to emulate my ancestors and set up a celestial formation to assist you in vanquishing demons, only to inadvertently awaken an old affliction. Those individuals were not mistaken. I truly am a sickly cat. Zhuge Yunhu chuckled at himself, sighing, if my ancestors were alive, they would likely feel ashamed of me. Just as Yuling was about to offer some words of comfort, she noticed the head of the bureau gazing at her, his gentle and serene eyes seemingly imbued with a profound strength. I am but a sick cat, yet you are a dragon and tiger. Zhuge Yunhu's eyes began to sparkle, and his ordinary visage transformed into something radiant due to the brilliance of his gaze. On the Tianzuan desk, I once proclaimed that the Xinjiang Monitoring Bureau has 3 generations of heroic spirits and a century of achievements, but now that you have entered the bureau, this evaluation may require revision. Each word he spoke resonated with gravitas. In this era, those capable of slaying the Tianzuan are indeed dragons and tigers. Yuling was momentarily taken aback, instantly feeling the weight of responsibility upon her shoulders. However, you are still a young tiger, a fledgling dragon. For now, we old-timers will bear the brunt of the Huangquan case. Do not be overly anxious. Yuling's heart warmed. Realizing that the head of the bureau had come to her this evening out of concern that the pressure from the related documents would be too great for her to bear. Rest assured, I comprehend everything, she replied. In truth, I am not the only one facing this. She recalled that mysterious yet intriguing little Taoist. Remembering how he had turned the tide in Qinjia village, the terrifying scarlet golden flames, and his promise to assist her. A faint smile graced her lips. Zhuge Yunhu was taken aback, for it was rare to witness the dragon and tiger smile. It seemed that this journey to Qingzhou had granted her a truly unique experience. It must be Zhang Zhuyang, he mused with a slight smile. You have persisted against the tide of public opinion, even disregarding old Su's face. Insisting that he serve as your external support, which indicates that this individual possesses extraordinary qualities. The external positions in the Qintian Monitoring Bureau are highly coveted, typically reserved for the directly inherited disciples of prestigious sects, and Yuling's external position as the granddaughter of the Minglai Marquis is particularly valuable. Countless elders from esteemed sects yearn to have their disciples forge connections with Yuling. Old Su from the Tianjai had initially refused to issue a waste token for Zhang Zhuyang, citing his dubious background, only to find himself the next day bruised and muttering about brutes, claiming to have merely stumbled while walking at night when asked. Oh, a fifth-realm cultivator stumbling at night in the presence of dragons and tigers. You were previously reluctant to elaborate, but now that the dust has settled, could you enlighten me about this Zhang Zhuyang? What manner of person is he? Zhuge Yunhu inquired with curiosity. To have garnered your unwavering support, his cultivation must be formidable. Yuling paused momentarily, then replied, he is at the second realm, having progressed halfway through the 100-day pass. Zhuge Yunhu responded. So you have forsaken the true transmission of the fourth realm and the small saint monk of the Buddhist path who has attained relics, opting instead for a second realm individual as your external support? Yuling nodded, seemingly compelled to speak in defense of Zhang Zhuyang, yet her eloquence faltered. After a prolonged silence, she managed to utter a single sentence. His storytelling is exceptionally captivating. Just as Zhuge Yunhu was about to inquire further, a voice rang from outside, belonging to Qing Ji. Master, I have returned with news. Qing Ji galloped into the room on a small horse, eagerly unwrapping a parcel from his back, exclaiming, Master, this is Zhang Zhuyang's reply to you. Oh, and there's a book as well, which he claims is a sequel he has written for you. Yuling's eyes brightened at this revelation. Noticing her excitement, Zhuge Yunhu's curiosity was piqued as he reached for the book, saying, Dragon and Tiger. Might I also have the honor of reading this esteemed work by Zhang Zhuyang? Although Yuling was eager to delve into the sequel of Zhong Kuei Captures Ghosts, she could not disregard the head of the bureau's request and simply nodded in acquiescence. Zhuge Yunhu smiled gently before slowly opening the book. However, it was not long before the smile on his face began to stiffen.